Chapter 91 Borderline. Is that a fighter plane? This is the first time in Shufu's life that she has seen a fighter plane in combat in real life. Whether it is the original world or this world, she has only seen it on the TV screen before. She didn't expect that an explosion of this scale would be so loud. The raft was already far away from there, but the roar of the shells could still be heard clearly. It seems that the authorities have finally freed up their hands to deal with the illegal organizations in the Northland Plateau, and the patients with ichthyosis in this city. There is still no drug to cure this disease, and I don't know how to deal with it later. I don't know why. Shufu suddenly thought of a possibility, and then this terrible idea was extinguished by herself. It's not the end of the road yet, so it shouldn't be so crazy. But anyway, after the north of the city is breached, the troops should also enter the south of the city at the same time, in front of the huge number of hot weapons and professional equipment. The attack power of the Hishi fish is not worth mentioning. The official will probably set up a research institute at a higher altitude in Yucheng. After all, there are research samples everywhere. If she doesn't leave in the next few days, if she wants to leave again later, the land vehicle part will be very difficult to carry out, and it will be very easy to be discovered. Fortunately, she left early because of the mission, and now she has entered the completely safe waterway. Seeing the troops reminded her of the other two people. She didn't know where they were carrying out the mission, and whether they were safe. Especially Chengyu. Did he survive? As they were also mission-related objects. She guessed that they should also awaken the golden finger. She hoped that when they met next time, she would have two more companions. She put away the telescope, stopped looking in the direction of Yucheng, and went down the wooden ladder and returned to the house on the drifting island. About half an hour later, the raft began to shake slightly. She leaned over to the French window and looked out. She found that the nearby water flow became more turbulent. The water quality became turbid because of this turbulence. There were no tall buildings on the banks on both sides. The few bungalows were almost submerged in the surging river, leaving only a shallow roof. Large tracts of fields, fruit trees, and various farms in the eastern suburbs have been completely flooded by the flooded river. The land on the shore has become a shallow wetland. Many tall trees are still half exposed above the water, looking like aquatic plants. These shallow wetlands formed by the flooding of the river, seemingly calm on the surface, are in fact full of all kinds of garbage, building debris, metal wreckage, animal and human corpses, and strange fish hiding somewhere that may bite people at any time. The raft was flowing faster and faster, which was caused by the water flow. She roughly guessed that, a little further ahead, the gap in the dam would be. Sure enough, not long after, huge rubble appeared in the waters around the raft. The raft flexibly passed through the rubble, automatically avoiding every obstacle. These huge rubbles were the walls of the dam that collapsed after being damaged. Because of these huge rubbles, the surrounding water flows collided with each other, forming a large turbulent vortex. And the raft began to shake more and more, like drifting in a turbulent stream in the mountains and wilds. Because of the protective cover, this kind of shaking had little effect on her in the drifting island house. Compared with the feeling during the world-destroying tsunami, it was like a big pendulum that rotated 360 degrees in the air. Now this is a children's track roller coaster, which can be ridden by people under 1.2 meters. Having experienced the first, I basically won't feel anything about the second. Shufu leaned back on the soft sofa opposite the coffee table, opened the book she had thrown on the sofa, found the page she had read before, and continued to enjoy the quiet and comfortable reading time in the soft music. By lunchtime, the raft had officially entered the upper reaches of Qinghe River. The water in this area has a high sand content and is particularly turbid. The two banks are all bearing Gobi deserts. The soil is mainly gravel and sand, which is not suitable for planting or building houses. Most of the vegetation is thorny shrubs. Although she had never been to the Beatty Plateau and had never seen it with her own eyes, she had seen some photos and videos of the area on TV or on the internet before. In her impression, both banks of this stretch of water were somewhat high. But now, the river bank, like the eastern suburbs of Yucheng, had become very unclear. The Qing River was like a canal that was constantly filled with water. The water in the canal was rising too fast, and there was no time to drain it away. Or maybe it was because the pond at the end of the canal was also returning water. So the soil on both sides of the canal had all turned into wetlands. The water level in the wetland here should not be deep. You can still see the tops of some shrubs, but the color of the wetland is very turbid, which is caused by the soil, because the water flow nearby is gentle. Shu Fu moved her lunch to the terrace. She had a light beef hot pot that nourishes the stomach. She used the soup base made from oxtail bones. Half of the soup in the pot was original soup, and the other half was water. She took out several plates of beef slices from different parts, as well as refreshing chrysanthemums, sliced mushrooms, and a dish of her own secret sauce made with soy sauce, sesame oil, and garlic sauce. She ate some fruit before the meal. She wasn't too hungry, and the hot pot was also to match the scenery along the coast, to create an atmosphere, and she ate slowly and leisurely. For Shu Fu, this 30-hour rafting on the Qinghe River was too much like cruising the river on a large cruise ship in the past. On this journey, the raft set out from Yucheng, the uppermost part of the Qinghe River, and headed east first, and then turned northeast after passing the gap in the dam, passing through Luqing and Heshi town, and then winding east, and after traveling for a distance, it changed direction to the southeast, and took an inconspicuous curve, and finally left the Beatty Plateau area, and merged into a large area of water from the river outlet. If everything goes well, we will arrive at the old site of Yunqing at about 4 p.m. tomorrow. Shu Fu took out her phone, and took a few photos and videos of the hot pot, terrace and river from different angles. She planned to show Chen Fa and Lu Zheng the scenery next time she met them, and see where her raft had drifted. Such scenery will disappear completely in the future as the water level of Qinghe River continues to rise sharply. By then, there will be no Qinghe River on the Beatty Plateau. The river will expand and become a swamp, a wetland, a lake, and finally a boundless ocean. But the whole transformation process will not be as fast as Suicheng, which was flooded, or Lianqing, which was engulfed by the tsunami. It will probably take a long time. During this period of transformation, a large area of land on both sides of Qinghe River will become wetlands and swamps. As for the means of transportation she currently has, cars can drive on land, and rafts can drift in the water. However, if they encounter endless wetlands and swamps, cars cannot pass through wetlands. Rafts are prone to run aground. And swamps? No means of transportation can do anything. She guessed that this was probably one of the reasons why she got this mission. She had to leave before the situation in the Northland Plateau got worse, and go back to the deep water area where the raft could come and go freely. Before, she came here through the temporary waterway like an outbound job. And now the work period was over. She had to go back. She might not stay for long, and there would be a new workplace for her to rush to. So this return trip was likely to be her last meeting with the Northland Plateau. She planned to record every different scene along the coast, whether it was beautiful, desolate, dilapidated, or chaotic. It was all proof of the existence of this plateau. Although there was no human habitation around, it was desolate and lonely. But this desolation was also an extremely shocking and attractive aspect of nature. Not long after, the heavy rain turned into a storm. Countless lightning flashed across the sky far from the river bank and exploded at the end of the vast Gobi Desert. This was a rare scene. The thunderstorm and the desert unfolded a magnificent creation of nature in front of her. She hid in the safe raft shield, sat by the fence, and watched the scene with shock on her face. Her mobile phone took pictures of everything. Before 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, the raft crossed the intersection of the river and the large body of water, and officially left the Northland Plateau. The hills she had crossed through the temporary waterway had completely disappeared under the rising water level, leaving only scattered islands, some of which still had trees, and some of which were just bare rocks. At 4 p.m., the raft stopped at the destination. At the same time, the bracelet vibrated. The prompt for the completion of this task came very quickly. Within 3 days, the Yunqing check-in task was completed, and the raft level 4 5% progress bar was obtained. The turntable lottery was obtained 10 times. Current progress of the raft level 4, 100%. Congratulations. The raft has been upgraded to level 4. You can check the raft level 4 function in the unsinkable drifting island house. Another 10 consecutive draws. Shu Fu was overjoyed. Then she felt that the light and shadow in the house changed for a moment. This meant that there was a change in the house. She immediately began to check the house, and found that the internal structure had not changed. But the overall size seemed to be larger, especially the 2 floor-to-ceiling windows, which were more open on both sides. When people were in the house, the view outside became better. The front and rear doors were also changed from pure wood to wood frame with glass inlay. Like the French windows, it is clear from the inside to the outside, and frosted glass from the outside to the inside. The wooden doors were changed to glass doors, which not only provided better lighting than before, but also provided a better view. Even if the doors were not opened, one could check the situation in the front and rear directions of the raft at a glance by standing inside the door. It would also be more convenient to change the direction temporarily when the raft was traveling, without having to open and close the doors. The bathroom and kitchen, along with the original furnishings, were also larger. The furniture and appliances she put in these two spaces were originally a bit crowded, but now there is some space left, which looks more comfortable. The furniture that came with the drifting island house has undergone some subtle changes, bigger, more cabinets, better looking. Especially the wooden barrel placed in the shower room, because it is a lottery product, and is placed automatically, and now it has grown along with the bathroom, from a small circle to a large oval. In addition to the wooden steps and pillows for sitting while taking a bath, there is also a mobile bathtub shelf with an operating screen on the side. This shelf is larger than the one she bought herself, and there is a special area for clamping the flat plate on it, which can hold more things, and the wooden barrel can be adjusted to various modes, such as hot spring mode, bubble bath mode, tidal mode. You can imagine how comfortable it will be to take a bath in the future. In addition, she found that the wooden walls and floors of the entire drifting island house had subtle color changes. The original wood-colored wall panels and floors seemed to be coated with a layer of transparent glaze, and they felt smoother and harder when touched. This change was not obvious, but the texture and strength of the entire house had undergone a qualitative leap in silence. Compared with the last time the raft was upgraded to level 3, Shu Fu was much calmer this time. She did not rush to open the function screen to check the upgraded function list, but carefully checked every corner of the drifting island house. The small split level in the living room has better light because the floor-to-ceiling windows are wider. The underwater bedroom is the same as before, basically no changes. The surprise appeared outside the house, on the drifting island. Under the eaves outside the front door, the wooden fence more than 1 meter high was originally a hollow wooden fence, and now there is glass in the middle of these wooden fences, glass and log colored with strips alternate, and the texture is immediately doubled. The fence under the eaves of the back door is the same. Glass appears between the wooden fences to better protect the left and right sides of the eaves. Before the protective cover was turned on, she had to be careful not to drop anything on the ground when she ate under the eaves, because the fence was a hollow wooden fence. If something rolled, it would just roll down the raft from the middle of the wooden fence. Now the appearance of glass fills the hollow part, making the entire eaves more secure. There is also a shiny new mosaic glass between the wooden handrails on both sides of the wooden stairs outside the eaves of the back door. She quickly thought of the roof terrace and walked up the stairs quickly. After only a few steps, she found the changes in the roof. I don't know if it has something to do with the fact that she fenced off the entire roof terrace. This time, a fully glass balcony appeared in the back half of the terrace. The glass first filled all the hollow parts of the fence, and then continued to extend upward along the top of the fence at the back end of the terrace, forming a glass wall behind the entire terrace, glass roof, and glass sliding door. This glass balcony is about 2 meters high. It's like a glass cover is added to the terrace by separating 2/3 of the space. The entrance door is at the entrance of the wooden staircase, which is a glass sliding door as wide as the staircase, and a double opening glass sliding door on the other side, and the front of the terrace is outside, because the entire balcony is made of glass. It will not affect the surrounding vision at all. However, Shu Fu suddenly thought, will the glass balcony have the protection function of the house because it becomes part of the drifting island house? This has no effect on her. But if this place also has the protection function of the house, the next time she meets Chen Fa and Lu Zheng, they will not be able to stay on this terrace. The only place they can stay. She looked around the waters. Yunqing has completely sunk into the water. The surroundings are like the ocean. There are no buildings, no people, only some remaining floating objects. She quickly closed the protective cover on the bracelet. The heavy rain that was originally blocked by the protective cover immediately fell on the glass roof of the terrace, making a crackling and noisy sound. The wooden stairs were wet, and the front half of the terrace was also wet. She stepped forward and opened the glass sliding door. The rain outside immediately poured in. She was caught off guard and got splashed in the face. She quickly closed the sliding door again. Although she was wet, Shu Fu was very happy. It seemed that although there was a glass balcony here, it still did not belong to the interior of the drifting island house. It had no disaster resistance, constant temperature, and exclusion protection. This means that her friends can still come up to visit. And compared to the past, There is a glass balcony to block the rain. Even if it rains outside, they can gather in this small space to drink afternoon tea and eat some barbecue. It is also very convenient for her. After all, she had to open the protective cover before to go to the terrace. But now she doesn't need to do that, because this place has become half indoor space. However, in a moment, Shufu has already figured out how to decorate this place. She wants to put out a standing water bar and a higher bar table and bar chairs, and turn this place into a coffee and beverage leisure area, which is equivalent to the second floor leisure water bar on a yacht. But now, she had to go downstairs first, check the new functions on the function screen, draw the prizes, and then come up to arrange. There were many things to do, but each one made her feel happy. Shufu reopened the protective shield, walked down the stairs, and returned to the first floor. Raft level, level 4. Drifting island house size, 60 square meters, 2-story starting house type. One-click dust removal, building mode, 1. One-click house change, unlock blueprint, 1. 2. Manual reconstruction. Level 4 protection, 1. Woodhouse area master mode. The interior of the master area is disaster resistant, constant temperature, exclusive safe living space. 2. Raft area strength, advanced. 3. Drift bottle protection cover, automatic/manual. 1. Daily use time, 6 hours. 2. Stored time, automatically stored at 0 o'clock for the remaining time of the day, 389:12:67. 3. Bracelet remote control. 4. Master protection cover, automatic/manual. 1. Daily use time, 10 minutes. 2. Stored time, automatically stored at 0 o'clock for the remaining time of the day, 54 minutes and 23 seconds. Raft functions, 1. Mooring. 2. Drifting. 3. Stealth, only in the state of drift bottle protection cover, daily limit, 2 hours, today's remaining, 2 hours, driving mode, 1. Directional drifting, flow rate adjustment range, 1080 km/h. 2. Direction selection, automatic bypass of obstacles east, south, west, north. 3. Water map. Daily usage limit, 23 hours, today's remaining, 6 hours and 47 minutes. Wastewater collection and filtration, 0/10,000 L. 1. Automatic discharge when full. 2. Manual discharge. Water source options, 1. Purified water, 100 L per day. The remaining water is automatically stored in the water tank after daily use, used today, 42 L. 2. Water tank storage, 5,000/10,000 L. Garbage crushing and purification, sink, activated, toilet, activated, electricity for the whole house. No electric card is equipped. The farthest distance for placing the raft, within 100 meters. In addition to the upgrades of the existing functions such as the size of the drifting island house, the protective cover of the drifting bottle, the sturdiness of the raft, the drifting speed, and the capacity of the water tank, what caught her attention most was the usage time of the raft. However, the number 23 made her breath stuck in her throat. She really thought that the raft would be used 24 hours a day this time. After all, it was only 4 hours away, and she should rush up in one go. But now? Is this a disease? What's the point of owning this hour? To be honest, she still has a weekly extension card. A total of 168 hours, which means that she can extend it for 168 days, which is about 5.5 months. This means that she can drift freely in the water for 5.5 months. What's the difference between that and using the raft all day? Shufu complained. But after a while, she roughly understood that the raft can be upgraded to level 5. Level 5 rafts can use the towing function. The remaining hour is probably to ensure that she can continue to complete tasks to upgrade the raft and will not completely lay flat in the water. After all, drifting for 5.5 months is just 5.5 months. She is not going to die in the future. So the raft still needs to be upgraded, and the tasks naturally need to be completed. But now she has a general direction and goal in mind. So even if she can use the raft all day after this upgrade, she will still do the subsequent tasks. But there is indeed a variable in this matter, and her decision and intention are this variable. The role of this hour should be here, to prevent her from completely rejecting the task and no longer upgrading the raft. If it is defined as working, she can lie down for 23 hours a day in the future, and only need to work for 1 hour. And she still has 5.5 months of voluntary vacation in her hand. After this analysis, she was not dissatisfied. So she began to pay attention to the 2 new features. One was the portable protective shield that she had drawn twice before. It turned out that this protective shield was called Master Protective Shield. Like the raft protective shield, it also had a fixed usage time every day. Like the raft protective shield, the unused time could be accumulated and stored. The remaining 54 minutes were the remaining time of her previous experience card. Although the 10-minute portable protective shield time was short. She had been staying on the raft recently, so the daily time would be stored when she left the raft to do a mission next time. The portable protective shield should have reached a very reassuring usage time. As for the raft bottle shield, because she had spent a lot of time working outside and had stayed on the mountain lake for nearly 2 months, there was no one around and it was reasonable. The shield would not open automatically unless it was in extreme weather, so the raft shield time had accumulated to 389 hours. The second new function was in the raft function. In addition to mooring and drifting, there was a stealth function. Stealth? Is that what she understood? It happened that the shield of the drifting island house was open. She immediately clicked the screen to test the new function. After clicking on stealth, the screen is divided into 3 parts. The left side shows the flat water map where the raft is located. The right side shows the side water map where the raft is located. And the middle part is the control screen for adjusting the raft to sneak or ascend, as well as the southeast, northwest, and northeast directions. She is familiar with the flat water map, but the side water map is the first time she has seen it. Visually, it is like cutting the entire water area in half from top to bottom, and then presenting a depth profile. The top quarter of the picture is light blue, which should represent the surface of the water, and the bottom 3 quarters are light green, which represent the surface of the water. The remaining hills on the water, underwater buildings, submerged mountains, or the remains of some construction vehicles, ships, and plants at the bottom are all marked with dark green of different shapes. The raft is also marked with a red dot, which is now flashing on the boundary between light green and light blue, indicating that it is floating on the water. The maps on both sides can be dragged and enlarged, and the side water map can not only be enlarged, but also rotated left and right. After zooming in and adjusting, the shapes of the submerged city buildings will gradually become clear, even though the overall image is still dark green. The appearance of the old city can be identified based on the outlines of the buildings. Just like the underwater city of Atlantis, those solid buildings may have to be submerged in water for many years before they are slowly damaged. Shu Fu checked the side water map and felt that his vision suddenly became wider. Isn't this a disguised underwater radar 3D imaging map? Compared with the underwater 3D imaging in reality, there is basically no difference in display speed. It is all instant imaging, which is many times clearer and more intuitive. Shu Fu began to control the raft to dive underwater. The raft moved, like an elevator, and she looked out through the glass of the front door, and saw the deck slowly and evenly sinking into the water, as if it was swallowed by the gradually rising water level. Because of the existence of the protective cover, there was a cocoon-like isolation layer around the entire raft. As the raft dived, the side water map began to stretch automatically, until the red color representing the raft was enlarged to the point where the raft could be seen. The 2-story cabin with half a balcony, the front and rear decks, and the underwater bedroom that looked like a metal box from the outside were all clearly recognizable. At the same time, the number -1 appeared in the upper right corner of the water map on the side, which should represent the diving depth. Soon, the water level submerged the upper balcony, and the entire raft sank to the bottom of the water. This reminded Shu Fu of the day of the tsunami, when the raft and the drifting island house were engulfed by the waves. However, she was in a completely passive mode that time. But this time, the control was in her own hands. She wanted to try how deep the raft could dive. So she continued to go down, 10 meters underwater. Non-professional ordinary people, without equipment, can also dive to such a depth, which is not too dangerous. 25 to 40 meters underwater, the depth that professional divers can usually dive to without equipment, which is a little dangerous. The raft continued to descend with the drifting island house, until the number on the side water map became -100. The diving raft finally stopped, which means that her entire raft has now reached the limit of diving depth. But at this depth, she can still operate the raft to move forward underwater, and adjust the direction of east, south, west and north. 100 meters underwater, the height of more than 30 floors, professional divers have created a diving depth of 130 meters underwater without equipment, which is already a very scary depth. At such a depth, The human body's skin has to withstand 22 kilograms of pressure per square centimeter. Teeth will feel pain, eardrums may rupture due to the huge water pressure, chest will be crushed, air embolism will occur in the lungs, and there is even a risk of oxygen or carbon monoxide poisoning. Xu Fu stopped the raft in place, maintaining it at a depth of 100 meters, then opened the front door, carefully held the door frame, took a step out, and stood under the eaves. Chapter 92 Boundary Line. The raft at this moment is like a small submarine with an invisible barrier. Beyond the deck is deep water. Even when there is sunshine, the light cannot reach such a deep water, not to mention that it is cloudy above the water, and it is raining heavily. The light is even worse, the surrounding water is pitch black, like a pitch black night. According to the map, this is the original site of Yunqing. Under her feet is actually the entire urban area of Yunqing. Those tall buildings are still deeper underwater. The place where she is now may have been the location of a skyscraper in the past, is in the very high air. But now, except for her raft and the yellow light in the house on the drifting island, there was nothing around, and she seemed to have fallen into a bottomless, empty, dark space. If she stood on the front deck at this moment, as long as she stretched out her hand, she could pass through the invisible protective shield, touch the water in the water area, and feel the strong water pressure. Her hand was still on the door frame, and she even had one foot inside the door. But she was frightened by her imagination. After all, this was not a real submarine. The protective layer only protected her from the outside, and would not restrict her movements. If she was not careful, she would really fall out and fall into this bottomless abyss of terror. After checking for a while, she quickly went into the house and closed the door. She did not let the raft rise immediately, but went to the underwater bedroom first, stood under the spiral staircase, and looked down curiously. She wanted to try to see if she could see the shadow of the underwater city from this angle. But she only looked a few times and retreated upstairs, looking down from the perspective of the underwater bedroom. The dark and bottomless waters were even more terrifying. She finally sat down by the French window, waiting while looking at the water outside from time to time. There are few fish in this area of water, probably because it was a land city in the past. Unlike in Qinghe, where fish can be seen from time to time. When there were 15 minutes left in the stealth, the raft suspended in the water began to float up automatically, still rising at the same slow and uniform speed as before, and finally returned to the surface of the water, returning to its original state. It seems that before the stealth time runs out, the raft will automatically rise back to the surface of the water. Xu Fu removed the raft's protective cover and tried to click stealth again in this situation. This time, the screen did not respond at all, and even the option to ask whether to open the shield appeared. It seems that this stealth function key will only respond when the raft opens the shield. Seeing this, she felt relieved. At least, she didn't have to worry about the raft suddenly diving for no reason due to her own operation errors. Because of the test of the stealth function, it was already dinner time. But Xu Fu didn't feel hungry at all. She was now full of the 3 words 10 consecutive draws. She went to the bathroom first and took a high-end hot spring mode bath in the upgraded large bathtub. After the bathtub is turned on in hot spring mode, the water temperature will always remain at a certain temperature and will not cool down. The color and smell of the water also present the same texture as hot springs. After taking a bath, not only did her fatigue disappear, but she felt that her skin was smoother and more delicate. Xu Fu applied a fragrant skin care lotion with a glitter effect, blew her hair dry, sprayed perfume, and then lit a scented candle in the living room, played a soothing and healing piano music list, and then started to draw 10 times in a row. First turn, red third prize, vegetable gift pack x10. What a good thing! More than half of the planet has been turned into ocean, land area has been greatly reduced, and the output of fresh materials has plummeted. Even if she can use the automatic water fishing rod to find all kinds of materials in the flooded city, fresh vegetables are not on the material list. Even if she goes back to the land or the city for the next mission, this kind of fresh vegetables will not be as easy to buy as before. So, she will never have too much of this kind of fresh food. If she can't finish it herself, she can also share it with Chen Fa and Lu Zheng. This is a good start. Xu Fu now has enough space to put a lot of things, and immediately received the reward. 10 large cardboard boxes appeared neatly in the living room, and each box contained about 20 kinds of commonly eaten vegetables. Green vegetables, cabbage, green peppers, potatoes, tomatoes, zucchini, lettuce, water spinach, Artemisia selengensis, cucumbers, loofah, cabbage, lettuce, leeks, onions, carrots, broccoli, okra. The amount of each vegetable is about 1 kilogram to 3 kilograms depending on the variety, all of which are clean vegetables without mud or rotten leaves, and packed in transparent boxes of different sizes according to different shapes. It is similar to the semi-finished products after she washes and selects the vegetables. She can just cut them and rinse them with water and fry them directly. In addition, there is a whole box of onions, ginger and garlic. There are 10 boxes and 10 boxes, which can be used for a long time. Second turn, green third prize, wrapped extended use card, 24 hours. An ordinary prize, curve effect, I hope the curve will rise in the next draw. Third turn, green second prize, 1-year electricity card. Shu Fu didn't expect that the electricity card can last for 1 year. 1 year, 365 days, 8760 hours. Even if she uses electricity for 4 hours every day in the future, this card can be used for 2,190 days. What's more, most of the electrical appliances in the drifting island house are rechargeable, and the time she really needs to use the electricity card is basically less than 4 hours a day. And she had always been very stingy with electricity before. So there were still 2 unused monthly cards in the space. Now, she no longer has to worry about running out of electricity. The generator in the bathroom can be put away, and all the fuel can be saved for the car. The fourth turn. The third prize of red, milk tea gift pack X10. This gift pack came at the right time. When she lived on the lake before, she often went to Chinfa Raft House to spend an afternoon. She and Lu Su both like sweets. So after that period of consumption, she only had a small amount of milk tea left. Now, a big gift package has 50 cups of milk tea, 10 gift packages means 500 cups of milk tea, and she immediately feels rich again. Fifth turn, red third prize, 10 braised food gift packages. Another food package that makes her eyes light up. Among all her foods, the fastest consumed food besides milk tea is braised food. When she lies down alone and watches TV series, reads books and listens to music, her mouth will feel super bored, and a box of delicious braised food is the best companion. She couldn't wait to receive them. A large braised food gift package contained duck wings, duck feet, duck heads, duck tongues, duck collarbones, duck necks, duck hearts, duck intestines, and duck gizzards. 2 boxes each of 5 spice flavors, 2 boxes each of slightly spicy flavors. In addition, there were dried fish, braised chicken feet, braised duck, braised mixed vegetables, braised beef, and 2 boxes each of braised pork head. She counted them. There were a full 40 boxes in one box, and it felt more delicious than the previous fried food gift package. She happily kept a box of mixed vegetables, a box of slightly spicy duck feet, a box of braised beef, to prepare for dinner later, and the rest of the space was all for income. Sixth turn, Blue's second prize, Drifting Island House Blueprint. After receiving it, the blue card fell into her palm. She turned the card over. It said congratulations on winning the second prize, Drifting Island House Blueprint, B grade, Jungle Fresh Triangle House, comma, note, must be used on a level 4 raft. Shu Fu's eyes lit up slightly from the level. It can be seen that this blueprint is 1 level higher than the previous thatched house, and the name looks pretty reliable. She plans to try this new blueprint after drawing all the prizes. 7th turn, Blue third prize, Compressed Display Cabinet Grid X5. The display cabinet actually has grids that can be pulled out individually. Shu Fu was a little surprised. After receiving it, she looked back at the display cabinet on the left side of the front door. She saw that the original 10-grid display cabinet had been expanded to 15 grids. The overall size of the display cabinet has not changed. It is still 5 layers from top to bottom. It is just that the left and right grids have changed from 2 to 3. So the grids look smaller than before. But it does not affect the things displayed inside. The SUV is still in its original position. It looks like a mini toy car. She understood. This was equivalent to giving her 5 more display cabinet grid spaces. The 8th turn, red third prize, Hot Pot Gift Pack X10. Shu Fu happily received the reward, and put 10 large cartons filled with various hot pot side dishes and seasonings into the space. The 9th turn, gold first prize, raft towing position X1, note, must be used on a level 5 raft. Her luck exploded again, and a gold first prize was given. Shu Fu looked at the beautifully embossed golden card in her hand, and felt a little relieved. Now she had 2 raft towing positions. No matter what the specific function of this card was, in short, Chen Fa and Lu Zheng now had raft positions. However, In the past, the last draw was the last draw. But this time, the 9th turn was the last draw. Can we still look forward to the 10th turn? The 10th turn. The blue first prize, upgraded suit in. Shu Fu, amazing. It's the blue first prize. Although the gold reward has been the first prize. It's the first time she has seen the blue first prize. But this reward? Why can't she understand it? Shu Fu clicked to receive. And a blue card with exquisite relief fell into her hand, which was extremely gorgeous. It said, upgraded suit in. There was no more detailed description. Nor was there a user guide. She hesitated, but still tried to swipe the card on the function screen. However, a subtitle popped up on the screen, no medium for use detected. The subtitle stayed for a moment, and then disappeared. The blue first prize card was still in her hand, and it was obviously not usable for the time being. No medium for use? Shu Fu frowned. What kind of medium? She raised the card and looked at it for a moment. And a guess suddenly flashed through her mind. But, was it possible? If the guess was correct, it would be amazing. Anyway, even if her guess was right, she had to wait until the raft was upgraded to level 5 before she could verify it. So for her, now this card is as good as not being drawn. Now there are 3 cards that cannot be used for the time being. She searched in the space and found a beautiful glass storage box, put 2 gold and 1 blue cards in it, and then put it on the shelf in the space. After 10 consecutive draws, there are red, blue, green and gold cards. The harvest is quite good, especially the second blueprint. She can't wait to try it. Shu Fu swiped the card on the function screen, the card disappeared, the blueprint equipment, and the 3D three-dimensional new drifting island house appeared on the screen. The style of the house, this time, is quite nice. It is a log-colored isosceles triangle house, with a raft as the base. The entire exterior and interior have changed. There are floor-to-ceiling glass on both sides, and the doors are still on the front and back sides, which are glass sliding doors. The left and right walls are still made of pure logs, with inclined triangular diagonal lines. The floor-to-ceiling windows are gone, and there are only 2 small windows on the top, because it is a compressed space. The interior is not small, and it is very similar to the loft house she bought before. The first floor is a living room and an open kitchen. The bathroom is at the back. The stairs are on the side, and there is a half floor above, which is not like the small split level of the original house that only occupies a right angle, but directly occupies half of the area, with a simple bed, sofa and bedside table. The style of this house is clean and tidy. Shu Fu was quite tempted. After thinking about it, she finally decided to give it a try. When she clicked to confirm the change of house type, a subtitle popped up on the screen to change to a new house type. The drift bottle protection cover needs to be opened. Do you want to open it? Shu Fu clicked yes. After the raft protection cover was opened, the light and shadow around her changed. This time it lasted for about a few seconds. When she looked around again, she found that the whole house became familiar and strange. The strangeness was because the room type was changed. The walls on the left and right sides became tilted triangles. The floor-to-ceiling windows there disappeared. The upper space became narrow. 2 small windows were opened at a high place, which looked more like skylights. The wall in front of her was a large triangular floor-to-ceiling glass, and her vision suddenly became open, especially the waters in front of the deck. At this moment, she stood at the front door and could see a large area of water in front of her. It was familiar because the furniture and home appliances she placed in the house had not changed. Bookshelves, cabinets, sofas, coffee tables. All the furniture was still the same as she took out. Even the small decorations on it were still there, but the placement had changed accordingly. The original items that came with the drifting island house, such as the kitchen sink and sink, the display cabinet that was drawn later, the sliding door of the underwater glass bedroom, the large bathtub and sink in the bathroom, etc., all appeared in the right place after slight changes in shape according to the new internal structure. For example, the display cabinet was originally next to the front door, but there was a wall next to the front door at that time, and the cabinet would not block the view there. But now the front wall has become glass, and the display cabinet has automatically changed its place and appeared on the left triangular wall. The original cushions were on the right side of the wall, because there was a large floor-to-ceiling glass window, which was a viewing position. Now the right side has become a wooden triangular wall, so the bookshelf, the standing water bar, and cushions have all been moved to the side of the front glass wall, where the view is better, and you can observe the movement of the water in front while lying down. As for the bathroom, because it is next to the back corner of the house, now the whole wall inside has become floor-to-ceiling glass. When you soak in the big bathtub in the future, the view will be better. This is really just a change of room type, and the furniture and furnishings inside are still what she is used to. Xu Fu is very satisfied with this. She originally thought that every time she changed the room type, she had to move the furniture manually, or the furniture would automatically fit into her space, and she would need to rearrange it. But now, she doesn't even need to organize or familiarize herself with it. It feels like someone helped her move to a new home in an instant. All the furniture was restored to its original state as soon as it was entered. The only drawback is that the front and back eaves of the triangular house are too narrow, which is equivalent to having no eaves. So the shoe cabinets and camping tables and chairs she placed under the eaves are now placed in the open air, and will get wet by rain without the protective cover. And because the triangular house did not have a flat roof, the entire terrace was gone. The guardrail automatically appeared on the raft deck, surrounding the perimeter. The external staircase was still there, but you could only see the roof when you climbed up, which was useless. Xu Fu put away the shoe cabinets and camping tables and chairs outside the front and back doors, and tried to close the protective cover. It worked. The heavy rain hit the triangular house directly, and the glass walls at the front and back were immediately covered with water marks. It looked different. If you ignore the deck and the water area, it really looks like you are in the jungle. Xu Fu maintained this room type for a whole week. During this week, she stayed in the waters of Yunqing, using the automatic water fishing rod 3 times a day. Not only because this place used to be a city and there were too many leftover supplies, but also because she wanted to do some experiments. Chapter 93 Boundary Line. Experiment. After opening the raft shield, let the raft dive 100 meters underwater, and then try to use the automatic water fishing rod. The result was successful. The metal basket was successfully thrown, passing through the shield easily, and heading towards the underwater city buildings. Xu Fu lay on the cushion next to the triangular glass wall. From this position, she could clearly see the situation of the automatic water fishing rod. She read a book under the lamp. About 20 minutes later, there was movement in the water outside. She thought the fishing rod had caught something. But when she looked up, she saw a school of fish passing by. They looked like sea fish, and they looked normal. They didn't stay around the raft for long, and swam past quickly. 10 minutes later, the roller of the fishing rod began to turn. After a while, the metal basket at the end of the thin cable passed through the protective cover again, returned to the raft, and automatically entered the metal box. The one-button disinfection button lit up. Xu Fu immediately stood up, opened the glass door, carefully approached the automatic water fishing rod, and pressed the disinfection button. 10 seconds later, the metal box opened. The metal basket slid out, and there was a small safe inside. Good news, the automatic water fishing rod can be used normally when in stealth mode underwater, which means that she can combine the side water map in the future, zoom in to view the underwater building, and roughly guess what the building was originally, and then use the automatic water fishing rod selectively. Bad news, this time she got a safe that can't be opened. The safe is waterproof, fireproof and pry-proof. No matter what is inside, the things must not have been soaked in water. It's a pity that she can't open it. After thinking about it, she decided to temporarily put it into the space, and then cast the fishing rod again, and called out the map panel at the same time. On the map panel, the same stealth operation diagram as on the function screen appeared. This was something she discovered today, after the raft was upgraded to level 4. Some functions that were not very convenient before became convenient. The map panel originally only had a water map, which could only set the destination and display the channel information, and could not manually adjust the direction of the raft in real time. But now the map panel has 3 functions: anchoring, drifting, and stealth. When she wants to start the raft in any way, she can directly call out the map panel and operate it remotely. Moreover, she noticed that the farthest distance of the raft was within 100 meters. She guessed that even if she stood on the shore, or on other rafts, she could use the map panel to control the direction of the raft within a radius of 100 meters. In her opinion, this was quite like a remote-controlled boat. Xu Fu controlled the raft to sneak on the map tablet while constantly checking the water map on the side, and finally stopped in the water area with many dark green icons. This used to be the commercial district of Yunqing. The tallest building in Yunqing was here. The place where she sneaked and moored was near that building. In the past, her current position was like floating hundreds of meters in the air and looking at the high-rise buildings opposite. Shu Fu looked through the raft's protective cover, looking at the silent buildings in the water, and had a very strange feeling, suppressed and emotional, sad and amazed. In addition to commercial office buildings, large shopping malls, food courts, supermarkets and stores are also in this area. She wanted to try what she could get here. However, 30 minutes later, she was a little shocked by the 2 baskets of tools she had harvested: electric screwdrivers, cutters, powerful electric drills, goggles, electric saws, electric planers. What does this mean? Is there a tool store underneath? Or did they know that she couldn't open the safe, so they sent her tools? Shu Fu sighed and let the raft float again. After returning to the surface, she looked at the pile of tools again. After the one-click disinfection, each tool was clean without water stains or rust. She had equipped the electric card, so these tools could be used directly even without being plugged in. She thought about it and thought, why not give it a try? She took out the safe again, placed it on the deck, and chose the ladder between the cutter and the electric drill. The cutter was too powerful, and she couldn't control her strength well, so she cut herself. It was safer to use the electric drill. Shu Fu put on her goggles, found a pair of thick work gloves from the space, then pressed the switch and idled the electric drill for a while, finding that the sound was too loud. So she turned off the electric drill and found a pair of earplugs to put on. She turned on the electric drill again, aimed at the 2 mounting holes on the back of the safe on the deck and drilled down. A burst of sparks flew. The efficiency of the electric drill was far beyond her imagination. Several holes were drilled in the safe quickly, forming a large hole. She put the safe upright, inserted a screwdriver into the hole, and moved the electromagnet inside, and the door of the safe opened immediately. It was indeed fine inside, without any water seeping in. There was a box of gold bars, and a file bag inside. The gold bars were large and heavy, estimated to be about 2 kilograms, which is 1,000 grams. In peacetime, such a gold bar could be sold for more than 600,000 yuan. There were 4 bars in the box, and several property certificates in the file bag, all of which seemed to be large flats in excellent locations, and a commercial store. In the past, the value of this file bag was far greater than gold, and any house was the goal that people would strive for all their lives. But now, the entire Yunqing has sunk to the bottom of the water. No matter how valuable the buildings, apartments and shops are, they have become meaningless underwater ruins. Shu Fu sighed, put the gold into the space, put the property certificates back into the file bag, and pushed them back into the water together with the safe. Although the triangular house lacks the eaves and terrace where you can sit and watch the rain, people always like new things. The new house type itself is very attracted to Shu Fu. In addition, the upper bedroom of the triangular house is located at the front of the house, which is completely dependent on the large triangular glass wall. The view of the bedroom is better than the original small split level, so she likes it very much. In the past 3 days, the waters of Yunqing have been hit by heavy rains, with occasional thunder and lightning, and huge waves on the water surface, and bad weather one after another. Fortunately, the raft shield will automatically open when encountering extreme natural disasters, so she doesn't have to pay attention to the weather all the time. But after a few days, she found that the shield was rarely triggered by bad weather. In the past few days, there have not only been thunderstorms and hurricanes, but also hail as big as eggs. The 2 walls of the triangular house are made of pure glass. She thought the shield would be triggered when hail fell, but it didn't. She remembered that after the drifting island house was upgraded to level 4, the raft's strength had been upgraded to advanced, and the walls and floors of the house seemed to have undergone a qualitative leap. That is to say, it was not that the weather was not bad enough, but that the drifting island house's own defense capabilities had been enhanced. No wonder this jungle fresh triangle house needed to be used on a level 4 raft. After level 4, the strength of the entire raft area including the drifting island house was upgraded to advanced, and even natural disasters that used to require the use of protective shields to resist could now be faced directly. In fact, this also saves her time to use the protective shield. Although she has accumulated a lot of protective shields now, they will be used up quickly, because she does not intend to stay only in the waters of Yunqing. In the few months she went to the Baby Plateau, she found that the original water map had expanded a lot, because the water level was rising. She compared the electronic map and found that not only Liyun City, but also the entire Muzhou province had been flooded, and the Shiren province located between Liyun City and Yunqing was also flooded. The whole area became an ocean. These places were originally the areas where she could move freely. So when the water level rose, the waters where the raft could drift also expanded. The northern limit was the Yunqing area. The eastern limit was the edge of the province where Suicheng was located. And because there was no mission in the south, the activity range was still the original Suilu waterway. The western expansion was the farthest, because the entire Muzhou province was gone. From the map, the boundary line of the water map was very close to Xiangzhou province to the west of Muzhou province. Zooming in, it was only a line away from Guangqing County in the southeast corner of Xiangzhou province. Counting the four directions of east, south, west and north, the area where she can move freely is almost equal to 1/5 of the land of Huaguo. And this does not include the Qinghe River Basin in the northern plateau. She plans to take advantage of the upcoming level 5 raft mission to drift through the entire waters. Anyway, all the time delay cards she has now can allow her to drift on the water for 6.5 months without interruption, which is enough for anywhere. She does not need to rack her brains to find land to land. It may also be because there is almost no land in these waters. So she has been able to draw time delay cards in these 2 draws. Sure enough, the bracelet produced no lottery draw was invalid. On September 14, the day before she was about to leave Yunqing, she received news from Chen Fa. After 25 days, and twists and turns along the way, she and Lu Zheng finally arrived safely in Pingqing, Xiangzhou province with all the people. Xiangzhou province is very large, almost twice the size of Muzhou province, and Pingqing is to the west of Xiangzhou province, very close to Shizhou province. Their next plan is to join the ranks of relocation, and continue to move to Shizhou province. As long as you go to a city with an altitude of more than 3,000 meters, you will be completely safe. The situation in Xiangzhou province is different from that in the northern plateau. There are no particularly large rivers in the province, and there will be no flood disasters caused by river overflow. So the entire province is still safe. However, hailstorms have been falling recently, which have damaged a large number of plantations and breeding plants, and lost a large number of supplies, making the already soaring prices even worse. The same is true for Pingqing. The lowest altitude is more than 1,500 meters, and most of the surrounding mountains are above 2,000 meters. It is not only close to Shizhou province, but also an area with a higher altitude in the entire Xiangzhou province. Refugees and people who want to move west are pouring in, making it overcrowded and chaotic. Now nearly 1/3 of Huaguo's land has been lost. Safe cities can no longer set up warning fences like Liyun City did before, and receive refugees safely and effectively in different areas. There are too many refugees, and the troops have to deal with disasters, rescue people everywhere, support the southwest border, and stop large numbers of foreign refugees from entering the country illegally, violently or non-violently. They don't have enough energy to do too detailed management, and forcibly dividing areas and restricting traffic will make the already confused people even more confused. When everyone starts to loot and smash, it will only make Shizhou province replicate the chaos of the northern plateau. Therefore, there are no entry or traffic restrictions in Pingqing now. But if you want to continue traveling westward to Shizhou province, you must first apply for a schedule, and then wait for notification. During this period, if the applicant smashes, fights, robs, kills, or sets fires in Pingqing, once it is recorded, the order of migration to the west will be determined according to the severity of the illegal behavior. It does not mean that you can never migrate westward once it is recorded. After all, it is too chaotic now. Even if you don't want to cause trouble, things will come to you. However, the more crimes you commit, and the more serious the behavior, the date you are scheduled to go to Shizhou province will definitely be delayed. In the end, when everyone else has left, the remaining people continue to make trouble and be dishonest. There will be a lot of empty places in the city to detain them, and let them stay here for the rest of their lives. So Pingqing is very chaotic. But this chaos is not as thorough as the northern plateau. Newcomers may need some time to adapt. The main difficulties are finding a place to live and queuing up to buy supplies. In addition, drinkable clean water, electricity, water supplies are all in short supply in the city, especially drinking clean water. Normal people can only buy a little drinking clean water every day, and most people rely on drinking water effervescent disinfectant tablets to solve the drinking water problem. These difficulties are nothing to Chen Fa and his team. The team is now full of elites, and they have come all the way from the line of life and death, and they are all partners who have fought side by side. They trust each other, have strong cohesion, and are also strong in force. In terms of supplies, because there is a backpack compartment, I have stored a lot of them. The supplies are hidden, and they will not be noticed by others, so I can keep a low profile and wait. As for water, there is no need to worry. There is a lot of rain outside, and I can just use a filter to filter it. The water purifier has no limit on the number of times it can be used, and the speed of filtering water is also relatively fast. Whether it is drinking water or domestic water, I can have as much as I want. Fa, there is internet here, although the speed is slow, and it often disconnects, but at least I can use my mobile phone. Zhang Tian was not at peace in Shacheng. It might be because her life was too comfortable. She had not suffered much from disasters. So her father raised a young girl. Her mother wanted to divorce. But the properties and cars under her name were all in Suicheng. The money she had was useless because of inflation. Her father hid a lot of gold. Now, in addition to supplies, the most useful thing was gold. Shashan was also in Xiangzhou province. But she was in Zicheng, which was quite far from us. It was originally one of the city's plan to move westward. However, a thunderstorm and hail caused a landslide on the most critical section of the road. The tunnel collapsed, and the road was blocked. So she now plans to go to Wei County with her family. It is the nearest westward migration arrangement point to Zicheng. However, she has to queue up again after going there. I have tested the two of them. Zhang Tian definitely has not awakened the golden finger. Wu Shashan became suspicious after I asked her 2 questions. She asked me if I was reborn, and if I was still Chen Fa. She also asked a series of private matters during college to verify. As for us, except that we cannot collect and take out supplies at will, and we cannot take out the raft and live in a comfortable little home. Everything else is fine. We only go out when we need to hide our tracks and buy supplies. There are 2 Vajra statues in the team, Braidhead and Big Kite. Others are afraid that we will rob them. For the time being, no one dares to rob us. Xiaofu, the days when the rain stops and the sun comes out seem to be getting fewer and fewer. In the past, no matter how heavy the rain was or how bad the weather was, there would always be 2 or 3 days in a week or two when the rain would lighten, or stop for a while, and sometimes the sun would come out. But recently, since we had a barbecue in the southern suburbs of Yucheng, it has been almost a month, and the rain has not stopped for a single day. I don't know if it is a coincidence because we have been moving all the time. I always feel that your previous premonition is likely to come true. This message is very long. Chen Fa sent it several times, as if he wrote her a letter. Shu Fu read it very carefully. Every word, every message from a friend, is very precious to her now. When she saw Chen Fa mention Zicheng, she thought of Lu Shuang again. Zicheng is also Lu Shuang's hometown. At the beginning of the year, she was thinking of taking her with her. When she thought of Lu Shuang, she couldn't help thinking of Chengyu. From the news from Chen Fa, she could roughly guess what mission Chengyu is going to perform at the border. It's a pity that from the Qinghe River basin to the current waters, she has been disconnected from the internet, and she doesn't know whether the other party has seen the message she sent. Of course, it is also possible that the other party will never see the message she sent. The next day, Shufu got up very early, opened the function screen first, and changed the house type of the drifting island house back to the original house type. The triangular house is very beautiful, and she is not tired of living there. But the big triangular roof is too high, and the overall house type is a bit high profile and eye-catching. The original cabin is still better, square and simple. The first floor and the glass balcony are not even half the height of the triangular house, and it looks like an abandoned raft without anyone in the air. In addition, the starting house has front and rear use, a terrace and a glass balcony, more outdoor activity areas, low-key and practical, and most suitable for use when going out for surfing. The raft protective cover was opened, and the surrounding light and shadow changed for a moment. The drifting island house has returned to its original state. Shu Fu walked out of the house, took out the camping tables and chairs and the shoe cabinet, and then closed the protective cover. Suicheng was set as the destination on the map panel. The black route appeared, and the navigation data appeared, 865/10:47:45. This data, compared to when she first arrived at Yunqing from the cave restaurant via Luyun City, reduced the distance by nearly half, and the time required was even less. First, because the maximum speed of the raft was faster than before, and second, because the water map changed after the water level rose. And now there is no need to take a detour from Yunqing to Suicheng. Those hills and hills that once emerged from the water and survived have disappeared completely. So this time, the raft went directly from the north to the southeast. And it was a straight line. Shu Fu was not in a hurry, and felt that the speed of 80 was a bit faster, and finally adjusted the drifting speed to 40. And the data was refreshed immediately. 865/21:36:09. It was not bad. And she spent a day to go back to Suicheng to take a look. Chapter 94 Boundary Line. Thunder roared, dazzling arcs exploded from the sky above the water, like a dense electric grid. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but the sky outside was already as dark as ink. Seeing the weather change, Shu Fu slowly got up from the lazy sofa, stretched his hands and feet first, then took the empty coffee cup on the table, half of the kumquats left, and plain potato chips back to the house. Now the house has been upgraded, the floor-to-ceiling windows have become larger, and the doors on both sides are inlaid with glass, even if you stay in the house and close the door. The view is still very good. This is the 4th day of her drifting in the waters. This is to the east of the old site of Suicheng, the easternmost of all the water areas she can reach. The morning before yesterday, she had already arrived at the old site of Suicheng, which has completely become an ocean. The water city where she once wandered. The building that sheltered her through every rainy night and gave her a sense of security, has long been submerged in the water. Even the tallest building in Suicheng, the 66-story building, is only 200 meters high at most. Given the current water depth in this area, even if her raft dives 100 meters underwater, she still can't see the afterimage of the building. The sea level rose too fast. In less than a year, Huagua lost 1/3 of its land. With such a water level, the European and oceanic continents on this planet are almost gone. The glaciers on the extreme south continent should have melted. The climate of the entire planet is disordered. Severe natural disasters are superimposed and affect each other. The weather will only get worse in the future, especially in deep waters without high mountain barriers. She did not stay in the old site of Suicheng for too long. She could not see any land or things on the vast water surface. And naturally she could not see any humans. So she adjusted her direction and continued to drift eastward until she came to the boundary line of the water map. She anchored the raft here. For her now, this was the end of the world. Although there were more vast waters and land outside, she could not go forward. Thunderstorms, hurricanes and waterspouts were the norm in this area. Each extreme weather lasted for several hours, and in the intervals between extreme weather, there were usually endless heavy rains. During the heavy rains, staying in the small drifting island house, she usually couldn't tell whether she was in the water or on the water. The heavy rains that poured down were like a never-ending waterfall. The raft deck without a protective cover appeared and disappeared in the rain, and each deck was washed clean. Yesterday, the hurricane raged over the water for several hours before turning into a waterspout. Water columns that defied the sky appeared one after another on the surrounding water surface, connecting the water surface with the thick dark clouds in the sky. The water columns roared and rotated, like a high-speed rotating machine. Anything that was caught in it would be crushed to pieces. The protective cover of the drifting bottle that was motionless in front of the thunderstorm suddenly opened automatically. Shu Fu was leaning on the sofa watching a drama at the time. When she noticed the protective cover opening, she jumped up immediately. She went out from the back door and climbed up the roof terrace from the wooden ladder. The view here was better and clearer. She saw the most extreme disaster she had ever seen. On the water surface on all sides of the raft, there appeared more than a dozen waterspouts of different sizes, some close and some far away, covering every place within sight, like a dozen high-speed rotating propellers, roaring together. The water vapor from the rotating water column made the entire water surface misty, as if evaporating and boiling. Fish were constantly swept into the air and thrown out, and the protective cover of the raft also fell several times with fish rain. This time, the fish rain was different from the one in Luyan City, because this was a deep water area, which had long been a sea area. There were not only shallow water fish in the water, but also seawater fish. Most deep-sea fish were large in size, and were swept up to the surface with the vortex of the water, then swept into the air, and finally thrown far away. Shu Fu saw several tuna and sea bream more than half a meter long falling towards the protective cover and being bounced off. She almost wanted to close the protective cover and catch the fish directly on the raft deck. On the first day she arrived in this area, she caught a tuna with an automatic water fishing rod. Because the fish was too big, there was only this one fish in the entire metal basket, and after one-click disinfection, it became clean. She then had the idea of making tuna sashimi herself. Tuna will not die immediately after being taken out of the water. It will die after not swimming for a while. So she put the fish into the space and took it out again. When she took it out, the tuna was no longer moving. The fish was quite big. She used the newly harvested electric saw, put on gloves, and directly removed the head, tail, gutted and viscera on the deck, leaving only the fish body. Then she brought the fish body into the kitchen, washed it, sucked it dry, found the sashimi knife, carefully removed the bones, skin, fat layer and scraps on the cutting board, and finally cut out the deep red pure fish meat pieces, and put them in a rectangular craft paper packaging box, and just took a piece when she wanted to eat it. Such fish pieces can be eaten directly as sashimi after being cut into small pieces. Or they can be fried in butter and eaten cooked. Tuna is called the Ferrari of the sea in peacetime. It is very expensive, and few people can eat tuna fresh out of the water. That night, she took a piece of fish meat and cut it into small pieces, dipped it in mustard soy sauce, and it tasted fresh and tender, probably because she processed it herself. She always felt that it was particularly delicious. So when she saw tuna rain the next day, her mind was full of the word delicious. Of course, she was just thinking about it. The protective shield was automatically open because of the extreme disaster. She couldn't close it even if she wanted to. Yesterday's waterspout lasted for about 2 hours. When all the terrifying high-speed vortices disappeared, the sky and the earth were flooded with heavy rain again. And there were countless fish corpses on the churning water. Under the extreme natural disaster, all creatures on this planet are the same. At this moment, the thunderstorm outside the house was continuing. She also saw the scene of dozens of blue or purple lightning bursting the sky at the same time for the first time. Shufu put the leftover snacks on the coffee table, opened the protective cover, and climbed up the wooden ladder outside the back door to the glass balcony. She took out her phone and started filming. She also filmed yesterday's waterspout, taking photos and videos from multiple angles and recording clearly. The same is true for today's thunderstorm. She took all the photos and videos together, and she can show them to her friends when she meets them next time. These places are dangerous areas that their rafts and human ships cannot reach at present. Just like the Bermuda Triangle in the past, planes and ships passing through this sea area often encounter accidents. In fact, they are not mysterious events, but are caused by abnormal magnetic fields and bad weather. Frequent submarine volcanic earthquakes, water walls and sea spouts caused by hurricanes at sea are all reasons why human ships cannot easily set foot in. Therefore, the extreme weather phenomena that Shufu saw in this area of water these days are difficult for normal people to see in their lifetime. Apart from the hazards of these extreme weather, such extreme climates are usually accompanied by extreme beauty, which is stunning and shocking. She took these photos now, not only to show them to her friends, but also because of Lon Land's existence, which allowed it to upload these photos and videos to the internet without leaving any traces, and to mark the time and place of shooting. These extreme weather conditions are rare research materials for scientists. After Shufu took the photos and videos, she sat down directly on the lazy sofa in the glass balcony. She had simply decorated this place. On the right side, at the right angle of the fence connected to the back side, there was an L-shaped long bar, on which was placed a freshly ground coffee machine and a small desktop water dispenser. There were many cabinets and drawers under the bar, which contained some convenient foods that were not easy to expire: cup noodles, instant vermicelli buckets, compressed biscuits, instant oatmeal, vacuum canned food, bagged milk tea powder, instant coffee bags, bottled water. There were not many of each type, 2 or 3 pieces, which made these drawers and cabinets more practical. In addition, there are 2 height-adjustable swivel bar chairs at the right bar, both with backrests, which are convenient for sitting and drinking and chatting, and you can also take a look at the scenery outside the fence. On the left, in the direction of the wooden ladder and the sliding door, a low H-shaped wooden table is placed near the fence. The H-shaped table is composed of 2 round tables of different heights, which can hold a lot of things, and there are 2 equally low lazy sofas on both sides. There are not many things, mainly because this is still a terrace, and there is no built-in defense function in the drifting island house. In disaster weather, as long as the sliding door is opened, wind and rain will invade, and the furniture will be easily damaged by moisture and mold over time. So these furnitures are not new, nor are they particularly important, and it doesn't matter if they break. But because of this, next time when they meet Chen Fa and Lu Zheng, they can use this space freely. The thunderstorm lasted for more than 3 hours. Shufu only stayed in the glass balcony for half an hour before returning to the house. After all, the current level of disaster will not trigger the protective shield automatically. She can turn off the protective shield after returning to the house, saving the protective shield time. At around 4 o'clock, the thunderstorm stopped. Because of the loss of the lightning of the thunderstorm, the whole sky became completely dark as night. Shufu turned on the light, went down to the underwater bedroom to practice on the rowing machine, and then started to make her own dinner. Tonight she had seafood vermicelli pot. Extreme weather would not affect the use of automatic water fishing rods. In the past few days in deep waters, in addition to some gold jewelry from urban ruins, tools that would not be damaged, the most harvested is all kinds of seafood. Mussels, scallops, abalone, tiger shrimps, mantis shrimps, oysters, squid, clams, razor clams. I don't know how the fishing rod works. The climate here is so bad. But the seafood harvested in the metal basket is all fresh. After a one-click disinfection, the mud, sand and dirt are gone. And she doesn't need to clean them. Just a little processing. And they can be cooked directly. She first made the sauce in a frying pan, fried the minced garlic and chili peppers until fragrant, then added light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, chopped green onions and other seasonings, and stirred evenly. Then she took out a super large flat casserole, added salad oil, added some of her favorite side dishes and vegetables, laid on the softened vermicelli, then added various clean seafood, finally poured the fried garlic sauce in the frying pan, added some water, covered the lid and simmered for more than 10 minutes, and sprinkled chopped green onions on the seafood until it was fully cooked and it was ready to eat. This is a lazy way to do it. But as long as the garlic sauce is well seasoned and the seafood is fresh, the taste will be good. She naturally can't finish such a big pot in one meal. Although she can put the unfinished food directly into the space and take it out next time. 5 minutes after Shufu sat down at the table and started eating seafood, she suddenly remembered the time when she and Chen and Lu Zheng gathered around the table to grill meat. The freshly caught and cooked seafood was very delicious, and she was very satisfied with the food. But she suddenly felt a little regretful that she couldn't share this delicious food with her friends. Shufu took out a satellite phone and sent a message to Chen and Lu Zheng respectively. Dinner time. Today I'm having seafood vermicelli pot. With scallops, abalone, tiger shrimp, oysters, squid and clams. How about you? Did you have a good meal? The weather in this area is too bad. Even satellite phones will have delays. About half an hour later, she received a series of messages. Although there were only 2 numbers sent. But at a glance, she knew that the messages came from different people. Chen Xiao Fu. I want to tell you straight. No need to show off deliberately. We are inland now. Where can we get seafood? Lu Zheng, are you at the old side of Suicheng? It should have become a vast ocean. Right. Be careful. The weather has been getting worse recently. The weather at sea should be even worse. If it doesn't work, go back to inland waters. Lu Su, Sister Fu Fu, I miss you. The house we live in now is very small. It is damp and leaky. Brother and Sister Chen can't take out the raft at all. I miss the lake outside Yucheng. I miss the days when we lived together. I miss the days when we had afternoon tea together. Wow. Su Jiechu, I finally got the phone. Ha ha ha. Ignore that kid Lu Su, he just misses your milk tea and cake. I am the one who really misses you. I am Su Jiechu. Actually, I am good looking, and I am also very obedient. Why don't you consider me? After a few minutes, the message came again. Su Tingfeng. Sorry, I am Su Tingfeng. My brother is crazy every day. You don't have to pay attention to him. The satellite phone messages are expensive. No need to reply to this one. Sorry again. The satellite phone in Shufu's hand can only make calls and send text messages, but calls are too expensive, and the signal problem sometimes causes lag and unclear sound. It is not as convenient as sending text messages. The text can be edited, add important information before sending, which is much more efficient than making calls. And the text can be saved. You can look it up and check it again next time you want to read it. Shufu read the message carefully, and the corners of her lips rose unconsciously. She was at the end of the world. Alone. But she was not alone, and would soon reunite with her friends. Half a month later, at the water boundary of the southwest corner of Muzhou province, the raft automatically drifted to the destination at a set speed of 40, and then stopped in front of the invisible barrier. because the destination this time was inland waters. Considering the possibility of encountering ships and people, Xu Fu opened the protective shield before going to bed last night. This is the border of Muzhou Province, Xiangzhou Province, and the Southwest Plateau. To the southwest of the waters, the land of the Southwest Plateau is already visible in the distance. To the west, the shadow of the hills can be vaguely seen. To the east, there are still some highlands and peaks that have not been completely submerged. But these highlands and peaks are no longer continuous, and are blocked by the rising water level, like small clusters of isolated islands. In the early morning, the rain was like a waterfall, and the rain hit the water surface, making a noisy sound. In the nearby waters, other boats can be seen from time to time. Some are rescue boats, carrying people from several nearby counties, and transferring them to Guangcheng County in Xiangzhou Province. Some are private boats, which are purely out to earn some money for supplies. It just so happens that there are many rescue team boats and troops nearby, so there is no need to worry about provocations. They can transport people and goods, and can be delivered by multiple people or by one person. As long as the supplies are in place, and the land is within the range of the ship, they can deliver them. Some people carry too much luggage and don't want to board the rescue ship, so they will hire this kind of private boat. Some people have heard that the team scheduled to transfer to Fengshan Plateau in Xiangzhou Province is overcrowded, and they don't know how long they will stay in Xiangzhou Province. So they changed their route and rented a private boat. They plan to go to the Southwest Plateau first, stay there temporarily, or find a way to go directly to Fengshan Plateau by land from the Southwest Plateau. There are fewer cities in the Southwest Plateau, unlike Xiangzhou Province, which is overcrowded. So there are more opportunities to go to Fengshan Plateau from there. Some private boats were full of people who shared the boat. It was inevitable that there would be friction during the journey. There were constant quarrels and arguments along the way. However, all these noises did not affect Xu Fu, who was still sleeping peacefully in the drifting island house. First, the drifting island house had a certain soundproofing effect. Second, she had stayed in deep waters with frequent extreme weather for nearly half a month. At present, this level of heavy rain had no effect on her. She stayed up late to finish watching a zombie web drama yesterday. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning when she went to bed. She rarely stayed up late like this since she came to this world, especially when she was in the drifting island house. In the past, she had to limit the time she used the raft. But now, because the time she used the raft was equivalent to complete freedom, she couldn't stay up late every day. Otherwise her regular life and work schedule would affect her health. Of course, once or twice occasionally, it was still okay. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, she finally woke up, turned over in her comfortable bed, and soon felt the noise outside. She turned over to the French window, opened the curtains and looked outside, and then saw the most lively scene in several months. In the rainstorm, several speedboats carrying people were sailing on the undulating water surface, passing through the waters around the raft. The raft had no mooring facilities, and was still drifting autonomously in a small area after reaching the destination, because the protective cover was open. In the eyes of others, the raft was just a meaningless floating object on the water. When ships passed by the raft, they would go around it, but others would not pay much attention to this floating object. Because of this, she could blend into the surrounding environment at such a close distance. The nearest speedboat passed by her raft, only 1 or 2 meters away, and she could see clearly what color raincoats the people on the other boat were wearing and the expressions under their rain hats. This feeling was wonderful, and she had never experienced it before. Whether it was the waters of Suicheng where she drifted before, or the waters of Lianqing destroyed by the tsunami, there was no one around, and she would choose to stay away from crowded places as much as possible to save the time of the protective shield. But now, her protective shield has plenty of time to use. Her delay card has plenty of time to use, and she has accumulated a lot of time to use the portable protective shield. It can be said that she is not afraid of anything with the 3 protections on her body, and she feels that she can live a more comfortable life. Xu Fu got up quickly, standing under the eaves with a toothbrush, brushing her teeth while taking out her mobile phone to check the network signal, and at the same time looking at the status of the people on the passing boats. There were some boats that were very close, and she could still hear the people talking and arguing. It was a pity. Probably this area of water was still some distance away from the land, and the mobile phone still had no network, and she still couldn't log onto WeChat, but fortunately there was a satellite phone to keep in touch with Chen Fa and the others. They were still in Pingching, still waiting in line for transfer, but they didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, and they kept a low profile, so it was estimated that they would be able to arrange a transfer bus in 7 or 8 days. She also ate breakfast under the eaves. She ate chicken soup and big wontons, which were stockpiled at Suicheng Food City last year. This flavor of wontons is also a specialty snack in Suicheng, because the stockpile quantity is limited. She always counted the portions and ate them, unless she really wanted to eat them. She would not take them out easily. In fact, she wanted to eat Yaji bubble wontons more. That one was more delicious. But she had already eaten it because it was delicious. She didn't know whether Yao Ruoyun had successfully arrived in Shizhou province after leaving Pincheng. Lu Sheng had not contacted her since he lost contact with her. She didn't know which city she and her family were in now. After her life became stable, would her mother still do the bubble wonton business? After breakfast, Xu Fu went up to the terrace, leaned against the fence in front to take out the map panel, and began to adjust the drifting direction of the raft. The westernmost and southernmost ends of the water map were both in this water area. It looked small on the map, but it was actually very large. She wanted to test the location of the boundary line. The results came out quickly. At present, she could only watch Xiangzhou province and the southwest plateau, and could not go ashore. The border line was closer to Guangqing County in Xiangzhou province, about 1 to 2 kilometers by water. The land of the southwest plateau could only be seen from afar, which was even farther away. However, the towns and villages in Muzhou province that were half flooded were within her range of activities. So in the next few days, she would open the protective shield during the day and stay in this water area where several provinces meet for 5 to 6 hours. The rest of the time, she would return to Muzhou province, find an uninhabited water area close to the hills, and close the protective shield. In this way, she would not consume too much of her previously accumulated shield time, and could keep the shield time in a balanced state every day. She would not have to stay in the deserted waters all the time, and could blend into the crowd at the right time, listen to the voices of people, and occasionally learn some news from the people passing by nearby. However, she did not expect to see familiar faces on these ships so soon. Chapter 95 Boundary Line. In fact, when Xu Fu first arrived in this area of water and saw many assault boats coming and going, she thought that she might meet someone familiar. After all, Xiangzhou province is the base camp of their unit. When they were transferred back to the headquarters, no matter whether they performed other external missions in the future, they would eventually return to Xiangzhou province. Muzhou province was flooded little by little, and Xiangzhou province, which was the closest, must be the main rescue force. She just didn't expect to see two at once. Compared with the heroic appearance of the other party when they met on the rescue ship last time, and the proud expression on his face when introducing the Lianqing Dam, this time Lu Shuang was obviously more tired. Yes, that meeting was in December, and the rain had only been falling for 2 months. At that time, everyone thought that the rain would pass. But now, this long rainy season has lasted for a whole year, and their rescue has also been going on for a whole year. After experiencing floods and tsunamis, facing the continuously rising water level and the decreasing land, no one can continue to hold the naive idea that the disaster will always pass. The people rescued today may die tomorrow. The land that still exists today may be submerged in the water tomorrow. The city that we swore to defend will collapse and disappear in an instant, no matter how much enthusiasm there is in the rescue that never stops day after day without seeing hope. Many things will be erased. The rain was not heavy that day, but Lu Shuang seemed to have bad luck. The speedboat was anchored halfway through. She tried several times but failed to start the boat engine again, and the boat was stuck in place. Xu Fu stood under the eaves, silently adjusted the direction of the raft on the map panel, and drifted silently to the side of the opponent's broken speedboat. This is a 25-seat boat. It looks very old on the surface, and the hull is also rusty. I don't know if it is because of the serious shortage of resources now. Not everyone on the boat is wearing life jackets. So many people are panicking at this moment. The main reason she approached was that she was afraid that the other party's speedboat problem would be difficult to solve. The wind and waves in the waters would change. If it capsized and fell into the water, she could save people nearby. The way to save people was naturally not to show up in public. In fact, she couldn't show up in front of Lu Shuang at all at the moment, because the invisible barrier that restricted her was nearby. Even if she showed up, she couldn't go with Lu Shuang. Before confirming that the other party was her companion, she would not show her abnormality. There are many ways to save people without showing up. She could stay in the house, and then directly close the protective cover, letting the other party and others climb onto the deck of the raft. As long as she didn't go out. The raft with the shield turned off would be equivalent to a floating platform in the water, and would never capsize, allowing them to stay there until other rescue boats arrived. Or, she could tie a few lifebuoys on the raft, and then throw them out directly, giving the other party a chance to breathe temporarily. What to do specifically depends on the weather conditions, and she was just taking precautions. However, it was not until she approached the other party's assault boat that Shu Fu discovered that there was another familiar face on the boat. It was Han Lan. Before Liu Yunqing was destroyed by the tsunami, she moved into the rescue team's family building as a family member of Cheng Yu. He was asked by Cheng Yu to take care of her, and taught her basic self-defense fighting skills. He didn't seem to have changed much. He was in good spirits. However, he hadn't been exposed to the sun for about half a year, so his wheat-colored skin faded and became much whiter. He was moving from the bow to the stern. After talking to Lu Shuang for a few words, he went to the ship's hanging machine and began to try to restart it. He tried several times, but unfortunately, he failed. Lu Shuang took out the walkie-talkie and called other assault boats nearby. However, resources are tight everywhere now. The number of assault boats traveling on the water is limited. They all have missions to perform, so they can only wait temporarily. The people on the assault boats became more and more nervous. Some were restless, and some stood up to ask about the situation. The machine is running too fast. Pause it for a moment. It will restart after a while. Lu Shuang comforted the people on the boat. Obviously, this is not the first time this has happened. These assault boats are on the water every day, and the backup resources cannot keep up. They can only continue to use them. However, some people are still worried. After all, this is on the water. There were originally hills nearby. The underwater terrain is complicated. No one knows how deep it is. This is another small boat. It is temporarily staying on the water in the heavy rain. What if the weather conditions change? We have called other assault boats. If the engine still cannot start later, we will change boats. Don't worry. We are also on the boat. We will not abandon you. 2 people over there. Sit down. There are waves on the water. Don't fall into the water. There are undercurrents under the water. It will be troublesome if you really fall into the water. Shu Fu heard clearly what Lu Shuang and Han Lan said to comfort the people on the assault boat. The people were temporarily comforted. Lu Shuang and Han Lan did not return to the bow. They pulled the brims of their jackets and continued to sit next to the engine at the stern. The two seemed to have long been accustomed to the rain. As long as no other extreme natural disasters occurred, they could sit there and chat calmly even if the rain was heavy. How long has it been since the rain stopped this time? Han Lan wiped his face. About 2 months. So, this is the long rainy period that the experts mentioned before? Han Lan sneered. These experts? Their predictions are not accurate for good, but they are accurate for bad. Look at you. You are about to move to Shizhou province, and you still come here to soak in the water every day. Aren't you the same? I'm different. I'm not like you. I have parents and a sister, but I'm alone. Why don't you say that you just can't sit still? So you come here with the team. Lu Shuang smiled, and seemed to be very clear about the cause and effect. Shu Fu was relieved after hearing this. It seemed that besides Lu Shuang and Han Lan, Cheng Yu was also alive. It's not that I can't sit still. It's obviously him. He is retired from the front line after completing the mission in the north. With his current military merits, he can just stay in the rear. Isn't it good for him to stay in Shacheng? He ran to the front line for rescue again. Although Han Lan's tone was disgusted, there was a smile on his lips. The last time I went to the border, he saved my life. You said we are brothers. If he comes, should I enjoy it in Shacheng alone? He complained to Lu Shuang, saying that Cheng Yu came to Guangcheng County half a month ago, but he started running to other rescue towns nearby after just 2 days. He ran from town to town along the border between Xiangzhou province and Muzhou province. It felt like he wanted to inspect all the rescue sites on this line. Lu Shuang was not there during the 2 days when Cheng Yu was there, so the 3 of them had no chance to sit down and talk until today. Lu Shuang listened, but his expression was thoughtful. He might be looking for someone. The border between Muzhou province and Xiangzhou province. Now Shiren province is also flooded, and the southwest plateau is far away. If she is still alive, this area is the most likely place for her to appear. Just like the last time. One day, she suddenly appeared at the rescue point outside Liyun City. Han Lan shook his head. Although Lu Shuang didn't say it clearly, he could guess who she was talking about. He had been with Chengyu for the past few months, so he could guess a little. He understood why Chengyu blamed himself. After all, it was he who asked her to live in the family building. He thought it was the safest place, close to the rescue team, and there was a basement nearby where she could take refuge. But no one expected that there would be such a huge tsunami, which directly broke the dam and flooded the entire Liyun City. The hill where the family building was located was the first to be hit. No one who was still on the hill at that time, including those hiding in the basement, was spared. Although Han Lan understood, she did not agree. But, didn't you say that you were still alive after receiving the news? After all, she has legs, and she can go anywhere alive. She has escaped the tsunami. Isn't this a blessing in disguise? That was in June. And now it's October. Lu Shuang replied indifferently. She knew about this because she also received Xu Fu's message. But at that time, they were both out of touch. And she missed her again. So, then it's not his responsibility that she's missing now. This is putting the blame on himself. Sigh. Han Lan sighed. Lu Shuang smiled and glanced at him, without explaining much. Some things, it was obvious that Han Lan didn't really understand, and she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to gossip to him. In fact, what Chengyu really regretted was that when he left Li Yunqing, he didn't insist on taking Xu Fu with him. He respected Xu Fu's choice, so he watched her give for someone without asking for anything in return twice in a row, insisting and waiting. The first time she survived was a fluke. The second time, and the third time? How can there be so many flukes in this world? He regretted that he didn't insist a little longer, so that he'd lost contact with her since they separated. In this world, once some people separate, it is very likely that they will never see each other again. The heavy rain is still falling, and the boat engine of the assault boat has finally been successfully started. Xu Fu stood in front of the eaves, watching Lu Shuang and Han Lan's boat gradually disappear in the waves and heavy rain, with some unspeakable melancholy in her heart. It feels good to know that someone cares about you. But this is not a good time. The new map has not been opened, and she is trapped in this area of water and cannot get through. She did not see the white light strip above Lu Shuang or Han Lan's head, so no matter how much she wanted to tell the other person that she was still alive and safe, her reason would calmly remind her that it was not possible for the time being. 2 days later, a sudden storm enveloped the area, and the howling wind swept the rainstorm across the entire surface of the water. The rain poured down, and a private boat heading for the southwest plateau capsized in the rainstorm. When their boat set out, the water was still calm. The weather is changing from time to time, and no one can accurately predict the weather conditions of the day. It can only be said that the moment you leave the land, everything is handed over to God. And now, encountering this sudden storm, it was God's help. If they had changed the boat, changed to a more experienced helmsman, they might have realized that the weather was not right halfway, and turned halfway, and first went to the closer Guangqing County to dock. But the helmsman of this private boat obviously did not have as much experience as the rescuers. Not only that, but also made frequent operational errors, which eventually caused the entire boat to capsize. Although the people on the boat, who could not swim, were wearing life jackets, they still felt the approach of death. The wind and rain were so strong that they could not see everything around them clearly, and they just felt that they were completely submerged in the water, and the waves hit them one after another. They could not breathe at all, and even the life jackets on their bodies could not save them. Everyone thought they were doomed. But in the surging waves, a small piece of solid land suddenly appeared beside them. When the victims were overjoyed, they pulled each other to climb onto the small piece of land and spit out the water that had choked their lungs. They realized that they were not on land, but a raft. It seemed to have suddenly appeared from the waves, and stretched out its small, flat wings to pick up the people who fell into the water one by one. This is a very small raft, but it floats steadily in the waves. The people on the deck, who have survived, wiped the water drops on their faces and looked up. They were surprised to find that there was a small wooden house on this small and stable raft. The wooden house has eaves and a wooden door with glass inlays. It looks pretty good, but the glass seems to be frosted. No matter how they look from the outside, they can't see the inside of the house clearly. Everyone was soaked by the wind and rain. It was still cold and scared to stay on the deck. They wanted to go to the house to take shelter from the rain, but they found that they couldn't get into the range of the eaves. The cabin in front of me was like a fake house painted on the wall. It looked realistic. But when I stretched out my hand to reach it, I could only reach a cold wall of air. What happened? Was the cabin fake? Fortunately, soon, the people on the rear deck found the wooden ladder. Some of them tried to take a step, and found that they could step on it smoothly. They were surprised and happy. They climbed up the ladder smoothly, and found that there was a terrace and a glass balcony on the roof. The glass of this balcony was not frosted, so you could see inside clearly. It was empty inside, but the sliding door could be opened and closed after entering. It was the only place on the raft that could shelter from wind and rain. Someone immediately ran across the balcony to the front guardrail, and shouted to his companions who were still stunned on the front deck, indicating that they should find a way to climb up from the front eaves, where there was a place to shelter from the wind and rain. The roof of the cabin was not high, and they helped each other, and soon climbed up from the front eaves, and hid in the balcony with others. Fortunately, there were not many people on this private boat, less than 10 in total, and one of them was a child of 6 or 7 years old, so they could all hide in it at this moment. The balcony was not big, and it was made of glass. They were worried that it might not be strong enough. When they found a bigger wave coming, they all screamed and crawled on the floor. But the glass, which seemed thin and insecure, was extremely strong and firmly withstood the storm outside. Mom, cough cough. The boat saved us. Cough. We should thank the boat. Cough cough cough. The girl's soft voice came with a cough. Her family survived the disaster, and were hugging their most important baby tightly. They checked whether her life jacket was fastened and helped her cough out the water that had choked her trachea along her back. On the side, the other rescue people were still in shock. Compared to the little girl who calmly accepted the appearance of the raft, they had not yet recovered, and each of them felt like they were dreaming. But there were also people who looked at each other in shock, and then did not go into the glass balcony to avoid the rain, and quietly walked down the wooden ladder, curled up on the deck below the wooden ladder, and began to talk in low voices. This is a raft, right? Yeah. The raft of the rumored superpower you mentioned before. Should be gentle. The authorities are secretly looking for people in this field everywhere. Special humans are too abrupt, and once they are found, it will definitely be bad. Okay, I'll be gentle. So this is what a raft looks like. With such a big storm on the water, it can still be so stable. No wonder you said before that superpowers would charge a high fee for transporting people. It didn't capsize in such a big storm. It's really reliable. I don't think I've ever heard of a boat that could hold steady in such a storm. Oh no. Our supplies are gone. What should we do when the raft owner asks us for payment? Don't you have gold hidden in your underwear? If you don't have supplies, just use that to pay. Oh, that's my last fortune. Money is just an external thing, and being alive is the most important thing. Okay. Inside the door, Shu Fu, who was wearing home clothes, barefoot, and drinking homemade latte, was startled by the two people squatting there and taking out their underwear. A few minutes ago, when she quickly packed up all the furniture and items in the glass balcony, closed the protective cover, and decided to save people, she did not expect to see such an amazing scene. No, she did not expect to hear such amazing news. A superpower? A raft? Chen Fa and the others? No. Chen Fa and Lu Zheng are both extremely low-key people. Their raft is not like her drifting island house. It can open the protective cover at any time to disappear, and can sneak underwater for 100 meters. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to expose it to the public at this stage. Not to mention the transportation of people for a fee. So, are they other awakeners? In fact, Chen Fa, Lu Zheng, and she had all guessed that there must be people like them in this world. But she had never thought that she would hear such news so soon. Or, she had never thought that, without her intervention, others would awaken. But think about it. Since there are reborn people and time travelers in this world that she knows and doesn't know, there will naturally be other awakeners that she doesn't know. What she is wondering now is, if the awakeners can awaken without her intervention, then what's the matter with Chen Fa and Lu Zheng? What is the relationship between these tasks she has done and the awakeners? More than an hour later, the storm winds calmed down, and the waves in the water stopped temporarily. Shu Fu knew that all the people on this boat who couldn't swim were wearing life jackets, so when the rain subsided and the shadows of other ships could gradually be seen on the waters, she opened the raft's protective cover, and then sneaked away. The survivors who were looking around on the terrace felt a flash before their eyes. And when they reacted, They found themselves back in the water. The raft that had been carrying them disappeared without a trace. Those who had never heard of the superpower were terrified. They suspected that they were dreaming when they were on the raft just now. And now they thought they were possessed by evil spirits. The two people who had heard of the superpower and the raft only exchanged glances silently, knowing in their hearts that they were lucky this time, and were saved by a superpower's raft. The most important thing was that this superpower did not charge any fees. More than half an hour later, the raft with a protective cover on rose to the surface from another part of the water. She needed the internet badly now. She wanted to check some information about the raft and the supernatural person. Unfortunately, no matter which land she approached, her phone still had no signal. The signal in Muzhou province had been cut off long ago. The rescue team relied on independent search and signal flares to save people. Guangxing County in Xiangzhou province and several other land rescue points must have signals. But she was a distance away and could not get through. So she could not receive the signal. In the end, she had no choice but to ask for help from her partner. Chen Fa quickly replied to the message. But it was not her who sent the message, it was me. I am Lu Zheng. The network signal here is not very good. I have never heard of what you said before. Maybe it is because this place is far away from the flood area. Even if there are other supernatural beings who have awakened the raft Golden Finger, they will not show up in this area. If the authorities have known about it, and are in the stage of concealment, Chen Fa, and I can't find any information on the internet. But don't worry, wait for me, I will let Lusa find Lan Lan, it should be able to find it. Xu Fu. She couldn't help it, regardless of the high satellite message fee, she just sent 6 dots. Lu Zheng replied after more than half an hour. During this more than half an hour, Xu Fu's mind was filled with the image of a cat sitting in front of a computer, typing away on the keyboard with its paws, and sometimes it became an image of a cat holding a mobile phone with its front paws, and tapping with its paws. Lu Zheng, there are indeed rumors about people with special powers among the people, but unlike the information about reborn people, the information about people with special powers is currently limited to Wagwa. In other words, there are no such people abroad. The news online does not have photos or videos, it is all pure text information, there is no mention of portable space, and the descriptions are basically rafts, which can carry people and goods through the flood area, can be put away and taken out at any time, very magical, and can save lives at critical moments. But these messages are basically from the flood area, where the signal is unstable, and many of the messages have no follow-up, which seems more like fabrication. Now, the people who have access to the internet are basically safe cities in the plateau areas where troops are stationed. People there basically do not believe this, saying that the people in the flooded areas must have joined some organization, and are maliciously spreading false rumors. Overall, it seems to be the same as when the news of the reborn appeared before. Some people cheered that the world was saved, some people were extremely disgusted. As for the official, no news has been revealed yet, nor have they taken sides. It is hard to tell whether they are aware of it, nor their attitude and position. My suggestion, and that of Chen Fa, is, keep low. If this is true, wait a little while, there will always be new news. We will let Lan Lan keep an eye on it later, and tell you when there is new news. Xu Fu. Okay, I see, I actually think so too, whether it is true or not, keep low, you guys should be careful too. 2 days later, Chen Fa sent a simple message, saying that the train and seat have been arranged, we will leave today, and the destination is Chamu County. Chapter 96 Borderline. Chamu County is located in the border area of Shizhou Province, and borders the northwest corner of the southwest plateau. Because it is not a city, the material conditions are average, so the queue is not as crowded as in other cities. But the altitude there is high, more than 4,000 meters, and there are many mountains. With the mountains behind, it is suitable for them to keep a low profile, and wait for her to go to Shizhou Province to reunite with them. In the next few hours, Xu Fu has been paying close attention to the weather outside, and let the raft wander in the area with more boats, listening carefully to the conversations of the people and team members on other boats, and inferring the weather conditions in the Pengqing area. Fortunately, she had not heard of any extreme natural disasters in Xiangzhou Province. After dinner that day, she received news from Chen Fa and Lu Zheng that she was safe, and she felt relieved. In the next few days, she would receive their daily trivialities about arranging a new life in the new environment. The most common thing, they said, was that Chamu County was very cold. At an altitude of 4,000 meters, the temperature was originally colder than other low-altitude areas. In addition, The temperature of the entire planet was dropping little by little. And this feeling of coldness became particularly obvious in Chama County. The temperature in the water area at the junction of Xiangzhou and Muzhou, where Xu Fu was located, was also dropping. She stayed in the drifting island house where there were people, so she could not feel the temperature outside. But she could roughly guess the situation outside from the clothes worn by the people on the boat, and the state of them sitting on the boat. At night, when the raft was parked back in the uninhabited waters next to the mountain wall, and the protective cover was turned off, she also tried to walk out of the eaves with an umbrella. The temperature felt about 10 degrees. It was a little more damp and cold because it was in the water. 10 degrees was not considered low temperature. But it was October. And this was not a mountainous plateau. The temperature was already very low. Within 2 days, another sudden storm covered the waters. This time, there were large hailstones mixed in the wind and rain. The engine of a small assault boat was hit and smoked. It was trapped in the middle of the waters and could not dock. Other boats in the nearby waters were rushing to the nearest shore. Another assault boat with few people, and only a few rescue team members turned back. It was originally planning to transfer people there, and take them back to the shore to find shelter. However, just as the two small assault boats came together, the hail became denser, and holes were smashed in both assault boats. When a high wave hit, both boats capsized and fell into the water. Xu Fu, who was in the nearby waters, sighed and tried to see if the protective cover could be closed. The raft protective cover would automatically open when encountering an extreme natural disaster. On the contrary, if it could be closed during a natural disaster, it would mean that the disaster at this stage would not cause any damage to the raft and the drifting island house. The protective cover was closed smoothly, and the raft that suddenly appeared once again became the life-saving straw for the victims. They quickly climbed onto the deck and experienced the same surprise, astonishment, and confusion as the previous group of people. Finally, they all found the balcony on the roof, screamed and rushed up the wooden ladder to hide inside, which saved them from being hit on the head and bleeding. The two overturned speedboats were not big, and one of them was empty. There were only 8 or 9 survivors in total. One of them was the last one to fall behind. When he climbed onto the deck behind the wooden house, he was holding a person with a bloody head and unconscious. He was wearing the waterproof field uniform of the rescue team, so he must have fallen behind because he was trying to save people. Someone on the terrace quickly rushed down with a life jacket covering his head. The person who rushed down was also wearing a field uniform. He called out "Captain" and helped drag the unconscious person onto the wooden ladder. There were other people helping from above. They were busy and fast. In a few seconds, they dragged the person onto the glass balcony. Xu Fu stood inside the door and looked out through the glass on the door. She always felt that the last person to climb onto the deck had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His figure and height looked familiar. Just before he stepped onto the wooden ladder, he turned his head and looked towards the door, revealing a face that surprised her and was familiar. What a coincidence, it was Chengyu. However, soon, when his head turned completely, when Xu Fu saw his face clearly, she couldn't help but let out a surprised cry. It had been almost 8 months since she and Chengyu last met. In these 8 months, Lu Shuang and Han Lan had changed a little, and so had he. He looked thinner, and his facial features became more three-dimensional. On his face, his eyebrows and eyes were the best. Long eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were deep and delicate, but at this moment, there was an abrupt scar extending from his forehead to the corner of his eye, completely destroying this delicacy. The scar was very deep. Even though it had completely healed, she could still clearly see the scar from such a distance. She could fully imagine how deep and dangerous the scar was when he was injured. When he didn't speak, his temperament was originally fierce. Now that his delicate eyebrows and eyes were destroyed, he looked even more solemn and murderous. And the smell of gunpowder on his body was even stronger. He didn't stay at the wooden ladder for too long. It was still hail outside. Someone on the glass balcony of the terrace shouted to him, "Captain." He responded and rushed up quickly with long legs. Xu Fu didn't expect that by chance she would save Chengyu. Such a coincidence inevitably reminded her of the mission. However, the level 5 raft mission had not yet started, so this coincidence should be just a simple coincidence. She thought so. But when she lay back on the sofa to read, she couldn't help but recall every detail of Chengyu climbing onto the raft, recalling whether there was a white flashing light bar above his head. She couldn't be completely sure whether there was or not, because outside, in addition to the storm, there was also hail, and the wind and waves on the deck were strong. so she didn't see it very clearly at the time. Shu Fu lay on the sofa for a while, then got up and went to the kitchen with an empty cup to make herself some coffee. She was stunned when she passed the back door. She saw Chung Yu again. His dark eyes were looking in the direction of the back door. Because of the angle, it seemed that he was looking at her from a distance through the door of the drifting island house. Shu Fu's heart skipped a beat. She quickly moved one step to the left, and then 2 steps to the right. Finally, she was sure that the glance just now was just a matter of visual angle. Or, because of the nature of a soldier, he had a keen intuition that there must be someone in the cabin of the raft. And it was very likely that he would stand in the door and look at the people outside through the one-way glass. Shu Fu walked to the door with the cup. The hail outside had not stopped yet. She could hear the sound of hail hitting the deck. Chung Yu was standing under the wooden ladder. There was not much space there, just a little space, which was the only safe area on the first deck under the current weather conditions. However, the first floor of the entire drifting island house was only more than 2 meters high from the outside, so the height of the wooden ladder was only 2 meters. He was estimated to be 1.9 meters tall, plus the thickness of the military boots. At this moment, he was standing behind the wooden ladder, with the steps of the wooden ladder on his head. The size of the whole person and the wooden ladder was extremely mismatched. It felt like an adult accidentally entering a children's playground. Shu Fu wanted to laugh. She really smiled. But soon her eyes met the scar on his forehead, and she couldn't smile anymore. This scar on his forehead was most likely caused at the border. According to Han Lan's description, they should have gone to the border together, and Han Lan almost died. After returning from the border, Chung Yu had already withdrawn from the front line, and was in the safest Sand City. But he came here to rejoin the frontline rescue team. Was it because of guilt? Because he was the one who let her live in the family building. So he was persistent in wanting to find her. If she hadn't heard it from Han Lan this time, she wouldn't have known that he would feel guilty about it for so long. But in the end, what does this have to do with him? Natural disasters are not something that human power can control. Moreover, when she received Chung Yu's message when she had internet in Lucheng, she didn't hear any clues from his voice message. And she never thought that she is missing. Whereabouts unknown had become a worry for him. Shu Fu sighed, thinking of Yao Ruiyun and Zheng Feifei, who were still out of contact. She seemed to have made too many people worry about her. However, even though she knew that if she just opened the door and said a few words to Chung Yu, she would be able to untie his knot, she still had no intention of showing up. This time, she saw clearly that there was no white light strip on his head. As expected, in essence, she was still the Shu Fu whose rationality always outweighed her emotions. She sighed again and decided that if she had the chance to meet him at the right time next time, she would be nicer to him. At most, she would not be so rude to him in the future. This time, the storm mixed with hail lasted for 3 hours. Although there was nothing in the glass balcony, and it was crowded, it was first class in safety, and it was sheltered from the wind and rain and not bumpy. As usual, when the hail stopped, the wind and rain subsided, and other ships appeared in the waters. Shu Fu opened the protective cover and ejected everyone on the raft. However, considering that 1 or 2 of the survivors might be injured and fainted, when the raft began to dive under the water, she opened the door and ran under the eaves, and threw several life buoys out of the protective cover. The life buoys were fished out of the waters of the old site of Yunqing. They were flat when they were fished out. After she inflated them one by one, she found that they were intact and kept them naturally. After the life buoy left the protective cover, it immediately floated to the surface of the water due to buoyancy, and just landed next to the confused survivors. They immediately pulled their unconscious companions, dragged them over, and let the unconscious people lean on it. Chung Yu also saw the life buoy. He was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly dived into the water. Before Shu Fu could enter the house, she saw a figure diving quickly from the water. It was Chung Yu. He relied on his excellent swimming ability to search around under the water. She saw him passing by her protective cover again and again. Several times, he almost hit the protective cover head-on, and he could reach her inside the protective cover with a stretch of his hand. But it was only almost. She knew it was impossible. The protective shield could interfere with and block everything. She always felt that he had dived into the water to search for a sudden guess that he did not even believe. He was too serious. She suddenly felt a little sorry. Shu Fu quickly took out the map tablet, set the destination, adjusted the drifting speed to the maximum, and quickly left the area. Since she unexpectedly met Chengyu that day, she changed to another area to stay during the day. The weather was getting worse and worse. There were hail and heavy rain every other day. Both the official rescue team and the private boats were more vigilant after the previous accidents, and they also accelerated the pace of transfer and rescue. The long rainy season lasted for more than 2 months, and the coverage area was very wide. Even the safe cities had not seen the sun for a long time. The weather in mid-October was as cold as December. The rescue work in the border area of Muzhou province was all over at the end of October. But the water level was also spreading towards Guangqing County and several other nearby towns in Xiangzhou province. The rescue team could not stop evacuating the people. The landline of Xiangzhou province, which was closest to her waters, was retreating little by little without a trace. The waters continued to expand, but the barrier that restricted her was still in the original place, and did not expand because of the expansion of the waters. Xu Fu had given up completely, knowing that before the level 5 raft mission appeared, her range of activities could not be expanded. In early November, she began to move the raft northward along the westernmost border line, passing through the entire Muzhou province, and finally arrived in Shiren province. The altitude here is similar to that of Muzhou province. The easternmost land also experienced a world-destroying tsunami, and now the entire province has become an ocean. Shiren province is further north, and it is the southern line of the Beatty Plateau. She spent less than 2 months, making the raft move and stop, and traveled through all the waters where it could move freely at present, and finally stopped at the junction of Shiren province and Xiangzhou province. Because when she passed by here before, she saw a familiar raft. The raft was the same as Chen Falu Zhang's raft, a little bigger than hers, and also had a wooden hut on it. However, probably because the owner was different, the furnishings and arrangements of the entire raft were also different. There were 2 marine motors installed on the rear deck of this raft, and a sail was installed on the front deck. Now the wind is strong every day, as long as the direction is correct. There is no need to consume fuel, and the raft can be moved forward with the help of the wind. She immediately took out the map panel, adjusted the direction, and followed the raft for a long time. Finally, before it crossed the border, she saw the owner of the raft. It was a strange man, with an ordinary appearance. She had never seen him in this world or the previous world. However, what she really wanted to see was not his appearance, but the top of his head. There was indeed a white light bar there, which was in a completely stable state, indicating that it had reached 100% progress. However, the value of this light bar was only 6, which was incredibly low compared to Chen Falu Zhang. Although she still doesn't know what this value means, it can be inferred that Chen Fa and Lu Zhang, the 2 awakeners, are different from other awakeners. The mission is indeed meaningful. Other rescue ships and survivors can occasionally be seen in this area, but there are very few of them. There is still no network signal here, but radio signals can be received here. It is an official radio station on the opposite Xiangzhou province. The radio station releases some news every day. When there is no new news, the old news will be circulated through the radio and the satellite information from Chen Fa. She finally did not lose contact with the whole world this time. In mid-November, as more and more land in Huaguo was submerged, the ocean currents became unstable again, and tsunamis occurred frequently. Once, a giant tsunami of more than 400 meters high hit the Beatty Plateau where Lanka province is located, Xiangzhou province, and the 2 provinces with lower altitudes on the southwest plateau at the same time. This time, Xu Fu directly turned on the stealth and went 100 meters underwater, intending to escape directly from the water. However, the giant tsunami of more than 400 meters also affected the underwater area of 100 meters deep. Xu Fu's raft was caught in the turbulence before it could go far. She had to give up and just mess around in the house on the drifting island. After that, she felt the underwater roller coaster again. However, she was prepared this time. She took seasickness medicine, and the dizziness reaction was not as severe as before. On land, it was completely reduced to a terrifying doomsday scene with roaring waves. Xiangzhou province suffered the most serious disaster, and half of the province was directly lost. The northeastern, eastern, southeastern, and southern areas of Xiangzhou province were all affected. Dozens of towns, large and small, were all buried by the huge waves. Fortunately, this time, the transfer has been ongoing, and most people had already evacuated to the mountainous area west of Xiangzhou province before the tsunami hit. This mountainous area is very large, accounting for almost a quarter of the entire Xiangzhou province. The altitude ranges from more than 1,000 meters to more than 2,000 meters, and several higher peaks reach more than 3,500 meters. However, the terrain of this mountainous area is undulating, and there are continuous mountains in the area. The construction and development are relatively backward, not to mention cities. There are few villages and towns with people, and most of them are concentrated on the outer lines of the east, south, and west of the mountainous area. The city area close to Xiangzhou province in the east is developing well. The south borders the southwest plateau, which has developed well because of the tourism industry. The west is separated from Shizhou province by another large river in Hua state, and because of the smooth water and land transportation, it has developed well. In the middle is a large uninhabited mountain area. Even if the people of Xiangzhou province evacuate, they will bypass this uninhabited area. The uninhabited mountain area is too large, and the mountain roads are too difficult to travel. Once you get into it by mistake, the altitude is high enough, and it is not easy to encounter floods. But there is a serious lack of supplies there. If you are trapped inside, no one will come to rescue you in the current situation in Hua state, and you can only wait to die. Therefore, the local people and refugees from other provinces and regions who are still in Xiangzhou province are mostly concentrated in these small towns along the outer line. Although the altitude here is temporarily high enough, they still can't feel at ease. They want to evacuate to Fengshan Plateau as soon as possible, once and for all. Yes, at this time, even the most obtuse people could basically see clearly that in the entire Hua country, only the Fengshan Plateau where Shizhou province was located was completely safe. In the short half a month that followed, most of the people stranded in the mountainous areas were evacuated again, leaving only the northwest and west areas bordering the Fengshan Plateau, and the southwest area close to the high altitude area of the southwest plateau, and several small towns where people could be seen. The radio signal that Xu Fu could originally receive was also completely cut off. One morning in early December, Xu Fu was half asleep when she suddenly felt her wrist vibrate. She turned over first, then sat up suddenly, and quickly opened her bracelet. She saw new words on the black mini notebook. It was really a mission. The level 5 raft mission was finally here. Chapter 97 Wei County. Within 5 days, complete the task of punching in at the first clinic in Wei County, and you will get a 20% progress bar for level 5 of the raft. Current progress of level 5 of the raft, 0%. Note, 40% of the progress bar will be deducted if this task is not completed. Wei County. Xu Fu opened the electronic map to check the location of Wei County. While turning on the satellite phone to look through the chat records with Chen Fa before, she remembered that Chen Fa seemed to have mentioned Wei County. She found it quickly, in mid-September, when Chen Fa and his group had just arrived in Pengcheng. They mentioned Wei County, saying that Wu Xiaoshan and her family moved from Zicheng to Wei County because of the disaster blocking the road, and planned to schedule a trip to Shizhou province from Wei County. The network signal in Wei County is not as good as that in Pengcheng and Zicheng. Wu Xiaoshan did not have a satellite phone, so after going to Wei County, the communication was not as smooth as before. Later, Chen Fa and his team moved to Chama County. The signal there was not good either, so the communication between the two sides was even worse. The last contact was in late October. At that time, Wu Xiaoshan was still in Wei County, but Wei County was far away from the tsunami area. There were also troops stationed there. The transfer to Shizhou province was also carried out by the troops, so she and Chen Fa both felt that it should go smoothly. It is now early December. The location of the new mission is in Wei County. Could it be that Wu Xiaoshan has not moved yet? The person associated with this mission is her? Xu Fu guessed, but did not make a blind judgment. This is what her experience tells her. She quickly confirmed the location of Wei County on the electronic map. It is located in the southwest corner of Xiangzhou province, on the southwest outer line of the mountainous area. To the south is the southwest plateau, and to the west is the Insha River, which is separated from Shizhou province. It was originally an inland area, and the altitude is relatively high. The lowest is 1,400 meters. With the increase in water level, it should be impossible to reach, but the giant tsunami in mid-November changed everything. Along with the new mission, there are also new waterways. It is detected that the waterways in Yuncheng and Weixian are unblocked. Please click to activate. Xu Fu clicks on the map panel and finds that the unblocked waterway is actually the location of the Insha River. The Insha River originates from the northeast of Shizhou province, flows through the border between Shizhou province and Xiangzhou province, changes its course to the east at the Southwest Plateau, continues to go east along the border between the Southwest Plateau and Xianzhou Province, and finally flows through Muzhou Province, Sanku Province, Suicheng, winding eastward, and finally flows into the sea. Today, the Yisha River has long disappeared at the border between Xianzhou Province and the Southwest Plateau. The tsunami in mid-November turned the entire area into a flood zone. The river and the water area intersect. The water level rises sharply, and the river bank overflows. The situation is worse than that of Qinghe River. From the water map, it can be seen that today, only the uninhabited mountainous area in the west and some high-altitude land around the mountainous area remain in Xianzhou Province. She is now at the border between Shiren Province and Xianzhou Province. The nearby land of Xianzhou Province has long disappeared. She was trapped by the border line before, and could not continue to travel west. Now that the barrier was open, she could drift across the border of Xianzhou Province, drift in a straight line to the mountainous area of Xianzhou Province, then go around the southern line of the mountainous area, enter the flooded Yisha River, and finally arrive at Wei County. She quickly set the destination on the map. Route information, 723/9:02:03. Xu Fu looked at the time. It was only 7 in the morning, which meant that she would arrive at her first destination at around 4 in the afternoon. Because she was going to the land area, she opened the protective shield. She had been staying in a water area with few people recently, so she opened the protective shield less frequently, and accumulated a lot of time. She was going to take a nap. After all, she was about to land, so she had to make the most of the long vacation. When she lay back on the bed, she thought of Chen Fa and the others. After thinking about it, she decided not to ask about Wu Xiaoshan's current situation, nor to tell them about her current progress. Not only that, from today on, she would try to reduce the number of contacts with Chen Fa and the others, and would not tell them about her movements, because Wei County was very close to Shizhou Province. She was afraid that if Chen Fa and the others knew that she was in Wei County, they would go directly to her, thus triggering a butterfly effect and affecting the normal progress of the mission. She would follow the previous mission method, keeping everything low-key, smoothly complete the entire level 5 raft mission, and unlock the raft towing function earlier. Xu Fu drew the curtains on the side again, covered herself with a thin blanket, and went to sleep. Because she was deliberately lazy, she slept until almost noon before getting up. After washing up, she went to the terrace to put out tables and chairs, and ate a bowl of fragrant beef ramen, and a few pieces of durian. This kind of soupy or smelly food, she couldn't eat it for the time being after getting off the raft. She planned to eat a little of everything she wanted to eat today, and at the same time began to organize her equipment and backpack for going out. She was going to use a newly salvaged waterproof backpack, a frosted old style, very low-key, but it was larger than the one she used before, and could hold a lot of things, or in other words, she could take a lot of things out of it when needed. It was a long rainy season, and the rain almost never stopped, so she had to wear a 2-piece raincoat and a waterproof jacket inside. After lunch, she took advantage of the shelter of a small piece of land exposed in the water by the rock wall, temporarily closed the protective cover, and tested the temperature outside, which was only about 2-3 degrees, so cold that she shivered. Not only did she have to put on the lining inside her jacket, she also had to wear a breathable and warm fleece jacket and pants, and wear sweat-wicking underwear underneath. Otherwise she would feel uncomfortable after getting off the raft. After the raft was officially upgraded to level 4 in early September, and the portable protective shield was unlocked, she never got off the raft, so she never used the protective shield again. Now the protective shield time has increased by a full 880 minutes, plus the remaining 54 minutes, a total of 934 minutes. And she can use the portable protective shield for 15 hours continuously, which is a time that makes her feel very relieved. But even so, this protective cover still cannot be used as a portable air conditioner to isolate low temperatures. After all, 15 hours is less than a day. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the raft stopped when it was about to reach the end of the water. There were various buildings and plant fragments floating on the water nearby. It seemed that because of the ocean current, all kinds of debris and garbage from the city that was previously destroyed by the tsunami were brought to this area. The entire bay near the mountainous land was densely packed with debris, because there were too many floating garbage fragments, and the water here was relatively shallow. Even if it was sneaking, it could not avoid the garbage on and under the water, so the raft could not stop after reaching the set destination. But Shufu set this place as the first destination not to dock. It was more than 900 kilometers away from Wei County. She went straight inland mainly to try to see if the mobile phone or radio could receive the signal. There should be an undestroyed base station on the mountainous land not far away. After turning on the phone and waiting for a while, she finally connected to the internet. Although the signal was very poor, this was the first time she connected to the internet after Luching. She was still very excited. Several large platforms in Huaguo were still running. When they were opened, they were all disaster-related news. The most discussed was the giant tsunami that destroyed half of Xiangzhou province more than half a month ago. But Shufu didn't want to check these. She began to search the entire internet for keywords: raft, space, special person, weapon. Sure enough, there were some. And there were quite a few posts. Although most of them were just random bragging posts because of what they had heard. It can be seen from the side that compared to 2 months ago, more people knew about this matter, which means that the number of awakened people who have seen or met is increasing. Most of the posts that mentioned special people mentioned rafts, but space was not directly described. Some of the posts that mentioned it were also inferred from the raft in the text description. After all, it is impossible to take out a raft out of thin air without space. Moreover, the raft is large, and there is a cabin, which can hold a lot of things. In a sense, it can also be regarded as a non-fresh space. There are also posts that mention the mysterious man who sells purified water and fish. Judging from his appearance, he is probably a special person. As for weapons like Chen Fa's gun that are beyond the real technology, no post has mentioned it. I don't know if it exists but is hidden, or it doesn't exist at all. She actually tends to the latter. After all, humans are heterogeneous. It is almost impossible to make all the awakened people who don't know each other stay alert and not reveal any information about weapons. So, at least a few points can be confirmed at present. Other awakened people have rafts, fishing rods and water purifiers should also have, but backpack compartments that can keep fresh food and each person's unique weapons may not be available. Some posts have been posted online for more than a month and have never been deleted, probably because not all posts praise special people, and there are many warning posts mixed in. There are also posts warning ordinary people to take a detour when they see special people, otherwise they may be cheated of all their supplies. After all, outsiders cannot enter the raft hut. As long as they are on the water, ordinary people have no chance of winning against the raft owner. Perhaps because there are both good and bad posts about special people. And it is not a one-sided pursuit. These posts can continue to remain. Shu Fu was keenly aware of the official attitude from this. There was no public announcement, but it was not banned like the early Doomsday videos. It seemed to be handled with a more open and spectator attitude. The internet is too chaotic, and all kinds of news can be seen. The most banned are various disaster scene posts, such as disaster scenes that are too bloody and terrible. Such videos and pictures will be directly restricted and cannot be opened. Most of the popular posts are help posts. Some netizens also posted safe transfer route maps online, telling the later westward migrants how to pass which area, where to go to see the rescue station, and which road has collapsed and blocked. But correspondingly, there are real help posts and fake help posts. Some people will deliberately post such posts, and then lead the westward migrants into traps. It is lucky to save their lives even if their supplies are taken away. More people directly give their lives in the traps, die quietly, and no one knows at all, until a certain trap point is broken by the troops. And then a news notice is posted online. Some people finally understand where their family and friends, who have been waiting for so long, have gone. In addition, there are many positive posts from the safe zone, showing the results of the official efforts to build a construction to people who can still access the internet. And through these people, word of mouth. Most of the posts have pictures, all of which are newly built resettlement houses in Fengshan Plateau City. Both the exterior and interior are photographed, ranging from 1-bedroom to 3-bedroom, all simply decorated with furniture and appliances, and ready to move in. The resettlement houses are in very good condition, which gives more hope and motivation to many people who are still in the process of relocation. Afterwards, she focused on the situation in Wei County. Although Wei County is close to Yinsha River, it is actually located on the mountain beside the river bank. Even the lowest altitude in the county is more than 200 meters higher than the river bank. The water level has definitely risen now, but it will not flood Wei County for the time being. As one of the transfer points for the westward migration, Wei County has always had troops stationed there. Previously, because the road to Zicheng was blocked, Many people moved to Wake County, which made the small mountainous county overcrowded. Various supplies also began to be in short supply, especially medical resources. Later, they relied on airdrops from Shizhou Province to overcome the difficulties. The safe migration from Wake County to Shizhou Province is not only separated by the Insha River, but also by a large area of uninhabited mountainous areas, and the transfer route also requires a detour. Therefore, before this tsunami, many people had the idea of settling temporarily in Wake County. It was not until half of the land in Xiangzhou Province was gone that people who wanted to take a break began to move again. At present, 80% of the people there have been moved, and most of the troops have also been moved. The remaining ones are not unwilling to leave, but are waiting for a car. The number of cars that can be mobilized every day is limited, and waiting is inevitable. After Xu Fu learned about the general situation, he planned to set a new destination and go to Wake County. However, after she exited the website on her phone, she couldn't help but open WeChat. This time, there were not so many unread messages, and the time was basically before early November. Some messages came from Wu Xiaoshan and Zhang Tian. They all knew that she was in the Northland Plateau with Chen Fa before, and they always mistakenly thought that she was traveling with Chen Fa and others. So most of these messages were sent in the dormitory group. They were all daily conversations, and some of the content of the messages overlapped with what Chen Fa told her. In addition, Zheng Feifei had the most messages. Like Lu Shuangqing and others, she only received messages from her in June, and then she lost contact again. The messages she sent to Lu Shuang and Cheng Yu were different. It seemed that she was used to it, or she was talking to herself, indicating that she knew she couldn't reply now. But she also knew that she would eventually arrive in Shizhou Province safely, and she was waiting for her news. She reported her safety to each of them. Lu Shuang also replied to her twice after June, lamenting that she was still alive, and then told her to move as soon as possible, and contact her when she got to a place with internet access. She was still in Shizhou Province. Han Lan also sent her a message in July, the same time as Cheng Yu's first reply to her message. She guessed that it should be after they completed the border mission. As for Cheng Yu's dialogue box, the last message was in October. The message only had 4 words. Is it you? Xu Fu was stunned at first. Then, when she saw the specific date of the message and recalled what happened that day, her mind buzzed, as if something exploded silently. The message was sent on the day of the hailstorm, the day she accidentally saved him. Is it you? He was asking her. The person who didn't show up in the raft cabin just now. The person who saved them. The person who threw out the lifebuoy. Is it her? Xu Fu subconsciously threw her phone on the sofa. He definitely didn't ask after he was sure. It was probably just some kind of flash of inspiration and guess. But this man's intuition was too sharp. So sharp that it was a little scary. Just now, when she saw this message on her phone, she felt that he seemed to be in front of the phone, looking at her through the phone. Just like that day on the raft. She knew that he couldn't see her in the house through the door of the drifting island house. But at a certain moment, she still had the illusion of looking at him. Xu Fu had already planned to reply to his message. But now, she didn't know how to reply for the time being. Fortunately, she didn't reply to Lu Shuang and Han Lan's messages, so she should continue to be out of contact. Xu Fu took out the map panel, reset the destination, and the raft turned south, bypassing the floating garbage debris in the bay, and heading towards the original Insha River. There are still more than 900 kilometers to go. In about 11 hours, it will arrive at around 3 a.m. She plans to rest early today, and it would be best to land before dawn tomorrow. The next day, on the outskirts of Wake County, there were originally several small villages at the foot of the mountain in Wake County. Because they were too close to the Insha River, they were flooded several months ago. All the people were relocated, and many of them had already passed the schedule and went to Shizhou Province. The terrain in the village is uneven, and many buildings are completely flooded. But some buildings still have roofs and walls. This is the landing place that Xu Fu chose for herself. There are many buildings and plants here, which is just right for her to find a hidden place to land. It is said that for many years, most of the mountains here have been barren. Because of the long-term drought, there are bare and barren land everywhere. The plants are mainly rare and short shrubs. Later, they relied on artificial planting to have the current green vegetation. However, these vegetation are only distributed in places where people live. Large cliffs and uninhabited areas of the mountains are still earthy yellow. As before, She kept the raft shield opened the portable shield, and landed on the hillside that had turned into a wetland. Her army green raincoat was almost the same color as the surrounding plants. She stepped through the calf-deep water and mud, folded the raft as she walked, and soon walked into the forest above. She turned directly from the small path in the village forest to the main road up the mountain. She walked on the mountain road in the heavy rain for more than 10 minutes, considering whether to walk all the way to Wake County or take out the car and drive to Wake County. According to the electronic map, she was about 6 kilometers away from Wake County at the moment. It would only take about 10 to 20 minutes to drive 6 kilometers. If the mountain road was difficult to travel, it might take a little longer. But if she walked, it would probably take an hour and a half in this weather. If she drove up the mountain, it would be difficult to put the car back in the display cabinet in public. But if she walked up the mountain in the rain without using the car, it would seem that she was particularly stupid. Just when Shu Fu was struggling, the sound of an engine came from the bottom of the mountain road. A car was coming. Chapter 98 Wake County. A few minutes later, Shu Fu got on a military truck with a canopy. This was a military vehicle. It was going to a nearby medical warehouse to find supplies. The November tsunami caused Shizhou province to start a rapid evacuation of the entire territory. In addition to people, all the supplies should be transferred as much as possible. This medical warehouse is private. It is a part that was missed before, and has always been well hidden by its owner. Now reporting such a supply point is equivalent to directly handing in the supplies, but correspondingly, those who hand in the supplies will receive various subsidies after transferring to Shizhou province, such as free housing rights for several years, or having the purchase price. If the supply point has sufficient supplies, it is very likely that the purchase cost will be directly free. In other words, the people who handed in the materials were using the materials that they could not move or take away in exchange for a place to live in the future. The world is unstable now. Without the care and transportation of the troops, such large quantities of materials cannot be transported far. They will be completely lost due to natural disasters and man-made disasters. Most of the medical equipment in this medical warehouse filled up most of the rear compartment of the military truck. Shu Fu was sitting next to the pile of materials at the moment. In addition to the 2 fully armed troops sitting in the rear compartment, there were also several other people who were picked up and taken with them to the west by the military truck. The other party did not think it was strange that a young girl like Shu Fu appeared alone on the mountain road. These days, anything could happen, as long as she was not in danger. The other party sent a female team member to get off the car, checked her backpack, searched her body, confirmed that there were no control weapons, and led her into the car directly. The female team member climbed back into the car after she got on the car, pulled the rain curtain at the rear of the car, and on the way up the mountain, she did not speak the whole time, and her expression was always serious, and from time to time she would get close to the rain curtain to check the situation outside. Seeing her, Shu Fu couldn't help but think of Lu Shuang, her bright smile when they first met, and her care for her. As expected, people are different. Even if they have the same identity and profession, they are completely different individuals. However, Shu Fu still asked about the parking point of the other party's car. She originally wanted to ask the other party about the distance and direction between the first clinic and the parking point. The main reason was that she had not found this clinic on the electronic map before. She didn't know whether it was because Wake County was just a small county town, or the first clinic was too small, and there was no mark on the map. However, by coincidence, the destination of this military truck was the first clinic. 20 minutes later, the truck drove into a flat valley on the hillside. Shu Fu approached the rain curtain and looked out. The surrounding scenery changed from the towering and oppressive deep mountain scenery to a bright and clear one. This is a huge valley, surrounded by mountains. This small county town located on the border of Xiangzhou province is built in the middle of this valley. There is a large open space in the center. Buildings built on the hillside can be seen around it. After going up layer by layer, you can see many houses built in the middle of the hillside. However, there have been heavy rains and hailstorms in recent months. The houses built on the slopes were basically buried by the landslide. A huge wire mesh can be seen wrapped around the landslide wall, which seems to be to prevent a second landslide. Most of the buildings here are 3 to 6 stories high. You can also see a few buildings that are 10 stories high. In the central square area, you can see a 12-story hotel. This should be the tallest building in the entire Wei County. Here, the people work together to develop a modern small county town between the barren mountains. It is really not big. It feels like standing at one end of the main road. You can see the other end at a glance. The military truck drove through the square and main road of Wei County, then turned into a street, and finally drove into a building. After getting off the car, Xu Fu realized why she couldn't find the first clinic on the map before. It turned out that the first clinic was converted from a school. This is Wei County No. 1 Middle School. Under natural disasters, various accidents occurred frequently. The continuous influx of people who migrated westward made Wei County overcrowded, and also challenged the medical limits here. The first clinic was rebuilt at that time. The people of Wei County provided the venue. The army found various medical supplies and recruited professional medical personnel from the public. In this small county, a clinic comparable to a Class II hospital was built. After the tsunami, the people here were relocated in large numbers at a double speed. This clinic, which was once crowded with people, now has almost no patients. The wards that were rebuilt later are now used to accommodate the relocated people who arrived later, and serve as a rest stop. So the expression of the female team member did not change when she heard that Xu Fu was coming to the first clinic. Newcomers here, before registering for the transfer schedule, have to find a place to live first. Wei County is not big to begin with, and the landslide destroyed some houses, and some houses that were not destroyed were too close to the hillside for many people to live in. Looking at the whole canyon, there are safe and large buildings, except for the buildings around the center of the square, which are the buildings around the first middle school, where Xu Fu is now. There are several buildings here. The middle one is the largest, and the outpatient clinic is also set up here. Today is the second day since she received the mission, and the mission period is 5 days. So conservatively speaking, she still has to stay here for 4 days, at least 3 nights. So after Xu Fu walked into the outpatient building, she was the first to register, and then she was assigned a bed. No, a bed. The other party told her that because of the tsunami in November, the evacuation of the entire Xiangzhou province has now changed from a spontaneous action by the people to an official requirement. Therefore, as long as there are rescue points set up by the government during the entire evacuation route, you can stay for free and receive a set of supplies. Only 1 copy of the supplies will be distributed to each rescue point, and the person must claim it. Those who have claimed it before cannot claim it a second time. In addition, people with more than 3 bad records will only be arranged with accommodation, and cannot receive free supplies. In simple terms, accommodation is provided, and water is given. As long as the people follow the procedures and do not make trouble, the authorities can guarantee that you will complete the evacuation alive. Those who like to make trouble will solve their own food and drink problems, but they will also be arranged with accommodation, which is equivalent to disguised surveillance. Of course, there is a way to get rid of the ban on this kind of people, which is to volunteer, depending on the severity of the bad record. Volunteering for different lengths of time at the rescue point can get rid of the ban again and receive free supplies. Xu Fu quickly received the supply package, which was somewhat similar to the airdrop supply package she saw in the water a long time ago. The backpack was made of waterproof cloth on the outside, and it contained simple but large quantities of energy instant food, purified water, water purification tablets, basic disinfectant drugs, thermal blankets, rain gear, etc. The internal supplies were a simplified version of the airdrop package, with a larger proportion of food and water. After all, as long as the evacuees followed the official route, there would be rescue points set up at intervals along the way, and they could still receive them at the next rescue point. In addition to the supply package, the other party also gave her a manual, which contained some map information, marked the official evacuation route, and the location of each rescue point and the emergency rescue phone number, and repeatedly reminded that if she wanted to arrive in Shizhou province safely, she had to strictly follow the evacuation route, because the area around Xiangzhou province and Shizhou province is basically mountainous. The road conditions are complicated. Even if she doesn't want to follow the large army, she can take this route if she has her own small team. And she can also go to each rescue point to collect a supply. When Xu Fu carried the bag of supplies to the room where the bed was arranged, her heart was always warm. She deeply felt how important the country's strength and reliability were. If she was really just a lone refugee who wanted to move west at this moment, even if she was really desperate and wanted to steal and rob in order to survive, she would give up this idea at this moment. Except for those pure villains who are born to like violence and blood. Many people do some things in troubled times just to survive for themselves and their families. As long as these people find that the situation is not so bad, the country has not given up. And it only takes a thought to get back on the right track. Combined with the evacuation situation of Chinefe, these policies should be the new adjustments made by the government after the November tsunami. As expected, areas with troops stationed are different. In such a difficult situation, it is possible to provide all these things to every citizen fairly and free of charge. I am afraid that only Huagua can do it on this planet. That night, Xu Fu slept in the ward converted from the classroom. He was tossing and turning all the time. It was not because he was afraid of insecurity. There were troops patrolling here 24 hours a day, and the safety factor was still very high. It was not because he was familiar with his bed, but because he thought of the mission. Generally speaking, missions are based on natural disasters or man-made disasters. To be honest, these rescue points were established with great difficulty by the authorities. She really didn't want anything to happen here. But the arrival of disasters was never something she could control. Before all this happened, she also knew nothing about the future. Sometimes she thought, perhaps it was because of this ignorance that she could perfectly act as a screw to push the fate of some people with her instinct and intuition every time a mission came. The first night passed peacefully. Weixian has internet. Except for the slowness and lag, there are no other problems. There are also places to charge, but you have to pay for charging 100 per time, and it can only be charged for 30 minutes. But in the current situation, this price is normal for everyone. After all, there is electricity here, which is really very good. When she couldn't sleep, she covered herself with a quilt and secretly went online, but every time she saw the WeChat icon, she felt a little heavy in her heart. The next day, she was woken up by the cold. Even though she was wearing all her clothes, covering herself with a thermal blanket and the quilt on the bed, she was still so cold that her teeth were chattering. She remembered that there was heating in the clinic, which was built after the rescue point was established. Although the temperature was not high enough, it was not as cold and damp as it was now. She got up shivering and asked around. It turned out that the heating was indeed cut off. I heard that this was normal, and I would get used to it. Xu Fu. She was not used to it. She had always lived in a comfortable room with a constant temperature and oxygen of about 25 degrees. This cold and humid environment, the thermometer in the corridor clearly showed that the indoor temperature was 2 degrees, but she felt like she was in an ice cellar. So Xu Fu went to the bathroom, hid in the cubicle, and during the cold, changed the base underwear into sweat-absorbing and perspiration-wicking warm underwear, and then changed the ordinary fleece jacket in the middle layer into thick fleece jacket, changed the jacket with interlayer into the jacket with down interlayer, and changed the waterproof boots into waterproof and warm boots with thick fleece. On the surface, it looks exactly the same as before, but the warmth level is improved. It is worn according to the cold weather clothing for -20 degrees. Finally, a heating pad was added to each boot, and one was also stuck on the back. It warmed up immediately. Not cold anymore, and even a little hot. That day, she walked around several buildings in the first clinic. Except for the smallest building. All other buildings are open. The smallest building is still used for medical treatment. I heard that there are still many patients who have not been transferred. Some of them are in a coma, and no one claims them. The evacuation time of these people is arranged later. One is that they need special vehicles to transfer, and the other is to wait for a while. Some people are separated from their family and friends. Maybe the other party is also looking for someone, and they have to confirm before they can move. Although these people were unconscious, as long as they had their ID cards with them, they could register with the network and all rescue sites could check them. The next day, which was actually the third day of the mission, passed safely. On the fourth day of the mission, she woke up early again, went to the bathroom at the end of the corridor to wash her face, and rinsed her mouth with mouthwash. This was one of the supplies she prepared in her backpack this time. The mouthwash was a small concentrated bottle. You only need to take a small sip at a time. Spit it out directly after rinsing your mouth, and then rinse your mouth with clean water. This was my experience after staying in the shelter last time. Using toothpaste and toothbrush is too much of a fuss, but not brushing teeth is always a bit uncomfortable, so the effect of mouthwash is revealed, quickly and concealed, and it can freshen your breath in a few seconds. Xu Fu simply ate a piece of compressed biscuit, and drank some purified water as breakfast. The compressed biscuit was cheese-flavored, which was rare to eat and tasted good, and it was filling. She thought she would have to hang around all day today, but when she walked down the stairs to the first floor lecture hall, where the outpatient clinic was set up, She heard a familiar voice urging the rescuers to check the computer information at the information desk of the rescue point. Yes. The surname is Hua from Huashan. Xiong next to the character Wang. 48 years old. And there is another surname Yao, female Xiao Yao. Do you know? Her hair was disheveled, her head was still wrapped in a gauze bandage, and there was a little dark blood on her forehead. Her face was pale, her lips were pale, she looked flustered and helpless. She was still wearing the clothes of a patient, and she hastily put on a military coat, which was the uniform cold-proof coat of the clinic. She seemed to have run from the medical building. That building was connected to this building by a corridor, and rain curtains were installed on both sides, so she would not be directly exposed to the rain, but there was water on the ground. Xu Fu noticed the other person's feet. She was wearing a pair of patient slippers, which were completely soaked at this moment. She stood there barefoot in the wet slippers, shivering all over. Xu Fu felt cold just looking at her. Yes. His name is Yao Guofan. Yes. Great. Have you confirmed the information? Where did you register the information? By the way, there is another person named Sun. Sun in the upper and lower parts of Sun Huiming. Do you have his information? She was a little impatient to get close to him, and almost wanted to push the rescuers aside to check it herself. No. Where did Yao Guofan and Hua Qiong register their information? Xiqing. So far? What, can we go now? No. Everything disappeared after I woke up. My ID card and mobile phone were all gone. Well, I'm not in a hurry really. Can I arrange to transfer there directly? Okay, then please help me check the car's status. The sooner the better. She began to wait anxiously again. This time the waiting time was longer. During this time she asked the other party some very simple basic questions. For example, she didn't have an ID card or a mobile phone. What should she do if she wanted to contact the other party, and she didn't know how many days she had been in the hospital? How should she pay for it without money? In addition, she had nothing now. If she wanted to transfer to Xiqing, what should she do for some basic daily needs? The other party was doing two things at the same time. While checking the computer, he quickly answered these simple questions. When she wanted to continue asking, Xu Fu walked over and called out her name, Yao Ruoyun. The other party was startled at first, then turned around, and when she saw who called out her name, she immediately showed an expression of surprise, joy and disbelief. Xu Fu. Oh my god. Senior sister. Why are you here? You are fine again. Ha ha ha. That's great. I told Lu Zheng that you will be fine this time. The other party's expression suddenly became cheerful, and she rushed over to hug her. Xu Fu was prepared and caught her steadily. Well, long time no see. The other party's temperament has not changed, but she looks a lot thinner, and even her original round face is almost turning into a melon seed face. Her strength is also a little weaker, and she is held steadily by Xu Fu, who insists on exercising every day. Yao Ruoyun just woke up today. First, she received the huge shock of being separated from her family after being in a coma for several days. Then she heard the good news that her family was still alive and in a safe city. Finally, she met an old friend who had lost contact for a long time. Her emotions changed again and again. At this moment, she was talking to Xu Fu in a somewhat drunken manner. She was talking incoherently. She didn't even hear the rescuer who was checking the computer behind her calling her twice to say that there was a parking space for Gongmeng County tomorrow afternoon. Gongmeng County is one of the routes for Wei County to transfer to Xiqing. There are also rescue points set up by the troops there. Generally, cars evacuating from Xiangzhou province to Shizhou province cannot go directly there, because the mountain roads are difficult to travel. Natural disasters will lead to various uncontrollable accidents, and many road conditions will also change. Therefore, many such rescue points will be set up along the way to facilitate rest and reorganization. These small counties and villages are located near national highways, provincial highways, and mountain roads, and a small group of fully armed troops will be left to guard them. There will be a car going to Gongmeng County tomorrow afternoon, mainly to transfer a batch of medical supplies found before. With one more car, the road will be safer. Yao Ruoyun's opening was obviously not going to end so quickly. Seeing that she was too cold, Xu Fu pulled her to a place behind the classroom where there was no ventilation, let her sit on a chair and take off her wet slippers, took out a portable thermos cup from her backpack, opened it, and asked her to drink it, which was hot water, and took out a thermal blanket, and asked her to wrap her feet together. Yao Ruoyun drank hot water, and wrapped herself in a thermal blanket. She felt her body temperature rising, and looked at her with tears in her eyes. In fact, when she saw Xu Fu for the first time, she was surprised to see her here. But she was also nervous. After all, she and Xu Fu hadn't seen each other for more than a year. Looking back on the time they met in the library, it was not that long. She had a natural filter when she looked at him. Maybe it was because in her heart, he was her mother's savior. So she had an unconditional trust and intimacy with Xu Fu. But she didn't know what kind of person she was in Xu Fu's heart. Especially after not seeing each other for such a long time and losing contact. She was afraid that he would dislike her and think that she was too enthusiastic and proactive. Until she gently asked her to take off her slippers, took out the thermal blanket and wrapped her up. Her uneasy heart seemed to be wrapped in something warm. Xu Fu was still Xu Fu. And he didn't become alienated from her because of not seeing each other for a long time. Yao Ruoyun seemed to have seen her relatives and began to complain. Xu Fu roughly pieced together the experience of the other family from her words. Their family moved at the beginning of this year, at the beginning of the migration opening period. When they left Pincheng, they took the route to Yucheng. At that time, the cities were still good, and the journey was not as bumpy as when Xu Fu and his family left later. But there were many people moving, and it was very chaotic. Everyone moved from town to town. When they arrived in Xiangzhou province, the news of the world-destroying tsunami came. That was the first time that the planet encountered a tsunami hundreds of meters high. For all the Hua people at that time, the super tsunami that destroyed 2 provinces was the fatal blow that crushed their hopes. Chapter 99 Wei County. This world will not be better. The disaster will not end. The end of the world has come. The world is about to be destroyed. At that time, such remarks were everywhere. People's emotions became chaotic and violent. The team that was originally transferred well. Several robberies and fights occurred within a day. Some people even killed someone by mistake. Places with a lot of people became another disaster scene. Their family of 3, they were not as good as the team full of young and middle-aged people. The luggage they carried was squeezed and lost in the chaos. Then it was robbed. They did not entangle with people to grab the supplies at that time. Their family of 3 knew that, if they wanted to survive, they had to stay away from the crowd first. Life was the most important. Later, they hid in a nearby town. Those months were the most chaotic time in Huagua. Troops and rescue personnel were transferred in large numbers to rescue people in disasters, except for a few large cities in Xiangzhou province that were always guarded by large troops. Other areas experienced a period of chaos until the rescue work of this devastating tsunami was nearly over. Some team members were sent back, and they began to reorganize the order of various small cities, towns, and counties. But the good times did not last long. Later, there was a problem at the border, and some team members were transferred away. The order in Xiangzhou province was good for 2 days, and bad for 1 day. They never dared to move. So they hid in that town, relying on the gold jewelry hidden close to their bodies, and her parents' craftsmanship to make a living. During that time, her mobile phone broke, and there was no place to repair it. Her parents' mobile phones were in the luggage bag, and had been stolen long ago. Later, they bought an old-fashioned mobile phone in the town. They wanted to surf the internet, but found that the signal was extremely poor. After a long time of trying, she couldn't log into her previous account. Finally, she gave up the idea of contacting her friends. Later, Xiangzhou province was tidied up little by little, and the order gradually improved. After discussing with the family, they decided to continue traveling west. It was October at that time. The original transfer team had long gone. The world outside was changing day by day. They could only travel on their own. They had no car and couldn't carry too much luggage. There were many difficulties along the way. Later, they finally arrived at a big city in the central part of Xiangzhou province. Then, by coincidence, they met Sun Huiming there. He also joined the rescue team and was carrying out his mission there, which was to assist the people in migrating westward. This encounter was too coincidental and too lucky. With Sun Huiming's help, the 3 of them quickly re-registered their information and joined the westward migration team. It was early November when they met Sun Huiming. Before the tsunami. At that time, the westward migration was not as strong as it is now. Most of the time, even if the people arrived at the small town west of Xiangzhou province, they had to wait for a schedule. Sun Huiming said that he could help make arrangements, as long as they followed his team all the way. It would be faster than if they moved and waited for a schedule on their own. Yao Ruoyun had already seen that Sun Huiming liked her. To be honest, she was quite touched. After all, in the end times, she could still care about another person. There were not many people who would help her. No matter what. He was at least willing to work hard for this love. Yao Ruoyun finally agreed to Sun Huiming's suggestion and followed his rescue team all the way. Although the route was tortuous, and they had not reached the town in the west of Xiangzhou province after walking for half a month. The safety factor was greatly improved along the way. And they could also hitchhike. At that time, we didn't expect that a tsunami, just a tsunami, could actually destroy half of Xiangzhou province. And the flood rushed directly into the deep inland. The only lucky thing was that we were not in the city that was directly hit by the tsunami at that time. But other disasters caused by this giant tsunami continued one after another. If the original natural disaster level was 2 during the transfer, it has now become 6, which has tripled. Storms like rivers and seas pouring down. Hailstones bigger than fists come and go. The wind and rain can escalate at any time. Waterspouts appear on the water. Tornadoes appear on land. Floods raged. Landslides, mudslides poured, and roads were blocked. For a whole half month, they seemed to be chased by disasters. They were about to leave the disaster area caused by the tsunami. But somehow, the bus they were riding in accidentally had a car accident. The last thing Yao Ruoyun saw before she lost consciousness was her parents opening their protective arms towards her at the same time. And Sun Huiming's panicked face as he rushed towards them. She must have been unconscious for a while. And now she doesn't know how she came to Wei County. It is very likely that the army's rescue arrived and saved her from injury. Or it is possible that the rescue team that was traveling with her at the time brought her to Wei County. She just woke up today. Just now. And she didn't even know how many days she had been unconscious. Fortunately, she was in the clinic. And there was a rescue point downstairs. She finally checked the list of survivors through the computer and learned that they were still alive. She didn't know how they got to Jiqing. And she didn't know how to contact them yet. So the only thing she could think of was to rush to Jiqing immediately. When Yao Ruoyun said this, she remembered that she had missed something. She immediately put down the cup and put on her slippers again, and rushed down the stairs wrapped in a thermal blanket. She came to the service desk at the rescue point again and asked about the previous parking space. However, it was too late. There were indeed several groups of cars leaving from Wei County tomorrow. But the only transfer vehicle with vacancies would leave at around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, which was also the last group of cars leaving tomorrow. And it had already been reserved. Yao Ruoyun hugged Xu Fu so enthusiastically just now that the rescuers mistakenly thought she had found her family. After shouting twice without any response, they went to do other things. Later, other survivors came to ask about moving the car, and then quickly reserved the parking space. Yao Ruoyun knew that she couldn't blame others for this. She could only blame herself for always being so reckless. She apologized to the rescuers and asked them to help her check the parking time later. The other party told her that if she missed the bus tomorrow, she would have to wait another 2 days. Waiting 2 more days is not too long, and there are currently more parking spaces available after 3 days, so she can go with Xu Fu. But she still has to ask Xu Fu, because she was busy talking about herself just now, and she doesn't know what's going on with Xu Fu. She turned around and wanted to call Xu Fu over, but when she turned around, she found that she was standing not far behind her. She called her, but she didn't respond, standing sideways with her head tilted, seemingly looking at something. Xu Fu was looking at a pregnant woman, whom she noticed when she just walked over from the back of the step seats. The pregnant woman looked very young, and her belly was already very big. Her husband was with her, probably because they had entered the room, and was helping the woman take off her raincoat, and then he half knelt there, unbuttoning her clothes for her, seemingly planning to help her rearrange them. She had only glanced at it at first, but she subconsciously felt something was wrong. When she walked behind Yao Ruoyun, she couldn't help but look back. The accident happened at this time. She saw the man took out 2 small glass bottles from the woman's clothes. There seemed to be liquid in them, and a strip of cloth. The pregnant woman was holding something in her hand, and was quickly reaching out to the bottle. It was a clay Molotov cocktail. Xu Fu had almost no time to think. The moment she opened the protective shield, she predicted the direction of the Molotov cocktail and shouted, "Be careful." At the same time, she pushed Yao Ruoyun to the side and took 2 steps. She pulled down the thermal blanket she was wearing and spread it behind her, wrapping herself and Yao Ruoyun together. All these actions were done in one go. She even took into account the possibility of cameras being installed in this place. Not only did she want to save Yao Ruoyun, but she also wanted to save her without leaving any trace. Fortunately, the thermal blanket was made of tin foil. In addition to being waterproof and heat insulating, it could also provide basic fire protection in an emergency. She hugged Yao Ruoyun tightly, who had not figured out the situation yet, and wrapped both of them and their heads with the thermal blanket. But when the explosion sounded behind her, she had already clasped her hands tightly while holding Yao Ruoyun, and the protective shield was also protecting her at the same time. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions, and the screams of others. Because of the close distance, she could even feel the dazzling fire and air waves not far behind her, and could hear the sound of objects exploding at the rescue point service desk. The 2 men's target was indeed the service desk. She just glanced at it unintentionally, and saw that the man lowered his head and looked to the side when he lifted the woman's clothes. Obviously, his attention was not on the pregnant woman in front of him at all. Moreover, the protruding part of the woman's belly seemed to move with his movements. In addition, she had come into contact with pregnant women in their 9th month of pregnancy, and their sitting posture was not like this at all. In short, in a quick glance, she felt too many things were wrong. So she became alert. Chaos occurred in an instant. Some people screamed, some cried out, and some shouted angrily, "Don't let them run away." When Yao Ruoyun reacted, pulled Xu Fu behind her and stood up and looked back. The patrol team members had already rushed up with guns raised, and the 2 people who created the chaos wanted to hold the ordinary people nearby hostage and rush out. The woman pretending to be pregnant took out a gun, but was hit on the wrist by the rescuer at the service desk. The rescuer just reacted very quickly to Xu Fu's reminder and rushed out, jumping away from the service desk. And now he can save his life. She was slightly injured, and blood was still dripping from her forehead. But this did not affect the accuracy of her snatch. The woman who was hit on the wrist screamed, and her hand loosened subconsciously, and the snatch fell to the ground. Another snatch sounded, and her thigh was also hit. She screamed again and fell down. The man shook off the woman and turned around to jump out the window. But it was too late. His shoulder and calf were also shot at the same time, and he was directly deprived of the ability to escape. The team members rushed forward and restrained a man and a woman respectively. The 2 screamed and laughed, repeating the same sentence over and over again. Something like evolution, eternal existence. Their expressions made them look particularly creepy. One team member went forward and knocked the 2 unconscious with a gun. The action was neat and tidy. Then the other team members quickly dragged the 2 out. The whole attack happened suddenly and ended quickly. Fortunately, it was still early, and there were not many people in the lecture hall. In addition to the rescue workers, who were originally at the service desk, there were also 2 other ordinary people who were injured. One was thrown by the blast, and his head hit the table nearby, and he fainted. Another had his hair and outer clothes burned by the flames. The fire had been put out, but he had minor burns that needed treatment. On the contrary, Yao Ruoyun and Xu Fu, who were originally closest to the service desk, took 2 steps to avoid falling to the ground because of their timely reaction, and temporarily covered themselves with a thermal blanket, so they were not burned by the blast and the flames. After getting up, they found that they were fine. Thank you. When the rescuer who was originally sitting at the service desk was carried to the side by his companions to treat his wounds, he turned around and said thank you to Xu Fu. Although the service desk was blown beyond recognition, and the computer files and some material bags were destroyed, she was fine at least. Very smart. On the side, another team member who came over with a medical kit glanced at Xu Fu and then asked, "How did you find out something was wrong?" Xu Fu could feel that, although there was praise in the other person's eyes, there was also some caution, so she told him what she had noticed before. In fact, if someone else had discovered these details that were not quite right at the time, they might have noticed something was wrong, but it was unlikely that they would have been like her, without any self-doubt or hesitation, and would have given a warning in an instant and thought of using a thermal blanket for defense. In the eyes of others, this may be because Xu Fu is quick to react, but in fact, she knows in her heart that this is due to her vigilance during the mission period. If there is no prompt that the mission has been completed in 1 day, she dare not relax her vigilance at all. Moreover, she has lived here for 2 days. She just met the suspected mission target and found something wrong. Naturally, her reaction is faster than that of ordinary people. What she said is reasonable. So the team member did not ask any more questions. Yao Ruoyun has been in a coma for a few days. A series of things happened just after she woke up. She was a little dazed at the moment, especially now that she relaxed. A strong sense of hunger came up, but her head was dizzy, and she felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. When she asked about the parking space, she had already learned about the free supplies and water from the rescue team members. However, seeing the service desk blown up like this, she was a little worried whether she could still get the supplies. When she was hesitating whether to talk to the rescuers, there was another series of explosions outside. And this time, the noise was even louder. Yao Ruoyun wondered if she was hallucinating because she was too hungry. What happened? Another attack? Until she saw the other team members running out. She was also grabbed by Xu Fu. Xu Fu was still uneasy. There was no sound coming from her bracelet, which meant that the mission was still in progress, and some things had not happened yet. She pulled Yao Ruoyun along the corridor to the stairs, and then rushed to the third floor in one breath. They came to the south-facing window of the corridor on the third floor. The other side of the corridor, here, was a classroom converted into a ward, now used to accommodate the westward migrants. Although there were not many people, almost everyone gathered in the corridor at this moment. They all looked very panic-stricken. Although the explosion sounded downstairs just now was close, it was not considered serious, but the noise coming now was very loud. They all gathered in front of the window, looking towards the place where the sound came from. Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun also rushed over. Through the low buildings in Wei County, it was easy to find the place where the accident happened. There were two explosions. One was on the mountain, which was a signal base station tower. The other was in a building in the county. According to an insider, it was the installation site of the heating boiler in Wei County. Wei County was not a heating county in the past. Although the altitude here is higher, it is located in the southwest of Hua State. The climate is dry, and the sunshine is sufficient. In the past, the coldest time in winter was only -1 to 2 degrees Celsius. And most of the time it was between 7, 8 and more than 10 degrees Celsius. This long rainy season brought a damp, cold and low temperature climate. There were not many houses in the county equipped with air conditioners. In addition, continuous natural disasters damaged the circuits, and the power supply was insufficient. So later, the troops installed a heating boiler. Boiler heating saves more resources than air conditioning. Now the heating in the buildings around the first clinic is provided by it. Although it is sometimes available, it is still warm for half a day every day. But now, it was bombed there, and the heating used flammable gas. After the bombing, a series of subsequent explosions were triggered. Even half of the wall of the building was broken, and the whole people of Wei County heard this huge noise. Was it also done by the companions of those people just now? Yao Ruoyun held Xu Fu's hand tightly, her voice trembling slightly. Aren't so many disasters terrible enough? What do these people want to do? Xu Fu didn't know how to answer. The man and woman who just attacked, bleeding and repeating the same sentence, reminded her of the group of people who attacked Jixing community in Liyun City at night a long time ago. And the group of lunatics behind the transformation of the entire North District in Yucheng into a large-scale experimental site for ichthyosis patients. In the apocalypse, there will always be such a group who, because of incompetence and fear, will do things more terrible than the natural disaster itself. On the side, Yao Ruoyun, who was starving and cold, finally couldn't hold on any longer, and fainted in the sound of chain explosions again. Until this day passed, Xu Fu's bracelet still didn't move. Yao Ruoyun was sent back to the medical building for treatment. She was not seriously injured, but was mainly in a coma due to concussion. She caught a cold in the rain before being rescued and transferred to Wei County. She had a high fever and slept for several days. After waking up today, she was completely relying on her strength to find her parents. The subsequent attacks and explosions completely exhausted her physical strength. She fainted in the corridor on the third floor, because she had lost all her strength. Yao Ruoyun did not wake up all day. The doctor gave her a nutrient solution. And Xu Fu, as a patient caregiver, went into the medical building. She also spent the night in the ward. The next morning, she went to the bathroom and hid in the cubicle to check the bracelet to confirm that the mission was not completed. On the way back to the ward, she turned her head to look at the gloomy sky outside the window. It was raining all the time. The several explosions in Wei County seemed to be planned attacks by members of a certain organization. They seemed to be purely for destruction. The base station was destroyed. The network in Wei County was interrupted. The heating was destroyed. The nights in Wei County became even colder and more unbearable. The computer files and some material packages at the service desk were destroyed. and the registration and arrangement of the transfer were forced to be suspended for half a day. The attack caused a lot of trouble. But overall, these incidents did not affect the transfer progress in Wake County, because the vehicles, roads, and the power systems of the material warehouse and clinic were intact. The people who needed to be transferred and the materials that needed to be transferred were still proceeding step by step today. Moreover, the explosion occurred on the 4th day of the mission period. The reason why she was able to save Yao Ruoyun during the attack was that when she received the new mission, she was not too far from Wake County. So she rushed to the first clinic of Wake County on the 2nd day of the mission period. But since she was given a 5-day mission period, it means that even if she arrived at the first clinic of Wake County on the 5th day, it would be possible. But if she arrived on the 5th day, she would not be able to save Yao Ruoyun during the explosion on the 4th day. Of course, the attack on the service desk was not serious. Yao Ruoyun might be injured, but she would not die. Moreover, this is a clinic with doctors and medical supplies, and people can be saved in time. So, could it be that the key event has not really arrived yet? Xu Fu relied on past experience, analyzed a little bit, and finally confirmed that the explosion attack was indeed not the key point of this mission. So, what would it be? What would be more troublesome than a close-range explosion attack? Chapter 100 Wake County. In the evening, Yao Ruoyun finally woke up. She had a concussion and a high fever for several days, and the impact of yesterday's explosion. This time she was completely exhausted. She still lay in bed after opening her eyes, and she didn't even have the strength to get up. This ward was converted from an office. The office was not as big as a classroom. It was separated by a curtain. There were 6 beds in one room. At this moment, the curtains on both sides of her bed were drawn. Xu Fu was sitting on a chair beside her bed. There was a faint fragrance of rice porridge coming from the bedside. Yao Ruoyun thought it was her illusion, until Xu Fu stood up, took out a brown paper bowl, and asked her if she wanted some porridge. She turned her head to look at the bedside, where a folding electric kettle was placed on the small wooden cabinet. The socket of the kettle was connected to a large-capacity power bank. This kettle should have a heat preservation function. At this moment, the heat preservation light was on. It didn't consume much electricity, but it could slowly boil the boiled rice soup until it became rice porridge. As Xu Fu opened the lid of the kettle, a stronger fragrance spread in the air. Really porridge? Yao Ruoyun was very surprised. Although she had never been hungry during the transfer, and with the rescue team, she ate ready-made dry food or semi-finished canned self-heating rice most of the time. It takes too much time to cook porridge. It takes time to cook rice and water. Even if it is cooked with electricity and fire, it is not very popular because it is not filling and too light. It is like wasting time and energy to eat. It is more convenient to just make instant noodles. But she has just recovered from a serious illness, and the sequelae of concussion are still there. She is obviously very hungry and her stomach is empty, and she wants to eat something. But when she thinks of those canned meat, instant noodles, and self-heating rice, she subconsciously feels sick and wants to vomit. On the contrary, the smell of this light rice porridge made her want to eat it. So she tried to sit up and said she could eat it by herself. Xu Fu only gave her a spoon, not a bowl, but sat on the edge of the bed, holding the bowl for her, so that she could scoop the rice porridge and drink it slowly. Senior, Yao Ruoyun drank 2 sips, and saw that she was holding the bowl for her all the time. And she felt touched and guilty. Senior, I troubled you again. It's okay. Not too much trouble. Xu Fu smiled at her lightly. I bought the rice at the service desk, and I carried the folding kettle and power bank with me. The doctor said that you were just hungry, and you will be fine as long as you eat and have strength. Get well soon, so you can go to Jiqing to find your parents. Yao Ruoyun nodded at her, not noticing that Xu Fu said you, not us. She was not sure whether she could leave Xiangzhou province, so she could not promise Yao Ruoyun anything. Everything had to wait until this mission was over. The fragrance of rice porridge was in the air. The other people in the ward could not sit still. The curtain on the side was lifted, revealing the face of a middle-aged woman. She followed the smell of rice porridge, and first swept her eyes over the folding kettle on the cabinet. Then she looked at Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun, smiled at them, and asked if she could sell her a bowl of porridge. Yao Ruoyun subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when she thought that the porridge was cooked by Xu Fu, she stopped talking and looked at her. Sorry. Xu Fu directly refused the other party. I only cooked a little porridge. Not enough to share. The other party muttered that she was not going to share, but to buy it. But when Xu Fu did not respond, she changed her mind and said that she wanted to borrow her kettle. As she said that, she also looked at Yao Ruiyun, saying that she and her son were both patients and were in the same ward, so she just wanted to help. Yao Ruiyun already knew Xu Fu's attitude, and she refused directly this time. I'm sorry, but I don't like others using our things. The woman left with a bad look on her face, and she was still muttering, complaining that they were stingy, saying that young girls nowadays had no sympathy. It was just a broken kettle. How could it kill someone to use it? Yao Ruiyun was a little angry. If she didn't lend her things, she would blame people for being stingy and unsympathetic. What's the point? What's more, although there were no conditions to cook porridge in the clinic, it was a county town after all. As long as she went to the houses where people lived near the clinic and knocked on the door and paid some money, there would naturally be people willing to cook porridge and sell it to her. Before the middle-aged woman came over, she heard the mother and son talking in low voices. She just didn't want to run out because it was raining outside, cold and wet, and it was getting dark. Xu Fu, however, seemed to not hear any complaints at all. She didn't even blink her eyelashes. She put the empty bowl on the cabinet, poured out half a bowl for her, handed it to her, and signaled her to eat more if she could. Only by eating would her body be healthy. On the other side of the curtain, the son who had broken his leg lying on the bed had no appetite for a few days. Today, he suddenly wanted to eat the fragrant rice porridge. Seeing that his mother didn't want it, he started to complain again. The middle-aged woman was annoyed by him and had no choice but to listen to the sound. It seemed that the rain outside was not heavy at this time. She had to start wearing a coat and raincoat and planned to go to a nearby house. However, not long after she pushed the door open and walked out, she hurried back again, with panic in her voice. Son, it's icicles outside. Mom can't go out. The rain will turn into icicles once it falls. This raincoat can't hold up. Mom, what are you talking about? The son didn't understand, and he didn't believe it even more. What do you mean by rain turning into icicles? What nonsense is this? Rain is rain. Hail is hail. What does it mean when rain turns into ice? Yao Ruiyun was also wondering what it meant when rain turned into icicles. But Xu Fu on the side suddenly stood up, put down the bowl, and directly lifted the curtain and walked towards the window. The windows in the office are relatively large. Because of the occasional heavy rain, strong winds and hail, the windows were basically reinforced when this place was converted into a ward, leaving only a few gaps a few fingers wide, which cannot be opened normally, and are always blocked by curtains, so people have long forgotten that there are these windows inside. Although the window glass is sealed with many wooden boards, when you press against the gap, you can still see the scenery outside clearly. It was a gloomy evening on a rainy day, and it was about to get dark. It was not raining hard outside, and the wind was not strong, but just as the middle-aged woman said, it was icing. As soon as the rain fell, it hung on the bare branches, the eaves, and the windowsills. The raindrops froze into ice beads on the spot. As more rain fell, the ice beads gradually turned into icicles hanging there. The originally clear window glass was gradually covered with ice as the rain dripped from the raft. The freezing speed was completely visible to the naked eye. Yao Ruiyun was a little worried. While trying to get out of bed, she asked, "What's going on? Is it hail? It doesn't sound like it. It's not hail. It's freezing rain. It's freezing outside." Xu Fu turned around, reached out to support Yao Ruiyun, who was walking slowly towards her, and raised her eyes to see the white light strip flashing above her head. At the same time, Xu Fu felt the vibration of the bracelet. Within 5 days, the task of punching in at the first clinic in Wei County is completed, and 20% progress bar of the raft level 5 is obtained, and 5% bonus of the additional progress bar is obtained, and 1 turntable draw is obtained. Current progress of the raft level 5, 25%. For this task, although the basic progress bar is high, the additional progress bar bonus is very low, and there is only 1 draw. 1 draw is too few, and she must wait until the next time when there are more draws. However, seeing the current 25% progress of the level 5 raft, she was still happy. After all, the mission was not too difficult. Moreover, according to the prompt time of mission completion, she could roughly infer the key point of this mission, which should be the freezing rain. What would happen if she did not rush to the first clinic in Wei County within 5 days? First of all, She and Yao Ruiyun would definitely not meet. According to her, when she woke up yesterday and found out that her parents were in Jiqing, her first reaction was to book a parking space. If she hadn't been careless, she would have boarded the bus to Gongmeng County this afternoon. The freezing rain would turn into ice when it hit the ground, which would not only break trees and telephone poles, but also collapse buildings that were already fragile in the storm and hail. The ground would also freeze quickly. If the ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, it would be troublesome for the vehicles. So, this mission was to keep Yao Ruiyun in Wei County before the freezing rain appeared? But if she hadn't come, Yao Ruiyun might have been injured in yesterday's explosion and fell into a long coma again. If she had been in a coma, she would not have boarded the bus to Gongmeng County this afternoon. It was dark. The boiler heating had not been repaired, and the heating in the houses where the survivors lived near the Wei County clinic was cut off. The few local residents in the county town began to burn firewood for heating. But it was not easy to find dry firewood these days. In desperation, many people began to chop tables and chairs in the house to make a fire. Some survivors followed suit. In contrast, the clinic ward was cold and damp, and the freezing rain outside was getting heavier. Many of the remaining tree branches on the ground nearby were covered with icicles, and many branches had been broken by the thick ice. Yao Ruiyun was officially discharged from the hospital. She changed out of her patient clothes, put on the emergency cold weather supplies distributed by the rescue team, and went to rest in the ward in another building where Xu Fu had been assigned a bed. The emergency cold weather supplies were collected by the rescue team members and military personnel who were still able to spare some time in the vacant residential buildings nearby. There were warm clothes, warm pants, cotton coats, cotton pants, and rain boots. The clothes were not quite the right size, and they were old. But for Yao Ruiyun, who had nothing, it was good enough to have clothes to wear. In addition to the warm clothes and cotton coat, she also put on the military coat. This coat was given to her by the nurse in the small building when she went to the service desk to ask for it when she just woke up. Now there is no heating and the temperature is dropping, so the nurse naturally cannot go back. After putting on the military coat, Yao Ruiyun still felt cold. She didn't know why. It was not snowing outside, and the temperature was not particularly low. The thermometer in the corridor showed that the room temperature was -5 degrees Celsius. But she still felt cold. The damp cold seemed to penetrate into her body through the gaps in her clothes. Until Xu Fu took out some magic tools, extra thick fleece socks and heating packs. Although Yao Ruiyun was wrapped in thicker clothes than Xu Fu, she was wearing ordinary rain boots with a pair of disposable socks distributed inside, so her feet were cold and her whole body could not warm up. She put on the fleece socks Xu Fu gave her, and then stuck the heating packs on the outside of the socks and on her back. Soon, as the heating packs began to work, she felt relieved, like soaking in hot water. After the cold-resistant supplies were distributed, finally some rescuers had their hands free, and were busy lighting the braziers again. Because it was an open fire, there were many fabrics in the ward that were afraid of being burned, and the wood was chopped temporarily from wooden furniture, so it would produce smoke when burning, so it was placed in the ventilation corridor, and the survivors, who couldn't stand the cold, moved chairs around the fire to keep warm. As the firewood burned, the temperature in the room slowly rose, and with the help of fleece socks and heating packs, Yao Ruiyun was not cold at this time. "Senior sister, if it weren't for you this time, I don't know what to do now." At night, the two put the empty bed next to them together with Xu Fu's bed, put on all their clothes, put on their hoods, and finally covered the quilt outside, planning to sleep with each other for a night. The white light bar above Yao Ruiyun's head was just like the several times that Chen Fa and Lu Zheng had appeared before. And it was fleeting. The difference was that her light bar was only one step away from being full. And she believed that awakening was imminent. Xu Fu gently patted her arm that was hugging her, and whispered, "Go to sleep quickly. Your body is not fully recovered yet. You need to sleep well and take care of your body, so that you can recover your physical strength. Only by recovering your physical strength can you cope with a completely different worldview after awakening, and cope with the subsequent disasters." Yes, according to her inference, this freezing rain may just be the beginning. She had expected low temperatures, but from September to now, although the temperature has not been as low as it should be in the season, it has never been ridiculously low, especially now that it is December. The temperature in this season is around 0 degrees, which is considered normal weather. It was this freezing rain that reminded her that since freezing rain is the key to completing the mission, does it mean that there will be a series of disasters related to freezing rain? What is the low temperature of -5 degrees? The temperature in the north of Hawaii in winter is usually between -20 and -40 degrees. Of course, the resistance of houses and people to low temperatures varies from region to region. Wake County is not like northern cities. Every household in the north has heating and kangs. When the houses and windows were built, various cold-proof measures were taken. Even if it was more than 20 degrees below zero and there was a blizzard outside, you could still wear short sleeves and eat cold drinks indoors. The houses in Wake County are not cold-proof. The heating was cut off because of the attack. The mobile signal and network were also cut off. If there is a big drop in temperature, it will be a bit troublesome. I definitely can't stay in the clinic. There are people coming and going here. It is an important place. It was just targeted by someone from a perverted organization. It cannot be ruled out that the same thing will happen again. Besides, the classrooms here are all converted into wards. They are too spacious and public spaces. Daily life is inconvenient. Even drinking porridge will make people look askance. They can't just eat compressed biscuits every day. So, they have to move to another place. Fortunately, most of the houses in Wake County are empty. If they can't afford it, they can spend some gold and find a suitable one. Shu Fu listed various plans in her mind. But these were just her plans under some preset disaster. It is also possible that these are just her guesses. None of these will happen. After tonight, the freezing rain will stop, and she and Yao Ruoyan can move to Shizhou province together. In summary, she could have all kinds of guesses and think of countermeasures. But in the end, everything had to follow the mission. She would never become self-inflated because of the success of the previous mission. Take the preset disaster seriously, and go against the main force. The next day, the freezing rain really stopped. But it was white outside, and heavy snow fell in the world covered with icicles. Fortunately, the wind was not strong, and the temperature felt a little higher than last night. There was a lot of noise in the ward, and I didn't know how such a small number of survivors could make such a big noise. Yao Ruoyan was still sleeping. Because of the heating pack, she was no longer cold, and her cheeks were rosy. Shu Fu did not disturb her, wanting her to sleep as much as possible. She gently got off the bed, covered her with a blanket, and went to the corridor outside with her backpack. There was a tea room on the first floor of the building where they lived. It used to be provided for students, but now it has become a hot water room for patients and survivors. There will be a period of time every morning to provide drinkable hot water. Of course, there will be team members guarding inside. One is to urge the queue, the other is to prevent someone from bringing an oversized container and taking all the hot water away. Shu Fu went downstairs with a thermos cup, seemingly to fill it with hot water, but actually to inquire about the news. As soon as she reached the first floor, she found that there were many people gathered in a small space at the entrance, compared with those who were queuing at the entrance of the tea room. These people were in a mess, with ice chips on their hair, their lips frozen blue, and their clothes and shoes were all covered with melting ice chips. Some of them were carrying several large bags covered with thin ice, panting and sitting on the ground to rest. Some were like headless flies, wandering in and out of the corridor and several classrooms on the corridor, muttering to themselves as if they were looking for someone. Some rushed to the tea room and told the team members, who were supervising inside, that they were all frozen and asked if they could get some hot water to drive away the cold. When they said this, they wanted to cut in line. The people who were originally in the back naturally didn't want to. They had been huddled in the ward for a whole night and were freezing. Now they were hoping to get some hot water as soon as possible and drink some to warm themselves up. Moreover, the hot water supply in the tea room was limited. If so many of them cut in line, the people who were originally in line would not be able to get water later. The two sides started arguing, and the voices were noisy. Even though Shu Fu was standing a distance away from the other side, he could hear their quarrel and knew from the quarrel why these people were so embarrassed. It turned out that they were the group of people who got on the car yesterday afternoon and set off for Gongmeng County. The mountain road they were transferred to was not easy to travel. Their car encountered freezing rain after driving only 70 or 80 kilometers. Chapter 101 Wake County. It was a terrible thing to encounter freezing rain on an unobstructed mountain road. The already wet road surface quickly froze, and the ice piled up. The tires of the car slipped severely, and it was easy to roll down the hillside. In the end, they had to stop. However, as soon as the car stopped, the freezing rain on the roof and the car window began to freeze rapidly into ice. The car window was covered with ice, and the wipers and rearview mirrors were covered with icicles. If it weren't for the fact that the car engine was still running, there was still some heat in the car and the body. It is estimated that even the car door would freeze with the car, and then even the door could not be opened. At that time, they were transferred in a bus and a military truck, and there were also several fully armed soldiers accompanying them. However, no matter how well prepared the soldiers were, they were completely helpless in such a situation. They first called for help, but the nearby rescue points were some distance away, and the signal was not good, so no one responded. They thought they might as well wait until the freezing rain stopped before leaving. But they waited until night, and the fuel tank was about to run out. The freezing rain not only did not stop, but it became more and more severe. When the engine ran out of fuel, the temperature inside the car began to drop, and the freezing rain froze the entire car. They might really be trapped here. Several team members knew they couldn't wait any longer. The route from Wei County to Gongmong County was the shortest evacuation route, only more than 200 kilometers. If everything went well, it would take 2 or 3 hours to drive there. Therefore, generally, there would not be too many team members responsible for such short-distance transfers. They joined the army after the disaster, and they didn't have much experience. They also knew that they were few in number and not strong enough. If they continued to sit and wait for death, they would be even less able to save others. Finally, they held a meeting to study the map and decided to try their luck on foot at a farm in a nearby valley. It was not close to the road and would take about 5 to 6 kilometers to walk, which was within the range of the walkie-talkie. They left one team member to look after the people, and the other two began to climb over the guardrail of the mountain road and walk down the hillside. Fortunately, the two team members found a farm where they could spend the night. They used the walkie-talkie to communicate with the team members waiting in the car. When the people learned that there was a place to shelter for the night, they immediately picked up their luggage and backpacks, wrapped themselves in thick clothes, put on rain gear, tore the clothes into strips, and tied them to their rain boots to increase friction, and then began to follow the team member to get off the car and move. But some people were unwilling to get out of the car. It was still freezing rain outside. It sounded terrible to walk 6 kilometers in such conditions. They would rather hide in the car. Even if the car would stall after the fuel ran out, at least the car wall would block the freezing rain outside. They could lean against each other for warmth. In short, they absolutely could not walk at night in such conditions. Such a temperature would not freeze people to death, but it would be easy to get sick. It would be a big problem if they got sick during the transfer. They refused to get off the bus, and the team member had no choice but to leave his walkie-talkie behind and evacuate with the other group. This group of people had a hard time carrying their luggage and backpacks. But fortunately, they finally arrived at the farm smoothly. The team members who arrived earlier had already started a fire, and even used drinking water effervescent disinfectant tablets to disinfect some rainwater and boiled hot water. After they arrived, they could immediately sit around the fire and drink a few sips of hot water. These people were lucky. After dawn, the team members used the walkie-talkie to ask for help and met another team online. This team was from the army, driving a military off-road vehicle and a military wheeled armored transport vehicle. The wheels of the off-road vehicle were anti-skid, and the armored transport vehicle could drive in ice and snow, so even freezing rain would not have much impact on them. They came from another rescue point, just passing by here. Their destination was another city north of Wei County, which was quite far away, nearly 800 kilometers away. But if their car took a slight detour, they would also pass through Wei County. The farm was far from the mountain road where the bus stopped, but it was very close to the mountain road where the team was. The survivors who had spent a night at the farm were saved. Gongmong County was too far away, and the other party could not send them there. However, after learning that the other party would pass through Wei County, they asked the other party to take a detour and leave them in Wei County first. The people who were in a mess in front of Shufu at this moment were just brought here by the team. Although they were saved and had everything they needed, they had gone through such a big circle from yesterday afternoon to today, and ended up back to the same place. They were also frozen like dogs. Several people caught colds, so they were naturally in a bad mood. While the survivors were arguing, several team members in charge of the transfer came over. Because of yesterday's explosion, the service desk had moved to another location. They were not here before, but came here after hearing the news. After they came, they soon discovered that nearly 1/3 of the lucky people who were transferred were missing. After asking, they learned that those people were still on the mountain road. because the Army's off-road vehicles and military transport vehicles did not have as much space as buses. They could not accommodate everyone. So the 3 team members thought that after they came back, they would drive out to pick them up. It turned out that the freezing rain yesterday had frozen the only large truck left in Wake County, and it couldn't start at all. In the end, they could only shamelessly ask the team that had just sent them back and was about to set off again. Did they agree to pick them up? The faces of the team members in charge of the transfer were not very good. Now that supplies are in short supply, the people who can still use military off-road vehicles and military armored vehicles under the current circumstances must have a high rank, and they must have some important mission. It's fine to let them take a detour to send people back, but now they are asked to make another trip to pick up another group of people. Isn't this delaying their mission? These team members can already imagine that they will receive criticism and education from their superiors like a gust of wind in the future. Shu Fu did not stay on the first floor for long. There were too many people, and it was too chaotic. After she had a general understanding of what happened to the group of people yesterday, she went to the medical building at the back. There were nurses there, who were familiar with the situation in Wake County. At the same time, other survivors would not come to the medical building, which made it convenient for her to quietly and smoothly inquire about the news. She was still looking for the nurse who gave Yao Ruoyun in for yesterday. There were fewer patients now, so the other party naturally remembered her. The other party told her that there were less than 200 people in the entire Wake County now, and those who should be transferred had already been transferred. And basically 9 out of 10 rooms were empty. Those who have not left until today are either new survivors, like Yao Ruoyun and Shu Fu, who came later, or local residents who are stubborn and unwilling to give up their hometowns and houses, or they are members of the rescue team or the army like her, who will not move until the last moment. The reason why those stubborn local residents have not been forcibly moved is that this place has not reached the point where it can no longer hold on. And there are still some survivors who have fallen behind for various reasons and are stranded nearby from time to time. If they would draw the rescue point at this time, it will be equivalent to cutting off the life of those who have fallen behind. But in fact, the team members who insist on staying here are really hard-working. They are also human beings, and they also have families to worry about. Most of their families have been relocated long ago, but they cannot be with their families. When Shu Fu heard this, she realized that the other party looked at her with a complicated expression, and then realized that in the other party's eyes, she was also a survivor who was left behind and stranded here for various reasons. In short, Wake County is now short of everything: lack of water, lack of cars and fuel, and electricity is difficult and tight. After the previous attack, some emergency supplies are missing, the internet is broken, and there is no heating. But there is really no shortage of empty houses, and those ownerless houses are easy to find. Before, every time a household was evacuated, the team members would stamp the door with the words transferred to help other team members quickly identify those stubborn households that refused to relocate. The hotel in the town center square and the surrounding buildings are also basically empty because they are a distance away from the clinic. The word basically is used because some new survivors do not want to live in the clinic and go to the hotel to stay temporarily. After all, it is the only star-rated hotel in the town. The room facilities are definitely better than the clinic wards converted from the school. However, there is no electricity, no water, and no heating, especially the heating, because it was built later, and pipes had to be laid. So the way to go is centralized heating. After it was built, only the first clinic and the surrounding buildings and bungalows had heating. In other words, the remaining population of Wake County is currently concentrated in a circle of buildings centered on the first clinic, because only here are there water, electricity, and heating. Shu Fu thanked the nurse very earnestly, although she would look at her with a complicated look from time to time. The information she provided was very comprehensive and detailed. So Shu Fu handed her a bag of fruit juice gummy candy when she left. It was the kind of gummy candy with a large amount for families. The transparent packaging bag contained colorful, cute cartoon animals. Girls, especially those who lived in a period of scarcity, would not refuse. Of course, if the other party did not eat sugar, she could also replace it with other salty snacks. However, the nurse obviously could not escape the candy attack. She coughed in a reserved manner. The next second, Shu Fu stuffed the bag of candy into her hand and left quickly. When Shu Fu left the medical building and returned to the building in front, the noisy crowd on the first floor had dispersed, and the line in the tea room was still very long. She put the thermos cup in her hand into her backpack, and under the cover of the backpack, she exchanged it for another identical thermos cup filled with hot water from the space. Upstairs, Yao Ruoyun had woken up and was bending over to make the bed. When she saw her come back, she asked her about the situation downstairs. She was also woken up by the noise downstairs. The mountain road is frozen. The group of people who left on the bus yesterday afternoon were trapped on the mountain road not long after they drove away. Some people walked at night in the freezing rain. Later, they were lucky enough to be picked up by someone. But some people are trapped on the mountain road. Some people are going to pick them up now. Xu Fu explained the matter clearly. Yao Ruoyun's face was not very good after listening to it. Firstly, she almost got on that bus and left yesterday. If she really got on the bus, she might also be the one trapped on the mountain road. Secondly, thinking of the freezing rain and heavy snow in the past 2 days, all the mountain roads are probably frozen now. If the snow does not stop, the ice on the road will not melt. The original plan to recover as soon as possible and go to Xiqing to meet up with her parents is probably going to be ruined. After all, Gongmeng County is the nearest rescue point to Wei County in Xizhou Province. Even if we reach Gongmeng County, we still need to drive more than 500 kilometers to reach Xiqing. But at the moment, there are more worrying problems. Change place to live? Xu Fu nodded. And after confirming that there was no one in the ward and nearby, she lowered her voice and continued, the weather is not right. The long rainy season has lasted for several months. I estimate that the temperature will drop further. You mean? The freezing rain and heavy snow will not get better. The mountain roads will continue to freeze. And we may be trapped here for a long time? Yao Ruoyun was still smart and reacted immediately. So the current situation is, if they really can't leave, how should they spend this winter? They have to make plans in advance for the possibility of being trapped. Yao Ruoyun looked at Xu Fu. Senior sister, I know you must have an idea, you say. I will listen to you. Half an hour later, the two of them walked hard on the icy and snowy streets in raincoats. The wind outside was getting stronger. The snowflakes were blown by the wind and fell densely on them. They could clearly hear the whistling sound around them, and you can imagine how heavy the snow was. The two reached out their hands and pulled the brim of their raincoats down a little more to block the snowflakes that were blowing in their faces. I don't know if it was because of the wind, but the temperature seemed to have dropped again. Much colder than when Xu Fu woke up in the morning. Xu Fu didn't plan to go too far. After leaving the street where the first clinic was located, she turned back to the main street of Wei County and headed north along the buildings beside the main street. The place she was looking for was a house outside the center circle of the clinic, but not too far away. If it was too far away, if there was any change in the situation at the rescue team, she would not be able to know it immediately. But if it was a house near the clinic, when the survivors and the original residents found that they could not leave Wei County for a while, and the weather conditions began to deteriorate again, they would all move to the buildings near the clinic. Because only this circle of buildings has water and electricity. If the heating boiler is repaired later, the heating can be restored. But Xu Fu doesn't need these. She has everything, except that Yao Ruoyun can't enter the drifting island house. She has everything she needs for the winter. And these supplies must be kept away from crowded areas, so that they can be used more safely and casually. Otherwise, either the two of them will suffer from cold and hunger, or be targeted and have no peace of mind. As for how to explain to Yao Ruoyun the various supplies that appeared out of thin air, she is not too worried. Huagua has already tacitly accepted the existence of superpowers, and the people are also tacitly aware of this. She believes that Yao Ruoyun herself should have heard about it more or less. Moreover, judging from the progress of the white light bar, she is not far from awakening, and she may not even need to explain by then. Also, some superpowers like to act in a high-profile manner, and even use rafts and work as a medium to make money in order to earn materials. But on the contrary, there must be superpowers who are vigilant and low-key. Wei County is located between the three regions of Xizhou Province, Southwest Plateau and Xiangzhou Province. In the past, this was a strategic fortress and a place of contention. It can be used for attack and defense, and staying here can get the latest situation. So there may be other superpowers here. Although she had not seen anyone with a white stripe on his head since she came to Wei County, it did not mean that there were none. When the nurse mentioned that some people deliberately gave up the clinic building with water, electricity and heating and the buildings in the surrounding area and ran to stay in a hotel, she vaguely felt it in her heart. She thought, while comparing the electronic map on her mobile phone, and stopped in front of a residential building. The mobile phone currently had no network. But fortunately, The maps of Huagua were all downloaded in advance, and it was not difficult to zoom in and search for streets and buildings. This county town is really small. It only takes a short walk to reach the destination. If it weren't for the bad weather, they could have walked even faster. This is a 4-story residential building, which is some distance away from the heating area. Next to it is a small gymnasium, which is much taller than the residential building. Not far in front of the residential building is the Weixian Central Square. The tall and eye-catching hotel building is just across the square. There is a supermarket under the hotel building, and there are also several small restaurants. The buildings extending next to it also look quite impressive. They are all restaurants and other non-star hotels, as well as a large bookstore and some small supermarkets. In short, this is also the commercial center of Wei County. The residential building she chose is a distance away from there. It is dark, not close to hotels, and not close to water and electricity. But in front of this building is the central square, with a wide view. Whether it is a car entering the county town or a car leaving the county town, you can see it if you live in this building. Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyan found the entrance to the building. The building faces south, and the entrance to the building is on the north side, which is the place facing the street. As the nurse said, 9 out of 10 residential buildings here are empty. Xu Fu took Yao Ruoyan into the corridor in the middle of the residential building, went up to the 3rd floor, and chose the family in the middle. A large part of the buildings here are influenced by the ethnic minorities in Shizhou province. They are square in shape, because the place is small. The building planning is not so strict. Strictly speaking, the house she chose is not a pure residential house, but a tea house. On the door, there is a conspicuous stamp of transfer. Xu Fu took out a multi-purpose knife from her backpack and scraped a piece of wood with the stamp. Then she took out a small lockpick and directly pried the door lock. Yao Ruoyan on the side. Senior sister? I've seen you in a new light after not seeing you for a day. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Xu Fu took off her rain hat, shook off the ice and snow debris on her raincoat and boots, put away the multi-purpose knife and lockpick, took out 2 flashlights from her backpack, and handed one to Yao Ruoyan. In the past, Yao Ruoyan would never have entered such a simple tea house in a residential building. It was dark, cold, damp and small inside. The hall was estimated to be only more than 30 square meters, as if it was made by connecting 2 rooms. The cash register was also here. There were some rattan sofas inside. There were white walls, gray tiles and dark red curtains. There was a corridor on the other side. There was a windowless kitchen inside. Opposite the kitchen was a bathroom. Such a family workshop with a decoration style similar to that of the last era and opened in a residential building was surprisingly clean inside. It was not as old as Yao Ruoyan had imagined. This tea house looks like it was opened only 2 years ago. Yao Ruoyan quickly checked the windows in the hall. Only the south-facing wall had windows facing outward. The natural disaster had been going on for a long time. Before the evacuation of Wei County, the windows that needed to be reinforced had been reinforced. It was the same here. There was a layer of wire mesh outside the windows, and a few wooden strips were nailed inside. However, the wooden strips were nailed sparsely, which did not affect the view outward. The windows faced the central square. When Yao Ruoyan checked the windows and the cabinets behind the cash register, Xu Fu had already walked into the kitchen. This kitchen was the reason why she chose this place as her base. The kitchen is very small, not close to the outer wall, located in the center of the entire building, basically the warmest area in the building. Because it is a tea house, the stove inside is relatively simple, and the stove and the floor are relatively clean. Even if it is a family workshop, most of the furnishings in the kitchen are made of stainless steel, fireproof and waterproof, and the walls are also insulated, and the kitchen is close to the hall outside, and the ventilation is good, which is just suitable for making a fire for heating. Yao Ruoyan understood what Xu Fu said, and the two took off their raincoats, put down their backpacks and material bags, found an old dustpan, broom and mop in the corner at the end of the corridor, and worked together to clean the entire tea house. They focused on cleaning the kitchen. There was no water, so they went downstairs to dig up some snow. Then they moved all the rattan sofa seats to one side of the hall, clearing the area of the hall next to the kitchen. The scattered things in the kitchen that were not used for the time being were also moved to the rattan chairs outside. The bathroom was also simply cleaned with a mop. Because it was the bathroom of a family workshop, there was a single bathroom for both men and women, which could be used after a simple tidying up. After everything was cleaned up, Shufu prepared to go to the other houses next door that had the moved stamp to move some sofas and mattresses over, and after a little decoration, this would be a good temporary residence. Yao Ruoyan was shivering from the cold. But after drinking some hot water and working for a while, she was no longer cold. She was a carefree person and was easygoing. She had been making do with her parents for the past few months. She had food to eat when she was hungry, and a place to rest when she was tired. Therefore, she followed Shufu when he took her out, and cleaned when he asked her to. She didn't ask any more questions about the empty place, what they would use to keep warm, where to sleep, and what to eat. When the cleaning work was about to end, Shufu suddenly felt the vibration of the bracelet. No way, a new task is coming. She thought it was an illusion, but then she went into the kitchen to check quickly, and found that there was really a new task. Within 2 hours, check in at the new service desk of Weixian Rescue Station, and you will get a 20% progress bar for level 5 of the raft. Current progress of level 5 of the raft, 25%. Note, 40% of the progress bar will be deducted if this task is not completed. Shufu. Are we going back again? This is really numb. I am going to be frozen. Chapter 102 Wei County. Shufu was speechless. But she still had to do the task. And this was another task with a basic progress of 20%. Looking at the time of the check-in, it was still a very urgent task. The original service desk of the Wei County Rescue Station was in the first clinic, but it was destroyed yesterday. She had to find out where the new service desk was located, and then rush there as soon as possible. Yao Ruoyan heard that she was going to the new service desk, and naturally wanted to go with her. She was still worried about her parents. She wanted to see if the signal in Wei County had been restored, or if there was any other way to contact Jiqing, even if it was just to send them a message, saying that she was still alive and well. Besides, she was rescued to Wei County while unconscious, so she had not received the supplies package after coming to Wei County. Yesterday, she only received a cold weather package. She had to go to the service desk to receive the supplies package with water. Shufu was worried about leaving her alone here. She was taking out a chain with a lock from her backpack and planning to pull up and lock the iron fence outside the tea house gate. But after hearing her talk about the signal, she suddenly remembered something and asked her parents if they had a mobile phone. Not sure. I bought a new old phone before, but something happened at that time. I don't know if I will lose the phone again like the last time. Can you remember the phone number? Yes. Shufu nodded, took out a thick phone from her backpack and handed it over. Satellite phone. Try calling your parents. Yao Ruoyun. The new rescue station service desk is located in another building on the road of the first clinic. This was the resting place for the troops and rescue team members of Wei County. It was originally a small hotel. Now there are fewer people living here, so there is some space. The service desk is just placed in the lobby on the first floor. Even the sofas and chairs at the counter are ready. After a little rearrangement, you can start working. The door of the hotel is not big. There is a thick cotton curtain hanging inside the door to block the wind, snow, and low temperature outside. There is a square entrance at the entrance. You have to turn into the corridor to reach the lobby. At this moment, there is a diesel barrel at the entrance, which contains firewood. Many people who have just come in from outside gather there to keep warm. There were 2 team members on the side, holding tablets in their hands, verifying the information they had registered before, and checking their backpacks before letting them in. After the 2 passed through the entrance, Yao Ruoyan leaned close to Shufu's ear and whispered, "It's much stricter. Probably because of the previous attack." Shufu nodded. There was also a diesel barrel with firewood in the corridor and the hall, burning some chopped table legs and bench legs. There were more people in the hall than Shufu imagined. Those who returned from the mountain road this morning, and the other survivors who had stayed in the clinic before seemed to have flocked over. Everyone came here because of the road closures caused by freezing rain and heavy snow. Everyone knew about the previous explosion attack. The heating was cut off, some of the material packages were lost, and the network was also down. Originally, they thought that as long as the vehicles were fine, the transfer could continue, and it would not matter if they had to endure a few days. But now the 2 vehicles that went out have not returned, and the only large vehicle left in Wei County is also broken. Besides that, there are only some small vehicles like jeeps, which can't seat many people at all. At present, they have to rely on another passing team to rescue the remaining people. They were all panicked. Some people came to inquire about the news, wondering if the transfer in the next few days could be carried out. whether the other large vehicles that had been sent out to send people a few days ago could return to Wei County on time, and when the heating would be restored. If they could not leave for the time being, could they distribute more cold weather supplies and water? During this period, there were also some well-informed people who knew that some people from the passing troops were resting and waiting in this building. So they asked around, thinking about whether they could communicate with them and see if there was any way to take their car to leave. They heard that one was a military off-road vehicle and the other was a wheeled armored transport vehicle, both of which could drive in extreme environments. But the second floor and above of the hotel were the accommodations for the rescue team members. In addition to the resting team members, there were also their personal belongings. It was naturally impossible to let these survivors go up casually. So a fence was set up at the entrance of the stairs, and someone was standing there to guard. Those who were well informed could not go up, but they did not want to leave, so they just squatted aside and watched. In short, the hall, the corridor, and the doors of the rooms on the first floor were crowded with people everywhere, and there was a noisy voice. After Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyan came in, they found that they could not squeeze through to the service desk, let alone the sofa seating area, so they could only wait in the outer circle for the time being. However, Yao Ruoyan had just called her parents' elderly mobile phone, and got through to the other party and reported that she was safe. So she was not in a hurry at the moment, and it was okay to wait. After waiting for about half an hour, the crowd didn't disperse much, and more people came in from the corridor outside. These people were the same as those who entered the clinic building in the morning. They looked miserable, very cold, with ice chips on their hair and shoes. They were holding or carrying their luggage bags. They were the survivors who were trapped in the bus on the mountain road last night. They had just been picked up, because they had a little conflict with the people who picked them up halfway. The armored transport vehicle stopped at the county entrance, and they were driven off the bus directly and had to walk through the entire county. A moment ago, they came up empty-handed at the clinic building again. They finally found this place with great difficulty. Now they saw several rescuers near the service desk. They all raised their necks and started to complain, saying that the troops bullied civilians for no reason. In such cold weather and heavy snow, they suddenly lost their temper and threw them out of the car. Blah blah blah. The rescuers were originally worried that picking up people would affect the mission of that unit. They had been worried for a whole morning. Now they heard that they were actually arguing with the other party. They were so angry that they had a headache. They asked them to shut up, but they were not happy. They continued to blah blah blah. What's wrong with carrying out the mission? Isn't the current mission to rescue people? We are also civilians. How can saving us affect their mission? The speaker was a middle-aged man. He didn't wear much originally, because there was no freezing rain and no drop in temperature when he got on the car yesterday. Now he walked all the way to the county entrance. He fell twice on the road. Not only were his pants and shoes wet, but his head was also broken. He was full of resentment at the moment and felt that he had a good reason. Yes, no matter what. How can a team member treat ordinary people like this? Especially the team leader, who has the worst attitude and looks ferocious. We have been frozen in the mountains all night. Our hands and feet are frozen. And now they leave us at the county entrance and walk in by themselves. Isn't this bullying and revenge? Bullying? Taking revenge? A clear female voice came from the stairs beside. Those people turned around and saw a fully armed team member standing in the middle of the stairs. He was obviously preparing to go downstairs, but he stopped and spoke after hearing this. She was very tall, and her face showed some fatigue from a long journey. I don't know if it was because of this reason that her face looked a little indifferent. She was holding a walkie-talkie in her hand, and there were 4 or 5 people following behind her, all wearing the same clothes and equipment. One of them was tall, and he also stopped at this moment, leaning against the wall with his arms folded, and was smiling at the people who were talking. He was very handsome, and he seemed to be smiling, but that smile made the people who were talking very uncomfortable. It felt that he was not smiling out of politeness, but because he was watching a good show. Yes, it's just revenge. I'm not talking nonsense. The man who broke his head didn't know why. His arrogance weakened a little, but he still refused to give in, relying on the bleeding wound on his forehead. It's snowing so heavily outside, and the ground is all frozen. You can drive the car in, but you deliberately left us at the county entrance. How can this not be revenge? The last group of people who came in hadn't figured out the situation yet, so they didn't notice anything unusual. But the other survivors saw it, and they all kept quiet, and quietly stood a little further away to avoid being affected. Obviously, the few people who just came back thought that the 6 people on the stairs were the original troops of Wei County. They only saw the group of people who went to the mountain road to pick them up. And they didn't know that there were actually 2 vehicles, because they knew the number of people trapped on the mountain road. They didn't go with the off-road vehicle, and only drove the military armored transport vehicle. The compartment of that vehicle could seat more than a dozen people, which was enough for saving people. Therefore, they didn't know that some members of the team that rescued them stayed in Wei County, and were waiting for their captain and other members to return on the 2nd floor. Now this is a complaint behind the back, and then directly hitting the gun. When someone heard it, and asked it back in public, it didn't even react. A few survivors had stupidity attacks. They thought this group of people was really stupid. Even if they didn't notice the atmosphere around them, they should have reacted after looking at their clothes and equipment. All of them were wearing uniform field cold-proof clothing, from helmets to gloves to cold-proof vests and cold-proof boots. It was obvious that they were not troops from Wei County. Moreover, everyone in this team looked different from ordinary troops. Both men and women had a cold and hard smell of gunpowder. In addition, several people had bad expressions at the moment. Just looking at them made it difficult to approach them. So, the female team member spoke again. "What do you mean by personal vendetta?" Her question obviously hit the key point. The man with a broken forehead fell silent. The others who were traveling with him became anxious. They thought that they couldn't stop and show weakness at this time. So they began to wink at the others. Then someone else spoke a few words. But none of them got to the point. Another person, who hadn't spoken in this group, couldn't help it. She was the one who grabbed the last parking spot. That day, when she saw the rescuers asking the other person in front of her if he wanted the spot, she felt that she was unlucky. She was a step slower. As a result, the person gave up the parking spot by himself and happily hugged and talked with others. After that, the parking space belonged to her. She always thought she was lucky, but she didn't expect to be so unlucky. Halfway through the journey, it started to rain. She didn't dare to trek in the wild on a night with freezing rain. She always thought that the rescue would come soon. But no one came to rescue her until dawn on the bus. She thought she was really going to be trapped in the wild this time. So when she saw the armored vehicle appear, she was very excited. She was rescued, and she knew that she was in the wrong. So she didn't feel so resentful. The reason why she followed all the way here was that she thought that other people would come to the rescue team to complain. Maybe the rescue team would see how miserable they were, and be willing to give them some supplies as compensation. If she hadn't come, she might have missed out on supplies. After all, things had happened. And she was kicked off the bus, and walked from the county entrance to here in the ice and snow. If only her share of supplies was missing. Wouldn't it be a big loss? But now she was also afraid that these people would continue to be so persistent. And in the end, she wouldn't even get a single piece of supplies. She hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. "Alas! It was not our fault that freezing rain suddenly fell yesterday. It is a disaster now. People are dying everywhere. And it is not easy for everyone. I am also sick. The car ran out of fuel in the middle of the night last night, and the air conditioner could not be turned on. It was freezing rain outside, and the few of us who stayed in the bus almost froze to death. I don't know how we survived." She thought that everyone was a woman, and she wanted to show weakness and retreat to advance. As a result, the female team member on the stairs was not affected by her at all. She raised her eyebrows slightly and got to the point directly. "Also, almost froze to death? So, who is freezing to death now?" As this question came out, the several people who were still talking suddenly stopped talking. The atmosphere in the hotel lobby suddenly became a little strange. The first to notice something was wrong were the survivors, who were sent back in the morning. They were afraid of being affected and had been hiding behind the crowd. Now they poked their heads out and soon discovered the situation. 1, 2, 3, 6? Why only 6 people? If there were 6 people, they could squeeze in, and the military off-road vehicle could accommodate them, because the rear half of the vehicle had been modified, and the original single-row seats had been changed to double-row seats facing each other. But according to the count by the Weixian team members who accompanied them back, there were still 9 people trapped in the bus on the mountain road. So later, the other party drove an armored vehicle to rescue people, because the off-road vehicle could not accommodate them, and the armored vehicle could bring all 9 people back. But now, where are the other 3 people? The rescue team members at the service desk also noticed that they looked strange. They originally wanted to stop this group of people from talking nonsense, but now they realized that something was wrong, and immediately asked, but this time the other party shut up, like a clam that couldn't be pried open. Speak up. Aren't you very talkative? The more anxious the rescue team members were, the quieter the group of people became. But soon, they didn't have to speak anymore, because one of the team members, who was originally responsible for the transfer of their group of people, also came down from the building. He had been upstairs resting because he hadn't slept all night looking for the farm and the subsequent sentry. When he heard the noise, he quickly looked up the information of all the people who got on the bus yesterday from the service desk. It just so happened that the people who came back from the previous wave were also in the hall. After comparison, it was confirmed that 3 people were missing. One person fell into a coma due to injury, but the back seats of the bus were converted into fixed beds, and she had reserved a parking space before, so she was carried on the bus. The second one was paralyzed, accompanied by his teenage son. These 3 people should have been brought back with this wave of people, but now they are not back. Where are they? The rescue team was anxious. The paralyzed father and his son had family in Shijo province. Because of the current traffic restrictions on the opposite direction, they could not come from Shijo province, but they had been waiting for them to reunite. When the group of people heard the other party clearly describe the appearance characteristics and information of the 3 people, they suddenly became quieter. They looked at each other and felt that the eyes of other people around them were like thorns projected on them, making them feel uncomfortable all over. They began to panic and wished they could disappear from here immediately. The man with a broken head couldn't stand this kind of gaze. Finally, he couldn't help it and shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you looking at us? What are you asking? It's as if we killed them. What does it have to do with us?" he shouted, looking at the rescue team member. "Why didn't you stay with us yesterday? This is the responsibility of you rescue team members. We are all victims. Hey, you, shut up." It was too late for the group of people who were traveling with him to stop him. Once he said this, he couldn't take it back. The man seemed very angry and continued to go down. He said, "It's not minus dozens of degrees. Who knows what happened to them? They were so close to the window. They died. They froze to death. Who can we blame? And they asked us to carry them to the car and bring them back by ourselves. They even asked us to sit with the corpses. Are you crazy? It's as if it's our responsibility. We just didn't pay attention. There are dead people everywhere now. We almost died last night." The more he talked, the louder the people in the hall were in an uproar. What shocked them was not that the people in the same bus with them froze to death, but his attitude at the moment. The female team member on the stairs even had a cold look in her eyes this time. "So, you said that in front of our captain as well?" The tall male team member beside him sneered. "I knew that our captain would be angry and throw people off the bus at the county entrance. It must have touched his bottom line. If they really got angry because they didn't consider the people on the same bus, their captain would not have let them get on the bus from the beginning." Hearing the words "our captain," the few people were stunned. After all the fuss, did they find the wrong person? And they directly bumped into him and grabbed him? At this time, the other survivors in the hall also understood. Under natural disasters and man-made disasters, many people do die every day. But they are all in the same car. One of them is unconscious. One is paralyzed. And there is a child in his teens. Let's not talk about sacrificing one's life to save others. If you had taken a closer look at the car at night, when there is no air conditioning and the temperature is low, and tried to move or cover people with some warm things, the ending might have been different. It's okay to be careless. But in the end times, you can't force everyone to have empathy. But others are freezing to death. And this person is still here, speaking rudely and disrespecting the dead. No wonder the captain threw people out of the car. He must have been fed up. Moreover, from the perspective of the other survivors in the hotel at this moment, how exactly what happened last night, the specific process, is still to be verified. The words are spoken by the survivors, but who knows whether the survivors are telling the truth or not. Last night, it was freezing rain and then heavy snow. It was indeed very cold. Although they were trapped on the mountain road, at least they were in the car. No matter how low the temperature on the mountain road is, even if it is more than 10 degrees below zero, it is not possible to freeze people to death in one night. Right? And those who were frozen to death were either unconscious or paralyzed and unable to move, and one was a child who was not yet an adult. The more others thought about it, the more they felt that there might be something wrong. If these 6 people took away the cold weather clothes of the other 3 vulnerable people for warmth, or if there was a conflict, once the speculation started, it could not be stopped. The 6 people felt like they were on edge. They could not care about complaining, asking for explanations or supplies. They just wanted to leave as soon as possible. However, this matter has attracted attention and caused controversy. The rescue team naturally could not let them leave so easily. They said that they had to find out what happened last night and take them away temporarily, hoping that they would cooperate. The rescue team members now also have guns. The other party asked them to cooperate with a serious expression. How could they not dare to cooperate? The 6 people were immediately taken to the room in the corridor on the first floor, and they were placed separately to prevent them from colluding with each other. At this time, the 6 people came to their senses, knowing that they were in trouble this time. The problem was that when it was the coldest last night, they did get up and searched all the luggage in the car, including those of the 3 people. At that time, they felt that they were dying of cold, and just wanted to find all the warm clothes. The 6 people even fought and pushed each other. As for whether the 3 people were injured or fainted in the chaos, no one could tell. The 2 people who complained first regretted it so much. If they had known that they should not have said anything, they should have just pretended to be pitiful and asked for some supplies. The people on the armored vehicle did not follow them in. If they didn't say anything themselves, who would know what happened last night? It's a pity that it's too late to regret now. In the hall, the female team member on the stairs picked up the intercom, said "Come out now," and continued to lead the team downstairs. When passing the service desk, she told the rescuers that the bodies and belongings of the 3 people had been brought back, and asked them to send someone to move them when the car came. The rescuers were stunned for a moment, and then quickly agreed. After explaining this matter, the pedestrian continued to walk out, and it seemed that he was preparing to leave Wake County. The few people who had been waiting by the side and wanted to take the other party's car to leave immediately walked up and directly stated their purpose. "Hello. I heard that you are going to Jiancheng." In their opinion, the people of this unit seemed difficult to approach. But in fact, they were quite soft-hearted. They just met them halfway. Not only sent them back, but also drove to the mountain road to pick them up again. They had inquired. They were not many in their team, and the 2 cars were not full. If they were sincere, they should take them with them. They wanted to go to another county town more than 300 kilometers away, although the other party would have to take a detour, but it would only be a few dozen kilometers at most, and they believed they would not refuse. However, these people approached with full confidence, but were rejected outright. "Sorry, it's not on the way. But we didn't ask you to take us there specially. This county town is in the same general direction as Jiancheng where you are going." The man didn't expect them to not listen this time, and walked directly outside, and he was immediately anxious. "Didn't you take a detour to send people back before, and went to the mountains to pick up other people, and even took the bodies with you? Why can't you help us now? I know you are carrying out a very important mission, but now the mountain roads are all blocked by ice and snow. Except for your car. Other cars cannot be driven. Protecting the safety of the people is also one of your responsibilities." The female captain stopped and glanced at him. "Don't be self-righteous and speculate. Don't morally blackmail us. Everyone in our team has retired. This is a private trip, not a mission, and we have no obligation to help you." She still spoke indifferently, but her hand subconsciously touched her waist, where the rifle was. It seemed that if the person in front of her didn't move away, she would be rude. Outside the crowd, Yao Ruoyun approached Xu Fu and explained, "That female captain is so handsome." Xu Fu smiled. "She has always been so handsome, but she looks a little familiar." "Xu Fu." She quietly took Yao Ruoyun's hand, left the hall, and waited at the entrance. She estimated that the other party would come out soon. Sure enough, even though she didn't really take out the gun, the man was frightened by the warning in her eyes when she glanced at him. He didn't dare to entangle at the moment and immediately gave way. The other adults who were originally gathered in the hall also stepped aside to the sides, making way for the corridor and entrance outside. The female captain who led the group hurried out, but she had already stepped out of the hotel door and stepped back the next second. She turned her head and looked at a young girl standing beside her. Her expression changed from indifference to surprise in a second. Xiao Fu. Xu Fu's eyes moved away from the white light bar that suddenly appeared and flashed above her head. She smiled at her. "Long time no see. Sister Lu Shuang." Then she smiled at the tall man beside Lu Shuang. Long time no see. Han Lon. The other party also smiled at her. Han what Lon? Little girl. Call me brother. Yao Ruoyun. Question mark. Chapter 103 Wei County. After a while, the group moved to the military off-road vehicle parked in the hotel parking lot. The back half of the car was changed into a double row of seats facing each other, which is now quite suitable for Shu Fu to sit and listen to the lecture. Oh no, to sit and reminisce. However, before Shu Fu could make up a reason for the loss of contact that could affect both Lu Shuang and Yao Ruoyun, a low male voice came from Lu Shuang's intercom, sounding a little chaotic. Where are the people? You're here? So soon? I haven't finished teaching this girl a lesson yet. I'm coming. Okay. Got it. Lu Shuang looked out. Don't you see the car? The car can't drive in. I got off at the intersection. Keep going forward. We'll get out now. Lu Shuang said. Intercom reached out and pressed Shu Fu's head. You are the team. I am easier to talk to. As for him, you go and explain to him yourself. Why did you lose contact for so long? Shu Fu almost didn't want to get off the car after hearing what Lu Shuang said. She subconsciously thought of the WeChat message she received a few days ago. Only 4 words. Is it you? When she saw this message, she didn't expect to meet them so soon, and looking at the progress bar that Lu Shuang just appeared, it was clearly about to awaken. She always felt that. Even though Lu Shuang had awakened, and awakeners could share secrets with each other, it was best not to let Cheng Yu know that the person in the raft house that day was her. There was no reason. Just a sudden feeling. Shu Fu got out of the car, pulled up the hood of her raincoat, slowly stepped on the ice and snow on the ground, and walked to the small street outside the parking lot. Lu Shuang did not get out of the car, and she was a little uneasy at first. But soon, when she saw the person running towards her in the heavy snow, this uneasiness turned into emotion. He was not wearing a raincoat, nor a helmet, as if he had rushed out of the car directly after arriving. He ran very fast. His figure was still looming in the heavy snow 1 second, and he had already rushed in front of her the next second. She thought he would rush over and hug her, just like the day they parted in Lu Yunchen a long time ago. When he looked back at her before getting on the car, and suddenly walked towards her, then slowly hugged her and said goodbye to her. But now he stopped in front of her. His hand was clearly stretched out, but he restrained himself. But he rushed too fast, causing them to get too close to each other. The height difference forced her to lift the brim of her hat a little, and she had to look up to see his face. Long time no see. Chum Bui. Although she was prepared, she still stopped breathing for a few breaths when she saw the scar from his forehead to the end of his eye. The scar was very hideous, and she could imagine how deep the wound was when he was injured. It should have been exposed to the bone. Noticing her disordered breathing, he subconsciously raised his hand and slightly tilted his head to block his forehead. Shu Fu sighed in her heart, thinking of a decision she had made in the house on the drifting island, and took the initiative to open her arms to him. We haven't seen each other for so long. Don't you want a hug? The next second, she was tightly embraced by him. The man's hug was still the same as before, seemingly violent, but actually gentle. Sorry. I made you all worry. Shu Fu hugged him back and patted him on the back gently. I don't know if it was because of this sentence. His arms around her gradually tightened and became tighter and tighter. She was like a pancake pressed against his arms, and she felt that she was about to be flattened by him. Fortunately, when she was about to suffocate, he let go of her, pulled up her rain hat to block the snow, but his palm remained on the top of her hat. She looked at him again, and felt that he had a lot to say to her. But in the end, thousands of words were summed up in 4 words. It's good to be alive. In the afternoon, Shu Fu took Yao Ruoyun, locked the door of the tea house with a chain again, and went to visit the gym next door. Lu Shuang and Cheng Yu, who were ready to leave, decided to rest in the gym for 1 night. The reason for choosing the gymnasium to spend the night was that it had a wide door, which was just enough for off-road vehicles and armored vehicles to drive directly into the gym. In addition, the gymnasium was right next to the residential building where she chose to stay temporarily, and the 2 buildings were almost wall to wall. At noon, the rescue team members, who came out to carry the bodies, were quite happy to find that the team did not leave immediately, and directly invited them to stay in the hotel building, saying that all the supplies in the entire Wei County were currently concentrated in this area, and the building had water and electricity, and the heating was also being repaired. However, Cheng Yu didn't even need to ask for it. Han Lan refused directly. The reason he used was the one Lu Shuang had said before, that all of them had retired. And this was a private trip, so it was better not to occupy public resources. As for where to stay, the question was finally thrown to Xu Fu, who took Cheng Yu, Lu Shuang and Han Lan to a small tea house. Although the distance was not far, it was snowing heavily outside, so they still got on the off-road vehicle together and asked another team member to drive them there. On the way there, Yao Ruiyun mentioned Sun Huiming to Cheng Yu. She felt very guilty. Now she had contacted her parents, and the only one who was out of contact was Sun Huiming. So he wanted to come out with you before, because he wanted to find you. Before Cheng Yu could speak, Han Lan interrupted him. He briefly explained the matter, and Yao Ruiyun was surprised and happy after listening. Only then did she know that the car accident was actually quite serious. Several rescue teams went there, and several nearby county towns with rescue points were overcrowded. Finally, the rescue team had to send the injured to different counties and towns in batches according to their different conditions. The lighter the injuries, the farther they were sent, and the more seriously injured were treated nearby. At that time, the entire road section collapsed, and more than a dozen large trucks collided. Some died on the spot. Some were seriously injured and unconscious. Some were missing, and some were separated. In short, the scene was in chaos. The rescue team was too busy to save people, and there was no time to compare and identify which ones were originally together. They could only wait for them to wake up, and then find ways to contact their families. There were many people who woke up injured in this major car accident and were separated from their families and friends because they had no communication tools at hand. Sun Huiming had been in Kangsu County before, and he had only woken up for 2 days. He couldn't find Yao Ruiyun and the others, but he knew how to find Cheng Yu, because he had a satellite phone. Therefore, before Cheng Yu and his team set off on this trip, they went to Kangsu County on purpose, and then found someone to escort, and forcibly sent Sun Huiming, whose injuries had not yet healed, back to Shacheng. Before, Yao Ruiyun asked the rescue team to help check, but they only found the names of her parents, but not Sun Huiming's name. This is the reason. Han Lan was still talking, saying that he still remembered Sun Huiming's expression of collapse and powerlessness at that time, saying that he had lost him, and blaming himself in various ways. As he spoke, he deliberately leaned towards Cheng Yu, smiled and raised his eyebrows at him. And the meaning was very clear. They are indeed a family. Cheng Yu had no expression on his face, and he quietly sat a little to the side. Yao Ruiyun was originally very worried about Sun Huiming, but when she heard Han Lan repeatedly describing how Sun Huiming was distraught because he couldn't find her, she just felt her cheeks a little hot. It wasn't all shyness, but more of shame. After all, the parents were still sitting here. She could only change the subject. In today's world, it's still necessary to have a satellite phone. The base station in Wei County was destroyed before. If it weren't for the satellite phone, I still can't contact my parents. Do you have a satellite phone? Lu Shuang immediately turned to look at Xu Fu. At the same time, Cheng Yu also looked at Xu Fu. Xu Fu. Yao Ruiyun. Yao Ruiyun subconsciously stopped talking, and somehow felt that she had said something she shouldn't have said. Yes. Xu Fu smiled at the two of them. It was an exceptionally sweet smile, and she also showed her dimples on both sides. I got it by chance a few days ago. She strictly adhered to the principle of saying too much and making mistakes, and didn't say a single word more. Cheng Yu nodded, without asking any more questions. He took out a satellite phone from the pocket of his cold-proof vest, and then looked up at her again. Number. Xu Fu immediately gave it out obediently, and a moment later, the satellite phone in her backpack rang twice. Say the number, Cheng Yu said, and put the phone back into his pocket. Xu Fu took out the satellite phone and saved the number silently. This time, she still wrote the name as Uncle of Ruiyun, but this time it was intentional. Although the other party didn't say anything more, Yao Ruiyun still felt that she had said something wrong. She coughed softly and decided to speak less in the future. Fortunately, the residential building where the small tea house was located was very close, and they arrived soon. The three followed them into the building. They all thought that she had chosen a good place, especially the kitchen, which had several honeycomb coal stoves and some honeycomb coal that the owner could not take away. As long as a fire was lit, the heating effect would be no worse than that of heating. However, the living equipment in the house was seriously insufficient. Not to mention water and electricity. There was not even a mattress to lie on. I've checked before. The houses next to this floor are all empty houses whose owners have moved. Not to mention mattresses. Even sofas can be moved here. As soon as Shu Fu said this, the three of them understood that she was planning to live in Wei County for a while. Lu Shuang probably understood that the freezing rain and heavy snow blocked the road. And it was icy and snowy outside. Even if she wanted to move to Shizhou province, it was not a good time at the moment. However, this was before they appeared here. They had cars. Whether military armored vehicles or military off-road vehicles, they all had the ability to drive in extreme environments. If she wanted to leave Wei County, she could take their car. Han Lan was a little surprised. You girl. You are still planning to stay in Wei County. Let's form a team. His words were interrupted by Lu Shuang, who patted his shoulder. What are you talking about? People are here. Help move. Move what? Han Lan frowned and looked back at her. Receiving Lu Shuang's eyes, he had to give up. Of course he knew what to move. He just wanted to help their captain. In Xiangzhou province alone, he had been looking for more than 3 months. And he finally saw him. So of course he had to help. However, forget it. Actually, it is quite interesting at the moment. It is rare to see that expressionless face show different expressions. Hee hee. Their schedule is not tight, so they can stay for a night or two to rest. Maybe after a day or two, Shu Fu will take the initiative to suggest going with them. So, Han Lan followed Lu Shuang to pry open the door of the empty house next door, while Cheng Yu checked the corridor and came over after confirming that the building was solid and intact. He asked her if there was a building with a large indoor space on the first floor nearby, such as a car repair shop. Shu Fu knew that he wanted to get closer to the car. After all, what they were driving now was the car that everyone in Wei County wanted. Even an armored car was not indestructible. If they really wanted to cause damage, a few Molotov cocktails would do it. Of course, they could live in the car, but that was when they were in the wild. Now that they were in the county, there was no need to deliberately embarrass themselves and others if they had a spacious and comfortable place to live. Shu Fu thought about it, and then thought of the gymnasium across the wall. With the help of Cheng Yu, Lu Shuang, and Han Lan, the things she and Yao Ruoyun needed to spend the night in the small tea house were quickly moved. Many survivors have lived in Wei County before and after. There were many empty houses that were temporarily occupied by people before. Many of them left a lot of household garbage, dirty and messy. But not every household has the same situation. There are always clean houses that have not been touched. And these people are best at finding the necessary supplies in the shortest time. They not only brought her 2 thick mattresses, but also found clean and thick quilts, blankets, and winter clothes in the cabinet, all of which were cold-resistant supplies that the owner could not take with him when he moved. In addition, they found several large and sturdy stainless steel barrels, which could be used to store water, or to put wood in to burn for heating. After that, Lu Shuang opened the backpack he was carrying and took out the ration bags and bottled water. We have food and water. Shu Fu showed her the bag of supplies beside her. She would never take Lu Shuang's things. She currently had few supplies on display because she was still waiting for an opportunity, which was Yao Ruoyun's awakening. It's been so long since we last met. And you're still being polite to me? Lu Shuang reached out and tapped her forehead. Take it. We have a lot of supplies in the car, so this is not a big deal. Shu Fu failed to return Lu Shuang's supplies. As for Cheng Yu, he didn't say anything when Lu Shuang gave him the supplies. But when he left, he just left his backpack in the corner. Shu Fu found out after the 3 of them left. Han Lan didn't like to carry a backpack, except for weapons. He went everywhere empty-handed. Lu Shuang put the bag back on after taking out the supplies. So the backpack left in the house at this moment could only be Cheng Yu's. In addition to the military rations bag, canned meat, canned fruit and water, there was also a walkie-talkie, 2 flares, a fully charged stun gun, a medical kit, and an outdoor first aid kit. All of them were unopened, and they didn't look like his daily stuff. Rather, they looked like the backpack he specially prepared for her before going upstairs. Uncle Sun Huining is so thoughtful. Yao Ruoyun praised beside her. Not only the medical kit and the first aid kit, but he also took the stun gun, the walkie-talkie and the flares. Now that he already had Shu Fu's satellite phone, he still took these things. How worried was he that something happened here, and he couldn't notify them? After that, She and Yao Ruoyan quickly arranged the bed and supplies, spread thick blankets on the two mattresses, and each ate something. After that, she went into the kitchen and quickly checked the black notebook. The time for this mission had long passed, but the mission was still incomplete. She thought about it, and then decided to go to the gym next door. However, they did not plan to leave the water, medical kits, and other supplies in the small tea house. They could break in, and so could others. So they prepared to pack everything into a backpack and carry it with them. Shu Fu originally had a backpack. Her backpack was similar to Doraemon's hidden pocket. It looked big on the surface and bulged, but there were actually not many heavy things in it. But when they needed it, she could always take out what they needed from the bag in time. Chung Yu's backpack was not as big as the supply bag, and the military bag was more eye-catching. So Shu Fu took out the things in that bag, put some of them into the supply bag, and let Yao Ruoyan carry the supplied bag with more food and water. She also gave her the stun gun, a flare on each side, and she carried the walkie-talkie herself. As for the medical bag and first aid kit, Yao Ruoyan couldn't fit them in, so Shu Fu had to stuff them into her own backpack. Finally, she folded Chung Yu's empty backpack and temporarily stuffed it into her own bag, planning to return it to him at the gymnasium later. The two sides are really close, especially from the residential building where Shu Fu and her friends live. There is no need to go around the building to get to the main street. Turn left after leaving the corridor, and there is a small path that goes directly to the main street. You can enter from the side door of the gymnasium wall. Wei County is too small. There is only one gymnasium in the county. There is no planning for its construction. There is not even an open space after entering the side door. You can directly enter the side door of the stadium building. The snow outside is even heavier, falling from the sky. It is so heavy that the building wall a few meters away is almost invisible. The two people naturally don't want to take a detour, so they go directly through the unlocked side door, planning to find someone after entering the building. There was a dark corridor in the side door. Shu Fu took out a flashlight and shone it on the wall. She soon found the floor plan of the gymnasium. She took out her cell phone with no signal and used it as a camera to take pictures of the floor plan. Then she walked forward according to the picture. After turning two corners and approaching the corner of another emergency exit, they heard footsteps from the opposite side, accompanied by low and unpleasant voices. "What the hell? You just drove an armored vehicle. You really think you are such a big shot? Bah! If it weren't for that car, who would bother with you? Just wait and see. I'll let my brother deal with you." Shu Fu heard this and raised her eyebrows slightly. She turned around and made a shushing gesture to Yao Ruoyan. The two of them stopped quietly and hid at the base of the wall at the corner. Chapter 104 Wei County. I told you before, there is no need to make this trip. Didn't you hear the news from the hotel? The guy with the scar on his face, because he was dissatisfied with a Zhuang's attitude, he took revenge on them, drove them out of the car at the county entrance, and deliberately let them walk in the heavy wind and snow. I just wanted to give it a try. You know a Zhuang, who knows what he is saying. But the world is really bad now. Anyone can join the army. Look at his scar. It's ugly and scary. It's hard to say. He must have been a gangster in the past. A frequent prisoner. That's right. Who would have such a deep and long scar on his forehead? It must have been caused by a knife. I don't know how many lives have been taken by such a vicious person. Forget it. Let's go back quickly. His brother has other plans anyway. Just wait and see. When we get a car, we'll tie him up and teach him a lesson. The footsteps of the two men had already reached the door of the emergency exit. Yao Ruoyan's eyes were anxious, and her hand had reached the pocket of her backpack, and she took out the stun gun from it. Shu Fu's movements were faster than hers. She took out a nail gun from her backpack with an expressionless face. Without any hesitation, she walked out of the corner with light steps and shot at the man's legs. The sharp nail shot at close range. Even the thickest clothes could penetrate. Not to mention that they were not wearing thick clothes. Before the two men could react, they fell to the ground with a wail. One of them cursed, pulled out a dagger from his waist, dragged his injured leg, and struggled to stab Shu Fu. Before Shu Fu could fix the problem, Yao Ruoyan's electric baton had already arrived. She pressed it against the back of the man's neck. After the crackling sound of electricity, he fell to the ground, and his whole body was twitching. Shu Fu stepped forward and kicked away the dagger in his hand. She stabbed the other man's dishonest hand with a few more nails. Yao Ruoyan also stabbed the man with a crackling sound. This time, The two of them were completely obedient. They lay flat on the ground and twitched from time to time. But they were still conscious. They stared at the two of them and wanted to eat them up. They were probably wondering how they had fallen into the gutter, and how they had fallen into the hands of two little girls. Yao Ruoyun thought Xu Fu would go to the venue on the other side of the passage to find Cheng Yu and the others as soon as possible. But she took the electric baton in her hand and squatted in front of the two people on the ground. Have you ever looked in the mirror before going out? Who can be as ugly as you? When you only thought about how to calculate others. When you only knew how to talk about others. He and they fought for this country and the people again and again. He defended the border with his blood, protected the country. He was so handsome. How could he be ugly? Even with scars. He is still 100 times more handsome than you. You will never understand a man like him, because you two are not even good people. Look at yourselves, you are really too stupid. Bad and ugly things. For the last sentence, Xu Fu shocked them with the electric baton every time she said a word. Not to mention the two people lying on the ground being shocked by her. Even Yao Ruoyun subconsciously hugged herself tightly because of the continuous crackling sound of electricity. When Xu Fu stood up again, the two people on the ground had been knocked unconscious. Xu Fu handed the electric baton in her hand back to Yao Ruoyun and smiled at her. Sorry. The electricity is out. Yao Ruoyun was stunned for a moment, then rushed over and hugged her. It feels so good to scold you. Seeing your sister is so handsome. Xu Fu was not prepared this time, and Yao Ruoyun's body had recovered. She had just finished a bag of self-heating rice before coming over. This pounce made Xu Fu retreat several steps back, and then she was firmly supported by a pair of big hands. She turned around and met Cheng Yu's downcast eyes. He was looking at her. His pupils were dark, but his eyes were bright as he stared at her. When Yao Ruoyun saw Cheng Yu, she stood still and politely called him Captain Cheng. She actually wanted to call him Uncle Cheng. After all, he was Sun Huiming's uncle. But facing his face, she couldn't say it. Why did you come out? Xu Fu asked subconsciously, but soon realized it herself. So you knew? So you let them go on purpose. Did we act too quickly? Yao Ruoyun also understood. Fishing? Oh! What should we do now? They are all fainted. It's okay. Cheng Yu's hands were still supporting Xu Fu's shoulders, and it seemed that he let her go gently after a long time. His expression didn't look angry, and even looked a little strangely happy. Don't look like that. The captain said it's okay. Don't be afraid. Have you ever heard of a saying, force can defeat skill? And we have various ways to make them talk. On the side, another team member came up with a smile, holding a life rope in his hand, and tied up the hands and feet of the two people on the ground with a neat movement, and then dragged them directly into the other side of the stadium effortlessly. Hercules. Yao Ruoyun was stunned, and immediately followed. You, how did you get here? Cheng Yu looked at Xu Fu again. Xu Fu had just finished looking at the top of his head. There was nothing there. She was a little disappointed. Why did she come here? Of course. She came to carefully check how many people in their group would have white light strips flashing on their heads. After all, the basic progress of this task is 20%. But she just smiled at him. I came to see how you are settling in. And I'm afraid you're cold, so I'll give you some heating packs. As she said, she took out Cheng Yu's backpack from her backpack, unfolded it, stuffed a large bag of heating packs into it, and handed it to Cheng Yu. The backpack cannot be empty. This is a return gift, you must accept it. She knew that most of the rations they carry could heat themselves, but there should be no heating packs like this that were simply attached to the body for warmth. She had a lot of these heat packs. In addition to the 1,000 packs she stockpiled at the beginning, she salvaged a lot more during her stay in Suicheng. Because these were wrapped in several layers of plastic bags, they were well waterproofed. And Suicheng had just been flooded at that time. These materials had not been soaked in water for a long time, and were not damaged. Cheng Yu did not refuse, and took them directly, saying thank you. On the other side of the passage was an indoor basketball and badminton hall. It was not big, with only spectator seats on both sides, but the roof was very high, about 6 or 7 stories high. There were 2 rows of high standing aisles above the seats, and a small control room at the end of the aisle. It was very dark inside, because there were no windows below, and the windows were all on the standing aisles, which were low and narrow. In fact, this type of building was quite solid, because they all had solid outer walls, few windows, and were relatively warm. In addition to an entrance to the north that was connected to the corridor outside, there was also a large rolling door to the south. Outside this rolling door was the outdoor activity area of the gymnasium and the main entrance. The off-road vehicles and armored vehicles drove in directly from this door, and were now parked in an L shape in the venue. They used this L-shaped parking space as a support and pulled out a simple tent. Folding tables and chairs had been set up next to the tent, and 2 gas stoves had been set up, cooking some food. In addition to Lu Shuang, there was another female team member with short hair in the team. This tent was mainly built for the 2 of them. Xu Fu had seen the other female team member before. She came down the stairs with Lu Shuang. She had a buzz cut and a strong body. In addition, she was standing behind Han Dong with a hat on, so she mistook her for a boy. At this moment, she was taking the 2 people who were dragged in from the hands of the strongman team member on. She smiled as if she had found some fun toys, and then began to tie the 2 people to the basketball stand with a unique method. While tying them, she said to Lu Shuang, "Captain Lu, rest assured, we will make them speak before dark." Yao Ruoyun watched along the way, exclaiming in admiration from time to time, as if she had learned a lot of new knowledge all of a sudden. Lu Shuang's expression was a bit awkward. "Isn't there a basement over there? Do you want to go there? After all, there are 2 little girls here. She is afraid of a bad influence." "It's okay, they are also old enough to gain experience." The female team member has a very gentle name called Wenru, but unfortunately, she is not gentle at all at this moment. She punches one of the tied-up people in the eye, and violently awakens them. Yao Ruoyun screamed again, "Sister is so handsome." Wenru rarely has someone to support her, and her mood is getting better and better, so she starts to teach. Men are actually much more fragile than women. As long as you find their weaknesses, even if they don't know how to fight or martial arts, you can make them cry for their parents and kneel down to beg for mercy. Yao Ruoyun simply sat down cross-legged and listened carefully. Lu Shuang was speechless. She turned around and found Xu Fu was also watching. Just as she was about to adjust her position to block her view, Cheng Yu had already dragged a folding chair over, gently pulled Xu Fu to sit down, and stuffed a can of hot 8 treasure porridge into her hand. After she sat down, her view of the basketball hoop was completely blocked. Lu Shuang glanced at Cheng Yu silently, and then looked away silently. Xu Fu really had nothing to do here. While drinking porridge, she looked at each player calmly, and carefully checked their heads. So far, she has not seen any flashing light strips on anyone's head. But this does not mean that there is nothing. Because even if there is, it will not always remain in the state of appearance, unless the progress bar is full. Like when she was in the Northern Plateau, the reason why she could frequently see and perceive the abnormal state of Chen Fei and Lu Zheng was mainly because she was with them day and night. So now the question is, should she just move to the gymnasium and be with them day and night? Soon, Wenru seemed to have made progress. The strongman team member On came over and called Cheng Yu. After Cheng Yu went over, Yao Ruoyun could no longer observe. She was not a timid person. She had met people from various troops along the way. She was not afraid of the cool Lu Shuang, Han Lan, whose smile was always meaningful, and Wenru, who was tough. But to be honest, she was a little afraid of Cheng Yu. This feeling was not strong in Sui Cheng before. When they met again this time, he gave people the feeling of a sharp blade. She didn't know if it was because of the scar on his forehead. She didn't think the scar was scary like the 2 people just now. It was a medal left by the soldiers in battle. She admired and respected him, but at the same time, it would make him feel more distant. On the side, Han Lan dragged a chair over and sat down. Just happened to hear Yao Ruoyun whispering to Xu Fu about the scar on Cheng Yu's forehead, so he said, "It wasn't caused by a knife, it was scratched by shrapnel from a stray bullet." On and the others came back and said that the attack happened too quickly. Blood was all over his face. They were all shocked and thought he was gone. Xu Fu looked at Han Lan. "At the border? You know about the border?" Han Lan raised his eyebrows, seemingly interested. "He actually told you?" Xu Fu, shaking his head, "I only know that he went to the border, I don't know anything else." Han Lan nodded. "It was quite dangerous that time. We all knew it when we went there, and we signed all the necessary documents. But I was the one in danger that time, and he was fine, nothing serious happened." As he spoke, Han Lan paused, as if he remembered something more dangerous. "His injury was caused when we were in the north. I didn't go that time, and I'm still recovering from the injury." As he spoke, he touched his abdomen, which was obviously where the wound was. "North?" Yao Ruoyun asked curiously in a low voice. Lu Shuang also sat over. Han Lan thought she didn't want him to talk. But she just sat there and didn't say much. So he continued, "This matter has been officially disclosed now. And there is nothing to be ashamed of. If you have been online before, you probably know about ichthyosis?" Shu Fu's eyes moved slightly, and Yao Ruoyun nodded. In Yucheng, someone built a large-scale urban experimental hotbed. He was injured there. Although I didn't go. But I heard from those who came back alive that it was really dangerous. Even more dangerous than the border. I don't know where the people over there got so many weapons from. Mainly because they were reckless. And we had to attack strictly according to the designated points. Fearing that the patients would be killed. Then we were forced to fight in the streets. Only half of the team came back in the end. And many of the people who came back went for psychological treatment. He didn't like to talk much. And he talked even less after he came back that time. Han Lan said. His eyes involuntarily looked at Shu Fu. Actually, he mainly told her these things. In his opinion, it is not good for a man to be too strong. Sometimes he should show his vulnerable side at the right time to better arouse the girl's desire to protect him. However, Shu Fu's reaction was a bit strange, which was not what he expected. Her eyes seemed a bit empty, as if she remembered something else while listening. Shu Fu did remember something else. She remembered the explosion scene she saw when she left Yucheng. So at that time, Changyu was in Yucheng? Did he get injured in that mission and left this scar? But she didn't understand. She was there. Why didn't the mission trigger go to Yucheng, but went directly to Yunqing? He had been involved in those missions several times before. If he was also an awakener, why didn't that mission take him into consideration at all? Is it because he won't die in that mission? Late at night, Shu Fu woke up to the sound of the whistling wind. They all slept in the kitchen that night. Lu Xuan and the others found a large and a small mattress, which fit perfectly in the kitchen when they were put together. They lit a fire in a stainless steel barrel in the corridor. The heat of the flame shone through, and the entire corridor and the kitchen were warm, with the heating packs that Shu Fu brought out and the mattress covered with a thick blanket. The two of them slept much better than before in the hospital. When she heard the sound of the wind, Shu Fu thought someone was blowing a sharp whistle outside the window. The sense of crisis made her wake up quickly. As soon as she sat up, she felt the change in room temperature. It was too cold. She had a fire, and the warmth she could feel before going to bed was now suppressed by the coldness in the air. She heard the sound of the intercom, and hurriedly found the intercom in her backpack. Cheng Yu's voice came from it. He came to remind her to cool down, fearing that she would fall asleep and freeze. He had called her several times. If she didn't reply, he would prepare to call her satellite phone. Fortunately, she replied. Cheng Yu was obviously relieved and reminded her to go to bed later. Someone had to stay to watch the night. There was also a stove for heating. Pay attention to air circulation to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. Shu Fu knew that he meant well, agreed to everything, and asked about the situation over there. Cheng Yu told her that they had a basement, which was small, but had an exhaust vent, so they could light a fire inside to keep out the cold. They often went out and had plenty of equipment, so she didn't have to worry and just take care of herself. If anything went wrong, she could call him. If the intercom ran out of power, she could use the satellite phone and he would come directly. Shu Fu agreed again. After that, she woke up Yao Ruoyun, who was half asleep and felt cold. When she woke up, she immediately sat up trembling. She lifted the quilt, took the military coat beside her, put it on outside her cotton jacket, and then wrapped herself in the quilt. Shu Fu also put on a jacket with a down lining. She took out an electronic thermometer that could quickly measure the temperature from her backpack. After a while, the temperature came out, minus 22 degrees Celsius. Oh my! No wonder it's so cold. Yao Ruoyun put on the hood of her cotton jacket and buttoned up her military coat one by one. But she still felt cold. She got up, put on her shoes, went to the kitchen stove, and brought the 2 honeycomb coal stoves she had prepared before going to bed to the stainless steel barrels in the corridor. She first put a few pieces of burning wood chips in, and laid them on the bottom layer, and then put 2 pieces of honeycomb coal in each stove, with a fire starter below. The honeycomb coal quickly burned up. She placed 1 honeycomb coal stove in the corridor against the outer wall of the kitchen, and the second one was placed directly at the kitchen door. The cold room suddenly warmed up a lot. Still be careful, Shu Fu said, took out a small round electronic instrument from her backpack and placed it next to the bed for 2 people in the kitchen. This is a household rechargeable carbon monoxide alarm, which has 2 alarm thresholds. The low alarm value is 25% of the range, and the high alarm value is 50% of the range. The range is 50 to 300 ppm. If you set a high alarm value, an alarm will sound when it reaches 150 ppm. Generally, if the ppm exceeds 100, you will feel a slight headache, and if it exceeds 400, you will feel a headache and nausea. So as long as the ppm is within the threshold of this alarm, they will not be in trouble. Senior sister, how come you even had this? Yao Ruiyun came over and watched Xu Fu turn it on and set the alarm threshold in volume. Xu Fu looked back at the white light bar flashing again above her head, reached out and touched her cold face, and took out a thick fleece scarf from her backpack and handed it to her, motioning her to put it on. You will have it soon. Ah? Yao Ruiyun didn't understand. She put on a scarf, and her back, neck, and cheeks were immediately wrapped in thick warm fleece. As the temperature in the room rose a little, she felt less cold than before, and finally noticed the situation outside the window. She leaned in front of the window, lying between two wooden bars and trying to look out. She immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God! Senior sister, come and see! What's wrong?" Xu Fu also took out a thick fleece scarf from her backpack, wrapped it outside the hood of her jacket, and covered her neck and half of her face. The snow outside is accumulating so fast. It's almost submerging the first floor. Xu Fu also moved closer to the window after hearing this, because the hot air from her breath could easily form fog on the cold window glass. She had to wipe it while looking, with the yellow light of the few street lamps that were saved in the central square of Wei County. She saw the pure white world of ice and snow outside, whether it was the houses nearby or the hillsides in the distance. They were all covered with thick white. The snow had accumulated very deeply, but there was still no sign of stopping. The strong wind rolled up the snowflakes as big as goose feathers, and the snowflakes were rolled into snowballs, as if pouring down from the sky. In their lifetime, neither of them had ever seen such a big blizzard, as if the entire planet was swept into the prehistoric ice age overnight. Xu Fu had seen cities submerged in water, dams as high as 100 meters, tsunamis hundreds of meters high, and groups of strange fish jumping and biting humans crazily, and patients with ichthyosis covered with gray scabs. No matter what kind of disaster scene, it was a picture with sound, crying, screaming, struggling for help, and everything boiling, just to fight for a chance to survive. But she had never seen such a world before. The sky and the ground were all suffocatingly white. There was no color, no howling, and only endless snowballs falling. It was a desolate, cold and dead world. Everything in the world seemed to have been buried deep under this thick layer of ice and snow. At this moment, they who were hiding behind the window seemed to be the only human beings in the world. After a moment, Xu Fu felt the vibration on her wrist. The mission was accomplished. Chapter 105 Wei County. Within 2 hours, the task of punching in at the new service desk of the Wei County Rescue Station is completed. A 20% progress bar of the raft level 5 is obtained. An additional 15% progress bar bonus is obtained. And a 2-time wheel lottery is obtained. Current progress of the raft level 5, 60%. In fact, Xu Fu had a premonition when he saw the snow outside and the blizzard that was still falling. The task was indeed completed. This time, both the basic progress bar and the additional progress bar bonus values were very high, directly pulling the progress of the level 5 raft to more than half. The mission seemed to be telling her in this way how important this simple encounter was, and it involved more than one person. Xu Fu could understand after a little thought. The freezing rain trapped the bus and people in Wei County. Even if she didn't come, if Cheng Yu and his team met survivors, they would not ignore them. They would definitely send people back to Wei County, and they would definitely go to the mountain road to rescue another group of people. Going back and forth like this again and again, it would inevitably slow down their journey, and perhaps they would not be able to reach the next rescue station in the county town that they could have reached before dark. They were driving a 6-wheeled light transport armored vehicle, which could travel through mountains and rivers. Its main function was to carry people and goods. It was not a tracked vehicle with a front shovel. When the apocalyptic blizzard came that night, if they were trapped in the wild, they might be trapped by the several-meter-high snow, or they might encounter other disasters caused by the blizzard on the mountain road. By then, it was hard to say whether they could survive, or how many people could survive. The unexpected encounter kept Lu Shuangqing and his group. No matter how bad the conditions in Wei County were now, being trapped in the wild and hiding inside a building were still fundamentally different. There were not many draws. Only 2. It was not a good time now. So she accumulated the draws as usual. The blizzard lasted for 4 days. When the temperature was the lowest at night, the temperature near the window was measured at minus 40 degrees Celsius. The snow outside reached a thickness of more than 3 meters, completely submerging the first floor. When looking out from the second floor, it directly became the first floor. Such a snow volume has already exceeded the red warning signal of the blizzard. If there is still network at this time, a series of red warning icons will appear on everyone's mobile phone. Unfortunately, the network had been disconnected for a long time. Xu Fu and Cheng Yu's walkie-talkies were affected by the low temperature and could not be used for a while. Then the battery had problems. Not long after she replaced the battery, the walkie-talkie turned off by itself. Even the satellite signal was affected by the weather and became worse. Xu Fu sent a message to Chen Fa, but the other party replied half a day later. The situation in Chamu County was the same as that in Wei County. No, it should be said that the situation was even worse. There was heavy rain there first, then seamless freezing rain and ice pellets, and finally seamless heavy snow again. Overnight, thousands of miles of ice were frozen. The whole county's lower buildings were buried. Many weak roofs were collapsed, and the traffic in and out was completely blocked. Fortunately, the house they settled in this time was relatively large and remote. There was a warehouse for storing hay next to the house. The warehouse was large and sturdy, so they could directly release the raft indoors and test the cold-proof function of the cabin under extremely low temperatures. The test results showed that the temperature in the warehouse was minus 40 degrees Celsius, and the temperature in the cabin was minus 20 degrees Celsius, which was the difference between a large refrigerator and a small refrigerator. However, if the kerosene stove was lit in the cabin, the temperature could be raised by more than 10 or 20 degrees. So it was not difficult for Chen Fa and the other 4 to endure. The hard part was that Su Ting had sealed them off, and they couldn't enter the cabin, so they could only hide indoors, wrapped up like bears, and gathered around the fireplace, keeping the fire burning. They didn't dare to leave for a moment. I don't know if it was stimulated by this extremely cold blizzard, but on the morning of the 3rd day of the blizzard, the progress bar above Yao Ruoyun's head suddenly filled up, and the value appeared, 90. This value is not as high as Chen Fa and Lu Zheng, but Xu Fu can feel that this should also be a very high threshold. Yao Ruoyun is not like Lu Zheng, because the memories of the other world are related to Xu Fu, who was by his side when he woke up. So his suddenly collapsed worldview was supported by someone, and he was able to quickly get back into the state. She is also not like Chen Fa, because she has experienced adventures along the way, experienced repeated attacks by strange fish, walked through a city full of ichthyosis patients at night, and walked on the edge of life and death all the way. So her mind has become extremely firm. She is like an ignorant child, accidentally breaking into the world of adults, and instantly being frightened by things beyond common sense. When she woke up, Xu Fu was still asleep. The 2 of them took turns to keep watch the night before. Xu Fu kept watch for the first half of the night. Yao Ruoyun kept watch for the second half of the night. She went to bed late, so she slept a little longer. In a half-awake state, she could only hear someone mumbling repeatedly on the mattress next to her. In the end, he even cried. When she opened her eyes and woke up, she saw Yao Ruoyun squatting there. Icon kept disappearing in front of her, appearing, disappearing. Xu Fu. Yao Ruoyun had no joy on her face, only helplessness, uneasiness and fear, and this fear was still increasing little by little. Not dreaming? Then am I crazy? It's impossible. I still know who I am. Will it madden? No? Then I am dead, frozen to death last night? Is this the world after death? How can the world after death be the same as the world before death, and I can still feel cold? So I have traveled through time and space. Reborn? Enter the other world, controlled by aliens? Caught in the game? Infinite flow. Xu Fu. She looked at the top of Yao Ruoyun's head, where the white light bar was completely stable, full state, and numbers appeared. Xu Fu sighed. No wonder, it turns out that she has awakened. However, I have to say, the last series of speculations she just made, the possible situations that she, Chen Fa, and Lu Zheng had analyzed before were almost the same as these. She originally wanted to give Yao Ruoyun some space, let her adapt to the current situation, but seeing that she was talking nonsense and seemed to be going crazy, she had to interrupt her actions of repeatedly putting the cans in and taking them out of the backpack. You're not crazy, you're just awakened. Xu Fu spoke, finally interrupting her movements and mumbling. Yao Ruoyun approached her carefully, Senior, you were also captured by aliens? Shu Fu held her forehead. It was early in the morning, making the two of them look like they were crazy. She sighed, and decided to join if she couldn't beat them. She stretched out her hands, holding a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge in one hand, and a cup of hot milk tea in the other. Which one do you want for breakfast? Yao Ruoyun looked at the food and drinks that appeared out of thin air in her hands, and her whole body and pupils trembled. Senior. So you are the alien. Shu Fu. Half an hour later, the two of them sat cross-legged on the mattress covered with a thick velvet heating blanket in the glass balcony, surrounded by two high-efficiency heaters, took off their thick coats, and were sitting on the low wooden table placed in the middle of the mattress, drinking hot preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and eating fragrant fried dough sticks and leek and egg fried dumplings. The raft was now placed in the half space cleared in the tea-house hall. Yao Ruoyun had just awakened and was curious about her raft. Unfortunately, her raft was too big. When she took it out, the words "not enough space to place it" appeared. So now, they could only stay together on Shu Fu's raft terrace. After the glass balcony appeared on the raft terrace, the height increased a lot. Fortunately, the building style here was more like Shizhou province, and the single floor was higher, so it was placed at the right height at this moment. Yao Ruoyun's golden finger is exactly the same as Chen Fa and Lu Xing's. There are 20 time-stopping backpack slots, which contain 4 starting materials: raft, water purifier, fishing rod and a shovel. She is the same. She can't enter Shu Fu's drifting island house. But fortunately, there is a glass balcony on the island house that others can enter. The glass balcony does not have constant temperature, disaster resistance and exclusion effects, but it is still more reliable than most buildings. After the glass doors on both sides are closed, it blocks part of the low temperature outside. Coupled with the effects of the heating blanket and heater, the internal temperature quickly rises, estimated to be 13 or 14 degrees above zero. At this temperature, they not only felt comfortable, but also could eat hot food peacefully, without worrying about the food in their hands turning cold and freezing when they were halfway through eating. Perhaps because of the temperature rise and the warm food, Yao Ruoyun finally regained her sanity, listened carefully to Shu Fu's detailed explanation, and then began to study her items carefully. The shovel, she said, was called a treasure shovel, which could only be used once a day. Yao Ruoyun was curious and prepared to try it out directly. The two wrapped up their clothes and went down to the balcony. Then Shu Fu saw her digging out a box of unopened instant noodles from under the tiles in the corner of the other side of the small tea-house hall. Shu Fu, Yao Ruoyun said, she chose the right place to dig based on her intuition, and she herself didn't expect to find anything. And when she dug, the edges and corners of the tiles loosened after a few digs, and she just pried them open along the gaps with a shovel. The manufacturer printed on the box of instant noodles was from Xiangzhou province, and the production date was February this year, and it had not expired yet. There were 48 packs in a box, and it seemed that the owner of this house had stored them under the tiles during the chaotic period, and then he didn't know how they were left behind, probably because he forgot to take them when he moved. Yao Ruoyun gave all the instant noodles to Shu Fu as if she was offering a treasure. She also said that she knew Shu Fu would not need them, but she must take this box of instant noodles, as it was her gift. Shu Fu had no choice but to accept it. Yao Ruoyun saw her put it away, and smiled happily, even happier than when she put the supplies into her backpack. Although there are still many things that are not clear now, Yao Ruoyun knows one thing, that she and her most beloved senior are from the same group. At least they are not ordinary people who only drag their feet and have no golden fingers. In fact, she had occasionally stayed in places with internet access in the past few months. Even after meeting Sun Huiming, he would tell her some news related to superpowers that he had seen on the internet before. Sun Huiming was a straight man. He did not believe it because he had never seen it with his own eyes. He told Yao Ruoyun these things in order to make her have more fun during the difficult and arduous transfer journey. It was just like telling some stories heard from others. Yao Ruoyun did listen to these news as stories, just like the plot imagined by humans who had been struggling and wandering in various natural disasters for a year. Even though it was just a story, she was envious. Every time she heard it, she would think, if this was true, if there really was a raft hut that could be opened and closed freely, and could not be entered by outsiders, she would definitely keep this secret tightly, not tell anyone, and would not use the raft to earn supplies. She just wanted her parents to have a home where they could rest in peace when they were tired. So in the early morning, when she found herself abnormal, when she realized that some strange memory fragments appeared in her mind, she would fall into a completely confused state, thinking that she would dream at night if she thought about it during the day. She told Xu Fu that the memory fragments that flashed through her mind were all quite scary. It seemed that they were always in the classroom, in a very depressing learning environment, doing papers and practicing questions, or taking exams. She had these memories for a while before, but she didn't care, because she had only been admitted to university for more than a year, and she always thought that they were memories of high school. But now looking back, whether it was the classroom or the classmates around her, they were actually different from her 3 years of high school in this world. So in that world, I am a high school student. Do I have family in that world? What is my name? Why can't I remember it at all? Similarly, for the next 2 days she, like Lu Zhengqinfa, fell into a chaotic state of mind caused by memory fragments. She called her parents, but she held back and didn't tell them about it on the phone. She knew very well that if she said this on the phone, the other party would not believe it at all, and would only suspect that she was sick from the cold and talking nonsense. She had to wait until the extreme weather came, when she went to Xiqing and met them, so that they could see it for themselves. In the next few days, Xu Fu spent most of her time with Yao Ruoyun in the glass balcony. There was electricity and heating here. The two of them couldn't go out, and there was nothing to do. So they leaned against each other and set up a small tablet to watch TV series. They watched horror dramas, holding cushions in front of their faces, and closed their eyes together when they saw the scary parts. Afterwards, in order to ease the mood, they started watching variety shows again, watching the artists working hard to do funny tasks in the show. At the end, Yao Ruoyun ruined the atmosphere again and sighed that many of these variety shows and movies might be the artists' posthumous works, under natural disasters. No matter whether they are amateurs or artists, their bodies are equally fragile. In addition to various ready-made hot dishes, they had eaten hot pot once, spicy beef oil pot and mushroom pot cooked in a mandarin duck electric cooker. Actually, Yao Ruoyun didn't have a big appetite, but she was just greedy. When she smelled the smell of the hot pot boiling, tears slid down from the corners of her mouth. In addition to hot pot, she also had tofu boiled fish, brown sugar pearl milk tea, fried chicken wings, egg-filled pancakes, braised pork rice, and spicy skewers in the past 2 days. Except for the big tenderloin skewers, which Shufu didn't have, the other delicacies that she had cried about in Suicheng Library, Shufu took them out for her to eat. You actually remember everything. Yao Ruoyun was so touched that she cried while eating. This time, tears really flowed from the corners of her eyes. The result of this incident was that Yao Ruoyun became even more attached to Xu Fu. She even followed her to the kitchen of the drifting island house to deal with garbage and wash pots. Xu Fu was in the house, naturally. It was not cold. The constant temperature was 25 degrees. It was so hot that she took off all her clothes except her base layer as soon as she entered. And outside the house, because there was no glass balcony, even if people stood on the deck of the raft, the room temperature was still minus 20 degrees. But she would rather wrap herself in a coat and scarf, hold a hot water bottle, and stand there shivering and chatting with Xu Fu. During this period, she tried to reach under the eaves countless times. But each time she only touched a cold wall of air. How can I get into your hut? If blood relatives can enter, then can the other half of the marriage relationship? How about I marry you? Senior sister? Xu Fu. But they will not always hide in the warm balcony. After all, Yao Ruoyun now has space. Although the raft cannot be taken out for the time being, her backpack compartment is still empty. It happens that this is a residential building with abundant resources of daily necessities. The two of them started from the small tea house where they were, and collected supplies for Yao Ruoyun one by one. Cups and tea sets in the cabinet outside, kettles, pots, and chopping boards in the kitchen, rocking chairs, dining tables, and benches in the next room, 70% new thermos, clothes racks and hangers, lightweight folding wardrobes, unbroken lamps and extension cords, large buckets and basins, thick clothes, pants, and shoes that looked clean. The two of them searched floor by floor, except for water, medicine, and some light tools. Most of the other things were there. She put the big items that could be put into the backpack directly, and put the small items in the big cardboard box provided by Xu Fu, and put them in, and the bigger items that couldn't fit into the backpack were temporarily put away by Xu Fu, and when she could take out the raft, she would put them in the raft house. The two girls were wrapped up like bears. But they were like two hamsters when they were collecting things. They went from one house to the next, enjoying it. The daily treasure shovel opportunity was naturally not to be missed. Once, they dug out a brand new down jacket and down pants from a bedside partition of a family. Another time, they dug out a whole box of salt within the shelf life in a family's kitchen. Each time, Shu Fu was stunned. During these 4 days and 4 nights, the blizzard never stopped, and the entire Wei County fell into complete silence. The fear in Yao Ruoyun's heart was reduced to the lowest because of the appearance of the golden finger and the company of Shu Fu. The only two things that were not very convenient were going to the toilet and personal hygiene. Shu Fu could solve these problems by just going back to the house. It was just a little cold when she went up and down the wooden stairs. She just had to put on thick clothes and take a shower. But Yao Ruoyun had no choice. She had to go to the toilet in the bathroom of the tea house. The solution she finally thought of was to place a stainless steel bucket with an open flame or a burning honeycomb coal stove in the bathroom of the tea house for a long time. The fire could increase the indoor temperature. The closer the distance, the better the effect. The toilet seat was also covered with a thick ring pad. At least when she sat down, she didn't have to worry about her but being frozen when she stood up. She couldn't take a shower, but there was plenty of hot water. She could do some simple cleaning work on the glass balcony and put on clean underwear. For a girl, it was not easy to do this during a disaster. What moved Yao Ruoyun the most was that Shu Fu could have gone back to the room to sleep at night. But she stayed in the glass balcony to accompany her. In the long, cold and dark night, she had someone by her side. No matter how heavy the snow or wind was, she was no longer afraid. On the morning of the 5th day, the snow finally stopped. But when the two looked out through the cracks in the wood on the window, they still couldn't see any living creatures, especially since there was a large square opposite the window. The view was too clear, and there was not even a trace of human activity on the thick snow. Because the snow stopped temporarily, the sky, which had been gloomy, became a little brighter. Outside, it was a dazzling white. If you go out at this time, you have to wear ski goggles. Otherwise your eyes will be blinded. Are the others not all dead? Yao Ruoyun spoke hesitantly. Although she didn't like the behavior of some survivors, she still hoped that others could survive this unprecedented blizzard. This has nothing to do with personal preference, but the empathy of being a human being. No. There is water and electricity there. And there are troops and rescue teams. They are all experienced. As long as you hide in the building and keep warm, nothing should happen. Of course, this is only for the moment. It's okay if there is no water. You can survive by taking snow. If there is no power, unless there is a backup generator in the building, there is no way to repair it in this weather. After that, the blizzard and low temperature continued, and the snow layer several meters deep did not melt. The survivors continued to be trapped in the house. Once the people hiding in the building consumed all the food, it would be hard to say. But obviously, Shu Fu still underestimated the disaster response capabilities of some troops. At noon, when Cheng Yu's voice came from the intercom, saying that he would come to them soon, Shu Fu was very surprised. Chapter 106 Wei County. The two were originally in the glass balcony, listening to music and playing flying chess. They were very happy to hear Cheng Yu said he was coming. Especially Yao Ruoyun, who sat up straight from the heating blanket. Did Cheng's team call for rescue? Did the snowplow come? Can we leave here? Shu Fu shook her head. Although they were disconnected from the internet, she had been in contact with Shenfa. Chama County was always trapped by heavy snow. No external aid had arrived for the time being, and the self-rescue work was all done by themselves. They lived in a flat-roofed hut. Because they were afraid that the snow would collapse the roof, they put on warm clothes and climbed up to the roof several times in the past few days to clear the snow. During this period, they also cleared the snow from the doors and windows to avoid blocking the doors. Even Shizhou province, where there were a large number of troops, was like this. Shu Fu did not think that rescue could reach a small county outside Shizhou province, where the evacuation work was nearing the end so quickly. But the two of them still got up quickly and began to put on their clothes for going out one by one. In addition to the cotton coat and trousers and the outermost military coat, Yao Ruoyun had already put on the fleece-lined warm underwear and trousers that Shu Fu gave her. It was clean, close-fitting and warm. The cotton coat and cotton pants were ready to be changed into the down coat and pants they found after they got dirty. The two put on all the warm clothes and put on thick wool socks and boots. Then, they turned off the heater and heating blanket, put on woolen hats and pulled up the hoods outside, and finally went out of the balcony, put on scarves and gloves, and were almost fully armed. Shu Fu unloaded the electric cart and put away the raft, and Yao Ruoyun went to the kitchen to check the mattress. The big mattress was moved to the glass balcony temporarily because it was still new. Now there was only the small mattress here, and the blanket and quilt for keeping warm had been put into her backpack long ago. At this moment, she took out 2 old ones again and arranged it a little to make it look like someone was living there. The 2 wanted to know what was happening outside. After waiting for a while, they finally took out their backpacks from the space, put them in front of them, locked the door, and went out. They turned out of the corridor, went down half a flight of stairs, and went to the stairwell on the north side of the residential building, because the windows of where they lived could always see the situation in the south. They did not see any cars or people entering Wei County, so they estimated that even if Cheng Yu wanted to come, he would come from the north. The windows in the stairwell had been broken for a long time, and no one had repaired them before. They were blocked by large wooden boards. After the snow fell these days, the wooden boards were frozen to the window frames, and a lot of snow leaked in through the gaps. Now they have frozen into thick ice. Shu Fu directly took out 2 multi-purpose shovels, one on each side, and it took a while to pry the wooden board. The 2 worked together to move the wooden board away, and the cold wind immediately blew in from the side without the window. Shu Fu grabbed Yao Ruoyun, who wanted to stick her head out, and handed her a pair of flip-up anti-fog ski goggles. This was not like looking out through the gap between the wooden boards in the house before. This was to stick your head out completely. With the current snow outside, it was easy to hurt your eyes. When she saw Yao Ruoyun taking it, she also took one and put it on. This ski goggles was salvaged in Yunqing before, in the same waters where a lot of construction tools were salvaged before. A lot of different styles were salvaged, with packaging boxes outside and waterproof bags inside. The cardboard part of the packaging box had long been soaked, but the plastic part was intact, and the waterproof bag wrapped it. Even after being soaked for so long, the ski goggles inside basically didn't get soaked in water. Of course, it's okay if it gets soaked in water, it's waterproof to begin with. The north side of the residential building is also a pure white world of ice and snow, but there are a few houses behind, covered with heavy snow, and they appear in different shapes of heights and lows because of the buildings. Most of these buildings are empty, no one lives there. Further back, the snow layer gradually climbs, that is the hillside behind, which is also covered with snow without exception. Just below the windowsill of the stairwell is the exit of the corridor. At this moment, in the deep snow layer, a 2-person wide passage appeared, coming all the way from the side door of the gymnasium on the left. In the already dug passage, several team members can be seen reinforcing the passage, some carrying small iron buckets, pour the black charcoal slag inside onto the clean ground. Some of them were holding a watering can, spraying water on the snow walls on both sides of the passage. The water should be hot, but it will cool down quickly at such a low temperature, and the snow walls on both sides will solidify into more solid ice walls, which are not easy to collapse. When they looked down, the passage was almost formed. The first to dig the passage were Cheng Yu, Han Lan, and the strongman team member On. Han Lan stood on an A-type folding ladder, holding an engineer's shovel, and first shoveled the softer snow on the upper part to the snow layer next to it. Cheng Yu and On used the part he shoveled to break the more solid ice and snow layer below, and then removed them one by one and threw them into a large plastic frame behind him that originally contained sports equipment. When the big frame is full, the other busy team members behind will run over and work together to lift the full big frame away and push the empty big frame forward. They are skilled in their movements and have good cooperation. It is obvious that all of them have put in all their efforts to build such a small snow track. Han Lan was the first to raise his head from the passage. He took off his ski goggles, pulled down the scarf along his mouth and nose, and smiled at the head sticking out from the upstairs. You are almost finished with your food. Don't be too touched. We are here as a team to deliver supplies to you. But in my opinion, we shouldn't live in 2 separate places. Otherwise you can just live with us in the gymnasium. There is a basement over there, and it's very warm with a fire. Before he finished speaking, On below shouted something. It seemed that he was almost at the entrance of the corridor, and it seemed that he had hit a flower bed, and asked him if he had gone off the road. So Han Lan quickly lowered her head again, climbed down the folding ladder, and bent over to study the ice and snow layer at the entrance of the corridor. Yao Ruoyun subconsciously wanted to say no. If they lived in the gymnasium, how could they lie comfortably in the glass balcony and watch TV shows together with the heater on? But she had experience this time, and knew that she was not the one who really made the decision. She could not answer for Xu Fu, so she looked at Xu Fu obediently. As expected, Xu Fu, who was lying on the windowsill and looking down, was silent for a moment, and suddenly responded with okay, and then rushed downstairs directly. Xu Fu raised the lens of her ski goggles, and quickly rushed to the staircase on the first floor. It was very dark here because from the second floor windowsill, the building walls had been buried in the snow. At the entrance of the corridor, a narrow opening had just been cleared to allow people to exit. The three of them were continuing to expand this exit. They had to avoid the flower beds next to the corridor entrance, and be careful of the snow walls on both sides to prevent the snow from piling up and falling again. Seeing her rushing down, the three of them were a little surprised. The corridor on the first floor had snow, and the ground was covered with ice. Chung Yu met her as she rushed down the stairs and hurriedly went in through the opening. He took a few steps forward and supported her. Be careful. What's wrong? Xu Fu didn't say anything. Her eyes quickly passed over the top of Chung Yu's head, and then turned to Han Lan and On at the staircase. Which one is it? Just now, when the three of them were leaning against the entrance of the corridor, she saw a flickering white light strip on the snow layer that blocked them. Because it was almost the same color as the snow, she had to look at it several times before she was sure. The white light strip has a dominant feature that violates the common sense of reality. As long as it is within a certain distance, and it is not a building that completely covers the person, even if the person wears a hat or reaches out to block it, it cannot block the existence of the light strip. Similarly, the snow layer cannot block it either. But the three of them were too close just now. She was not sure whether the light bar above his head was Chung Yu. And Han Lan and On had never been associated with her mission before. She had rushed down as quickly as possible. But the light bar had disappeared. The door at the entrance of this corridor was broken before, and I was afraid that you would be hit when digging the tunnel, Xu Fu explained, and then said, you don't have to worry about our supplies. We found some in the house next door these days. I feel that this blizzard may not have passed yet. While you are digging the tunnel today, we will temporarily stay at your place for 2 days. Okay. Chung Yu responded quickly, and asked her if there was anything she needed him to move up. We need to take the honeycomb coal stove, and the honeycomb coal next to it, and also a box of instant noodles, a bag of rice, and a box of vacuum bacon and sausages we found. You actually found food. You are so capable. Girl. Han Lan came over, said that she and Chung Yu would move the things together after the passage was reinforced, and asked them to put the things at the door of the small tea house. When Xu Fu went upstairs to prepare things, she pulled Yao Ruoyun, who was standing at the stairs, and planned to unify the caliber of obtaining supplies with her. Yao Ruoyun had been listening quietly beside her. Even if Xu Fu didn't remind her, she knew what she meant. She made an okay gesture to her. After the two returned to the small tea house on the 3rd floor, Yao Ruoyun lowered her voice and asked her why she suddenly wanted to live there. Xu Fu also lowered her voice and replied, among them, there may be more than 2 companions. Yao Ruoyun. 2 honeycomb coal stoves, a large snakeskin bag of honeycomb coal, a box of 48 packs of instant noodles that Yao Ruoyun found, a bag of 50 kilograms of rice from the wheel lottery without any packaging mark, and a large carton of vacuum-packed bacon, sausages, and salted chicken and duck. The cardboard boxes for vacuum meat were large cardboard boxes of the same standard purchased online from all over the country that she had specially selected in her space. Of course, the purchase labels on them had been torn off long ago. The bags of bacon, sausage, and salted chicken and duck inside were all produced in Xiangzhou province. These were harvested by her in the early days of Suicheng with an automatic water fishing rod in the same bacon shop. These brands are all popular brands, and their production areas are all in the major provinces of pickled foods. Xiangzhou province. She checked them when she harvested them, and because they were all similar brands and produced in the same place, she guessed that the underwater store was a bacon shop, and therefore remembered that she had this batch of supplies. It was just right to take it out now. When Han Lan came up, he saw several large boxes piled in the corridor, and exclaimed, and then called 2 more team members to come up. Yao Ruoyun also pointed out to Han Lan the mezzanine under the tiles where she had dug out instant noodles with a treasure shovel in a corner of the tea house hall, saying that the people of Wei County really know how to hide things. The team members quickly went upstairs and began to move the supplies, in addition to their own backpacks. Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun each rolled up a thick blanket and held it in front of them, using the large backpacks in front of them to support it, intending to just carry it over. The snow track outside had been dug, and the snow walls on both sides had frozen into ice. The original snow layer plus the height added when they dug the passage had exceeded 3.5 meters. When people walked inside, the extremely pale light of the overcast winter sky leaked from above, and they felt like they were walking in an ice and snow kingdom. Since the disaster began, these few days were the most comfortable and secure days for Yao Ruoyun. She was young after all, and she had already been itching to see the dug snow track before. Now that she was going to the gymnasium, she couldn't help but walk in the front. Yao Ruoyun is about 1.73 meters tall. Tall and with long legs. A thick blanket in front of her will not slow her down. Xu Fu is different. The backpack in front of her is already a circle larger than Yao Ruoyun's. The height of the blanket directly blocks half of her vision. When she went down the stairs, she almost missed twice because she couldn't see the steps below. Both times, Cheng Yu supported her. He couldn't help it. In the end, he carried the bag of rice on one shoulder alone, rolled up the thick blanket she was holding with one hand, and then opened his 5 fingers to her. "Give me the backpack too." Xu Fu turned her head to look at him. The thick blanket that seemed to be rolled up in front of her was just an ordinary blanket to him. Xu Fu touched her nose, didn't say anything polite, took off the backpack directly, and hung it on his hand. "Thank you." Cheng Yu smiled slightly, and this time he walked in front of her. If she missed a step again, he would not have a hand to support her. But if he walked in front, he would cushion her even if she fell. However, Cheng Yu had not taken a few steps when a hand gently patted his shoulder. He stopped and tilted his head, because she was standing on the stairs 2 steps higher than him. Her outstretched hand reached his lips directly. Her slender white fingertips held a pink crystal candy in the shape of a flower, which was very beautiful. He looked up along the hand that only showed a little delicate fingertips because of the cold, and met the girl's bright black eyes looking at him. Half of her face was buried in the thick scarf, and only the eyes behind the ski goggles were exposed on her face. "Do you want to eat it? It's candy." Xu Fu shook the small candy jar in her other hand, like a squirrel in winter, and took out the treasured pine nuts with her short and fat little claws, and then handed them to his lips eagerly. Cheng Yu had wanted to say that he didn't like candy, and let her keep it for herself to eat slowly. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the slender fingertips put the crystal candy into his mouth. His lips touched her fingertips, and in an instant, a sweet strawberry flavor spread in his mouth. Very sweet. Very, very sweet. Xu took back his hand, wiped his fingertips on his clothes without leaving any trace, and saw that he was still looking at him, and said, "My hands are very clean. We melt a lot of snow water to wash our hands every day." "No." Cheng Yu seemed to want to explain, but Han Lan's voice came from the corner of the corridor at this time. "What do you mean very clean? What's wrong?" He held 2 honeycomb coal stoves in one hand and a snakeskin bag filled with honeycomb coal in the other hand. He tilted his head back and looked through the corner. He happened to see the beautiful sugar jar in Xu Fu's hand. "Is it sugar?" "Yes." Xu Fu nodded, walked past Cheng Yu a few steps, and poured out another grain. This time it was an ice blue flower. Han Lan had no hands, so he opened his mouth naturally, and Xu Fu put the candy directly into his mouth. "Cheng Yu. Not bad. Not too sweet. It's hard candy." Han Lan took 2 sips and praised. "It still tastes like soda." "Delicious." Xu Fu smiled, passed him again, and continued to give candy to the others in front. Of course it tasted good, even in peacetime. Such a small can would cost more than 100 yuan. It was bought from a very famous candy store, which was famous for its slightly sweet taste and its varied and beautiful shapes. At that time, the candies were all sold in large bags. She thought it was inconvenient, so she packed some in small transparent jars, which she could take out from any pocket at any time, making it easy to eat. Han Lan was still evaluating the candies in his mouth. He really thought they were delicious. However, when he turned his head, he found that Cheng Yu, who was passing by him and going downstairs, was looking away from his face. Somehow, that look was a little cold. When the group left the corridor, Xu Fu had already distributed the candies, and was waiting at the entrance of the corridor. When Han Lan, who was walking at the end, came out, she planned to close the door at the entrance of the corridor, because she was not sure if there would be another heavy snowstorm later. If the door was not closed and there was another heavy snowstorm, the ice and snow layer would directly block the stairs inside. When she wanted to go back to the tea house next time, the cleaning work would be even bigger. Everyone else had things in their hands, but she was the only one with empty hands, so she was the most suitable person to do this. The door was a double-opening iron door. One side was good, and the latch connecting the other side to the door frame was a little broken, so it took a lot of effort to close it. Han Lan could put the stove and snakeskin bag in his hand on the ground, so he put down his things and went to help her. When the two of them almost closed the door, a loud bang 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 sound came from somewhere in front of them, and it seemed to be accompanied by a woman's sharp scream. The people in the snow trail stopped immediately. The direction where the sound came from was actually quite far away, but because the other survivors in Wei County were trapped in the house, it was not raining outside, and the surrounding area was empty and quiet, so the movement and the woman's scream just now seemed particularly loud. However, they were in the middle of the snow trail at this moment, and the 3.5 meter high snow wall blocked their vision. They could not see clearly what happened where the sound came from. "Go back to the gym. Quick!" Cheng Yu shouted, and turned around to signal Xu Fu and Han Lan to speed up and walk in front. And he was the last one. The gymnasium has high floors, and if you want to know what happened, you can only see it clearly by going upstairs. A group of people carried things and started to walk quickly towards the side door of the gymnasium. The thick blanket in Yao Ruyan's hand was also rolled away by An, so that she could take better care of the road under her feet. Everyone quickly walked out of the passage on the north side of the residential building, and had to cross a small street. There were no buildings on both sides of the street, so the surrounding light was much better, but they still couldn't see anything. At this time, from the direction where the crash and screams came from before, there were continuous collision sounds again. The crash sounds were louder and more terrifying than the previous ones. In between, there were shattering sounds and continuous screams of women. The noise was just like a house being thrown directly from the air. Xu Fu felt the tremor of the snow wall on the left. That was the direction where the sound came from. It seemed that the huge crash caused the snow layer to vibrate. "Be careful." Accompanied by Cheng Yu's voice, Xu Fu felt that there seemed to be a tall dark shadow pressing down on the snow wall. That was a tall poplar tree with thick branches on the street, which, after being frozen by freezing rain and accumulated by heavy snow and the shock at this moment, finally couldn't bear the weight and fell towards the snow path. The tree was more than 10 meters high, and with its weight after being frozen, it was enough to smash the frozen ice wall when it fell. Xu Fu had quietly opened the portable protective shield when the first scream came, and now, because Cheng Yu reminded her that the poplar tree was falling, she immediately pushed Han Lan in front of her hard. Han Lan originally wanted to pull her, but she pushed him forward a few steps, just avoiding the place where the poplar tree fell. The tree trunk had smashed the top of the ice wall. Xu Fu was calculating whether she had enough time to dodge symbolically, but suddenly a strong arm was wrapped around her waist. She was lifted up by the owner of the arm and turned backwards. Then her entire back and head were protected by a tall figure. Puff! Puff! The ice wall was crushed by the frozen tree trunk, and the snow on both sides poured down, blocking the snow path directly. "Captain! Xu Fu!" In the flying snow mist, the anxious voices of others sounded at the other end of the snow, which resulted in a small-scale snow pouring. Everyone dared not shout anymore, and began to divide the work at the same time. Some people quickly brought the supplies to the building at the side door of the gymnasium, while others took out the engineer shovel again and began to dig the snow. At the other end of the snowdrift, Xu Fu climbed out of the snowdrift with someone protecting her. As soon as she stood firm, she turned around to pull Cheng Yu, who was half stuck in the snow. Everything happened in an instant. She had no idea how Cheng Yu, who was walking at the back, suddenly came behind her. But at that moment, she was protected by his whole body. She had no time to turn around and hug him, so that the shield would also work on him. As a result, she, who would not be injured at all with the shield on, was protected by the body of someone without a shield. Xu Fu was really worried that something might happen to him. With such a high ice wall and snow layer pressing down, it was no joke. Luckily, when she reached out to pull for the second time, Cheng Yu grabbed her with his backhand, and they worked together. He soon got out of the ice and snow layer. Are you okay? Shu Fu picked up his drop ski goggles and handed them to him. No, he replied. Are you hurt? No. He lowered his head, looked at her carefully, helped her put on the hood that had slipped off, and gently pressed it with his big palm. Don't be afraid. It's okay. As he said this, he put on his ski goggles and began to go back to dig out the backpack, rice bag and blanket that had fallen into the snow. Fortunately, Han Lan and 2 team members on the other side quickly dug through the blocked snow. They not only dug through the snow path, but also dug out all the supplies that everyone had dropped. Without much research, the group took the supplies and kept alert to each other. They quickly passed this not-so-firm snow path and rushed into the side door of the gymnasium. Senior sister? Yao Ruoyan rushed over to hug her and patted the broken ice and snow on her body. Are you not injured? Ah, you are bleeding. Were you hit? Shu Fu looked at the blood Yao Ruoyan touched from the brim of her hat and quickly understood who was injured. However, the injured person was completely unaware and was still patting the snow on her backpack and rice bag, and then picked up the blanket and shook off the broken snow on it. He saw her looking at him and walked towards her. I'll help you bake it before you use it. You are injured. Shu Fu pointed at his ear, where there was a bloody wound. He didn't know if it was scratched by the branches of the poplar tree or pierced by the ice. He reached out and pressed it. It's okay. It's just a minor injury. Before Shu Fu could speak again, Winru ran over from the other end of the passage. Captain! Come here quickly. The alien on the opposite side. That person is in trouble. Chapter 107 Wei County. After a while, everyone entered the basketball hall and went up to the high-standing walkway. This place is about the height of a 6-story ordinary building. The narrow window that can see the situation outside is also opened here. Lu Xuan was leaning in front of an open window, using the telescope in his hand to check the direction of the opposite square. Shu Fu had put his backpack back in front of him, and at this moment, he also took out a detachable telescope from it, and took out a monocular and handed it to Yao Ruoyan. Each of them held a monocular and looked out the window. Outside the window on the south side of the gymnasium, there was a hotel facing the central square of Wei County. That was the tallest building in Wei County, with a total of 12 floors. Unlike hotels in big cities with full floor-to-ceiling windows, the exterior walls of the lower floors of this hotel were mostly walls. Although it was not so fashionable visually, it looked safer in today's weather conditions. At least, it should have been a tall and solid building. But now, there was a big hole in the wall of the 8th floor of this building. The floor height of that floor was much higher than the other floors below, and the windows were larger than those of other floors. It might be a public facility area such as a restaurant or a swimming pool. The gap stretched horizontally from the left to the right of that floor, as if someone had violently torn off a piece of the wall of that floor. From their direction, they could also see the window frame hanging on the outer wall of the building, which was about to fall off. At this moment, several people were standing at the gap of that floor, looking down at the ground outside the hotel in the cold wind. Ground? Shu Fu moved her telescope downward, and she saw what they were looking at, and also knew where the last loud noise that caused the ice wall to collapse came from. That is, a raft. In the open space in front of the hotel, an awakened raft lay sideways. The raft that had once been safe and sound in the hail as big as eggs had now been smashed to pieces. The wooden hut on top was also in pieces. The furniture and various items that the raft owner had collected little by little to decorate the hut were also scattered all over the ground. Shu Fu had once estimated the sturdiness of the raft, and thought that it might be damaged by tipping over in a huge wave or tsunami. But now, there was no need for a huge wave or tsunami. A fall from midair could also completely destroy the raft. Yao Ruoyan turned back to Shu Fu in surprise, pulling her sleeve. Shu Fu knew what she wanted to ask, and nodded silently to her. That was right, that was the raft with the golden finger of the superpower. There were several people around the broken raft, pushing aside the ice and snow to surround it. From time to time, they were stopped by the broken and raised raft deck. They seemed to be cursing, but they still quickly went to the small house area where furniture and items were scattered, and then they roughly grabbed something from the ground. It was a person. A woman wearing thick clothes, about 30 or 40 years old, with an ordinary appearance, because the stadium and the hotel were separated by a whole square, and there was an extremely thick layer of snow. Shu Fu had not seen the woman before. She was dragged up by someone, and red liquid was spilled on the surrounding ice and snow. She seemed to be alive. but was seriously injured. One hand was twisted at a weird angle. Her chest was heaving, and she was coughing. At the same time, new blood kept flowing out from the corners of her lips and nose. Shu Fu adjusted the telescope's magnification and saw the white light bar above her head. The value seemed to be in the single digits. At this moment, the light bar was flickering continuously, perhaps because its owner was seriously injured. And it was gradually fading as the frequency of flickering decreased. Shu Fu heard that the people who caught her were laughing wildly and wantonly, like wild beasts pushed to the limit. No longer human. Some people could not wait to strip off the woman's warm clothes and put them on themselves. Some people, as if to vent their anger, grabbed her hair and slapped her hard. But more people rushed to the pile of scattered items and began to stuff them into their arms desperately. This is a dying superpower. Although Shu Fu did not see the whole incident, it can be inferred from the current situation that the superpower's raft should have been pushed down from the big gap upstairs. These people live in the same hotel as this superpower, and they must have known her uniqueness a long time ago. The raft must be intact to work. It has been peaceful for so many days before. Why would they suddenly explode at this time? And not hesitate to smash the wall of the hotel and throw the raft down from the upstairs? They were even afraid that falling from this height would not break the raft house, and would not kill the woman. So they cleared the ground in front of the hotel in advance and shoveled clean the more than 3-meter thick snow layer there. The workload of clearing snow from such a large open space is very huge. In today's temperature, it is simply a desperate posture. Yao Ruoyan was shaking all over when she saw this. This scene reminded her of the chaos she encountered during the transfer. Everyone seemed to be crazy, attacking strangers they didn't know at all. Some people were bleeding from their heads, and some fell to the ground and were trampled by countless feet, wailing in pain. Yao Ruoyan couldn't help it, and finally looked at Han Lan on the side. He was holding a sniper rifle in his hand at the moment, and was checking the situation over there through the scope on the sniper rifle. She knew that such a rifle could easily hit the people on the opposite side. So she asked, "Can't you save that woman?" "Want to save people?" Lu Xuan on the other side heard it. "You want to save that woman? So you want us to shoot the other people on the opposite side with a sniper rifle?" Yao Ruoyan was stunned. Indeed, there was a whole square with a snow layer of more than 3 meters high between the two sides. They couldn't get through it all. If they wanted to save that woman, there was no other way except to shoot the other people present. Yao Ruoyan couldn't bring herself to say shoot them all, but she felt very uncomfortable with her current situation. After all, the people in the gym were all soldiers, and they all looked elite. Even if they had retired as they said before, they would do nothing about the tragedy happening across the street. She knew she was not in the right state at the moment. This was not the beginning of the apocalypse. She had seen all kinds of human hearts, and her sympathy had long been consumed by various experiences. However, at this moment, through the dying woman, she seemed to see herself. She also had the raft as a golden finger, and like that woman, she had no ability to protect herself. If something happened outside, and she was surrounded by people, she would only hide in her hut and not go out. Similarly, if she was carried by those people on the raft and thrown down a building more than 10 stories high, she would have to choose between folding the raft and facing a group of men alone, or guarding the raft and betting whether the raft hut could protect her and whether she could survive. She would probably choose the latter. The former is a dead end, while the latter has a glimmer of hope. But obviously, the result is not good. The superpower lost the bet and is about to die. She looked at the woman who was held in their hands and abused and tortured, as if she saw her future self. "That woman is called Brother Qi. You should have heard of it before." Han Lan on the side suddenly spoke, causing Lu Xuan to look back at him with a frown. Han Lan freed one hand and spread it, making a gesture to let others relax. But he glanced at Cheng Yu from the corner of his eyes, and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, he continued, "Don't hide it. Is there anyone in Huagua who doesn't know about this now? Anyone who has been online should have heard of it more or less. The superpower in the rumor." "Ah?" Yao Ruoyan was startled, thinking that her identity was exposed. But fortunately she calmed down, and then soon found that Han Lan was not calling her, but just took the initiative to mention the title of superpower. "Brother Qi?" Shu Fu said these two words, and randomly looked at the two people who were still tied up in the corner below the basketball court. After 4 days, these two people became haggard, but they were still alive. She remembered that when the other party was planning to deal with Chung Yu in them, they mentioned this name, saying that Brother Chi had a plan. So she knew that Brother Chi should be their leader, coveting military off-road and armored vehicles, sending people to test, and planning to seize vehicles and kill people. Obviously, Han Lan meant that the cruel Brother Chi mentioned by the other party at that time and the dying woman in the snow now were the same person? How is it possible? Sure enough, Yao Ruoyun was also surprised. We have been monitoring the other side for 4 days, and it is still connected. Do you want to listen? Lu Shuang took off one earphone and gestured to Yao Ruoyun. But the wall on the side, where the monitor is installed, is broken, and the wind and noise are relatively loud. Yao Ruoyun didn't answer. She already believed it. Sorry. It's not that I don't believe it. I'm just too surprised. Lu Shuang nodded and put the earphone back. Han Lan patted Yao Ruoyun's shoulder. You know about the superpowers. You should also know about the raft. Right? These two things are the reason why our team is going out. Shu Fu looked at him quietly. She felt that she had almost guessed it. A team of elites? With sufficient equipment, driving armored vehicles and military off-road vehicles. How could it really be a simple private trip after retirement, as they said? She guessed that the real mission of their team should be to go out and find the supernatural person with the golden finger raft. As for what to do after finding it, it depends on whether they are willing to tell them. After Han Lan finished speaking, he reached out and closed the window. The low temperature outside was unbearable even for those of them who ran outside all year round. He signaled Yao Ruoyun and Shu Fu to follow him downstairs first, to the basement with a fire, which was warmer, and then slowly tell them. After a while, except for Lu Shuang and Wen Rou, who stayed upstairs to continue monitoring the situation in the hotel opposite, and An, who was guarding the 2 kidnapped people, everyone else went into the basement. The basement has 2 rooms, one inside and one outside. It used to be a sports equipment room. Now, except for the tables, mats and shelves that can be used, all other items are piled up in the venue outside. There is also a corridor connecting the 2 rooms in the basement. Some folding tables and chairs that were previously placed in the venue are now placed in the corridor outside. There are some pots and pans, military ration bags and personal kettles here. The smaller room was occupied by the female team members, and the larger room was occupied by the other male team members. At this moment, they all entered the larger room. A fire was quickly lit in the iron barrel inside. The bedding around was neatly rolled up and placed on the rack for sports equipment. The surroundings were also cleaned up. Even in the basement, there was no smell of dampness. It seemed that the team members were very clean. The other team members moved the materials buried in the snow in, thinking of drying the damp bags and boxes in the space with open fire. There were even capable team members who pulled out a life rope between the armored vehicles and off-road vehicles outside, hung 2 thick blankets directly, and then lit a honeycomb coal stove to slowly bake them. Thank you. Shu Fu and Yao Ruoyun thanked sincerely, and said that all the food was brought for everyone to eat together, especially the box of bacon and rice. They couldn't finish it, and they couldn't carry it even if they had to move. So they asked everyone to cook it quickly. The team members had sufficient supplies for this trip. But as before, they were all portable fast food, except for compressed biscuits, energy bars and canned food. Most of the others were military ration bags, such as curry chicken rice, mincemeat and mushroom noodles, clay pot rice, and mushroom braised pork fried noodles. The flavors were quite rich, but after eating them for so many years, the flavors were the same over and over again, and people would get tired of them. The rice in the ration bag is definitely not comparable to the freshly cooked rice. And there is so much bacon now. Cut it, and put it on the rice when cooking. It smells so good. Everyone is tempted, but they dare not move without the captain's order. Shu Fu looked at Chung Yu and said with a smile, now that everyone is trapped here, you won't be polite to me at this time, right? Or should we return the food and water supplies you gave us before? Chung Yu glanced at Shu Fu, nodded to the team members who were looking at him on the other side, and told them to just open a bag of bacon and cook rice with canned food. Team member Shu Fu was speechless. But I want to eat bacon, sausage, salted chicken and pressed duck. Chung Yu stopped the team member who was about to go out. Each take a bag. Team member. When the 2 team members took the things out, Shu Fu, who was hiding behind, grabbed a smaller teammate and told him with her mouth to take an extra bag of bacon and sausage, which one tasted better. The team member winked at her, showing that he understood. Shu Fu's little action was blatant, but the things were brought by them. As long as Yao Ruoyun had no objection, how could they have any objection? There were 10 people in their team, except Lu Xuan and the other 2 who were monitoring. Eavesdropping and guarding, 2 people were outside helping Shu Fu and Yao Ruoyun to bake blankets, 2 people were washing rice, cutting bacon and cooking in the corridor and in the room. Except Cheng Yu and Han Lan, there was only 1 team member left. He thought for a moment, said, "I'll go get Captain Lu to take over," and left. A moment later, Lu Xuan came in, without the earphones on her ears. She sat down on the exercise mat next to Shu Fu, and reached out to the iron barrel on fire to warm it. Shu Fu took out the can of candy again, handed it to Lu Xuan, and shook it gently. Lu Xuan turned around and smiled at her. "Keep it for yourself and eat it slowly." Shu Fu poured out a can directly to her lips, and she had no choice but to eat it, and rubbed her head. After Shu Fu had fed everyone in the room, Han Lan spoke up, talking about that Qi Gu. The information about Qi Gu was dug out by Wen Rou from those 2 people that day. Qi Gu was a superpower, and had been in Wei County for more than half a month. She did not come alone, but had a team with her when she came. There were men and women in the team, and there were old and young. The 2 of them joined later, and when they heard others calling her Qi Gu, they followed suit. At first, they did not understand why those people were so respectful to a woman who looked ordinary. But later they found out that she was the superpower in the rumors. She is the leader of this team. She calls herself the Man of Destiny. She has transcended the category of ordinary people. Those who join her team are required to respect her as a superior. All the supplies found by everyone must be handed over to her for safekeeping, and then she will distribute them. She has the final say, and those who don't want to obey will be immediately kicked out of the team. But she has a raft that can carry people through the flooded area, in addition to the original small house on her raft. She also found a container house from somewhere, and installed it on the large deck. When it rains and hail, she can let others hide in it, and can also take them through the flooded area safely. Moreover, she can provide clean water, and when she is on the water, she can give fish in an endless supply. These points alone can make some people follow her wholeheartedly. But whether it is clean water, food or supplies, she is extremely demanding. Before this blizzard, this team had some problems. The team members wanted to fight for more supplies. After all, those things were found by them. But she was unwilling to do so, thinking that the team members who asked for it were whimsical in the concept she instilled in them. It is impossible for ordinary people to make demands on the people of destiny. Moreover, she always abides by the law of hunger, believing that a little bit of kindness is a debt of gratitude. She had people tie up the people who spoke up, and had others beat them up, saying that those who were willing to fight would get more water and supplies that originally belonged to those people. Some people fought to get more water, and after the first one, there was the second one. Later, she ordered them to lock the beaten people in a room and not give them water. Others took the extra water and supplies, but dared not say anything, because they had given her all the supplies before, including all the supply packages received from several rescue stations before, and she put them all in the wooden house that others could not enter. As long as she didn't give them, no one could do anything to her. In fact, they regretted now, but along the way, they handed over too many supplies. Leaving the team now is like starting over with nothing. Later, Cheng Yu's team came to Wei County. She set her sights on the 2 cars. These 2 cars just made up for her shortcomings on land. She planned to seize the cars, and planned to lure the other party over with the identity of a superpower, and then set a trap to kill people and seize the cars. At that time, someone in the team opposed this plan. During their journey, even though they sometimes privately robbed some supplies from the weak, they never saw blood on their hands. Now they were suddenly asked to attack the troops. How could they dare? Even if they really dared, they didn't think they could do it. And because the 2 had just joined the team, they wanted to show off, so they volunteered to come and get information, pretending to want to take a ride, mainly to see how many people they had, what weapons and equipment they had, and how long they would stay in Wei County. As a result, when the 2 were leaving, they were caught by Shu Fu and Yao Ruoyun, who came in from the side door, and the subsequent plan to seize the car was also interrupted because of the snowstorm that night. On the contrary, it was because of these 2 people that Cheng Yu and his team knew about each other's existence. Through investigation, they found that the superpower had been staying in the swimming pool activity room on the 8th floor. Finding superpowers was their original mission, So they used a new type of shooter at night, and arranged several listening devices on the outer walls of the surveyed floors. Although the swimming pool on the 8th floor is now empty. It has a large overall space and a high single floor, which is very suitable for her to put out the raft. After all, in this world, there is no place safer and more comfortable than her own mobile cabin. Later, a snowstorm came, and the entire Wake County was covered in snow. She was even more reluctant to leave the cabin. But the other people living in the hotel were not so comfortable. First, the backup generator ran out of fuel, and the power went out. Without electricity, it was pitch black everywhere, and the air conditioner could not be turned on. They did not have enough warm clothes, and they were still freezing cold at night even when wrapped in quilts. They wanted to burn firewood to keep warm, but they found that they did not even have an axe to chop tables and chairs. They secretly released several people who were locked in the room, but they were first beaten, and then starved for a few days. After that, the temperature dropped sharply, and they caught a cold again. They were either in a coma or had a fever. They begged her brother to give them medicine, but her brother refused, thinking that medicine should not be wasted on people with ulterior motives. Later, one of their children fell ill from the cold, and also had a high fever. They went to ask for medicine again, but she still refused, thinking that they deliberately let the child pretend to be sick, and wanted to use medicine to save the previous people. Children are not like adults. They have been frozen for a few days, cold and hungry, and now they have a high fever. The disease is severe, and they did not survive that night. That night, the child's mother, father, grandmother, and uncle knelt outside the raft house and begged her for fever-reducing medicine. They knew she had it, and it was in the supplies they had received before. But every time they went to a place to collect the supply package, she would watch them, or send a few loyal people to watch them, not allowing them to move privately, and requiring them to hand in all the supplies. So now they don't have a single pill on them, and they regret not leaving the team before the heavy snow. There is a rescue station in Wake County, and even if they can't get a second package after receiving the supplies, they can still take a free car to transfer to Shito Province. But they just don't want to. They have invested too much in the early stage, and the sunk cost is too high, so they have been hesitant and have not left. As a result, they are now trapped in this hotel with nothing in this huge snowstorm, and they are extremely desperate. The most abominable thing is that the raft cabin has windows. Even if she installed curtains, they can still see the shadow inside through the curtains, and see that she is eating comfortably in the house. But their child died painfully that night. After that, they were quiet for a whole day, quietly united all those who were dissatisfied with her, and started this plan. They first went downstairs to clear a piece of open space under the pretext of clearing snow, and then killed several people who were most loyal to her. Then they threatened her outside the cabin. Either she came out and returned all their supplies in the cabin to them, or she stayed inside and never came out, and they would send her off. What superpowers? What bullshit destiny? What raft house? They don't want any of them. They just want their supplies back. And the result is already obvious. Her brother refused. She didn't believe that people who had been oppressed all the way would really do anything. But they really did it. First they moved the cabinets, tables and chairs used to reinforce the floor-to-ceiling glass at the corner of the swimming pool activity room on the 8th floor. And then they started to use any heavy objects they could get in their hands to hit the glass. Although the glass was double-layered, it was not tempered glass. With so many people smashing it in turns, it was soon smashed to pieces. They smashed a hole as wide as the raft, pushed all the scattered tables, chairs and cabinets downstairs, and then everyone lifted the raft together and aimed it at the gap in the wall on the 8th floor. It took only about 5 minutes from the time they smashed the glass to the time they dropped the raft. By the time Winru, who was monitoring them, noticed something was wrong, figured out what they were going to do, and notified Lu Shuang. The raft had already been pushed out of the air by them. At this point, it was a fight to the death. Chapter 108 Wake County. The 10 of them did retire on the surface, but in fact they were assigned to a special department and received another task. Everyone in the team was a selected elite, with rich combat experience, and their own areas of expertise. Hercules. On strength is 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person, and he is good at various vehicle and mechanical maintenance. Winru is good at psychology, and has a strong physique and rich experience in outdoor survival. Give her a dagger and a flint, And she can stay alone in the jungle on an isolated island for a year. Han Lan is a sniper. He once set a record of lurking in the mountains for 3 days and 3 nights. And finally hit a target 2,500 meters away and killed it with 1 shot. He is also good at close combat. Lu Shuang is good at fighting and diving, and has extremely rich rescue experience and reconnaissance skills. Cheng Yu never ranked first in the military academy. He is good at close combat, grappling and assembling various types of weapons. Most importantly, he has carried out countless missions, most of which are high-risk operations. He has a lot of practical experience and on-the-spot responsibility. So this team, which looks ordinary on the surface, is actually full of talents. There are also experts who are good at computers. Even the short team member who just opened a bag of bacon is also a blasting expert. They all know what it means to take on this mission. This is an indefinite mission. Even if they find the superpower, it does not mean that the mission is over. What the authorities need is to continuously seek news about the superpower and keep everything under control. No matter where the superpower appears, they will rush there. In other words, as long as the land they are on is not flooded, their mission will not end. But at the same time, other rescue and transfer missions are no longer within their mission scope. This is why Lu Shuang said they were on a private trip. They are going to Jiancheng in the north this time because they heard that there are superpowers there, and the source of the news is relatively reliable. So they plan to go straight there. If it weren't for the fact that Wei County is near the route to Jiancheng, they probably wouldn't take a detour to save people this time, but would choose to send messages and locate the teams at other rescue points. They didn't expect that they would meet Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun here, and they didn't expect that there was a superpower hidden in the small Wei County. In fact, her brother was the first superpower they met after their 10-man team set out. They thought they could at least see him with their own eyes. But they didn't expect that a blizzard lasted for 4 days and 4 nights. And her life came to an end. Yao Ruoyun finally understood why no one in the team reacted when the female superpower was caught. Their mission is to find the superpower. If possible, they want to save the superpower more than she does. But this does not mean that they will completely abandon and violate humanity and principles for the mission. It is useless to find a superpower with such a mentality. Then, what will happen after we really find the superpower face to face? Xu Fu asked, asking what Yao Ruoyun wanted to ask. Of course, Han Lan paused deliberately and smiled at her after a moment. Of course. Talk to the other party. What's wrong? We can still catch him and study him? Talk to him. If he is willing to go back with us and help the official, there will naturally be a long list of generous treatment waiting for him, her. If you don't want to, you can also provide some real and detailed information about yourself, as part of our collection of information about superpowers. Of course, the information can also be exchanged for materials. What if no one wants to? Then forget it. Let them go. Han Lan shrugged and said with a smile, but we can't make this trip in vain. All the superpowers we have seen and contacted will be recorded by us. Of course, superpowers who are unwilling to reveal even the slightest bit of their own superpowers will definitely not want to be recorded by them. But this is not up to them. All the recorded faces and information will be transmitted to the safest and most powerful satellite. The authorities are currently developing a new software for finding people. In the near future, the authorities will be able to find them through satellites whenever they need to. The reason why the authorities have been waiting to see the superpowers is because they do not know enough about the situation. At present, there are not enough people to fully control this matter. But even so, they need to control everything in secret. In short, the authorities currently have no spare capacity, so they can let the superpowers walk freely in Huagua. But just like a kite, they will always hold the end of the rope firmly in their hands, ensuring that they can reel it in at any time. Xu Fu did not continue to ask what would happen if it was recorded in the book, and she could guess what would happen next. She was very grateful to Han Lan for answering all of her questions. She knew that this might be related to the fact that she pushed him out of the collapsed ice wall on the snow track before. He was closer to the center than her at that time. If she hadn't pushed him, he would have been injured. But at this moment, even if she was grateful to the other party in her heart, she would not show it on her face. She was just an ordinary person who was curious about this matter and should not have too much reaction to it. After a while, Wenru, who was monitoring the situation in the hotel, sent a message through the intercom, saying that after the death of the superpower, the raft that was originally broken into pieces also disappeared. There was nothing left on the open ground except snow. the broken container house, and the materials scattered on the ground. Lu Xuan concluded, so, this raft is unique and exclusive, and it cannot be robbed by killing the superpower. But ironically, the premise of knowing this is that someone needs to kill a superpower. And when the raft is taken out, witness the raft completely disappear after the superpower dies. But if they could make this public, at least they could prevent some disputes and fights. In the end, Chengyu, Lu Xuan and Han Lan agreed to report the result first, and have the official site announce it online. This announcement, of course, does not mean that the official side will come forward to admit the existence of the superpowers, but through the mouth of a third party, in the form of folk news, to spread it online. However, after the news is made public, how many people will see it? And how many people will believe it is not something they can control? The atmosphere in the room was a little depressed. But soon, the fresh aroma of rice, and the rich aroma of steamed bacon wafting in from the corridor outside filled everyone's nose. Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun got up late today and had breakfast late. So when Chengyu called them, they hadn't eaten lunch yet. As for Chengyu, all the team members not only got up early, but also dug snow trails for the whole morning, and were already hungry at this moment. The aroma of rice and bacon mixed together, dispelling the wrinkles between everyone's brows. Not to mention Xu Fu and others who were originally staying in the basement. Even the few people who were baking blankets in the venue and monitoring the guards smelled the smell. Especially the two people with their hands, feet and eyes tied. They slept in the basement corridor at night these few days, and ate compressed biscuits during the day. Although they didn't freeze to death or starve to death, but after eating biscuits for 4 days, they really felt like they were dying. Smelling this smell at this moment, the soul almost lost its fragrance, even with their hands and feet tied and their mouths blocked. They tried their best to start humming, but they were scolded by An, who was guarding them. Be honest, what are you thinking about? You are lucky you didn't starve to death or freeze to death. You are all thinking about killing people and seizing cars. Do you think we are the Holy Father who will give you rice and bacon? It's good enough that you can hear and smell the smell. As An was talking, the two people in charge of cooking came up and called for dinner. The superpower in the opposite hotel was dead, the raft disappeared, there was no need to continue monitoring, and the personnel could be withdrawn from it. As for the two people guarding the stadium and the blanket, only one person is needed. However, they will not treat their teammates badly. They directly use the thermos to fill a large portion of white rice with bacon, sausage, salted chicken and pressed duck for the person who can't go down. There is also a thermos of freshly made vegetable egg soup. The vegetable egg soup is made of dehydrated vegetables. The dishes in this dehydrated vegetable are richer than those in Shifutan. There are not only black fungus and mushrooms, but also eggs and diced meat. When you compress biscuits in the wild, you can boil them in hot water and have hot and nutritious vegetable soup to eat with dry biscuits. It is convenient and quick. Today they can eat this hot soup with rice, bacon, sausage, salted chicken and duck. Just looking at it makes them happy. Han Lan, who is always talkative, has not spoken since he picked up the stainless steel lunch box. He is so absorbed in eating that he doesn't care about his image at all. Others are not much better. In comparison, Chengyu is the most polite eater. His eating speed is about the same as Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun. Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun are trapped in the building these days. They eat delicious food every day. 3 meals a day, plus a snack and a midnight snack. They are never hungry. As for Chengyu, it was not known whether he wanted to save food for Xu Fu or because he had strong self-control. Although he ate very happily, he was half as slow as the others who devoured the food. Xu Fu finished a small bowl of rice with bacon, sausage, salted chicken and pressed duck, and began to drink the soup contentedly. Although the vegetable soup was not fresh enough, it had been kept hot in the pot. At this moment, she was drinking it hot in her hands. The light vegetable flavor just neutralized the salty and greasy taste of the bacon. She drank half the bowl in her hand, and stood up to get another serving. When she passed by Han Lan, she suddenly braked as if she had been electrocuted. She rushed to him without even putting down the bowl, because there was a mat on the ground. She tripped and almost dropped the bowl on his head. Han Lan reacted very quickly. As soon as he put his chopsticks into the lunchbox, he used his free hand to catch her. He asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Fu Fu? Why do you miss your brother so much after not seeing him for a few days?" Chengyu, Xu Fu. She should have let the bowl fall on his head. She was speechless, but her eyes were still fixed on the top of his head. It was indeed a white light bar, flashing a little slowly, disappearing for more seconds and appearing for less seconds, as if it had just appeared not long ago. And the progress bar was still half full. So, the light bar she saw on the snow trail before was Han Lan's? Han Lan is also one of the awakened ones. At this moment, Shu Fu subconsciously wanted to complain. He went out on a secret mission and tried to find a superpower to bring back. Good guy. There are 2 in his team. Maybe they are superpowers with extremely high stats. What are you looking for? Why not just take yourself back? This is the 7th day after the blizzard started. The blizzard stopped for 2.5 days and started again in the evening. In the clinic building converted from a teaching building. And in the hotel building on the same street. Both survivors and rescue team members, wrapped in thick clothes, hid behind reinforced windows, and looked at the snow outside with panic. They thought the snowstorm had passed. And they were busy in and out these 2 days, just to clean up the snow that buried the doors and windows on the first floor and clear a snow path to the boiler room. The temperature was too low, and the circuit system had long been broken by the continuous sleet and blizzard, and the water pipes had long been frozen. The buildings around the clinic, which originally had water, electricity and heating, have now become dark and cold ice caves like other places in Wei County. On the first night of the power outage, the clinic building survived with the backup power of the generator. But with the arrival of a sharp drop in temperature, even the variable frequency air conditioner could not continue to work, and relying on burning tables, chairs and cabinets to keep warm was not a long-term solution. On the 2nd day of the heavy snowstorm, the survivors who originally lived in nearby houses wore snowshoes made of plastic boards or rattan boards, braved the severe cold, and came to the hotel building where the rescue team and several members of the army lived. They came here in the snow because the new rescue station service point was set up here, and the material warehouse was also here. It's okay to have no electricity, no water, and no heating, but they can't have no food. Some of them have rich life experience. Even if they can't check the weather forecast because of the internet outage, they can still sense something wrong from the fierce snowstorm. So, they gave up their small space for living alone and would rather sleep in the lobby and corridor of the hotel building to be closer to the rescue team and the troops. If there is any news about the rescue outside, they can know it in the first time. In addition, special cases are treated specially. The road is blocked by ice and snow. They don't know how long they will stay here. They all think that the rule that each person can only receive 1 supply package should be changed. They come here to get more supply packages. However, the material packages here were consumed a lot due to the arrival and transfer of a large number of people. Later, they were attacked by explosions, and some of them were destroyed. We thought that the car that sent the survivors to Shizhou province could bring back a batch of material packages. But the traffic was blocked by freezing rain and blizzards, and the follow-up materials could not keep up. The rescue team has been worried about food these 2 days. There are about 200 survivors and their team members in the vicinity. If all the material packages in their hands are distributed, even if they save money afterwards, they can only provide these 200 people with food for about 5 days. But this blizzard in just one night accumulated a layer of snow nearly 1 meter thick. Will the blizzard stop after 5 days? Will there be rescue? All these unknowns made them dare not distribute all the supplies in their hands at this stage, because they knew that these survivors had received a supply package after arriving, and the food in it could guarantee 7 days of rations under normal circumstances. At the same time, not everyone came here with nothing. Some originally brought some water and supplies, so for these survivors, it was far from the end of their rope. What's more, among these 200 people, there are about 30 people who are originally residents of Wei County. The reason why they dragged their feet and didn't leave was partly because they had a lot of food hidden on hand. The temperature is low now, and food is not easy to spoil. If it is well hidden, it can be eaten for a long time. But if you take these foods to move, how to carry them safely to the destination is a big problem. So the residents of this county, who can stay until now, have a certain amount of food on hand. They are rescue workers. In the extreme cold disaster, they have to ensure that everyone can survive. Food should be left to those in need, rather than dividing the food too early, causing some people to accumulate half a month or even a month's rations, while others can only survive for a few days. So, on the 2nd day of the blizzard, when the survivors braved the snow and rushed to the hotel to request the distribution of the supply packages, the request was not approved. The survivors were indignant. protesting in various ways, denouncing the rescue team, and questioning whether they were going to eat all the food for themselves. This suspicion, in the current situation, seems reasonable. However, even so, the rescue team did not agree to distribute the supply packages. If anyone could disrupt their plan by making a fuss, what qualifications did they have to be a member of the rescue team? They had weapons in their hands, and the indignant survivors were suppressed. However, they were unwilling to take the risk of going back, and said that they would wait here for the first rescue news. Finally, the team marked off 2 floors for these people to stay temporarily, and added more people to guard the stairs. Later that day, some of the survivors, who were watching from other nearby buildings, decided to stay in the hotel building before the heavy snow completely blocked the road. In this way, about 50% of the people in the nearby buildings moved here, and the remaining 50%, 20% stayed in the first clinic building, and 30% continued to guard their own shelters. Too many people living in the same place are prone to problems and conflicts. The 6 people who stayed on the mountain road overnight were related to 3 lives. So from that day on, they were kept under guard by the troops in a room in the hotel building. Later, a blizzard caused a big drop in temperature, and everyone was trapped. The team members had no time to continue investigating the matter. However, the 6 people had been vague before, and there were many suspicious points about them. Naturally, they could not just let them go. Not letting them go meant that they had to deliver food, water and cold weather supplies to them every day. In this way, even if these 6 people lost their freedom for a while, they would live better than others. How could the survivors who wanted to fight for supplies later be happy? The food and drinks of those 6 people should have been distributed to others. The survivors did not understand how a group of murderers like this had the right to continue consuming food and water supplies. After registering their information and events, wouldn't it be better to let them fend for themselves? They also placed them under guard. How much do they think they have nothing to do? The protests could not be suppressed, but everyone just talked and protested, and no one took any radical actions. In addition to warnings, the rescue team members could not directly attack these people. But within 2 days, a few survivors took advantage of the guards' inattention, broke into the room where the 6 people were placed, and beat them up. After the 6 people realized what was happening, they began to resist. When the rescue team arrived and took out weapons to stop the farce, one of the 6 people was already lying quietly in the corner of the room. One person died in the melee, and the others didn't even know who beat him to death, or whether he accidentally bumped into something and fell down and was killed by a heavy object. No one claimed this life, and everyone was shirking responsibility and blaming others. The troublemakers were undoubtedly recorded, but now the county was blocked by heavy snow. They could not leave here at all, and the network was down, and the recorded events could not be archived on the national network for the time being, which was not a big deal for them. The 5 people who were still alive among the 6 people had varying degrees of injuries. The rescue team lifted their confinement because of this incident, and no longer provided them with water. They could stay in the room or go out. But the problem was that everyone treated them as aliens, and even if they left the room, they were always surrounded by others. They didn't understand. The group that rushed into the room before was the thugs. Why didn't they get blamed by everyone? At this moment, the whole world was full of malice for them. Because of this incident, the hotel was slightly stable for a few days. The real change happened on the 2nd day after the snow stopped. On the 1st day after the blizzard stopped, the rescue workers and military personnel organized many people to go out and clear the snow. In addition to burying the ice and snow on the doors and windows, the most important thing was to clear a snow path to the boiler room and complete the previous repair work while the snow stopped. At least the heating was restored. But this snow trail is a huge project, which cannot be completed by the rescue team alone. Everyone must be mobilized. Finally, the rescue team provided a paid labor method of 2 meals a day. Those who participated in snow shoveling and snow removal on that day could receive a unified lunch and dinner. Driven by the food, almost everyone joined the cleanup work. The first day of snow removal and snow removal work was successfully completed. However, on the 2nd day, a small group of survivors from other buildings took advantage of the fact that they were walking away from the snow removal and the guards in the hotel building were loose, and broke into and stole nearly half of the supply packages. Someone in their team had more than one gun. After arriving in Wake County, in order to avoid being searched, one of them did not go to the rescue station to register and collect supplies, but quickly found an empty house nearby to hide. After that, His companion successfully got the supply package, took back the weapons, and shared the supply package with this person. They didn't intend to do anything, but by chance, they got a few guns and 2 grenades, and they were ecstatic to keep them. After all, the world is too chaotic, and having guns and grenades means having a few more lives in your hands. They had been hiding in a building near the hotel, keeping a low profile, until this heavy snowstorm, when they were trapped in Wake County for a week, and finally couldn't help but take action. When other rescue team members and troops rushed back, the supply package warehouse had been broken open, and their teammates were lying in a pool of blood. In the open warehouse, there were other survivors who took advantage of the chaos to grab the supply packages. Those who took the supplies in the chaos said that they were not the ones who started the grabbing. They were attracted by the noise, and just saw some supply packages scattered on the ground, and they couldn't help but step forward to take them. They were also very hungry. If they didn't take it, others would. They just wanted to protect themselves. Some of them hid in the room and saw the movement outside. They said that the survivors from outside didn't know the location of the warehouse. It was the survivors in the hotel who took the initiative to tell them. They were the 5 people who were trapped on the mountain road before. They told the other party the location of the warehouse, and even took the initiative to lead the charge, attracting the attention of the team members guarding the warehouse. This made the sneak attack of the foreign team successful, because these 5 people joined the other team. The number of people increased, and they were able to move nearly half of the supply packages at one time. They questioned the rescue team members why they had been watching the people coming back from the mountain road at first, why they stopped watching later, which was equivalent to letting a time bomb wander around them. How could it not go wrong? They complained about the injured rescue team members on the ground, saying that they were young, inexperienced, and stupid, and they were attracted by people with bad records. They also accused the rescue team members, saying that if they were willing to distribute all the supply packages earlier, they would not be forced to do anything desperate and attract the covetous villains. Now those people have snatched many supply packages and ran away, because several snow trails have just been cleared nearby, leading to various buildings, and they don't know where those people are running to. Obviously, they have been secretly observing for a long time and making plans when everyone was shoveling snow. They must have hidden themselves. After all, they took so much food, so they could hide for a long time. Several people from the rescue team and the army were shocked and angry at first, and even planned to control the situation and let the survivors go back to their rooms. But as they listened, the expressions of shock and anger on their faces gradually faded, and they became numb. They didn't say anything, and went forward to drive away the survivors near their teammates and check the situation of their own team members. One died, and the other 2 were still alive. One was shot in the chest, and the other was shot in both hands at close range, with his skin torn and bones broken. But because the wound was not in the vital part, he did not faint, and was wailing in pain. These 2 people were only in their 20s, and their families had evacuated to Shijo province long ago, because they were saved and helped by the rescue team. They volunteered to stay and join this team. They were all students, and had practiced shooting during military training, and had experience in firing rifles, so they were all equipped with rifles. But even so, they still couldn't beat the evil in people's hearts. They were going to send the person to the clinic opposite for treatment. Before taking out the stretcher and carrying the person away, the person with the highest rank spoke up and told the other team members, who came behind, to distribute the material packages evenly. Notify everyone to take care of their own things and weapons. From now on, just take care of yourself and your teammates. If you sense danger, use your weapons immediately. Don't hesitate. This is an order. These people hid in the room when something happened, and came to the scene as soon as the person left. They didn't care about the lives of the rescue team members, who were still lying next to them, and only took the material packages from the open warehouse. Aren't they supposed to keep the supplies themselves? Since they only have these supply packages in their eyes, then they should distribute them all now. They don't understand at all that, under the current situation, if they have extra supplies, it will only bring them more trouble. But from today on, the life and death of the other party is no longer related to them. Outside the hotel building, heavy snow fell again. When several team members carried their teammates through the snowy path, they couldn't help but look up at the gray sky where snowflakes kept falling. The thick snow wall that had just shown signs of melting was covered by heavy snow again. It was foreseeable that before long, the snow path they had just dug would be filled with snow again. Everything they did seemed to be a useless effort, as if even the heavens were laughing at their incompetence. Sometimes, a person can only hold on with one breath, and when that breath is taken away, it is also the time when faith completely collapses. Night fell again. After staying in the gymnasium for 2 nights, Xu Fu and Yao Ruiyun decided to return to the small tea house in the next building. The first reason was that the snowstorm that had stopped for 2.5 days started again in the evening. Xu Fu reasonably suspected that the snow was far from stopping. The gym was nice, and it was lively with everyone together. But if she had to stay here for the whole winter, she felt a little bald just thinking about it. Yao Ruiyun could use the satellite phone to keep her parents safe, and Xu Fu could also use the satellite phone to send and receive some messages with Chen Fa. But other than that, there was nothing else to do. In addition, after eating rice with cured meat and instant noodles for 2 or 3 days, they really didn't want to eat anymore. If Yao Ruiyun hadn't awakened yet, it would be fine. Now that she is awakened, the two of them can be as free and comfortable as they want in the small tea house. The second reason is that the other suspected companion with a light bar has been confirmed to be Han Lan. As for whether there is a third one, there has been no discovery in the past 2 days, and there have been no new tasks, so she thinks it's better to stay in the small tea house. Chapter 109 Wei County. Xu Fu told Cheng Yu and the others that they wanted to go back before the new heavy snow filled up the snow trails. As for the rice and food, they did not plan to take them. After all, she originally took out the food to give them as rations for their team. They did not need to take the honeycomb coal stove and honeycomb coal. There were still some in the small tea house. Although there were not many, they were enough for them. In addition, they said that they could use stainless steel barrels to burn wood to make a fire if it was cold. Lu Shuang and Cheng Yu did not force them to stay in the gymnasium. But how could they let them leave the food and stove and go back like this? They thought of sending them back and packing all the things for them to move back. But Xu Fu refused seriously. She told them that they had hidden some of the supplies they had received from the rescue station and the military ration bags they had given them in the tea house. They had small appetites, and it was enough for them. Cooking is too troublesome. Military ration bags are better. They are ready to eat right after opening the bag. There are various flavors. Xu Fu originally wanted to leave more food for their team, but Cheng Yu filled a large backpack with military ration bags for them to take back, and specially selected various flavors. Xu Fu. Lu Shuang also said, "Take it. We have enough supplies." Finally, Lu Shuang, Han Lan and Cheng Yu hugged blankets, carried a backpack of military ration bags, and walked back along the previous snow path, and sent them upstairs. Xu Fu took out another honeycomb coal stove from the house to show them, to prove that she really had one. Call us if something goes wrong. The intercom doesn't work. Use a satellite phone or a flare. Be careful when using the flare, don't hurt yourself, and change the intercom battery if it runs out. Cheng Yu nodded, and took out a few replacement batteries from his sleeve pocket, and put them in her hand. "I know, Cheng Yu, uncle." This nagging made her headache. Puff. Han Lan choked on his own saliva. He used his elbow to nudge Lu Shuang next to him. Why is he 1 generation older than us for no reason? Cheng Yu looked helpless. He gently pressed Xu Fu's head, which was wrapped in 2 layers of hat. With his big hands wearing fingerless black tactical gloves, be careful when you live alone. Pay attention to the temperature difference. Xu Fu nodded. You should also pay more attention to the temperature difference. Finally, Cheng Yu and the other 2 left under Xu Fu's urging and instructions. When the 3 of them stepped out of the corridor, they closed the metal door at the entrance of the corridor for the 2 people upstairs. The snow outside began to fall again. After going up and down the stairs for a while, their footprints on the snowy road were covered by new snow. When they returned along the snowy road, Lu Shuang looked at the ice walls more than 3 meters high on both sides and sighed. It would be great if there were snowplows. In such a small county, all the snow can be cleared in a short time. They have satellite phones, which can contact the higher-ups. But now it is not only snowing near Wei County, but the entire northern hemisphere of Huagui is covered with ice and snow. Dozens of cities and hundreds of counties, towns and villages in Shizhou province are all blocked by heavy snow. The situation there is even worse than here, because there are too many people. Some small towns have 3 or 4 times as many survivors as the original population. The population is too dense. Once a house collapses or is blocked, a large number of people will be trapped. Under the current circumstances, The authorities must adhere to the principle of nearby rescue, and will first rescue the areas with a large number of trapped people. I just don't know if the snow that fell today will affect the rescue work in Shizhou province again. If the situation there is the same, then the rescue in Wei County may not be able to wait until the whole winter is over. For now, they can only say that they will try their best to obtain airdrops from Shizhou province. They themselves were not short of supplies. But the situation in the clinic and the hotel building was not optimistic. The two people who returned to the tea house immediately started to get busy. Yao Ruoyun stamped her feet in the cold and lit the honeycomb coal stove in the corridor at the door of the bathroom. She felt that the temperature in the house was too low, so she also lit the wood in the stainless steel barrel. Xu Fu locked the door of the small tea house again, and then released her raft. After that, she equipped the electric card, temporarily put away the mattress and other items in the glass balcony, leaving only 2 heaters, and placed them on the left and right sides of the balcony. Then she took out 2 small suns again, placed them on the front and back sides, and then turned them all on. After the temperature inside rose, she took out a folding bathtub, filled it with 60% hot water, and placed a small table next to it, on which she put clean clothes, a cup of hot milk tea, a pair of clean and warm home thick velvet cotton shoes on the floor, and a water-absorbing cotton mop and a trash can in the corner. Then she said to Yao Ruoyun, who had just walked into the glass balcony and looked at her eagerly, "Take a bath. Take off your dirty clothes now, and I'll throw them into the washing machine. I'll go downstairs and take a bath too. Remember to mop up the water after you wash, and wait for me to come up and put the mattress." "Really?" Xu Fu teased her. "Not true. I'm going to use this water for swimming." Yao Ruoyun smiled and gave her a hug, and then quickly stripped herself naked, because there were 4 high-efficiency heaters, and the original insulation effect of the glass. The temperature in the glass balcony was more than 20 degrees at the moment, and she was not cold at all. However, she was embarrassed to throw the disposable underwear that she had worn for a few days to Xu Fu, and after she walked out of the balcony with her clothes, she rolled it up and threw it into the trash can. Yao Ruoyun started to take a bath on the balcony. When Xu Fu passed the eaves of the back door, she put her rain boots aside, found a few hangers, and hung Yao Ruoyun's military coat and the cotton coat and trousers she wore outside under the eaves. The clothes inside can be washed and changed, but the clothes for going out cannot be washed. After all, they will continue to be worn when they meet people next time. After hanging up Yao Ruoyun's clothes, she also took off her down jacket and pants and hung them under the eaves. She went into the bathroom of the drifting island house and threw her fleece clothes and pants that she had worn for a few days, the warm clothes and pants, and Yao Ruoyun's warm clothes and pants into the washing machine for outdoor clothes and began to wash them. She switched the bathtub to hot spring mode, and also began to wash and bathe comfortably. She did not treat herself badly. After washing and lying down to bathe, she took herself a cup of milk tea and entered a simple time of enjoyment. Half an hour later, Xu Fu dried her hair, put the clothes in the washing machine into the dryer one by one, and then took out a set of clean warm clothes. She did not wear clothes for going out, but directly found a set of thick cotton clothes for home and put them on. Finally, she put on cotton shoes, rushed out of the eaves, and rushed to the terrace in a few steps. In the glass balcony, the heat wave was overwhelming. Yao Ruoyun had already turned off the 2 small suns, but because the 4 had been on for more than an hour, the temperature inside was very high and could not be lowered for a while. The glass balcony was a terrace, which was equivalent to the deck area, and was not within the scope of the one-click dust removal of the drifting island house. So she left the sponge mop just now. Yao Ruoyun had mopped every corner of the floor clean. At this moment, there were 2 more chairs next to the table. She was sitting on one of the chairs, drying her hair with a heater, and drinking milk tea. Xu Fu praised her, put away the 2 small suns and the folding bucket, and then took out the previous mattress, heating blanket, clean sheets, blanket, wooden table, a box of cherries, a box of spiced duck wings, a box of fried crispy pork, 2 bottles of coconut water, a tablet. She asked Yao Ruoyun to decorate the balcony, and she went downstairs to the bathroom again, took out the folding bathtub from the shower room, opened the drain hole, and let the bath water inside drain by itself. When she returned to the glass balcony again, Yao Ruoyun had already spread clean sheets on the mattress, put on the heating blanket, and turned on the switch. adjusted the angle of the heater, and placed all the food, drinks and daily necessities neatly on the wooden table. Xu Fu closed the sliding doors on both sides of the balcony, took out 2 cushions, and lay flat on the heating blanket with Yao Ruoyun on the left and right. Alive! Xu Fu let out a long breath. What a sin! Yao Ruoyun hugged the fragrant cushion and whimpered to herself. In the future, I will also put such a big mattress in my raft house, and put on a thick blanket and a heating blanket. After lying for a while, Xu Fu took out 2 facial masks, and they opened them silently, and began to apply them on their faces silently. The weather was too cold, and it felt like frostbite was about to appear on my face. During these 2 days with the team members, Yao Ruoyun had doubts about many things, but she didn't dare to speak up. Now that they were finally alone, she spoke up. Senior, I don't want them to know that I am a raft user, and I don't want to be recorded. Well, I don't want to either. But, you said before that there are 2 people like me in their team. Why don't they know it themselves? But you know it? Xu Fu briefly explained the white light bar and the value. Is there a light bar that only you can see? Yao Ruoyun touched the air above her head, feeling incredible. Then she thought of something. So, my value is the lowest, even lower than Lu Zheng. In fact, it's already very high. The number of people who died that day was in the single digits. I've seen another person before, and it was also in the single digits. You can see the light bars of all people with special abilities. So wouldn't it be easy to distinguish between ordinary people and people with special abilities? Yes. Yao Ruoyun was a little worried. Then you have to hide yourself better. With your ability, you are too suitable to find people with special abilities for the official. Yes. Indeed. Yao Ruoyun's worry is likely to become a reality. She is like a detector for people with special abilities. Even if others are low-key and want to hide, as long as they appear in front of her, all concealment will immediately become meaningless. When will they awaken and become like us? Not sure. Xu Fu's expression was a little solemn. Lu Shuang and Han Lan's matter was not that simple. Their identities and their current missions were a paradox. If they wanted to be her companions, they would have to stand completely on her side. But after they awaken, it is hard to say what choice they will make. Awakening does not mean forgetting the memory of this world. So even if they awaken and have fragments of memories from another world, it is impossible for them to easily abandon the identities and responsibilities that have accompanied them for decades in this world. Yao Ruoyun didn't want to be recorded. She didn't want to either. No one would be willing to have their information and face recorded by the authorities forever as a superpower. So everything will have to wait until they truly awaken. The raft was placed facing the window. From the direction where they were lying at the moment, they could see the heavy snow falling outside the window glass through the gaps in the wooden boards. It's so snowy. Yao Ruoyun sighed. Will this snow last for the whole winter? I don't know if the rescue will come, and when it will come. Xu Fu also sighed. In Chamu County, the airdrop was received yesterday, and the snowplow that can clear the road was heard to be on the way, but it started snowing again today, and I don't know if it will start snowing there as well, and whether it will affect the arrival of the snowplow. But she knew that, when the blizzard came, it would definitely affect the airdrop rescue operation. The helicopter may be able to take off. But if the blizzard gets bigger and the weather conditions are bad, affecting the safety of the pilot, the operation will be cancelled. Some drones have long endurance and can perform airdrop missions. But a single drone is too small to transport much supplies, unless large military drones are used. But they will also face similar weather conditions. After all, the current extreme weather is not an ordinary natural disaster in the past. Yao Ruoyun couldn't help but think of the raft that was pushed down from midair and smashed to pieces on the ground. The raft can only play a better role when it is on water. If it is on land and is really blocked by people, it seems that there is only one way to go. Either she will never go out, or she will die if she goes out. She sighed again. Winter is not friendly to rafts. If every winter is extremely cold and snowstorms, the sea surface will probably freeze. Then the raft will be useless. We will be in danger when winter comes. Xu Fu looked at her. We can go to the southern hemisphere before winter comes. Ah? When it is winter here, it is summer in the southern hemisphere. It should, at least not be so cold that even the seawater freezes. Of course, the premise is that she can go. But even if she can't go, Yao Ruoyun, Chen Fa, Lu Zheng and others can go. Yao Ruoyun's eyes suddenly lit up when she looked at Xu Fu. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? No matter how bad the weather is, this planet is very big. We have rafts, and we can go to the warmer waters in the south to spend the winter. Just like migratory birds, she said, and stretched out her little finger to Shu Fu. Then it's a deal, senior sister. Before the winter comes next year, we will stock up a lot of supplies, and then take Lu Zheng and others and your friends, and go to the southern waters on a raft together. Another promise? Shu Fu thought of the promise with Zheng Feifei. So fast. A year has passed. She thought that she would be able to go to Shizhou province to meet her after a year. Unexpectedly, she is now trapped in Wei County. But as a human being, she still has to have hope. In Yao Ruoyun's expectant eyes, she stretched out her little finger and made a pinky promise with her. It's a promise. Yes, it's a promise. On the 11th day of the snowstorm, Wei County ushered in another wave of cold waves. Late at night, Shu Fu, who was sleeping on the glass balcony with Yao Ruoyun, was awakened by the beeping sound of the thermometer she placed on the windowsill of the tea house outside. This thermometer is different from a room temperature meter. The room temperature meter can only measure a minimum of -30 degrees, but this machine is a special tool, which can measure temperatures up to -200 degrees. She also adjusted the temperature value when placing it just in case. Once the surrounding temperature reaches this value, the low temperature meter will make a beeping sound, similar to an alarm setting. This value, she also adjusted it casually at the time, feeling that when the temperature near the windowsill reaches this value, it is more dangerous to the human body. When Yao Ruoyun wants to go to the bathroom, she has to be more careful and wrap more clothes. After all, the glass balcony where they were now was very warm, and they could not feel how cold it was outside. She adjusted the value to -55 degrees Celsius. She herself did not expect that the temperature would actually drop so low. The continuous dripping sound also woke up Yao Ruoyun. She sat up, felt the chill in the air, and quickly wrapped herself in the quilt again. Shu Fu, who was wrapped in a thick blanket, took out the heater from the space. There were originally 2 heaters in the glass balcony, which were turned on 24 hours a day. These 2 machines, plus the cold-proof effect of the glass room, could raise the room temperature inside to more than 10 degrees. But now, the temperature seemed to have dropped to around 0 degrees again, until Shu Fu took out 2 more heaters, turned them all on, and the 4 heaters heated without dead ends, and the surrounding temperature slowly rose again. It's getting colder again, because it was hot inside and extremely cold outside. The entire glass balcony was covered with fog at this moment. Yao Ruoyun waited until the surrounding temperature rose a little, got up and went to the sliding door, wiped the fog off the glass with her sleeve, and looked outside. She had just replaced the honeycomb coal once before they went to bed, so that she would not get cold when she went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. She also added the charcoal and flammable wood chips that Shu Fu gave her into the stainless steel bucket. So at this moment, the 2 fire sources had not yet been extinguished, and there was still a little orange glow. With this little light, she saw that the floor, walls, and everything in the house were covered with a layer of white crystals. It was the frost formed by the condensation of water vapor caused by the temperature difference between the room and the outside. Obviously, even if the 2 fire sources in the corridor were not extinguished, it would not be possible to warm up the whole room at this moment. Yao Ruoyun was somewhat glad that she drank very little water before going to bed, and she basically did not touch any beverages. It was meaningless at this time. Otherwise, if she went to the bathroom now, her butt would really be frozen off. Shu Fu noticed that the air in the glass balcony was a bit dry, and took out a humidifier and placed it in the corner, filled it with pure water, and let it slowly produce water mist. The intercom on the small table beside her rang. It was Cheng Yu again. He was afraid that the 2 of them would fall asleep due to the cold, so he woke her up. However, seeing that she responded so quickly, he knew that they were awake. As for Cheng Yu, everyone had been in the basement at night. The fire had also been burning for 24 hours in recent days. They were actually not very sensitive to the temperature difference outside, but they had an instrument in their car. This instrument was divided into a detector and a display. The detector could be placed near a narrow window at a high place, where it was higher and would not be buried by snow. At the same time, it could measure the temperature difference change in the first time. As long as the display is within the signal receiving range, it will immediately display the temperature change. The thermometer that Shu Fu placed by the window no longer beeps. It will only beep for about 2 minutes when it drops to the set value. After that, even if the temperature drops further, she has no way of knowing. So she asked Cheng Yu about the actual temperature outside. Minus 61 degrees. He paused, and then said, "It is still dropping. No matter what happens. Don't let the fire go out. And don't leave the room." His voice was solemn. Shu Fu knew the limits and responded seriously, "I know." On the 14th day of the blizzard, the ultra-low temperature invasion that lasted for 3 days finally passed, and the daytime temperature rose to minus 20 to 30 degrees. Shu Fu removed the 2 small suns, leaving only 2 heaters on the balcony. When Yao Ruiyin wrapped herself up like a bear and went to the bathroom outside, she would no longer cry out from the cold. In order to go to the bathroom as little as possible these days, she ate relatively dry food most of the time, not to mention milk tea, coffee and drinks, and even drank less water. Now she can finally drink water freely again. Shu Fu wrapped herself in a home cotton coat and went to the bathroom downstairs. When she came up, she took out 2 cups of freshly ground hot lattes from the space. These days, she tried to reduce the number of times she went downstairs. After all, she would be exposed to the cold air when she went up and down the wooden stairs. However, she was better than Yao Ruiyin, as long as she wrapped herself tightly and rushed into the drifting island house. She could go to the toilet or take a shower in the constant temperature house. Originally, after returning this time, they wanted to walk around the residential building to see if there was a large house, or to stack the tables and chairs in the tea house in other houses, and then find or clear a large space for Yao Ruiyun to release the raft. She was probably the first awakener who had been awakened for a while, but had no conditions to release the raft for inspection. Her raft cabin also had some insulation function, so they could also stay in the cabin for the winter. Although there was no electricity, Shu Fu had a kerosene stove. Moreover, her raft cabin was bigger, so Shu Fu could design and arrange the furniture and items she had collected before. There was a bathroom in the cabin, so Yao Ruiyun could use it freely, and she didn't have to wrap herself up like a bear and run to the bathroom in the tea house every time. But they were lazy in the first few days after returning, and thought about lying down for 2 days first. After a few days, the temperature dropped. It was too cold outside. They tried to go out, but they couldn't stand it within 10 minutes after leaving the heater and stove, so they had to hide indoors again. Yao Ruiyun didn't even have time to use the treasure shovel once a day. Now the temperature has finally risen. The 2 of them prepared to have a simple meal and started looking for a place to put the raft. Although the temperature was extremely low these days, the snow was not as heavy as in the first few days. Now the snow outside was almost half a meter above the 2nd floor windowsill. When they walked down the stairs to the middle floor between the 2nd and 1st floors, they found that the windows in the stairwell were completely covered with snow. If the windows here were not good, the snow and ice would have fallen in and filled the corridor. The light in the corridors of the 2nd and 1st floors was very dark. These 2 floors were now equivalent to being buried under ice and snow. They looked around and found no suitable space, so they went to the 4th floor again. The door of a house in the corner of the 4th floor was pried open and then not locked. The glass window of a balcony facing south was broken, and the cold wind was pouring in from the outside. As soon as they stepped into the corridor, they found that it was obviously colder here than downstairs. They walked around the 4th floor in the cold because there was no suitable space, so they finally decided to go back to the small tea house on the 3rd floor and let Shu Fu use the space to stack all the rattan tables and chairs in the room next door. The 2 were about to go downstairs when they suddenly heard the sound of propellers coming from the sky outside, and the noise was quite loud. Rescue? The 2 looked at each other and immediately ran towards the house with a broken balcony window at the end of the corridor. They stepped onto the balcony, covered their cheeks tightly with scarves in the cold wind, then put on ski goggles and looked towards the place where the sound came from in the sky. It was really an airplane, but it wasn't a manned one, but a large military drone. It flew across the sky above the square, not very fast. After passing through the square, it began to slow down and first hovered above the hotel building. Then, they saw square waterproof packages being dropped by the drone. There were about 7 or 8 of them, each with a small white parachute. They fell from the air in order, and then landed on the roof of the hotel. After that, the drone flew again, passing low over the pure white world of ice and snow, and finally hovering in the direction of the hotel building and the clinic building. This time, about 20 or 30 waterproof packages were dropped, and they quickly landed in the same building area, and disappeared behind the building. It's a rescue airdrop. Although it's a little late, it's finally here, and it can predict the location of the survivors, and accurately drop them at a specific point. This must be the coordinates given by Chengyu. Shu Fu took out the walkie-talkie and called Chengyu. The airdrop relief supplies are here. I know, we saw it here too. Chengyu's voice was lighthearted. Do you have enough food? If not, we'll go dig through the snow trail again. Enough? Enough? You gave us so many military ration bags before. We can't finish one bag even if we eat together. Shu Fu replied hurriedly. Well, take care of yourself. Wait a few more days, and I will take you away from here soon. On the other end of the intercom, when Chengyu said that he would take the other party away, the teammates beside him and opposite him all looked at him at the same time. Of course, they were not gossiping about their captain. Their expressions were a little serious, including Han Lan, who was always relaxed. Because of Chengyu's words, they all thought of the reason why they were anxious to plan to leave Wei County. On the side, Chi Kai, who had been busy holding the satellite computer, stopped his fingers again. Chengyu had put away the intercom. He looked at Chi Kai and asked, "How is it?" It's still the same calculation result. Because this cold wave and blizzard completely broke the historical record. It has never happened in Wei County before. I can only rely on the data collected from other extremely cold areas to integrate the simulation. But the results and time calculated in this way are full of uncertainty. Because future climate change is unpredictable. And different weather changes will cause the data to change at any time. Chi Kai sighed. Give me a rough time. 10 to 20 days. Chengyu nodded. Then find a way to evacuate Wei County within 10 days. Chapter 110 Wei County. Chengyu didn't say how to take them away, and Shu Fu didn't ask much. She was skeptical about whether she could leave Wei County. The most important thing for her at the moment was to help Yao Ruoyun put out the raft and decorate the cabin with her. The two hurried back to the third floor, and Shu Fu took advantage of the space and the display cabinet, and only went back and forth twice, and piled all the tables and chairs in the tea house into another empty room. Now the hall of the small tea house was completely empty, but so many heavy tables and chairs had been moved away, and it was not suitable for other people to come in and see. Shu Fu locked the door. Yao Ruoyun took a deep breath, and finally put out the raft for the first time. Senior sister, my raft is much bigger than yours. The front deck is so big, your mini raft can be put directly on it. In the future, my raft can carry your raft and drift together on the water. Shu Fu. Thank you. Yao Ruoyun excitedly rushed into the room again, looking at the empty bathroom, smiled happily. There is really a squat toilet. Ah! My dream has come true. I will no longer freeze my butt when I go to the toilet. Shu Fu. What a down-to-earth dream. Yao Ruoyun was too excited to place the raft for the first time. She spent 20 minutes studying it in the empty bathroom. Most of the time, she was squatting next to the toilet to study it. Studying how the sewage discharge pipe works, and whether using the raft on land would cause an embarrassing scene of dirt flowing all over the ground. In the end, Shu Fu pulled her up and said, "No. Your raft cabin is a completely black technology product. The sewage will automatically disappear after leaving the cabin." Chen Fa and Lu Zheng had already studied this point, so she knew it very well. Shu Fu pulled Yao Ruoyun to the outer living room, and then began to take out furniture and various items. From now on, it's time to decorate the cabin. Wow 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 wow. Yao Ruoyun clapped enthusiastically. The two spent 2 hours, and finally made the originally empty cabin look like a home. The folding bathtub that Yao Ruoyun had taken a bath in before was placed in the bathroom. Yao Ruoyun put on rubber gloves and used a brush to clean it. Then Shu Fu filled it with clean water, which could be used for daily cleaning. Although Yao Ruoyun's water purifier can melt snow water for filtration at any time, it is too cold outside now, and it is not convenient for them to get snow. It is better to put a bucket in the bathroom. In addition, there is a wooden tripod in the bathroom, on which are placed plastic basins, soap, laundry detergent, lotion, toilet paper, disinfectant, and other daily necessities. In addition, there is a wooden cabinet with a mirror placed at the angle between the two walls, on which are placed 3 thermos bottles. The mirror is also convenient for washing and dressing. Most of these things were collected from the residents next door. Yao Ruoyun sighed at the time that it was good to have a backpack space. Before, she and her parents could move all the way without anything. But now they have a raft house and a backpack space. They think that anything that is about 70% to 80% new may be useful, so they put it into the backpack space. Fortunately, this is a residential building. When the owners moved to Shizhou province, they could not take most of the furniture and furnishings. Now she can decorate her own home with ease. The living room of the cabin was more well-stocked than when Chen Fa and Lu Zhen first decorated the cabin. The two found a house that seemed to be a newlywed house, and borrowed Shu Fu's display cabinet to move a bed directly into it. When they saw this bed, there was only a bed frame, but no mattress. Later, they found out that when Cheng Yu and his friends found a mattress for them, they had moved the mattress on this bed. This was a large stainless steel bed, without such a complicated design. It was just a bedside couch and 4 bed legs. It was clean and tidy, and faced the corner of the cabin. There was space under the bed to put some cardboard boxes, which could be used to store things that were not used often. Sofa, coffee table, dining table, chair, storage cabinet, small wardrobe, curtain, table lamp, floor lamp, clothes hanger were also collected from the homes of the residents nearby. In order to match the style of the raft cabin, they tried to choose light-colored and log-colored furniture. Finally, Shu Fu set up a water dispenser cabinet for her, and the decoration of the whole cabin was roughly completed. The raft cabin, without using any heating equipment, is in a catastrophic cold environment, and has a temperature difference of 20 to 30 degrees from the outside. The temperature has risen a lot in the past few days, basically minus 20 to 25 degrees during the day, and minus 30 degrees at night. The temperature difference is just close to 0 degrees. For the two who have adapted to the cold climate, they don't feel particularly cold even without the heater and kerosene stove. So in the end, they moved the honeycomb coal stove, the remaining honeycomb coal, and several stainless steel barrels for burning firewood in. The unused ones were temporarily placed opposite the bathroom door, and the honeycomb coal stove to be used was placed in the corner closer to the door. After it was ignited, the temperature of the entire room could quickly rise by 8 to 10 degrees, even if there was no need for a large amount of electricity. In order to facilitate small-scale electricity use, Shu Fu still took out a generator, and also took a few portable oil barrels for her to put in the backpack, taught her how to use them, and added fuel to start the machine when needed. Next, during the day, they stayed in Yao Ruoyun's cabin. Now the place was bigger, and all kinds of furniture were arranged. They didn't have to lie on the mattress all the time. They could sit on the sofa and eat braised duck feet and wings while watching TV series, or take out the kerosene stove to cook hot pot and eat soup and meat. At night, Shu Fu would set up the carbon monoxide alarm for Yao Ruoyun, then go back to her own drifting island house to wash up and sleep on her comfortable and familiar bed. Yao Ruoyun was now in her own raft cabin. Others couldn't get in. She could rest alone and feel at ease. As for Shu Fu's raft, just as Yao Ruoyun said before, it was placed directly on the deck of her raft. The distance between the two sides was so close that she could reach it with a forward roll. So even if they slept separately at night, Yao Ruoyun was no longer afraid. During this period, Yao Ruoyun used the treasure shovel twice in the residential building. Once, she found a compartment in the floor behind the cabinet on the 4th floor. Inside was a tin box with the property certificate. It was obvious that this family hid it here. The owner of the house hid it so well. I guess he thought he would be able to come back one day in the future when he left. Yao Ruoyun has now learned from Shu Fu that this world will eventually become a water world, and the land they are standing on will disappear in the near future. At this moment, they are a little sad to see the property certificate that has been hidden away with great care. They put the property certificate back, restored the floor of the internal layer, and moved it back to the cabinet. Another time, it was on the 1st floor. This time it was more difficult to dig. It was a secret door in the closet. It was probably a small storage room inside, and the outside was made into a closet. They found a larger generator in the storage room, and some matching fuel. This generator was also for home use, but its power was much greater than the light camping model that Shu Fu bought. Yao Ruoyun said that it was no wonder that when she took out the shovel today, she had a strong feeling that she had to go to the 1st floor to dig. It turned out that she had found something good. This generator was large, and it was not convenient to carry it during the transfer, but it happened to be put into Yao Ruoyun's backpack. After the two returned to the cabin, Yao Ruoyun returned Shu Fu's generator and portable oil barrel to her, and then happily tried the generator she dug. Even though the generators were different in style, the methods of starting and using them were basically the same. She tried twice, and it started successfully soon, except that the sound was slightly louder than Shu Fu's during use. There was nothing wrong with it. After this, even if she took out the treasure shovel the next day, she would not have any desire to dig. This meant that there was nothing hidden in this residential building, or within a certain range around her. Unless Yao Ruoyun moved to another place, the treasure shovel would be ineffective. On the afternoon of the 18th day of the heavy snowstorm, the outdoor temperature was -18. Moderate snow. The sound of propellers was heard again in the sky above Wei County, where snowflakes were floating. Yao Ruoyun and Xu Fu quickly put on all their warm clothes, packed up the raft and rushed to the balcony on the 4th floor. They saw a large drone that was more than twice as large as the previous drone. This time, the supplies to be airdropped were hanging under the drone. It's Rainbow 4. I saw it when I was transferred with Sun Huiming before. The maximum endurance time is 35 hours. The maximum load capacity is 345 kilograms. What is hanging under it? It's so big. Yao Ruoyun tiptoed and poked her head in the direction where the drone was hovering. Xu Fu also leaned forward to look. That was the direction of the gymnasium next door. At this moment, on the south wall of the gymnasium basketball court, there was a striking red smoke rising from the ground. That was the signal mark of the airdrop site. Xu Fu took out the telescope to check, and then she found that the place where the red smoke rose was the south side of the stadium. She remembered that there was a large entrance and exit on the south side of the stadium that could accommodate armored vehicles. The snow had been cleared in advance, and a small open space had been cleared. The large drone descended to a height of about 3 floors, and then the large package hanging below landed with a bang, and landed accurately on the open space cleared of snow. The snow layer around was too high, about 4 or 5 meters high. After the airdrop supplies fell, no matter how Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun looked, they could not see the scene inside the snow layer. The two stood for a while, and finally returned to the tea house. About 2 hours later, they heard the movement from outside again. This time, the place where the movement came from was not in the air, but on the ground south of the residential building. They wrapped their clothes again and left the raft hut, and gathered in front of the south window together, looking out from the gap between the wooden bars. In the originally pure white world of ice and snow, there was a dark green armored vehicle, just like a beast that swallowed snow, starting from the gymnasium, and crushing all the way to the deep ice and snow layer higher than it. The huge snow shovel installed in front of the vehicle was pushing the 4 or 5 meters high ice and snow layer in front of it. And then the loose ice and snow were continuously ejected from the snow pipe above the snow shovel, forming a white arc with ice mist, and falling on the snow layer beside the snow track. Behind the armored vehicle, a wide and clean snow trail was slowly taking shape. This was Cheng Yu's armored vehicle. At this moment, Xu Fu finally knew what was in the giant package that had just been airlifted by Rainbow 4. It was a snow shovel. It was a giant snow-clearing shovel that could be installed in front of the armored vehicle. The first snow trail was quickly dug, starting from the large entrance on the south side of the gymnasium basketball court, passing through the open space in front, leaving the gymnasium gate and turning left, directly along the main street, leading directly to the window on the first floor of the south side of Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun's residential building. The south-facing windows of the small tea house were nailed shut and could not be opened. Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun lay down between the wooden bars and looked downstairs. They saw the dark green monster quietly parked among the ice and snow downstairs. After a moment, the upward tilted door on the passenger side was pushed open. Han Lan, wearing ski goggles, stepped on the car body and leaned out half of his body, and waved ostentatiously at the floor where they were. At the same time, Cheng Yu's voice rang out on Xu Fu's intercom. The car is too big, and there is no way to get in from the side street. Come down and find the window in front of us that has been cleared of snow. I will give you some supplies. Then, you guys get ready. When we clear all the necessary snow paths, we will evacuate from here together. Evacuate from here? Yes. Wait, I'll be down right away. Xu Fu immediately ran back to her raft, stood under the eaves, quickly took off her home cotton coat and cotton pants, took her outdoor jacket and pants from under the eaves and put them on, finally sat there again, changed her cotton shoes into waterproof warm boots. Yao Ruoyun also heard what Cheng Yu said just now, but she could go downstairs by herself, and the other party just had to wait in the cabin. When she left, she put away the drifting island house on the deck of Yao Ruoyun's raft, and told her to close the door. If she found anyone other than her coming up, she should put away the raft immediately. She quickly went down to the first floor, and found the house where Cheng Yu and his team had cleared the window, because she and Yao Ruoyun had collected supplies from door to door before. They had pried open all the locked doors in the building. Now they just opened the closed doors again. The windows inside were also reinforced. Shu Fu took out a crowbar from her backpack. There was a small fork on the head of the crowbar, which could be used as a nail remover. She quickly removed the wooden strips nailed to the window frame, and found that outside the half-broken glass window, Chung Yu was also using the electric tool connected from the car to pry the wire mesh on the window. The reinforcements inside and outside the window were quickly cleaned up. She pushed open the broken window, and Chung Yu handed in a large backpack from outside, as well as 2 pairs of boots. Snow tactical boots. Both are fleece-lined, a little larger in size, but all new. One of the supplies dropped with a snow shovel this time. There are snow covers, folding walking sticks, fleece gloves, spare insoles and socks, and 2 sets of jackets and pants in the backpack. They are all large-size single pieces. For snow protection, you can wear them on the outermost of your warm clothes. Chung Yu explained the items and functions of the backpack to her one by one. Shu Fu was a little surprised. The completeness of the supplies prepared by the other party was beyond her imagination. In fact, she had all these things. Some of them were bought in the past, and some of the supplies that would not go bad in water were obtained from the automatic water fishing rod in Suicheng at that time. They might not be as professional as the supplies he gave her, but it was no problem to put together a few sets of snow equipment. But when they met each other, they only had those supplies at first. Small things could be taken out from the backpack, and some suitable food could be found in the residents' homes. However, such professional equipment and clothing were not easy to carry. This was also the reason why Yao Ruoyun had been wearing a military coat when she went to the gymnasium to spend the night. But now, he had prepared everything she needed for the snow trek, which solved her dilemma of having supplies, but not being able to take them out. However, she was also a little worried, fearing that she and Yao Ruoyun would take up their supplies, and they would not have enough for themselves. Since it was airdropped, your share has naturally been counted. Not only that, the supplies previously delivered to the hotel building, the clinic, and the hotel building opposite also included a small portion of snow supplies. But the equipment could not be as professional and meticulous as this batch of supplies. The previous deliveries were all official relief packages, and the ones given to Shu Fu were the ones he had applied for on his own initiative. Although there are many things here, they are all worn on the body. You and Yao Ruoyun should adjust the equipment you wear. Try to throw away some cumbersome and heavy things. You should have several backpacks now. Each of you should take one. Pick the one that is sturdy and waterproof with the largest capacity. Bring food, medicine, tools and communication equipment. You just said that you would take us to evacuate from here. Are you leaving Wei County? Chung Yu nodded, yes. But you have to wait a while, because we have to dig all the necessary snow trails. Wait for my notification. Shu Fu did the same as last time. He did not continue to ask the reason for leaving, and where they could go in this world of ice and snow after leaving Wei County. The conditions do not allow it now. She cannot actively explore the border. She has no idea where the barrier that restricts her is. When she was in the northern plateau before, the barrier on the small map was broken only after a new mission appeared. But that disaster was different. They were chased by strange fish and had to run. But this time, the danger was outdoors. Instead, they could only survive by hiding in the building. So she originally thought that she would stay in Wei County for the entire mission period. She was not sure whether there would be new missions on the bracelet before she followed Chung Yu and the others to move. She only knew that she really didn't want to play ghost wall in front of them this time. After all, she was not only facing familiar friends this time, but they also knew everything about the superpowers. With her disappearance, she was completely free and could lie down and let things go. But what about Yao Ruoyun? Moreover, Lu Xuanqing would not only know what was going on with Han Lan, but would soon find out that she was the most special superpower. After Shu Fu returned to the tea house with the supplies, she was still thinking about this matter. This has nothing to do with whether Lu Xuang and Han Lan are awakened. If she is just an ordinary psychic, they may be partial to her. But the fact that she disappeared instantly is enough to prove that she is different from any psychic. She really doesn't want to test people's hearts. After all, finding psychics and recording them is their duty and mission. Shu Fu briefly told Yao Ruoyun about the whole thing and let her choose whether to follow Lu Xuang and Chung Yu's team or move with her quietly and hide in another place. Yao Ruoyun looked at her with an expression of why would you ask such a question? Do we need to choose? Senior, just tell me. Where should we move to? It didn't matter to them. as long as there was enough space inside the building to release her raft. Wait a little longer. Wait until they determined the time for evacuation. She mainly wanted to wait and see if the bracelet would release new tasks at about the same time as before. This would prevent her from making a decision too hastily, making herself feel awkward and doing useless work. On the afternoon of the 19th day after the heavy snowstorm, the outdoor temperature was -8 degrees Celsius. It's warming up, and the temperature is rising so fast. I even feel a little hot today, Yao Ruoyun said, and got up to extinguish the honeycomb coal stove burning in the corner of the hut. With such a temperature, it is enough to stay in the hut with a heating pack in hand. Xu Fu left the cabin, stood in front of the window, and looked at the snow path that was shoveled out by the armored vehicle in the square outside, leading to the outside of the county. She frowned and said, "It rose by about 10 degrees in the previous 4 days. But now it has risen by 10 degrees in just 1 day. The temperature seems to be rising a little too fast. The rapid warming means that this extreme natural disaster is over. The temperature in Wei County was originally above 0 degrees in winter. Now it is -8 degrees. And it is still a bit cold." Yao Ruoyun came over disapprovingly. In fact, the weather has been good these 2 days, with little wind and snow, although it is cloudy most of the time. If the weather is always like this, the current temperature is acceptable. The two stood in front of the window and watched for a while, and found that the military off-road vehicle that had not been seen for a long time drove out of the gymnasium and went along the snow path dug through the main street towards the direction of the hotel building. This snow trail is not connected to the first snow trail leading to their building. The two are parallel, but there is a snow wall in the middle. The snow wall is more than 5 meters high. A normal person on the other side of the snow trail can't see that there is another snow trail next to it. Even if they can see it, they can't climb over it. This should be done intentionally by Cheng Yu and Han Lan when they first dug the snow trail. The snow trail in front of their building only leads to the gymnasium. Even if other people pass by another snow trail, they can't get to the front of their building and must go around the gymnasium. This also provided them with a layer of protection. The people in the car must be from the team. Were they going to the rescue station in Wei County? Although it was a car, Xu Fu inexplicably felt the words in a hurry from the car. That day, until dark, Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun did not see the SUV return. Of course, it is also possible that the car has returned, but they did not hear any movement outside in the cabin. Chapter 111 Wei County. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, Cheng Yu's voice came from the intercom again. At that time, the two of them had just finished dinner, had already lit the honeycomb coal stove, and were curled up on the sofa together, covered with the same blanket, and watching a zombie movie. When Cheng Yu's voice appeared, the two of them shuddered at the same time. Yao Ruoyun quickly clicked pause, and Xu Fu took the intercom from the coffee table. "Have you packed your evacuation backpack?" "What was supposed to happen finally happened," Xu Fu replied. "It's done." "Well, put on all your gear tonight, get some rest early, tomorrow morning, we'll leave Weixian around 7 o'clock. I'll let you know by intercom." "I see." She didn't know what was wrong with her response. After a few breaths of silence, Cheng Yu on the other end of the intercom said again, "Don't be afraid, it's okay." Well, she always felt that he seemed to sense something. She didn't know if he was too sensitive, or if she thought too much. Xu Fu put down the intercom, and turned around to find Yao Ruoyun looking at her. "Senior, are we going to move tonight?" Xu Fu nodded. "Put on all the snow equipment first. Have you packed the backpack I mentioned before? Even if you are not evacuating with Cheng Yu and the others, this backpack needs to be put out in the open." "Yes, it's in the compartment of the backpack. It's all packed. You can take it out at any time." "Okay, wait a little longer. After midnight, we'll be ready to go." Yao Ruoyun didn't know what Xu Fu was waiting for, but she wasn't the kind of person who would bother with things. Since she trusted her and decided to follow her all the way, she wouldn't ask too many questions about the details. There will definitely be doubts. But she believes in Xu Fu, and she must have her own reasons. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the house on the drifting island, Xu Fu, who had just finished taking a shower, closed the black notebook that was motionless. She remembered that the last time she was with Chen Fa and the others, they also planned to leave the next day. She thought she couldn't leave Heshi Town. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and suddenly a mission came. But now it's past 10 o'clock, and there are only 9 hours left before the transfer after dawn. And the bracelet is motionless. She really didn't want to leave the team, especially after confirming that Lu Shuang and Han Lan were about to awaken. But she couldn't help herself. She went into the bathroom, washed her hands again, and then applied cherry blossom scented hand cream. Then she came to the living room, sat cross-legged in front of the coffee table, and began to draw 3 times devoutly. Chung Yu's team was going to move, and she also had to move here. She always felt that she had to take advantage of the opportunity now, and draw the accumulated 3 prizes first to be safe. The first turn. The green third prize, Raft Extended Use Card, 24 hours, was an ordinary prize. But it's good, it can increase her raft's full day use time by 24 days. Second turn, red third prize, Vegetable and Fruit Seed Gift Pack Random X1. This time, I actually drew a new type of supplies, vegetable and fruit seeds. Are they seeds that can be used to grow vegetables and fruits? What does random mean? Shu Fu immediately received the prize. A 1mx1m flat cardboard box appeared in front of her. After opening it, it was divided into grids, and the grids were filled with wide-mouthed glass bottles. The grids were large and small, and the glass bottles were the same, all according to the size of different seeds. After picking up each glass bottle, there was a label with the name of each seed. She counted them, 10 vertical grids, 10 horizontal grids. There were 100 kinds of seeds of various vegetables and fruits. She felt that this should have covered all the vegetables and fruits she knew. But as far as she knew, the seeds of vegetables and fruits were far more than 100, so the word random. Just now, does it mean that 100 kinds were randomly selected from all kinds? Glass bottles are sealed and dry, which is the best container for storing seeds. It's a pity that she is a clumsy person, not very good at planting things. These seeds can only be put away for the time being. 2 consecutive prizes, both of which feel good, but not very useful to her. In fact, Shu Fu herself didn't know what prize she wanted to draw. The best would be the first prize of gold, and then draw a raft towing position. After all, there are already 3 awakened friends. But she knew that this was only a 3 draw, and it would be difficult to get gold. She closed her eyes, and pressed it for the last time. The third turn, blue first prize, Drifting Island House Blueprint, Classic S, Super Resort Style Luxury Villa, note, must be used on a level 4 raft. This blueprint is special. After equipping, you can directly select the type of raft house to be placed in the drifting bottle icon. It's actually an S-level blueprint. Shu Fu didn't quite understand the second half of the note, so she was going to try it directly. After she received the blue first prize card, she directly equipped the blueprint on the function screen behind the door, and the 3D stereoscopic image of the Super Resort Style Luxury Villa appeared on the screen. Xiaoyi Shu Fu, who has the memory of 2 worlds. She is well informed, and at this moment, she is also shocked by the new house type presented in this 3D picture. No wonder this house type is rated as the Classic S level. It is worthy of the blue first prize. This time, the house type has completely broken through the original size and pattern of the small raft. And from the 3D picture at this moment, it can be found that all the furniture, home appliances and home furnishings inside and outside this house type are already matched. Unlike last time, when she checked the 3D picture of the triangle house, there was only a simple house type and fixed home decoration. After stopping her from changing the house, she found that the furniture and furnishings inside were all her original ones. This time, it was a complete change of house. She lived in this house alone, and she would probably get lost at first, Shu Fu thought, and wanted to try to change the house type directly. A prompt popped up on the screen. The space where the raft is located is small, and the house type cannot be changed. Sure enough, even if the interior of the house is a compressed space, the terrace, balcony, and deck cannot be compressed. After all, it is completely meaningless if they are too small, Shu Fu thought, and clicked the first drift bottle icon on the bracelet again. She rarely uses this starting icon now, because she can place the raft by long pressing the raft icon. She just wants to see how to choose the type of raft house to place in this icon after equipping the blueprint. She soon found out, because there were too many drift bottles falling into her palm at the same time, and they looked exactly the same, except for the appearance of the raft in the drift bottle. One of them was a raft with a flat roof cabin floating on the blue liquid in the bottle, and the other was a super miniature version of the 3D Super Resort Style Luxury Villa she had just seen. She thought that the raft could also be opened by rotating the bottle cap, and then tried to twist the bottle on the villa raft. Sure enough, the bottle cap could not be twisted, and the bottle body showed the same prompt as before. The space where the raft was located was small, and the room type could not be changed. Shu Fu understood and put away the bottle again. The 3 draws were over, and the prizes were actually good, but they were basically useless to her current situation. So she felt a sense of emptiness that it was as good as not having drawn anything. Xu Fu sighed and began to prepare for leaving after 0 o'clock. As soon as midnight arrived, 2 fully armed figures walked out of the tea house. One of them checked the corridor vigilantly with a flashlight, while the other turned on his mobile phone, looked down at the electronic map downloaded on it, and then memorized the approximate location of the building. Limited by the snow trails that can be walked, they bypassed the gymnasium and entered the main snow trail. They either went to the big hotel opposite or returned directly to the intersection of the street where the first clinic was located and found an unmanned house to hide first. At the same time, when the other party called her with a walkie-talkie the next morning, she would reply to the other party with a satellite phone, saying that she had left Wake County and was not going the same way as them, and then turned off the phone directly. This is to avoid the other party wasting time looking for them. The other party might guess the reason why they left the team, but at most they would only guess that she or Yao Ruoyun was a superpower. Guessing is different from seeing with one's own eyes. Even if they meet again in the future, there is still room for maneuver. The 2 turned the flashlight in their hands to the darkest setting and walked down the stairs carefully. After checking that there was no abnormality in the corridor on the first floor, they walked down the stairs. However, as soon as they stepped on the wet ground, "Why is there water here?" Yao Ruoyun shone the flashlight down at her feet in surprise. Xu Fu, who was still on the steps, also lowered her head to look. It was indeed water, although not much. Just like the ground at the entrance of some buildings wetted by pedestrians walking in from outside after a rainy day, far from the level of water accumulation. But Xu Fu clearly remembered that the ground on the first floor had long been covered with a thick layer of ice because of the accumulation of ice and snow outside the corridor. Now, has the ice melted? Today is indeed. It should be colder than the afternoon. But when I just left the cabin, I always felt that it was warmer than the afternoon. I thought the equipment was too thick. Yao Ruoyun reached out and held her hand. The 2 of them walked over the wet ground together and walked towards the house on the first floor whose windows in the corridor had been cleared of snow. For Yao Ruoyun, the temperature rise is a good thing. After all, after the snow melts into water, the raft can be used. The 2 opened the window and looked out. The snow outside had stopped. The night sky was overcast, and the shadow of the moon could not be seen. However, because there were tall walls of ice and snow all around, even in the middle of the night, as long as there was a little light, it could reflect light. It was not so dark outside. The 2 turned off the flashlight and put it in their backpacks, then opened the window and began to climb the windowsill. Yao Ruoyun was a little taller after all, and she fell from the windowsill first. She turned around and stretched out her hands to the person who was half stuck on the windowsill. "Senior sister, I will carry you down." "Xu Fu, thank you. She is not that short." Xu Fu held onto the window frame and was about to jump down, but suddenly she felt a vibration on her left wrist. This vibration made her hesitate for a moment, wondering whether to jump or not. Her body slid forward, but fortunately Yao Ruoyun had stretched out her arms and was ready, and she caught her in a bear hug. Xu Fu didn't care about anything else, and immediately clicked on the bracelet to take out the black notebook. As expected, a new task finally appeared. Within 4 hours, complete the check-in at the Red Stone Road Monument outside Wake County, and you will get a 20% progress bar for level 5 of the raft. Current progress of level 5 raft, 60%. Note, 40% of the progress bar will be deducted if this task is not completed. Xu Fu. Haha, she knew it. This task full of stealth, it's finally here. She had seen the Red Stone Road Monument at the entrance of Wake County when she took the military truck to enter the county last time. The road to the county is a 3-way intersection. In addition to the winding mountain road of the military truck, the other road is a relatively wide bridge road. The bridge does not cross the river, but the col, which is equivalent to a bridge road connecting the canyon where Wake County is located with another mountain. After crossing this bridge, it is equivalent to driving on another provincial road connecting to the national road of Shizhou Province. All the cars transferred from Wake County to Shizhou Province start from this road. After getting on the provincial road, you can choose to go west, north or south. The provincial road is connected to many roads. It is precisely because of the many convenient road options here that it has become a resettlement county for the rescue station. The car that went to Gongmeng County before was going in this direction. Cheng Yu and his friends also came from this road to send people. When Xu Fu was driving slowly through this three-way intersection in the military car, she lifted the rain curtain and looked outside. She had a deep memory of the red road sign. It stood on the opposite side of the bridge road. Very tall. Not like it was artificially built, but more like a natural boulder that was mined. It is a bit inaccurate to say that it is red. It is more like a reddish brown. And it may be brighter when it was just mined. But after years of wind and sun, the brightness faded, and it became what she saw. But anyway, the location of this road sign is in another direction, outside of Wei County. If the mission is to reach there, does it mean that she can leave Wei County now? Xu Fu quickly realized that this mission is actually consistent with the evacuation of Cheng Yu's team from Wei County. No! Not only consistent, but also ahead of schedule. Because the time limit is 4 hours. Xu Fu glanced at the phone on her phone. Currently it is 0:08. 4 hours, that is, before 4 o'clock in the morning, she has to take everyone away from Wei County. She didn't do many missions with a time limit of hours, but most of them were because of emergencies that were about to happen. Therefore, she not only had to meet up with Cheng Yu in advance, but also had to figure out why their team had to leave Wei County at this time. Xu Fu's brain started to work quickly after seeing the mission, and she figured out the next move in just a few seconds. At this time, Yao Ruoyun had just put her down and asked, "Where are we going?" Xu Fu was a little bald, and she said with a stiff upper lip, "Well, let's go to the gym next door to find Cheng Yu's team and leave Wei County together." Yao Ruoyun, huh? A few minutes later, Xu Fu used the intercom to knock on the rolling door on the south side of the basketball court. Cheng Yu and Lu Shuang were standing inside the door. Han Lan was standing in the corner, helping the short team member Gao Shan to remove a mechanism. He felt Xu Fu's gaze, raised his eyes and smiled at her. "If you hadn't notified us just now, and had just barged in, it would have been..." Bang! He made an onomatopoeia. "Shu." Lu Shuang turned around and motioned him to be quiet. Xu Fu and the others came to them at this time. Something must have gone wrong. Cheng Yu naturally understood this. What happened? Xu Fu asked simply and clearly, "What is the reason for you to evacuate Wei County tomorrow morning?" "Huh? Didn't you tell her before?" Han Lan spoke again. Xu Fu only looked at Cheng Yu. After Cheng Yu exchanged glances with her, he also answered simply and clearly. The temperature rose too quickly, and coupled with the terrain problem of Wei County, Chikai simulated the disaster with a computer and predicted that there would be an avalanche in Wei County in about 4 to 14 days. Avalanche. Xu Fu turned back in astonishment, looking across the square. And in the distance behind the hotel, the hillside surrounding the county town could be vaguely seen in the night. Yes, Wei County is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and is located in a canyon. The ice and snow layer on the flat ground has accumulated to a depth of 5 or 6 meters. And the snow layer on the hillside will not be less. There is basically no vegetation on the hillside here, and the soil is loose. Mudslides frequently occurred when it rained before. The temperature has risen too quickly in the past 2 days. Once the ice and snow melt and loosen, it is very likely to form a large avalanche. Considering the current amount of snow on the hillside and the area of Wei County, once an avalanche occurs, the entire Wei County will be buried. Xu Fu's face turned ugly in an instant. She glanced around. The short team member Gao Shan had already entered the stadium with his things. In front of her stood Cheng Yu, Lu Shuang and Han Lan. She looked at Cheng Yu again, lowered her voice. "Don't wait until tomorrow morning. Go now. Leave Wei County before 3:45 in the morning." "What's wrong?" Han Lan was helping Gao Shan get things before, and was the farthest away. When she came back, she only heard the last half of the sentence. "Withdraw from Wei County." Lu Shuang heard it, and she looked at her with a worried expression. "Xiao Fu, what's wrong with you? Did you hear any news?" The two of them were very surprised. And even Yao Ruoyun, who was beside her, took a step closer to her and quietly took her hand. "Senior sister." Cheng Yu looked down at her, and she looked at him without bias. She couldn't tell him about the mission, nor could she tell him that an avalanche might happen in Wei County at 4 a.m. She could only tell him what to do. If he didn't believe her, or wanted to ask why, she couldn't tell him more. Although according to past experience, she could be considered to have completed the mission by taking Yao Ruoyun away. But the other party was not a stranger after all. Even without the relationship of unawakened companions, they were still her friends. No one could ignore the safety of their friends and walk away knowing that something would happen. At least, she can't do it now. After a moment, Chung Yu nodded to her. I understand. Let's go now. For many things, she never asked him why. So he wouldn't ask her why either. Since you choose to believe, then believe it to the end. Chung Yu turned around and spoke again. Using the captain's tone, Lu Shuang. Contact on. Wenru. Chi Kai. Let them drive to the snow track in the center of the square and meet us within 30 minutes. Han Lan. Contact the rescue station. Tell them to advance the plan. And everyone must evacuate Wei County before 3 o'clock. Gao Shan. Wake up the others. Take the armored vehicles with your belongings and drive to the snow track in the center of the square within 30 minutes. Remember? Tell everyone that it was me who decided to evacuate in advance. That's it. Yes. Understood. Gao Shan heard Chung Yu calling him, and hurriedly ran out of the stadium to show his face. Yes. Captain. The three people responded to the order, and the surprise and confusion just now disappeared at this moment. For soldiers, obeying orders is their duty, and it is something engraved in their blood and bones. They had originally planned to set off early tomorrow morning. Everyone slept in their gear and clothes. The temperature had risen in the past 2 days, and it was not cold indoors. They did not sleep in the basement, but made a simple bed on the ground by the armored vehicle. Now they only needed to pack their things in the vehicle and set off immediately. The team members were faster than Shu Fu expected. In just 10 minutes, everyone was ready to go. The armored vehicle with a huge snow shovel was turned around and driven outside the venue. Several team members got off the vehicle and were busy installing the pipes of the snow blower on the snow shovel so that they could use it when leaving Wei County. The snow track they had dug before only reached the entrance of the county. Now the snow on the mountain road outside has not melted yet. They have to rely on the snow shovel of the armored vehicle to clear the way before they can leave Wei County. Shu Fu and Yao Ruiyun stood outside the venue. Shu Fu sent a message to Chen Fa and others using a satellite phone, reminding them to pay attention to the avalanche disaster after the blizzard. I don't know if it's because it's midnight now, but there is no reply from the other side for the time being. After that, Yao Ruiyun also called her parents. They answered the phone, but their tone was flustered. They thought something had happened to Yao Ruiyun. After hearing her reminding them to pay attention to the disaster, they immediately said that they lived in the city, and Jicheng was now an important city in Shizhou province. The rescue speed of various items was very fast, except for the crowded living caused by too many people. There were no other problems, so she could rest assured. Han Lan quickly contacted the rescue station, and the response was so fast that it felt like they hadn't slept yet. Evacuate before 3 o'clock? The man exclaimed in surprise. What happened? Why did you suddenly move forward? The situation has changed. This is an order from our superiors. Our team will evacuate Wei County within an hour, and all survivors must evacuate before 3 o'clock. But this is impossible. The car hasn't been repaired yet. On the other side, Lu Shuang also contacted Wenru. The three of them went there in the afternoon. One reason was to throw the 2 half-dead guys tied up in the stadium over there, and let the rescue team deal with them. The other reason was that the snow track on the small street was finally dug through manually. Wenru and the other 2 went to check the situation, and then explain the evacuation plan in person, and sent some fuel with antifreeze to the other party. But the situation on Wenru's side was similar to the response Han Lan received. Sister Shuang, An hasn't rested since we came. You don't know, 2 of their team members were seriously injured in the robbery, and have been recuperating in the clinic. They almost exhausted all their resources to save their lives. Forget about the other cars. But the ambulance must be repaired. Otherwise the 2 people will not be able to move. Sister Shuang, please talk to the captain. They are really miserable. We want to help them. Lu Shuang turned around and looked at Chung Yu. He also heard the reply from the intercom. Chung Yu pulled open his sleeves a little, looked down at the waterproof electronic watch, and the time was 0:25. He glanced at Shu Fu, and took the intercom from Lu Shuang. The situation has changed. This order is a matter of life and death. Do you understand? Understood. Captain, how much time do you need? After a moment, Wenru, who had asked An, sent a message. It will take about 3 hours. The main thing is that they are not professionally qualified to repair cars. Only An can advance the progress. The others can only pass a wrench at the side. It's been too long. Your request conflicts with my order. I need you to understand that what you are applying for now is your personal private action. Yes. Captain. This is the private action requested by the three of us. We will be fully responsible for the results of this action. Chung Yu closed his eyes. We will wait for you in the central square. I can only give you 2 hours. At 2:30. If it is not over yet. I don't care what method you use. You must take on and cheat to the car and leave. What this means is that if they have not shown up by the agreed time, they will leave and will not continue to wait. When Ro obviously heard the solemnity in Chung Yu's words and responded, received the order. Captain. Chung Yu returned the walkie-talkie to Lu Shuang and ordered everyone to get in the car. We will go to the central square to wait for them. Chapter 112 Wei County. This was the first time that Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyan rode in an armored vehicle. The driving area and the compartment of the vehicle were separated. The driving area could only seat 2 people. The door of the compartment was at the back. It was a downward flip door. There were 2 rows of seats inside. The seats were fixed to the compartment. There were harness-type seat belts. When no one was sitting, the seats could be folded up completely. Things could be transported inside. This time, another team member and Han Lan entered the driving area. Lu Shuang signaled Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun to follow her in first. After that, Chung Yu and the other 3 team members also got on the car. A total of 7 seats were put down. A team member closed the door. And Lu Shuang, who was sitting closest to the driving area, knocked on the wall separating the car and the driving area. After a while, the armored vehicle and the snow shovel started at the same time, heading towards the originally dug snow path, while continuing to clear the remaining ice and snow on the ground, and heading towards the central square. 2 hours. It should have been a very long wait. But for some reason, time seemed to pass particularly quickly today. Starting at 1 o'clock, survivors carrying luggage appeared on the snow path one after another. They came from the direction of the hotel building, because there was no car, or because they couldn't wait to take a car. They were the first to come out with their luggage. The weather was not too cold, and the snowy trail was wide. They walked very fast. When they passed the armored vehicle, they stopped to look at it. Someone even knocked on the door of the driver's area. It was unclear whether he wanted to take a ride or something. Han Lan lowered the window. You go to the county entrance and wait. We will come when everyone is here. This meant that he refused to take a ride. When the other party saw his solemn expression, he seemed to want to complain, but was quickly pulled away by others beside him. The survivors who walked away whispered to each other, and the sound of conversations drifted over with the cold night wind. Why did you ask us to leave in the middle of the night? But you just stayed here. Okay. Keep your voice down. They can hear you. If they can hear you, it's nothing big. Of course it's big. You got the airdrop supplies thanks to them. How is that possible? Didn't Fatty Zhong and the others say that it was a unified airdrop rescue for national disasters? Just like before. And it would be everywhere. Even in places where there were no people. Do you believe him? All of them happened to be in the hotel when the supply warehouse was robbed and didn't help. After they received the supplies and left, they went to live in the building next door. And they no longer took the rescue team and the army seriously. If it weren't for the airdrop, they might have robbed other people like the people who robbed the warehouse. The other people he mentioned actually included themselves. When the warehouse robbery happened, they were not in the hotel building. Later, they were notified to collect supplies collectively. Some of them saw that the rescue team members were discouraged and immediately proposed that there was no need to divide the supplies in advance. They were willing to listen to them and distribute them according to needs to ensure that everyone could survive. None of them were very radical and smart people, so they didn't rush to squeeze into the hotel building before. Instead, they agreed to let the rescue team coordinate the distribution of supplies according to needs. So they moved into the hotel. There were not many people, less than 40 in total, because of the distribution according to needs. They were basically not hungry. Under the reasonable arrangement of the rescue team, they had some food for every meal. The subsequent airdrops came, and the supplies were more abundant. After that, the rescue team also distributed the airdrops to another group of people. It was probably because they saw that they wanted to cause trouble and rob. So they distributed them first, and then nipped the other party's intention to cause trouble in the bud. After all, the people in the rescue team still wanted to have a future, and they didn't want their hands to be stained with the blood of their own kind. But as long as the other party caused trouble, they would definitely shoot this time. Those people took the airdrop supplies and went back to their building again. They only cared about the supplies and didn't listen to orders. The same was true for the evacuation this time. They would analyze everything. There were not enough cars. Not enough fuel. And the snow outside was 5 or 6 meters thick. Where could they go after leaving Wake County? In addition, the evacuation time was advanced. So they ignored it even more. Therefore, at this moment, only the 40 people took action to evacuate Wake County in advance. The man was still teaching. It is impossible to be like before, airdropping the entire disaster area. And what's more, the one that came that day was a military drone. I was too lazy to tell you before. Think about it yourself. The satellite phone of the rescue station was broken when we came. And the base station was destroyed later. And the people in the rescue station had no way to contact the outside world. The airdrop that day not only located the location, but also had enough for all of us. How could it be such a coincidence? Who else could have called for the airdrop except the one they called? If they were not also in Wake County, we would have died in this severe cold and snowstorm. That's right. You are still talking nonsense with a shameless face. You should use your brain more. If you don't have a good brain, read more books and talk less. You guys, didn't you curse with me before? You can't give up the dark and join the light. The voice became smaller as the few people walked away. A moment later, another jeep passed by the armored vehicle with a rattling sound. Fortunately, the snow track dug by the armored vehicle was wide enough, so it did not cause a traffic jam at this moment. This time, Han Lan took the initiative to lower the window and inquire about the situation at the rescue station in the hotel building. The other party replied, "We don't know much. We just received a notice to leave early. This car is ours. It took a long time to repair it. We don't know how far it can run. Waiting at the county entrance." "Right. I understand. Thank you." After several groups of people passed by, the snow track became quiet again. Time soon came to 2 o'clock. Shu Fu had already set several countdowns on her phone, starting from 3:30 to 4 o'clock. And there would be a reminder every 5 minutes. At 3:30, the phone would first send out a reminder. 30 minutes, which was the time she gave herself and Yao Ruoyun to leave Wei County on foot, in case of an accident, when there was no way to retreat. Even if she and Yao Ruoyun needed to leave Wei County on foot, 30 minutes would be enough for them to run. However, this mission did not arrive until almost 0:06. So even at 4 o'clock in the morning, there were still a few minutes of buffer. At 2:15, Chung Yu glanced at his watch and signaled Lu Shuang to contact Wenro to inquire about the progress. However, this time, no one answered the intercom. After Lu Shuang called several times, he opened the windows of the car and the driver's area and signaled Han Lan to call the rescue station. However, the situation on his side was the same. The rescue station team members, who responded quickly before, did not respond this time. Lu Shuang frowned. It's impossible to answer at the same time. Everyone is too busy to answer. At 2:20, the door of the armored vehicle was reopened, and Chung Yu got off the car first. He looked in the direction of the hotel building in the night, but there was a 5 or 6 meter high layer of ice and snow blocking his sight, and he could not see anything. A moment later, Lu Shuang also came down, followed by Shu Fu and other team members. Lu Shuang told Chung Yu that he and Han Lan had called each other several times, but there was no response. This situation does not seem to be unanswered, but more like a problem with the walkie-talkie. But it is impossible for all walkie-talkies to have problems at the same time. Chung Yu looked solemn. There should be some trouble over there. Han Lan, who got off the car from the driving area, just heard this. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go together. We can't go together, Chung Yu said, and checked the electronic watch again. The time on it showed 2:23. He turned around and came to Shu Fu again. Are you sure? We will evacuate Wei County before 3:45? Shu Fu looked at him. Guess what he wanted to do? And nodded with a serious expression. Okay. He also nodded and gestured. Get in the car. Lu Shuang will take you out of Wei County safely. Shu Fu subconsciously grabbed him when he turned around. Chung Yu turned back and smiled at her, and stretched out his hand to press her snow cap. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Wait for me outside the county. Captain the short team member Gao Shan said. Let's drive the armored vehicle together. You go first. The armored vehicle can't enter that road, and we need to shovel snow and clear the mountain road to leave Wei County. Otherwise no one can leave Wei County, he said, and gestured to Lu Shuang and Han Lan. The team is up to you. Wait for me at the county entrance road monument. After working together for so long, Han Lan and Lu Shuang certainly understood what Cheng Yu meant. The team needs discipline, not just passion and impulsiveness. If you ask a few people to go back to rescue them, and they all die in the end, this is a taboo in the military. Wenru and the other two just now violated the captain's order and stayed behind in a private capacity. They knew the price they had to pay. Now that the agreed time is approaching, they are still out of contact. The remaining members of the team should follow the plan and leave immediately. Cheng Yu's return was also a private action outside of the order. He wanted to ensure the safety of other team members and save the lives of the 3 previous team members. So he made such a decision. This was not the first time. It had happened in different teams before. Han Lan had been with him on the most missions. So he was very clear about it. And also very clear about his ability. Got the order? Captain. Cheng Yu said nothing more. He watched them get back on the car and quickly checked his equipment. After the armored vehicle set off, he turned around and drove along the snowy road outside the county in the opposite direction. At 2:44, on the mountain road outside Wei County, only Gao Shan and another team member were left in the car, and they were driving the armored vehicle to clear the snow on the mountain road. There are only low guardrails on both sides of the bridge road across the canyon. Now that snow has accumulated, it is impossible to see where the edge of the bridge is. If you drive your car into the canyon by accident, you will die. So before clearing the snow on the bridge road, you must first clear the snow on the entire mountain road area from the entrance of Weixian County to the Sanxia Road, then clear the bridge road according to the width of the exposed mountain road, and finally reach the red road sign opposite the bridge road. In addition to the armored vehicles, the survivors and cars who left Weixian from the snow road before are all here. Xu Fu stood on the mountain road that had been cleared of snow, looked down, and roughly counted. There were only about 30 people here. She remembered someone had said before that there were about 200 people in the entire Wei County, including rescue team members and military personnel. The previous big drop in temperature and snowstorm may have caused some casualties, but there must be many other survivors who have not left. Xu Fu frowned. What happened in the hotel building and the clinic building? A moment later, from the other side of Wei County, there was a sudden explosion. The explosion should not be serious. From their position, they could not see the fire, but only heard the sound. But in the silent night, the sound still made Lu Shuang, Han Lan, and the others turn around instantly. They called Cheng Yu's intercom, but there was no response. No one knew what happened. The armored vehicle beside them also stopped. Gao Shan poked his head out from the driver's seat and asked about the situation. You continue to clear the snow. Lu Shuang turned around and gave an order. Gao Shan said, it will be done soon. Soon. The armored vehicle started again. Lu Shuang and Han Lan talked to each other for a few words. Both of them looked struggling but helpless at the same time. In the end, they could only suppress all their emotions temporarily. Senior Team Cheng, Sister Wenru and Brother An and the others. Yao Ruoyun approached Xu Fu. This time, Xu Fu took the initiative to hold her hand. Don't worry, it's okay. It will be fine. According to past experience, as long as she can complete this task within the time limit, the related people will be fine. What's more, Cheng Yu has rich combat experience. Usually nothing will happen. If it is really an extremely difficult incident, she believes that the task will not appear in the current mode. Time passed by minute, and every minute became infinitely long. When she noticed the movement, Xu Fu turned around and looked at the person next to her. This time, a flashing white light bar appeared above Lu Shuang and Han Lan's heads at the same time, and their progress bar moved forward a little, but it was still not the time for awakening. Yao Ruoyun held her hand tightly, and the light bar that appeared above her head due to awakening was also eye-catching in the night, and when it was arranged together with the two people over there, it looked like a scene from an animation or a science fiction movie. 3 awakened ones. Wait! Xu Fu's mind flashed with lightning, and some information that she herself did not understand yet flashed through. 3 people who have awakened or not awakened are here, close to the road sign. If nothing unexpected happens, when the snow road is dug through, they just need to get in the car directly and leave here. When the car passes the bridge road, the mission will be perfectly completed. This suddenly reminded her of standing on the wooden ladder of the drifting island house, watching the explosion of Yucheng. Her mission was to check in at Yunqing. So she left Yucheng immediately. She didn't know at the time that Cheng Yu was on those fighter planes at the same time. That mission was extremely tragic. Half of the people died, and the remaining half also needed psychological treatment. Cheng Yu also survived the operation, and was left with a disfiguring scar. And all of this seemed to have passed by her mission. A chill spread up Shufu's spine. And in a few seconds, she quickly passed through every mission related to Chengyu in her mind. Every time, he was not alone. When he was in the library, there were Yao Ruoyun and Lu Zheng. When the first huge wave hit Liyun City, she met Lu Shuang first. When the Jishan community was attacked by mobs, Zheng Feifei and Fang Erwen were obviously the focus. And this time, the only people involved in her mission this time were Yao Ruoyun, Lu Shuang and Han Lan. He was not. At the moment before leaving, he walked up to her to confirm the time. He trusted her so much, and firmly believed that as long as he left Wei County within the time limit, he would be safe. But, can he really get out of Wei County safely within the time limit? At that moment, will he be heading towards death? And Wenru, An and Chikai, those vivid faces flashed through her mind. They had even less intersection with her, and the possibility of being awakened was even lower. So, were they destined to a dead end from the moment they drove the SUV to the hotel building? They were like cannon fodder other than the main characters. Even if they were not in this world, it would not affect her mission. They did not stay for themselves. They wanted to save people, but their lives were so insignificant. Shufu suddenly moved. She pulled Yao Ruoyun aside, took out another brand new satellite phone that had never been used from her backpack, stuck it in her hand, and motioned her to keep it. "Senior? What are you doing? Do you believe me?" Shufu lowered her voice. "Yes." Yao Ruoyun followed her, and lowered her voice. "Okay, just in case, keep this phone number, shortcut 1, it's the number of my satellite phone. Listen, under any circumstances, you must keep close to Lu Shuang and Han Lan. I'm leaving for a while. I will definitely be back before 4 o'clock. If Lu Shuang and the others come to find me, find a way to delay for a while. You don't want to. I won't get hurt. I can protect myself back, maybe I can protect others out, but I can't protect more people, do you understand? The reason why avalanches are so scary is that the trapped people will suffer from severe hypothermia and lack of oxygen. Most people will die from these two before they can save themselves or be rescued. But these two, as long as she turned on the protective shield, are not a problem. The portable protective shield can isolate all physical damage, and there are many oxygen cylinders in her space, some of which are purchased, and some are salvaged, which are enough for her to breathe oxygen while digging a passage out of the snow layer. Yao Ruoyun didn't understand it completely, but she remembered her treasure shovel and nodded. I understand. Okay. Shufu didn't say anything more. She looked at the time on her phone, 2:57. On the other side, the snow track on the bridge road had been dug, and many people had moved to the other side along the dug snow track, on both sides of the mountain road on the Red Road Monument. Because the mountain wall was very steep, there was no snow on the rock wall, and it was enough to clear the ice and snow layer on the mountain road below. The survivor's jeep had a problem, and Han Lan and a team member were called over. Lu Shuang and another team member had gone to the other side of the bridge road to help Gao Shan watch the road. The starting section of the mountain road on the opposite side was a bit narrow, and the snow blower in front of the armored vehicle almost hit the steep mountain wall. Shufu took advantage of this opportunity and the cover of other survivors who were moving, and quickly ran to the other side of the bridge road, and reached out to touch the huge red road sign, which was considered to have completed the task ahead of time. There was no movement on her wrist, which should be because the time had not yet come, but she had already arrived within the specified time of the task, and as long as she waited for the incident to end, she would have completed the task. After that, she turned around, and again took advantage of the cover of other survivors. While Han Lan, Lu Shuang and others were still busy, she quickly ran back to the mountain road, and then ran towards the entrance of Wei County. When she passed by, Yao Ruoyun moved at the right time, blocking Shufu's figure going away. The mountain road was winding, and she turned a corner and left smoothly before others noticed. After running the mountain road, it only took more than 10 minutes to run from the county entrance to the hotel building at full speed. It was not snowing at the moment, and she was wearing professional snow boots. So even if there was still a thin layer of ice and snow on the road, she would not slip easily. When she ran to the central square, she took out a mask from her backpack and put it on. There was another explosion in the hotel building. This time, because she was close, she could see the dazzling flames rising from behind the snow wall. After a while, she ran across the central square, and when she was close to the street that turned, she saw a jeep coming out. The window of the jeep was half shattered. and the body of the Jeep was burned by fire, as if it had just escaped from the explosion site. Behind the car were many other survivors. They were not like the first group of survivors who walked to the county entrance with neatly arranged warm clothes and luggage backpacks. They seemed to have escaped in a hurry. Most of them were empty-handed. Some of them had burnt clothes. Some were injured and were supporting each other. Each of them was busy with their own affairs. And no one paid attention to Xu Fu, who was walking in the opposite direction. Xu Fu did not slow down either. When she ran to the corner, she turned on the portable protective shield. The armored vehicle could not drive into this street. The snow here was manually cleared by the rescue team and the troops. It took a long time. The snow road was only slightly wider than the off-road vehicle. She still could not see the movement on the other side of the snow wall. The clinic building was in front, and the hotel building was further behind. However, as she approached the clinic building, she heard dense snatching sounds, and the screams of the survivors were mixed in. The clinic building caught fire, but the fire was not big. At the gate, there was an ambulance parked. Winru leaned against the open door at the rear of the car. Then the car door used the cover of several rescue team members to transfer their teammates lying on the ambulance bed into the car. The sound of gunfire came from other residential buildings nearby. Winru's shoulder was pierced. Fortunately, after the wounded got on the car, she didn't need to distract herself to cover. She quickly found the target and killed the opponent with 2 gunshots. Thank you. We still have a teammate. Several rescue team members heard the gunfire stop and ran out of the car and rushed into the clinic building. Xu Fu wanted to go forward to ask, but before she got close to Winru, she heard a bigger fire erupting from the direction of the hotel building in front of her. Then she heard someone shouting "Captain" at the top of his lungs. She recognized it as On's voice and immediately rushed to the hotel building. Outside the hotel building, there was a familiar SUV parked. It was indeed On who was shouting. Chikai was also there. On's leg was injured and he walked with a limp. He shouted "Captain" a few times and then shook Chikai, who was unconscious on the ground. His whole body was blackened by smoke and he seemed to have been unconscious for a while. On's hands were very strong. He kept shaking Chikai regardless of anything, and finally woke him up. Ahem. The captain found me on the 3rd floor. He covered me and told me to leave immediately after I found you. Ahem. He was just behind me. Chikai was obviously inhaled by the smoke and coughed violently. The situation of the hotel building was worse than that of the clinic. The whole building was engulfed in flames, and it was impossible to get close. I think the explosions before and after all came from here. There were many people around. Some were injured, groaning on the ground. Some were scared and terrified, hugging each other and crying. Some finally got up and immediately ran out along the snow path without caring about their injuries. The 2 began to look for Changyu. People wearing rescue team uniforms kept rushing out or rolling out. Some people rolled on the ground while screaming, trying to put out the fire on their bodies. And some were hit by building debris falling from the fire, and their faces were covered with blood. The 3rd floor. Xu Fu silently repeated these 2 words, took out a thermal blanket from her backpack, wrapped it around her, and quickly rushed into the hotel building. Compared to the others who screamed and rolled out crookedly, she was like a person in an empty space. Under the heaven-defying protective shield, she could not feel the burning heat, nor could she smell the choking smoke, nor could her eyes be sore and blurred by the smoke, and from time to time heavy objects would fall on her, and would be quickly bounced away by the invisible protective shield. She quickly and accurately searched for the other person in the crowd. And then she soon heard the sound of gunfire coming from upstairs. At the same time, on the corridor on the 3rd floor, Changyu killed the last rider who was ambushing here. There were 8 people here in total. He didn't know the other person's identity. It might be the survivor team mentioned by the rescue team before, who robbed the supplies and left. Or it might be the survivors who defected with that team and were driven out of the car by him. He loosened his left hand that was covering his right arm, and used his hands and mouth to quickly tighten the wound with a tourniquet. His movements were quick and neat, as if he didn't feel any pain. This was the injury he got when rescuing hostages. In fact, if it wasn't because the injured arm was the right arm that needed to be shot, he wouldn't have spent this much time treating the wound. The number of hostages rescued was not large. Many of them were members of the rescue team. There should be more survivors hiding in other buildings nearby. They would be even less likely to come out if they heard the noise here. Next to the broken and burning door panel, he saw the man he killed last lying on the ground. His face looked familiar. It seemed to be a personal grudge. If it was a personal vendetta, it shouldn't be a planned attack by those organizations. He took out the intercom and tried to call Han Lan and Lu Shuang, but failed. The signal jammer, which was hidden somewhere, was still there. On the 4th floor, all the rooms with windows on the 3rd and 2nd floors were on fire. The fire was huge, and the windows were sealed shut. If he escaped from there, he would probably be burned before he could pry open the window. The fire on the 5th and 6th floors was smaller, but the floors were higher, and the snow around the hotel had been cleared away. There was no buffer, and the chance of being seriously injured if he jumped down was more than 70%. In this situation, severe injuries are troublesome. He didn't care if he was injured, but he couldn't be seriously injured to the extent that he would drag down his teammates. Then he had to go directly through the fire. Burns can still help him walk, but broken bones will affect his walking. Even in danger, his mind was still calm and spinning quickly. While thinking, he took out the thermal blanket from his backpack, and took out the water bottle, and poured it all over his head, also soaking the scarf around his neck. He threw away the water bottle, pulled up the scarf to cover his mouth and nose, and wrapped the thermal blanket around himself, then rushed to the 2nd floor quickly. The stairs leading down from the 2nd floor were on the other side of the corridor. The fire here was bigger than he had imagined. This might be the initial starting point of the fire. At this moment, the rooms on both sides of the corridor were ablaze, and there were burning flames and billowing black smoke everywhere. He couldn't see anything clearly. Suddenly, with a bang, the door on the side was filled with flames and air waves, and the door panel that was originally closed was knocked open. He remembered that Lu Shuang and Han Lan had been here before, and they told him that the warehouse for storing supplies was on the 2nd floor. There should be flammable materials in the supplies. The fragments of the exploded wooden board flew towards him, and he quickly stepped back to block them. But his cheek was still injured. He reached out to wipe the blood from his face, and subconsciously raised his fingers to touch the scar from his forehead to the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he remembered the words she said to defend him that day. After the injury, strangers would subconsciously glance at his scar when they saw him for the first time. He had seen all kinds of emotional reactions. Some fear, some admiration, some disgust, and some regret. It wasn't the first time he heard those words from those two people. He never thought it mattered. He never cared about it. Every moment of life and death that no one knew about. The extremely hot day. The extremely cold night. The rainy morning. The thundering evening. The gunfire and blood. He struggled to survive on the verge of death again and again. He never thought about whether it was worth it. He never protected one person, or a group of people. He had his own way, and something he wanted to stick to in his heart. Even if no one cared, it would not affect him. He has a firm core and a strong shell. So how could he give up because of other people's eyes or words? This time, he retired on the surface, but actually accepted this special mission. His family also couldn't understand. His father, who was in a high position, couldn't understand why he kept going to the front line when he had already reached his current position. For his father, medals and military merits were steps to a higher position. He asked him to see a psychologist, thinking that he must have some problems in some aspects because he had been on the battlefield for many years. He asked him to have plastic surgery, thinking that the scar would hinder his promotion. And his promotion was related to whether he could consolidate his father's position. How ridiculous. The closest family members are not as good as those strangers. But she knows everything. She understands everything. At that moment, it seemed as if something soft and tough quietly wrapped around his heart. Deep in his heart, it seemed that some emotion reached its peak. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to others. Being understood by her, being cared about by her, he seems to have no regrets. Chung Yu's eyes deepened, and in the corridor in front of him, the door of another room was opened by the blast and flames. The long corridor in front of him seemed like a road to hell. In the blazing firelight, he wrapped the thermal blanket in his hand tightly, and prepared to rush in. When he was about to take a step, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the firelight. The next moment, he raised his gun and aimed forward. A familiar figure rushed out of the sea of fire and rushed to him in a few steps. It was the figure that appeared in his mind just a moment ago. "It's me! Don't shoot!" Shu Fu separated the thermal blanket wrapped around his head and face, and the next second, he was pulled into his arms by the hand holding the gun. He hugged her tightly. This hug was filled with all kinds of contradictory emotions: shock, disbelief, anger, surprise, fear. So much so that he almost lost control and held her too tightly. Shu Fu clasped her hands behind him. The next second, He was taken into her protective shield. She smelled the strong smell of gunpowder and blood on him. She sighed in her heart, sure enough. He was injured. Why are you here? He pulled down her mask, held her cheeks, looked down at her carefully, lest all this was just an illusion caused by him inhaling too much smoke. Is there something wrong outside? Let's talk about it after we get out. If we don't leave now, the building will collapse. Shu Fu thought about what posture she could use to protect him out. She quickly thought of it, and immediately said to him, "Carry me." Chung Yu shook his head. "The chance of you getting hurt is too high. Wrap yourself tightly first, I'll pick you up." Shu Fu held. She held his hand that was about to wrap the thermal blanket around her, looked into his eyes, and said word by word, "Chung Yu, carry me." His hand paused, and he looked at her again, seeming to understand something, quickly moved his backpack to the front, and squatted with his back to her. "Come up." Shu Fu moved the backpack behind her, grabbed the two corners of the thermal blanket, and quickly leaned over, and the moment she hugged his neck with both hands and clasped them together, the protective shield acted on him again, and the thermal blanket also wrapped around him from behind. She felt the vibration of the phone in her pocket. This was the second time it had vibrated. She leaned into his ear and said, "It's 3:35 now. Carry me on your back. Don't hide. Keep moving forward. You must leave Wei County before 4 o'clock." Chung Yu responded quickly, stood up steadily with her on his back, and rushed through the corridor burning with blazing flames. Explosions sounded again, and flames exploded on their sides and behind them. The flames seemed to be boiling. Under the effect of the protective shield, the two of them moved forward. When rushing down the stairs to the second floor, Chung Yu's low voice came from the front. "It doesn't seem so hot around here. Your thermal blanket is very useful." Shu Fu remained calm. "Well, my thermal blanket is specially made. Fireproof." At 3:36, Chung Yu rushed out of the hotel building carrying Shu Fu on his back. Chi Kai and An, who were waiting outside the building to support two other injured soldiers, were overjoyed. They told Chung Yu that the off-road vehicle could not be driven, and they had to leave on foot. "Full speed evacuation," Chung Yu said, carrying Shu Fu on his back and running in front. The night wind was cold and fierce, and the thermal blanket in Shu Fu's hand was lifted up, affecting her action of hugging his neck. She let go of her hand and let the thermal blanket fall to the ground, and hugged his neck tightly again. At 3:37, they saw Wenro outside the clinic building, and the ambulance had left. A female rescuer had not evacuated yet. She let Wenro sit on a burnt tire and quickly treated her shoulder. "Why haven't you left yet?" An was anxious. The captain said to evacuate at full speed. The rescuer tied the last knot calmly, packed her medicine box, helped Wenro up, and carried her uninjured arm on her shoulder. She said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Shu Fu recognized that face. When the clinic service desk exploded before, she was there. She was injured, but she was able to kill the criminal with one shot. The group ran quickly on the snowy road in the night again. Chapter 113 Wei County. At 3:42, they ran to the central square. They were not very fast, because except for Chung Yu, everyone was supporting a wounded person. An limped and supported someone to run. Fortunately, he was strong, so he could continue to persevere. But Chung Yu was even stranger, running with someone on his back. An took the time to look at the person on Chung Yu's back out of curiosity, and found that the other person was Shu Fu. "Why are you here? Why didn't I see you just now? You are also injured? Where is the injury?" Shu Fu coughed softly, reminded him. "Run faster," and then turned his head silently. At 3:44, they ran through the central square, and then heard a louder explosion from the direction of the hotel behind them. This time the explosion set off a very high air wave, and even through the high and thick snow layer, they could see the smoke rising from there. The explosion seemed to affect the snow trails around them, and they saw that the frozen ice and snow walls on both sides were dropping ice chips and broken snow. "Hurry up." Shu Fu leaned over to Chung Yu's ear and reminded him. "Don't look back. Keep running." Chung Yu's voice rang out. That was the captain's order. Although several team members still wanted to look, they subconsciously turned their heads, each supporting the wounded, and ran out of the county again. Several wounded people were also trying their best to support. In fact, the members of the rescue team still didn't understand what happened, why the original plan to evacuate tomorrow morning was suddenly advanced to before dawn, and why at this moment. They had obviously escaped from danger, but they still had to run so desperately. Winru and the other two had a rough idea in their minds. But because they trusted Chikai's judgment very much, they subconsciously felt that it was unlikely. Red blood spilled on the snowy road, and the wounds of the wounded were torn open due to the intense running. The clothes on Winru's shoulders had long been stained with blood. Shu Fu soon discovered that Cheng Yu's arms were also dripping with blood as he carried her on his back. But it was almost 4 o'clock now, and disaster could come at any time. It was safer for him to carry her on his back than not to carry her. At 3:49, they could already see the mountain road that left the county town. At the same time, they heard a rumbling sound coming from behind them, like continuous muffled thunder, with a low roar, resounding through the night sky. Some people couldn't help but look back, and then saw an amazing picture. The snowy hillside that originally covered the entire Wei County seemed to vibrate at the same time. The center of the vibration started from the hillside behind the hotel building. Just like the cracks on the glass, there is always a starting point at the beginning. The starting point will show signs of collapse due to the strong external force. Then the signs of shattering will continue to spread in all directions until it is completely shattered. At this moment, the snowy slopes surrounding Wei County are like this. The snow and ice layer, which was originally frozen by the blizzard and extremely low temperature for many days, began to break from the hillside behind the hotel and gradually spread to both sides. In the night, the terrifying crackling sound was heard continuously, which was the sound of the snow and ice breaking. The whole Wei County was surrounded by mountains. After the avalanche started, it was like a chain reaction of dominoes. It is conceivable what will happen when this chain reaction spreads to the other end. Their only way out of the county would be blocked by broken snow and rocks. "Run!" someone shouted, and everyone sped up again. However, on the hillsides around Wei County, the speed at which the ice and snow layer collapsed was much faster than human footsteps. At 3:50, from the only exit, a flickering light appeared. It was a jeep speeding towards them. When the jeep was driving, it made a rattling sound, like a broken tractor. "This is the survivor's car." Shu Fu remembered that when she came back quietly, Han Lan was being dragged by the survivors to ask for help, asking him to help fix the car that had problems again. They remembered Cheng Yu's order. The armored vehicle had to clear the snow on the road, and could not come back, so they borrowed this car. Lu Shuang poked his head out of the passenger window, waved at them, and said to the driver, "I saw them." In a blink of an eye, the jeep came in front of them, and the window of the driver's seat opened. Han Lan poked his head out. "Get in quickly." "Why are you here?" "Captain, this is also a private operation for us." Hee hee. Han Lan, who had laughed twice, stopped laughing when he saw the other people behind Cheng Yu. "Wow, why are there so many people?" "I'll open the trunk. And all the men, except our captain, go to the back." Lu Shuang had already pushed the door and got out of the car. He was also shocked to see Cheng Yu carrying Shu Fu on his back, thinking that she was injured somewhere. But no one cared to talk at this time. She helped On and Chikai together, and pushed them and the other two injured people into the trunk to sit. The space was too small, and their legs could only be placed outside. So she quickly pulled out the seat belts from the back seat and buckled them on the four of them. In front, the female rescue teammate helped Winru, whose face was a little pale, to get on the back seat, and then she got in. On the other side of the back seat, Cheng Yu directly stuffed Shu Fu in. Lu Shuang got in the car behind Shu Fu, and Cheng Yu quickly got on the passenger seat. Everyone worked together at a high speed, and Han Lan kept turning his head to check the situation behind him, staring at the people getting on the car, and also vigilantly checking the mountains around Wei County. He had seen avalanches before, but he had never seen an avalanche roaring in a circular trend from all directions like this one. He knew that when an avalanche occurs, you cannot run down the hillside, but should run to the sides of the hillside. But when encountering a circular avalanche like this, no matter which direction you run, it will be a dead end. The only way to survive is to leave this canyon. When everyone was seated firmly, Han Lan lowered his head and kissed the steering wheel. "Baby, please give me some strength." After he said that, the car turned around quickly and ran at full speed towards the county entrance. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car body began to shake more and more uncontrollably, making a rattling sound, as if it would disintegrate at any time. The wheels quickly rolled over a stone on the road, and suddenly it bumped up and down heavily. The four people in the trunk exclaimed and almost fell down together. At the critical moment, the four girls in the back seat turned around and reached out. each grabbing one, dragging their bodies that were sliding outward. Hold on tight. Han Lan glanced at the rearview mirror and accelerated again. He could already see the snow waves rolling down from the hillsides on both sides. The roaring snow waves were as shocking as the huge waves. The upper part raised a powdery destructive snow cloud, and the lower part was like rolling sea water. The speed was so fast that it was suffocating. Behind their car, the snow walls more than 5 meters high began to collapse one by one. From far to near, they seemed to be chased by a huge ice and snow monster. The monster opened its bloody mouth filled with snow clouds towards the tiny car on the snow road. Faster! Lu Xuan shouted. Han Lan gripped the trembling steering wheel tightly and shouted loudly. The car finally rushed out of the county entrance and rushed down the mountain road. The roaring ice monster closed the huge hole heavily. At the same time, the collapse of the ice and snow layer on the hillside of Wei County finally spread to the intersection of Li County. On the hillsides on both sides of the intersection, the ice and snow layer seemed to have been pulled out of the support in an instant, and suddenly tilted down. The ice and snow mixed with gravel rumbled on the mountain road behind their car, completely blocking the exit of Li County. But it was not over yet. Soon, a huge wave of air was raised again on the countless huge snow blocks that fell, and it spread toward the bottom of the mountain road. It was a powdery snow cloud that could even collapse a building. The 4 people in the trunk just breathed a sigh of relief. And then, they screamed again, "Don't slow down. Keep driving." At 4 o'clock, Xu Fu felt the last vibration of the phone. "Keep driving." She also spoke. "Drive across the bridge road. Drive past the red road sign." Han Lan started to drive again, this time on the mountain road. Fortunately, the ice and snow walls that were gradually breaking on both sides were both dangerous and walls, which regulated his driving route. The off-road vehicle rushed past the red road sign and continued to drive in the direction of the armored vehicle in front. Behind them, the ice and snow monster that was chasing them like the god of death was finally stopped on the bridge road section of the canyon. The car braked and stopped. The 4 girls in the back row let go at the same time. The 4 people in the trunk immediately fell to the ground. After wailing, they were all helped up and hugged by their teammates. "Great! You are not dead." Xu Fu got out of the car and was hugged tightly by the figure who rushed in front of her. Senior. Yao Ruoyun's voice was still trembling. God knows how fast her heart beat when she saw their car being chased by Xueyun all the way out of the mountain road. Xu Fu felt the vibration on her wrist while gently patting her back to comfort her. But her eyes glanced at Cheng Yu, who was standing aside. The latter just raised his uninjured hand, pressed it on her head, and said to her softly, "Thank you. Thank her for coming back to save him. It is possible that he will not die in the fire, but he will definitely be seriously injured. Thank her too, for saving Wenru, An and Chikai. If she hadn't saved him first, and reminded him again and again, the 3 of them, along with him, would probably have all died in the avalanche." But he knew she didn't necessarily want to hear these words. So, just say thank you. And he knew she would understand the rest. At 7:30 in the morning, the sky was gloomy, and the freezing rain continued. On the mountain road branching off the provincial highway, in an abandoned tunnel near the Insha River, the survivors who had been busy all night without sleep encountered freezing rain before they could go far, and could only stay in this difficult tunnel for a while. This used to be a 2-lane tunnel. The construction was not completed yet, and the end of the world came, so it was abandoned. In the past, there should have been many cars that took shelter from rainstorms, hail, thunderstorms, and tornadoes. Some people even used it as a shelter. In the shelter, you can see some traces of human life, and there are also abandoned vehicles and garbage such as daily necessities. Fortunately, there are no bodies. Freezing rain is more harmful to vehicles than blizzards, so all the cars in the team drove into the tunnel and parked a little outside the tunnel entrance, which can also block the cold wind of freezing rain for these embarrassed survivors. It was very big inside, and armored vehicles could naturally drive in. But the snow-throwing pipes on the snow-clearing shovel had to be removed. During this evacuation, most of the rescuers and troops at the Weixian rescue station were evacuated, and about 1/6 of the other survivors were evacuated. These 1/6 survivors were those who had not participated in the fight for supplies before. When the material warehouse incident occurred, some of them were shoveling snow, and some were in the clinic building. They were once mocked as saints and incompetents by another wave of survivors, who took away the supplies directly, But they were also the first group of people who immediately followed the early evacuation notice after receiving it in the early morning. Actually, when the Qingyu team first started planning the evacuation, they notified the rescue team via intercom. However, the matter was of great importance. Although they had predicted the avalanche at that time, the entire Wei County was still trapped by a 5 to 6 meter high layer of ice and snow. All of them were like trapped beasts in a cage. Therefore, the Qingyu team reached an agreement with the two captains of the hotel building. Before finding a solution, they would only inform the survivors of the planned evacuation, and would not explain the reason, so as to prevent the already panicked survivors from falling into the chaos of snatching supplies again. But many people simply don't take such notices seriously. The rescue team can't take care of everyone. They only save those who trust them and want to be rescued. In order to cooperate with the plan of the Qingyu team, they have been working hard to clear the snow in the past few days, dig out the cars buried in the ice and snow, inspect and repair them, and dig out the passage between the hotel building and the clinic. It took a long time to dig out the ambulance. The windows, tires, engine, and various rescue instruments inside the car were almost all replaced and repaired. But even so, there was still no way to start the car. Fortunately, yesterday afternoon, Wenru and the other two people went over and on. A mechanical maintenance expert gave hope to the rescue team. But even with On's help, it was not easy to get the ambulance moving. After receiving Chung Yu's order to evacuate in advance, the three of them discussed and decided to remove the parts from the off-road vehicle, and only then could they barely repair the ambulance. But no one thought at that time that their actions in the past 2 days, including airdropping snow shovels, clearing the snow on the main street of Wei County, digging out a wide snow path, and a series of actions of the rescue team, were all seen by the group hiding in the building on the other side. The group originally consisted of 2 teams. One team accidentally got a weapon. Not long after the blizzard hit, they took advantage of the fact that most of the rescue team was out clearing snow and robbed the material warehouse, killing 1 person and seriously injuring 2 people. The other team was the ones who were rejected by all the other survivors in the hotel building. When they were trapped on the mountain road by freezing rain, they indirectly killed 3 people. So they changed their positions and became thieves. These 2 groups of people, step by step, went from ordinary people to a road of no return. On the day they escaped, there was actually another person hiding in the building they chose to hide in. That person was an accomplice of the person who had previously blown up the service desk, and they were from the same organization. There were more than 10 people from that organization, and they were divided into several groups to cause damage. He stayed behind to coordinate, or in other words, the others were cannon fodder, and he was the one who brought the cannon fodder. As a result, the actions of those groups of people were successful, but they were all arrested, and several were shot dead on the spot. He originally wanted to hide and leave after the storm had passed, but he was also trapped by freezing rain and blizzards. He had weapons, but lacked food and water. He then formed a temporary alliance with 2 groups of people who had fled into the same building. However, this alliance was so fragile that it could not withstand a single blow. More than a dozen days had passed, and the hotel and clinic had received airdrops, but their supplies were about to run out. They were not the same kind of people. Disasters would amplify all kinds of emotions. In the past 10 days, they had no plan, ate and drank as much as they wanted, argued about how much, and blamed each other. The internal situation had long been in chaos, and an inexplicable opportunity would trigger internal fighting. The member of the organization was killed first in the chaos, and the rest of the people took away his weapons and equipment, and also found a walkie-talkie signal jammer. Later, they planned to attack the hotel building for the second time to seize the new airdrop supplies. Fortunately, Wenru, On, and Chikai were there, and fortunately Chung Yu returned to find his team members. Even more fortunately, Shu Fu turned back. She was like a protester against some predetermined fate, reaching out her hand and grabbing those people back from the hands of death. Within 4 hours, the task of punching in the red stone road monument outside Wei County is completed, and 20% progress bar of raft level 5 is obtained, and an additional 15% progress bar bonus is obtained. 7 wheel draws are obtained. Current progress of raft level 5, 95%. This is probably the first time she has received such a rich reward except for the progress bar task of promotion. She always feels that such a reward should be related to her return to Wei County. 35% progress bar, and 7 draws. Such a rich reward makes her still maintain a happy mood when she sees the familiar 95% progress that is just one step away. Chapter 114, Wei County. In the shelter, Shu Fu, lying on a camp bed with a thermal blanket covering her head, put the black notebook back into the bracelet after checking it. Although she knew that except for herself, no one else could see anything related to the bracelet, but when conditions allowed, she was still used to putting herself in a separate small space to check it. After all, she didn't need to control her expression in a separate small space. Yes, seeing the 7 draws. She couldn't control the corners of her lips that were raised temporarily. Only one area at the entrance of this tunnel was empty, and the rest was full of construction waste left by the engineering team. The place was originally quite large, but when the only 4 cars in the team stopped, it suddenly became crowded. Gao Shan and several other team members didn't understand what happened. Why the people who had clearly left the county with them followed Lu Shuang and Han Lan's car out of the county. But for them, anyone who could sit in the same car with their 3 captains and rush out of Wei County with other wounded people was a hero. So they not only cleaned the shelter for her, but also set up 2 camp beds for her and Yao Ruoyun, saying that even if the ground here was cleaned up, it was wet and dirty, and it would be better for them to sleep on the 2 beds. They also said that these 2 beds belonged to Captain Lu and Wenru, and they had not slept on them. Then they let them rest in peace, and they would guard outside. The 2 camp beds were very close together. Yao Ruoyun put on a thick hood, pulled up the thermal blanket, and faced her direction, and fell asleep. The surroundings were very humid. In the shelter, only a camping lamp placed on one side by Gao Shan emitted a dim light. It was cramped and depressing here. It was not quiet outside either. Some people were resting, and some people were crying out in pain because of cleaning, bandaging and suturing their wounds. There were also some survivors talking in a murmur. Shu Fu thought she would not be able to sleep, but after this thought came to her for a moment, her consciousness drifted away. After a busy night, she was finally tired. When Shu Fu woke up again, the camp bed beside her was empty. Yao Ruoyun should have gotten up. She smelled the aroma of food in the air, the long-lost aroma of cured meat rice. She took out her cell phone and checked the time. It was 12:30 noon. She slept for 5 hours. Although the time was not long, it was enough for her to recover some energy and strength. Shu Fu put her cell phone into the backpack that she used as a pillow, thinking that there were many people outside. She had to be more low-key during the tunnel refuge. So she took out a simple watch from the space under the cover of the backpack and put it on her right wrist, so that she could check the time conveniently. When she put on her watch, she saw the light blue bracelet in her sleeve. And then she thought of Chen Fa and Lu Zheng. She found the satellite phone again, and found that Chen Fa had sent a reply. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, she said that the temperature in Chamu County was still below 10 degrees Celsius, and although the snow was still falling every day, it was much smaller. In addition, the rescue materials and snow removal vehicles were in place, and the snow trails were basically cleared every morning and evening. The avalanche problem she reminded of was just announced in Chamu County this morning, asking some residents who were close to the mountain to relocate and evacuate. Their group was also on the relocation list, and was currently on the way to relocation. Finally, Chen Fa asked her why she suddenly thought of sending her a disaster warning about an avalanche in the middle of the night. Could it be that Shu Fu replied helplessly, "Well, it's just as you guessed. I just finished a time race with an avalanche in the early morning." After a while, the satellite phone rang, and the number that called was Lu Zheng's number. Shu Fu answered. "Are you okay?" The person on the other end of the phone was anxious, and was obviously frightened by the message she had just sent. "It's okay. I just sent it to Chen Fa. I'm right next to you. You always contact her when you have something to do. So any news about you on her phone, she will share it with us. Blame her? Soon." Lu's voice rang on the other end of the phone, calling Sister Fu Fu, asking her where she was, whether she was on land, and saying that she rarely sent them messages recently. Shu Fu, bad signal. "Are you really not injured?" Lu Zheng asked this question, mainly because he knew that the nature of avalanches was different from floods. Rafts can move freely on the water, but on ice and snow, rafts can hardly move. Of course, it is also possible that only their rafts can hardly move, and her raft may be different. But when he suddenly heard that she was in an avalanche, he was still worried. "It's really okay. Look, Chen Fa is not in a hurry, you should understand." Lu Zheng sighed slightly, Okay, as long as you are okay, just be careful. His words of advice were interrupted by a tall figure appearing outside the shelter. Chung Yu probably heard her voice, and came over only when he knew she was awake. Because in the tunnel, his outermost cold-proof jacket had been replaced with a cold-proof tactical vest, and the wounds on his face and arms had been treated. But his weapons and equipment had not been removed, and he still smelled heavily of gunpowder. He met her eyes, and saw that she was holding a satellite phone. So he did not come in, but gestured to her with a stainless steel cup between his fingers, hot vegetable soup. He seemed to still remember the details of her adding more vegetable soup after she finished drinking it last time. Coming right up. Xu Fu was really a little hungry, and she said to Chung Yu. And then she wanted to end the call. On the other end of the satellite phone, Lu Zhang's voice sounded again. I seem to hear someone talking. Moreover, that voice seemed a little familiar. Yes, it's my friend, calling me to eat. It's noon, so you should go eat quickly, because it was still in the mission period. Xu Fu used friend instead of Chung Yu's name. We have already eaten. Lu Zhang seemed to smile on the other end. I'm glad you're okay. Tell us when you're done. I hope to see you soon. Well, I know. Xu Fu hung up the phone, put the phone back into the backpack, and then went outside with the bag. The rest area where Chung Yu's team was located was right next to the shelter. They only had one armored vehicle left, which was parked against the wall next to the shelter, with the front of the vehicle facing the tunnel wall, and the rear of the vehicle facing inward, forming a 60-degree angle between the vehicle and the tunnel wall. Outside the vehicle, other survivors gathered around the fire, eating the food in their hands. The first group of people to evacuate had more supplies, while those who fled in a panic later were basically left with nothing. But fortunately, these survivors were those who were willing to share supplies before, so under the coordination of the rescue team, everyone got their food soon, and started eating it after heating it up a little. The members of Chung Yu's team were now staying in the corner between the armored vehicle and the tunnel wall. The situation outside was not bad enough for them to share food. The body of the armored vehicle blocked the cold that spread in from outside the tunnel. They started a fire in this open space. A camping table and chairs were set aside. On them were the equipment that several team members had taken off, the clothes that had just been dried, and some food. Several team members sat on chairs around the fire, and some stood directly, all drinking the hot vegetable soup in their hands. When Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun were resting in the shelter, they cleaned and bandaged their wounds, checked their weapons and communication equipment for damage, cleaned the ice on the armored vehicle, checked the wheels, and dried the clothes that were wet by ice and sleet. Except for Wenro, who was shot in the shoulder and had to sit in the car to rest because one arm was hanging. Everyone else basically didn't sleep, including Chung Yu, who was injured in the arm. His arm was grazed by a bullet, but because it grazed a blood vessel, the amount of bleeding was a bit heavy. But for him, this injury was really nothing, as long as it was disinfected, hemostasis and bandaged. He could basically do what he needed to do. The teammates in the team have long been accustomed to carrying out missions all night, so not sleeping for a night will not affect their condition. Now they are drinking some hot soup and eating some hot food around the fire, and their physical strength and energy are basically restored. They could also laugh at each other's embarrassing moments when evacuating in the early morning. The two of them. One of them was blackened by smoke, and the other was holding the seat belt tightly. And then they rolled out of the trunk together. Just like that. Bang. Face down. On all fours. Ha ha. On. Shikai. Shikai. You are not good enough. What the hell are you measuring? It will take 10 to 20 days. And we almost got buried. That's right. You hold your baby and crackle it every day. And the result is? This? Not as good as our captain. Fortunately, the captain went back to save you. Otherwise none of you three would be able to get out. Shikai. Shikai felt bitter. But he couldn't say it. This was clearly caused by the explosions yesterday. It was a human factor. How could he be blamed? But even he had to admit that if their captain had not decided to evacuate in advance, they would not have survived this time. Moreover, the three of them had not obeyed the order to evacuate in advance, which caused the captain to turn back to save them, and almost died in the fire. All the team members were still injured, and they had been busy all night. But because everyone in the team was still alive, they laughed and joked with each other, and were very happy. Xu Fu noticed that when they talked about this again, they all mentioned Chung Yu. It was he who decided to leave early in the morning, and it was he who helped everyone avoid this crisis. Lu Shuang, the only one who knew about this, did not speak up to correct this statement. Although Han Lan did not hear all the words at the time, he should have guessed that it was her idea to evacuate early. But they both seemed to have ignored this matter unanimously. Even when he saw her wake up, he just smiled at her gently, and did not ask her why she returned to the county. Xu Fu subconsciously looked back at Cheng Yu outside the circle of seats. He was leaning on the camping table, and put the stainless steel cup in his hand back on the gas stove to heat it up. The vegetable soup was not completely cold to begin with, so it was soon heated up. Cheng Yu took off his half-fingered tactical gloves, put one hand on the handle of the cup, and the other on the bottom of the cup. Then he walked over and handed the cup to Xu Fu. Be careful of the heat. It was freezing raining outside, and even though they were hiding in the tunnel, there was a damp chill in the air. However, as soon as she touched the cup, through his gloves, the warm temperature penetrated her palm. She lowered her head and blew twice, and then drank a sip carefully. The steaming vegetable soup flowed into her throat, warming her whole body. Thank you. After Xu Fu spoke, he realized that he seemed to have a double meaning. I also left some cured meat rice for you. The rice is from the military ration bag, but the cured meat is freshly steamed, and I'll put it on the rice for you. He nodded slightly at her, turned to another camping table, unfolded a thick blanket, revealing the still warm military ration bag inside, then took a folding chair, opened it, and placed it next to the table, and then turned around and motioned her to come over to eat. Xu Fu saw his series of actions, and hurried over. Don't be busy. Be careful of the wound. It's okay, he said, and took out an unopened disposable tableware from the side, and placed it next to the military ration bag. Xu Fu originally just wanted to drink some vegetable soup, but he had already prepared so much for her, so she naturally couldn't say that she didn't really like the military ration bag, nor did she want to eat bacon. So she opened the bag and began to eat quietly and hard. On the side, Yao Ruoyan came down from the rear door of the armored vehicle, holding the empty cups and cutlery, and happily approached Xu Fu. Senior, you are awake. I just fed Sister Wenru. She hurt her right shoulder, and can only eat with her left hand. She didn't want me to feed her at first, and resisted in various ways. Han Lan, who was sitting closest to the table, turned his head in surprise. She really let you feed her? And she finished feeding her? Awesome. Yeah. Yao Ruoyan nodded proudly, feeling that she had accomplished something remarkable. Han Lan smiled twice, and looked up at Cheng Yu, who was leaning on the edge of the table and drinking water with his left hand in silence. They were both injured on their right arms, but some people were fed by others, while others pretended to be fine, even though they had lost so much blood before. There were some things Han Lan couldn't say, but it didn't stop him from sighing with a hint of meaning, and he even made 2 clicks of the tongue at the end. Cheng Yu's drooping eyelashes moved, and his eyes glanced at him, and they met Han Lan's gaze. Han Lan's back subconsciously felt a little cold. He was looking for trouble, but he didn't expect that he was so serious before he said anything. Was it because he didn't want her to worry? Han Lan shifted his gaze to Xu Fu, who was talking to Yao Ruoyan. How could she look worried? Look how delicious she was eating. Yao Ruoyan put down the tableware, lowered her head, and saw a little bit of the watch strap on Xu Fu's right wrist, and asked the time. Xu Fu pulled up her sleeves to take a look, and reported the time. Yao Ruoyan, who was sharp-eyed, saw the light blue rope hanging down from the side of the watch strap, and curiously leaned over to take a look, and found that it was a light blue bracelet. It's a peace knot. Senior, so you believe in this too? I want to weave a few too. Senior, can you teach me later? I don't know how. Xu Fu shook her head. You can ask Lu Zheng directly later. He wheezed. Oh, Yao Ruoyan drew out her voice, and made an exclamation, and did not mention learning to weave ropes again. On the side, Han Lan, who had been eavesdropping, also made an exclamation. Oh, Yao Ruoyan looked back with a look of disgust. What are you saying? Nothing. You can make an O, but I can't. Oh, as he spoke, he looked at Cheng Yu's expression. He knew that although the other party looked expressionless, he must have been listening to their conversation just now. Cheng Yu's eyebrows twitched when he was looked at by him. He put down the water cup in his hand, and pulled Han Lan up directly. Let's go. Where to? Change the dressing. Ah? Change again? Didn't you just put it on for a short time? Lu Shuang looked at them speechlessly, sighed deeply, didn't sleep all night, escaped from life and death, and still had such good energy. Men are indeed young until death. Yao Ruoyun cleaned up the dishes, came to Xu Fu, and asked her quietly where they were going next. Xu Fu actually didn't know much. Normally, everyone would have to evacuate to Shizhou province. The two teams currently only had 4 vehicles, an ambulance, a jeep with intact windows but could break down at any time, a jeep with most of its windows damaged, and an armored vehicle. These vehicles, no matter how crowded they were, couldn't accommodate all the survivors in the tunnel. When they moved from the Red Stone Monument before, they also tried their best to get the wounded and women and children on the car, and the others walked. Only then did she know that the original route that Chung Yu's team planned to evacuate was also in this direction. But they didn't plan to come to this tunnel, but wanted to evacuate directly to another rescue site across the Insha River. That rescue station is not in the direction of Gongmeng County, but closer to the southwest plateau. It requires another road, but it is much closer than Gongmeng County. It is the last stop for the evacuation of the southwest plateau to Shizhou province, because the population of the southwest plateau is not large. Although the rescue point is still there, there are relatively few survivors. It is a highland, slightly higher than here, but the surrounding area is relatively flat, and there is no avalanche risk, which is suitable for them to stay temporarily. After that, when the low temperature is completely over, and all the ice and snow on the mountain roads melt, they can plan to go west again. But by that time, the rescue force from Shizhou province should be able to come, and Chung Yu's team may not be needed to continue escorting. To get to the rescue site, they have to cross the Insha River, and the nearest bridge is about 30 kilometers along the Canyon Mountain Road next to the tunnel. 30 kilometers? With the current road conditions, they have to continue to clear the snow layer all the way. If there are enough manned vehicles, it will take about 1 to 2 hours. However, no one expected the evacuation to be advanced. Several vehicles that were originally available could not be driven out. Walking slowed down the journey, and freezing rain began to fall again at dawn. The survivors who were not afraid of heavy snow could not stand the power of freezing rain, so they were all stranded in the tunnel near Insha River. Now, they can only wait and see when the freezing rain outside will stop. After a while, a teammate from the rescue team came to ask about their future plans. Lu Xuan spoke for them, and said almost the same thing, and finally concluded, it depends on the weather. The team member sighed. The temperature rise was originally a good thing. I thought that the snow along the way would melt a little by itself, and the work of clearing ice and snow would be easier. Who would have thought that the temperature would rise to around 0 degrees, and the freezing rain would start again? The other team members also sighed after hearing this. There seemed to be endless water in the sky that needed to fall on this planet. When the temperature was high, it was rain. When the temperature was low, it was snow. In between, there was seamless freezing rain. That was enough. At this time, they had not expected that. The temporary stay they had thought of would last for 3 days. During these 3 days, the freezing rain became more and more severe, and there were also egg-sized hailstones mixed in. From time to time, hailstones larger than fists or even as big as a baby's head fell intensively. The whole sky was always gloomy and dark, as if a huge layer of ice had melted and shattered somewhere in the air, and large ice fragments fell continuously. The survivors in the area near the entrance of the tunnel moved their resting place to the back again, and drove their cars further in, fearing that they would be hit by hailstones that accidentally fell in. The ground was wet, and although the temperature in the tunnel was not particularly low, it was still very cold. After the survivors burned the limited charcoal they had, they began to chop the construction waste wood in the back, and at least they could pick up some garbage for heating and fire. Water could also be used to get some freezing rain in, and after a simple filtration, add drinking water effervescent disinfectant tablets, and finally boil it, and it can be drunk. The equipment in the ambulance was supported by the generator and fuel, but due to the lack of conditions for a second operation, the 2 seriously injured and unconscious team members were still hanging on to their lives. In addition, there were other people with burns, gunshot wounds, and fractures, and because there was not enough medicine, their injuries recovered very slowly. The biggest problem was food. In 3 days, seeing that the food of the 2 teams was almost gone, the survivors who had been sleeping on the ground in the tunnel for 3 days felt uneasy, fearful, and panicked to the extreme. In the car shelter, Yao Ruoyun woke up from a nightmare. Perhaps because she was too scared, she clenched her teeth tightly even in her dream, not letting the scream of fear escape from her teeth. Xu Fu was awakened by her sudden sitting up. As soon as she woke up, she felt a little hot. She reached out and patted Yao Ruiyun's back, then sat up slowly. What's wrong? Are you having a nightmare again? I don't know if it was affected by the avalanche, since they followed the team to take shelter in this tunnel. Yao Ruiyun's memory fragments would increase from time to time in the form of nightmares. She had seen the disaster scenes that Chen Fa and Lu Zheng had seen twice before. One was a tsunami that submerged half of the land of the Little Turtle Kingdom. The other was a typhoon that landed in the coastal area, and the storm was raging, accompanied by a tornado and severe floods. A large area of houses and buildings in the coastal area were destroyed, although the disaster that happened later was also seen in the news. Yao Ruiyun felt a little scared, because this disaster not only happened in her own country, but also made her feel familiar with the disaster scene. After Lu Zheng, she was the second person who felt familiar and scared about the disaster scene in the news. This showed that Lu Zheng's feeling was not wrong. She always felt that Yao Ruiyun and Lu Zheng had empathy and fear not only because they had seen similar scenes before, or because the disaster scenes in the news had too large an impact. Mountain torrents, tsunamis, typhoons and rainstorms. These disasters are too insignificant on the entire planet. But these disasters have one thing in common. That is, water. She always felt as if she had touched the edge of the answer, and was just waiting for more memory fragments to verify her guess. Yao Ruiyun grabbed the thermal blanket, felt the hand caressing her back, and it took a long time for her to break free from the nightmare. But this time when she came to her senses, her expression was not only afraid, but also confused. She turned her head to look at Xu Fu, and like every time before, she lowered her voice so that only the two of them could hear it, and began to slowly confide in her. But this time her voice was a little shaky. I'm back to school. High school class. My grades dropped a lot in the new monthly exam. The teacher asked me to call my parents. I think I made a phone call. And then I stayed in the office after school and waited. Then I saw my mother. My mother. It was really my mother. She emphasized this sentence. But Xu Fu obviously didn't understand. When she realized that she didn't make it clear, Yao Ruiyun took a long breath, stabilized her emotions again, and then spoke again, in the memory fragments of another world. I saw my mother in this world. Hua Qiong. The one you also saw. Xu Fu's expression froze. Are you sure? It's the same person? I'm sure. It's my mother. Even if, as you guessed, we both came from that world. But for me now, the memory of this world is complete. How could I not recognize my mother? Except for the different clothes and hairstyle. I'm sure it's the same person. Xu Fu lowered his head and thought for 2 seconds, and soon got the answer, your mother. It's very likely that she is also a superpower. Yao Ruiyun exclaimed. Chapter 115 Wei County. For Xu Fu, the answer she gave to Yao Ruiyun was also surprising to herself. After all, whether it was her, Chen Fa, Lu Zheng, in the memory fragments, the family members of this world had never appeared in those fragments of memory. She was even more isolated and weird. As early as when she was doing the mission in Lu Yunqing, she already knew that the memories of her growth in this world in her mind were all false, and it was even more impossible for any family members to exist. Therefore, Yao Ruiyun might be shocked when she first heard about this situation. But in fact, this situation is similar to that between her and Lu Zheng. She and Lu Zheng also knew each other in that world. The reason why only Lu Zheng remembers seeing her, and she does not remember seeing him is that, as analyzed last time, she may have a memory gap. The other reason is that her face has not changed. But Lu Zheng's face has changed. This situation can also be brought into Yao Ruiyun and her mother Hua Qiong. The word superpower may give people a strong feeling. So traveler from another world may be a more appropriate description. This time, if there is a chance to leave Xiangzhou province and go to Shizhou province, she will accompany Yao Ruiyun to Jiqing to meet her mother Hua Qiong and see if there is a white light bar above her head. In addition, Zheng Feifei's family is also in Jiqing. If the transfer goes smoothly, she may be able to celebrate the new year with her and fulfill her previous promise. Because of this, Xu Fu couldn't help but care about the transfer. After waking up, they couldn't sleep, so they packed up their things, washed up with Xu Fu's mouthwash and wet wipes, and wanted to go outside to see the situation. As soon as they stepped out of the shelter with a simple door curtain, both of them felt the temperature rise. In fact, Xu Fu had noticed it when she just woke up. But because the door curtain had a certain barrier effect, This feeling became more obvious after entering the outside. Both of them were still wearing snow equipment, which was obviously too warm now. Shu Fu and Yao Ruoyun took off their scarves and hats, and even pulled down the zipper of their outer jackets. The place where the armored vehicles were parked outside was empty. Only when Ro, who was recovering from injuries, was left in Chung Yu's team. An and another team member were still there. The three were sitting there talking. When they saw them coming out, they asked them if they were hungry. They boiled some water, and asked them if they wanted to eat fried noodles or fried rice. They said they might be transferred today, and told them to eat well. Since last night, all the food in Chung Yu's team has been compressed biscuits and energy bars. The rescue team and the survivors started eating biscuits yesterday morning, so at noon yesterday, Chung Yu and Lu Shuang gave the last batch of ration bags in the team to each other. The other side had more people, including the survivors, the rescue team, and the troops, about 40 people. The ration bags in the team were definitely not enough for all the people on the other side, so they could only share them with each other, to ease their stomachs and their fears. After all, everyone was taking shelter in the same tunnel, and it was not a good experience to eat biscuits while watching others eat delicious ration bags. But they also knew that they had received a lot of care and rescue supplies from the other team, and the people on the rescue team did not ask for anything, so why should they ask for anything? It was obvious that the people in Chung Yu's team would not let others eat biscuits while watching them eat rice and noodles. So after leaving a certain amount of rations for the two girls, the rest were distributed. Lu Shuang and Wenru wanted to keep theirs, but they were all soldiers and didn't care about it, so they shared it together. From then on, both teams could only eat compressed biscuits, energy bars, and other foods. However, even for this kind of food, the stocks of both teams were not much, and with the wounded, the matter of transfer became imminent. Fortunately, as soon as the sun rose today, everyone found that the temperature had risen and the freezing rain outside had stopped. The two teams quickly held a small meeting and decided to drive the armored vehicles out immediately to clear the mountain road from the tunnel to the bridge for the survivors. At the same time, because Chikai's satellite computer was left in Wei County, they also wanted to check the situation outside to see if they could connect to the internet somewhere. Now they just have to wait for the people who went out to come back, and they can evacuate on foot immediately. Can the ice and snow on the road be cleared? Shu Fu asked. After all, it was still sleeting yesterday, and the ice and snow outside that had not yet melted were frozen hard. Even if the temperature suddenly rose by more than 10 degrees today, the ice and snow layer began to melt and could not be shoveled so quickly. It should be no problem. There is a flamethrower on the roof, but it consumes too much fuel to use. Our backup force cannot keep up, so we dare not use it easily before. Shu Fu nodded, but did not take the military rations bag specially left for them by the team members, indicating that they had been eating the team's rations these days. In fact, the things in her backpack had not been eaten yet. As she spoke, Shu Fu took out several packets of instant noodles from her backpack, and Yao Ruoyun took out 2 cans of luncheon meat. They took the largest camping pot, boiled several packets of instant noodles, and finally cut up 2 cans of luncheon meat and put them on top. After boiling 3 packets of instant noodles with water, it became a big pot. Adding luncheon meat, it was really delicious. Shu Fu and Yao Ruoyun each scooped out some noodles in a stainless steel cup, and then brought the remaining half pot of noodles to Wenru and the others. We can't finish it. You can help us eat it. Otherwise it will dry up and not taste good. The 3 team members, who only ate compressed biscuits and drank water, she and Yao Ruoyun had discussed it yesterday. During the entire snowstorm and low temperature period, they had never treated themselves badly. In the past few days, the reserve supplies were not enough, so they ate less and considered it as losing weight. Anyway, if they were really hungry, they could eat compressed biscuits, which were very filling. Between letting the instant noodles dry up and eating them, Wenru and the others chose to eat them. As for Chung Yu and Lu Shuang, who didn't get to enjoy the delicious food, they could only say sorry in their hearts. The aroma of instant noodles was originally overbearing, and now that the armored vehicles were gone, there was no giant to serve as a barrier for the people here. The other survivors in the tunnel not only smelled the fragrant air, but also saw several team members eating noodles together. However, they also saw that they were eating compressed biscuits at first. The instant noodles and canned food were taken out by the 2 young girls who were protected by the other team. They were their own rations. In the past few days, They have been secretly guessing the relationship between the two girls and the other team. They are obviously taken very good care of by the other team. Even when the ration bags were distributed to their rescue team leader yesterday, the captain with a scar on his forehead also said clearly that some food should be left for them, even if they eat less and eat slowly, and the food has not been consumed. It does not mean that others can continue to share their rations in the future. The ration bags they ate yesterday contained fried rice and fried noodles, with a reasonable combination of meat and vegetables, which was much more delicious than the instant rice in the previous batch of rescue water dropped by air. It was made to ensure the balanced nutrition of elite soldiers on missions. It was good enough that they were willing to share their rations. So even though many of them envied the two girls, who were specially taken care of by this elite team, they only dared to sigh a little, and most of their true emotions were not dared to show. I don't know what the relationship between the two and this team is. How can they be treated so well? At this moment, seeing the two sharing their rations with the team members, I could only continue to sigh while smelling the smell in the air. No wonder the team members are nice to them. It seems that they deliberately cook more for them to eat together. Fortunately, the temperature rose today. The freezing rain finally stopped, and the hail stopped falling. As long as the snow clearing and road exploring team members come back, they can smoothly move to the rescue station on the other side of Yanhisha today. Everyone knows that the snow outside is more difficult to clear after several days of freezing rain, so they all calmed down and waited quietly in the tunnel. At noon, Shu Fu and Yao Ruoyun could not sit still. They said hello to Wenru and the other two, ran outside the tunnel, and used binoculars to check the road taken by the armored vehicle. The tunnel was opened on one side of the Canyon Mountain Road. This area is very remote. It is estimated that they originally planned to build a bridge across the river after digging the tunnel to facilitate traffic, but the construction was stopped before it even started. There is only this mountain road nearby. The mountain road is built along the canyon. The terrain is relatively high. On one side is the mountain wall, and on the other side is the cliff slope. More than 20 meters below the cliff slope is the winding Isha River. The other side of the wide river is the boundary of the southwest plateau. The terrain on the other side is higher than here, and the slope is steeper. The height difference between the high ground and the water surface is only 40 to 50 meters. The Isha River is much wider than the upper reaches of the Qing River in Yucheng, which Shu Fu had crossed before. The water level of the riverbed in this area is also very low. It is said that it was originally lower, but now it is at a higher level after several water levels have risen. But even if she wants to cross the river at this time, she has to find a place to tie the safety rope after releasing the raft before she can climb down. Therefore, if they want to cross the river, they can only cross the bridge connecting the two sides. The temperature rose overnight. It was still freezing rain yesterday, so the mountain road outside, except for the one in the middle that was cleared by the armored vehicles. The ice and snow layers on both sides are still there. It is not as thick as before, but it is about 1 to 2 meters. At this moment, it is gradually melting into water, and the whole mountain road is full of water stains. And because of the terrain, it flows down the cliff slope on one side. At about 1 p.m., the armored vehicles that had gone out finally came back. In addition to the 7 people from Chung Yu's team, there were also several members from the rescue team who went out with them. But the faces of the people who came back all seemed bad. As expected, they brought back bad news. When they finally cleared the ice and snow and arrived at the bridge 30 kilometers away, they found that the bridge had collapsed. The bridge had been built for some years. It was not a cross-river bridge like in the city. I don't know which disaster it collapsed in. It should have happened recently. There was a large fault layer in the middle, and it was impossible to pass through. The previous plan was disrupted. They now had to replan a new transfer route. First, they still went to the rescue station in the previous plan, but they had to find another way to pass through the Insha River. Second, they changed their destination and went to another rescue station that did not require crossing the river. After Chung Yu and his team came back, they briefly and quickly explained the situation to the other team members who had not gone out, and then the team members of both sides returned to the team to eat. Chung Yu, Lu Shuang and Han Lan did not have time to eat. They only drank 2 sips of water, and immediately spread out the map on the camping table, turned on a camping light, and began to plan a new route. Shu Fu walked over and stuffed an open chocolate bar into each of the 3 people's hands, signaling them to eat first. Chung Yu took a bite, and found that it was not their energy bar. He turned back to look at Shu Fu. Yours? Didn't I tell you to keep the food for yourself? You've already bitten it. You're not going to give it back to me, are you? Shu Fu deliberately looked shocked. Chung Yu looked up at Han Lan, who was about to bite the chocolate bar in his hand. Chung Yu was quick to take the one he hadn't bitten and stuff the one he had bitten into him. Han Lan. Chung Yu wrapped the unbitten chocolate bar back and handed it back to Shu Fu. Keep it and eat it when you are hungry. Shu Fu. What else can she say about this operation? Lu Xuan looked at them speechlessly and ate the chocolate bar in a few bites. Han Lan glanced at Lu Xuan and took the bitten chocolate bar and complained, why can she eat the unbitten one? Chung Yu stretched out his hand to him. You can choose not to eat it. Humph. Han Lan opened his mouth and swallowed the chocolate bar in 2 bites. The 3 captains made a scene, which eased the slightly tense atmosphere of the other team members. In fact, the captains did not say that they were facing a bigger problem, which was that they were running out of fuel. In addition to their team, only the rescue team members and military personnel who went out together knew about this matter. But everyone was unanimous and did not plan to tell the survivors about this situation for the time being. If they followed the original plan and the original route, the fuel would be enough. But detouring and changing the destination would likely lengthen the journey. At that time, they might not be able to take 4 vehicles on the road at the same time. And they could only use 2 vehicles to ensure that the armored vehicles and ambulances could continue to drive. As a result, more people will have to walk. In addition, there is a shortage of food at present. So whether they are planning to take a detour or change their destination, they must plan a new transfer route as soon as possible and embark on the transfer journey before the food runs out. This time the plan must be more cautious, because the remaining fuel is not enough for them to try to explore the road. Once the transfer plan begins, everyone must be on the road together. Otherwise the car may drive out, but may not be able to drive back. In addition, they have checked the vicinity and the signal is interrupted, which should be caused by the previous extreme cold and snowstorm. Bad news came one after another. The only good news was that the temperature was indeed rising. It seemed that there would be no more freezing rain and blizzards. The thick ice and snow on the mountain road was also melting on its own. When they planned a new route and set off, they would no longer need to use armored vehicles to clear the ice and snow, and the road would be much easier to travel. But the good times did not last long. Before the 3 captains could plan a new transfer route, a thunderbolt suddenly flashed outside the tunnel. A moment later, the deafening thunder startled everyone in the tunnel. Everyone stopped what they were doing, stopped talking, stood up and walked to the tunnel entrance, looking at the sky outside which had darkened without anyone noticing. 2 more thunders exploded in the sky, and some people subconsciously covered their ears, looking at the gloomy sky outside with horror. Is it going to rain again? A moment later, it started to rain heavily, and the rain at the tunnel entrance fell from above like a column of water, so dense that it seemed to have covered the tunnel with a layer of water curtain. After the freezing rain, the weather had only been good for a short while, but the rainstorm started again. It was as if the disaster had been planned, one after another, leaving no room for anyone to breathe. With such heavy rain, the ice and snow on the mountain road and the rock wall outside were quickly washed away and melted. The ice and snow completely faded in half an hour, revealing the withered and rotten grass branches and leaves underneath. The whole world seemed to have quickly changed from winter to spring. That afternoon, everyone in the tunnel stood there quietly, watching the heavy rain and thunderstorm outside in silence for a long time. Soon they could not stand anymore, because after the rainfall reached another level, it began to be mixed with strong winds. The strong wind rolled up the rain like a high-pressure water gun, and it hit the people in the tunnel in waves. Everyone had to take shelter in the tunnel again. For them, the only good news among a pile of bad news no longer existed. Although the temperature rose, the long rainy season began again. On the 2nd day of the heavy rain, the rainfall doubled again, turning into a heavy storm. There were lightning and thunder in the sky outside from time to time, and the rain was like dense rain columns. Looking out from the tunnel, you could not see anything, only the rain that destroyed everything. Some people ignored the thunderstorm roaring through the sky and the rescue team's attempts to stop them, wearing raincoats and trying to go out. But they were beaten back by the rain and wind in a few seconds. Everyone was trapped in the tunnel, and they were more anxious than when they were trapped in the building by the snow, because they all knew that in such weather conditions, even the rescue drones could not reach them. And now, the food around them was really running out. Everyone had to reduce the amount of food for each meal, and eat a piece of compressed biscuit in several portions. In this situation, Shu Fu and Yao Ruoyun did not want to cause trouble. When they were hungry in front of others, they basically only ate compressed biscuits, energy bars and chocolate bars instead. In the shelter, they only supplemented with beef jerky, pork jerky, and other tasteless meats. Shu Fu would sometimes feed quietly, stuffing a piece of beef jerky or chocolate or candy in each team member's hand, which were small enough to be held in the mouth and sipped slowly. It was okay to feed Lu Shuang. As long as she persisted, she would usually eat it. Han Lan basically accepted everything. The most difficult thing was feeding Chengyu. Unless she stuffed the food directly into his mouth, he would not eat anything she handed to him. He would put the food in a clean plastic bag and stuff it back to her. Shu Fu. After everyone had lived frugally for 2 days, someone was so hungry that he went to search the construction waste area behind. As a result, he found a large box of instant noodles and snail rice noodles in a discarded wooden box under a scaffold. After a rough count, there were actually 60 or 70 packs in total. This person was ecstatic. He covered his mouth to suppress his excitement and wanted to quietly transfer this large box of food to his small team. As a result, he just got the wooden box out and heard a female voice asking loudly not far from him, "Hey, what did you find?" The survivors in the tunnel had nothing to do, and any movement would attract the attention of others. Yao Ruoyun shouted with full force, and immediately called most of the survivors who were watching. "Wow! What? What did you find? Oh my god! Is it food? No way! Who hid it here? Is it expired? Can it still be eaten? TSK. At this time, you still care whether it is expired or not. What's more, instant noodles and snail noodles will never expire for me. Okay. Don't say it. Just hearing these words makes my saliva almost flow down. Hurry up and cook it." The person who found the food wanted to continue struggling, saying that he found the things. He had made a contribution, and he should have more. However, he had only said half a sentence when he saw the female captain of the elite team looking at him indifferently, with one hand on her waist. Everyone share equally. That person. Emma. It's too scary. Share equally. Share equally. Of course, it has to be shared equally. Not far away. Han Lan looked at Lu Shuang and couldn't help but smile. She even used threats. In the past few days, one person didn't say anything, and the others didn't ask. So he thought she really didn't care at all. But now, she was so afraid that the man's intentions would be ruined. Even if this intention was only her unilateral guess so far. Hee. A guy with a cold face and a warm heart. Han Lan sighed and withdrew his eyes from Lu Shuang. After drinking that person out of the water, Yao Ruoyun quietly sat back on the camping chair next to the car shelter while others rushed over, leaning against Shu Fu and whispering to her in a low voice, "Done?" "Yeah." Shu Fu, who was leaning on the back of the camping chair with her hands in her pockets and eyes closed, also responded softly. Special days should have some special gifts. Yao Ruoyun looked at Shu Fu sideways. These 2 days, when she was alone, she always pulled up her hood to cover her entire head, and she would also tighten the hat rope to tie it up, revealing only her face. She looked like a hidden young man, and seemed to be in a bad mood. She continued to comfort her in a low voice, saying that the rain would stop soon, and at least Lu Shuangqing and the others would not have to worry about everyone's rations today, nor would they have to starve themselves to save a few bites of food for other team members. She had done a good job, so she should not be upset. Shu Fu opened her eyes, and saw Yao Ruoyun's cautious look, and then smiled. After that, she reached out her hand from the edge of the hood, took something from her ear, and stuffed it into Yao Ruoyun's ear. Suddenly, a soft and soothing song sounded in Yao Ruoyun's ears. This was a song accompanied by guitar, and it was one of Shu Fu's songs, Insomnia, which gave her a leisurely and comfortable feeling. Yao Ruoyun opened her eyes wide in surprise, but she held back her voice. She reached out to put the small short cordless earphones in more firmly, and then followed Shu Fu's example, pulling up the hood to cover her ears, and then tying the hat string around her chin. How could she forget that her senior was a doryman? So now, there are 2 hidden youths next to the shelter. Yao Ruoyun also put her hands in her pockets, and sat there in the same position as Shu Fu, because she was afraid that she couldn't hear other people talking. The earphones didn't turn on the anti-noise mode, but because of this, the sound of rain outside the tunnel became the background sound of the song. If we ignore this dim and old tunnel, the current situation of the survivors trapped, Yao Ruoyun used to like to lean on the sofa on rainy afternoons, listen to music, read books and eat some snacks. After listening to music and closing her eyes, she always had the illusion of time dislocation, as if she was not in a strange tunnel far away from her hometown, but in her safe and warm home. On the afternoon of the holiday, she was at home to retaliate, while her parents were busy in the kitchen. As soon as she opened her eyes, she could see her mother coming out of the kitchen, asking her if she was hungry, and whether she wanted to eat a bowl of bubble wontons. She had been eating them since she was a child, and she was really tired of them. She firmly said no, saying that she wanted to eat fried chicken wings and boiled fish. So her mother had no choice but to go back to the kitchen and continue to be busy. Soon, the aroma of fried chicken wings floated out of the kitchen. Yao Ruoyun missed home, and also missed her parents. But their home in Suicheng was gone. Fortunately, she now had a small raft house. And when she met her parents again, they would have a home again. She leaned on Shu Fu's shoulder, and quietly rubbed the tears from her eyes on Shu Fu's clothes. Shu Fu did not open her eyes, but raised her hand and gently patted her on the head. When An came over and called him to get the supplies, he was immediately speechless by the two hidden youths leaning against each other. Oh, what's going on? Go quickly. It's okay to leave it alone if you don't eat it. On the other side, the captains of the two teams gathered together to supervise, and sent people to count the food they found. A total of 35 packs of instant noodles, 41 packs of snail noodles. Lu Shuang seemed to be afraid of missing something, and suggested searching the construction waste area again, and actually found a box of canned vegetables under another scaffolding. There were 40 cans in a box, and there were 5 or 6 different flavors, such as old duck soup, chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pork, beef brisket with potatoes, pork with preserved vegetables. They were so moved that tears flowed from their mouths. On this day, the survivors in the tunnel seemed to be celebrating a festival. Someone calculated the date, and found that today seemed to be a festival. Oh my God! Today is New Year's Day. Isn't it? I didn't remember the date. Don't make a mistake. Wait. At such a critical moment, it's worth turning on my phone to consume some power. Someone immediately took out a phone from his inner pocket, and found that it was not New Year's Day yet. The date was December 31st. The last day of the year. Wow! Tonight is New Year's Eve. With all this food, today is really a day worth celebrating. But we actually found that place before. How come we didn't find these foods? Someone also questioned. As soon as this was said, several people turned around and looked at the person who was holding his head high, accepting the praises from others. Yeah, I remember I looked around there several times and didn't find any food, and it was such a big box. How is it possible? Hey, do you think he is the rumored superpower? Someone also speculated in a low voice. He is like that. And he is also a superpower. How can he be so generous? Just now, when he heard that the supplies were to be divided equally, his face turned black. Don't worry about it. No matter where the food came from or who put it there. It has saved our lives now. Don't study it. You won't find anything. It's better to have a good meal with a grateful heart. Yao Ruoyun will always remember this day. She and her senior, Cheng Yu and Lu Shuang's team, and a lot of survivors who were completely unfamiliar to her, hid in a tunnel in the bad weather outside, cooked instant noodles, cooked snail noodles, opened cans, and celebrated the new year together. Chapter 116 Wei County. In the cold and dark tunnel, it was particularly lively today. Some people saw the snail noodles as if they had seen their relatives, and they could not wait to get them and cook them. Some people could not stand the smell of snail noodles, and took their food and hid far away. But the unique smell of snail noodles drifted in the tunnel, and it could not be dispersed at all. Some people had to stuff paper balls in their nostrils to isolate the smell, and some people joined in when they could not beat them, and tried to taste it, and were amazed. Lu Shuang and Cheng Yu's team also cooked snail noodles. Shu Fu took out her dehydrated vegetable bag from her backpack, and cooked a pot of vegetable soup. She opened one can of each dish, and then opened all the military ration bags that Cheng Yu and his team had left for them. They put them all on the camping table where the team ate, indicating that today was New Year's Eve. And everyone in the team had a good meal. The two of them were on duty and served as waiters, except for Lu Shuang and Han Lan. The other team members all turned around and looked at Cheng Yu. They each had a bowl of snail noodles. They thought that today's dinner time was over. But now they were told that it had just begun. Shu Fu had already taken Cheng Yu's stainless steel lunch box, filled it with rice, put some vegetables on it, and then placed it in front of him. Keep eating. Finish it all. And drink the soup well in addition to the rice. Next, it was Lu Shuang and Han Lan's lunch boxes. She also filled them all, and then went to get a stainless steel cup, and began to serve soup to them one by one. On the other side of the table, Yao Ruoyun was also serving rice to Wenru and the others. You must finish it all. Don't think that my senior, and I don't know that you secretly took half of your compressed biscuits and soaked them in water to feed the wounded members of the rescue team over there. And, Sister Wenru, is your shoulder injury healed? If it's not healed, then why don't you take the medicine well? You gave the medicine to the wounded. Right. As she said this, she took out half a box of anti-inflammatory medicine from her pocket and placed it next to Wenru's lunch box, indicating that she was watching her today and asked her to take the medicine after eating. Wenru, who was criticized by name. Let's eat, today is special, everyone eat well, this is an order. After Cheng Yu finished speaking, he was the first to pick up the spoon and lunch box, then he looked at Shu Fu, and his voice slowed down a bit. You also sit down to eat. Lu Shuang had already taken another stainless steel lunch box, filled it with some rice and vegetables, reached out, and pulled Shu Fu over, let her sit next to him, and directly stuffed a spoon into her hand. Be good, let's eat together. Across the table, Yao Ruoyun also sat down, and served her rice and soup. Wenru pushed the rice and soup in front of her with her left hand. The camping table was not big. Before, people didn't eat around the table. After all, each meal was just a few bites of compressed biscuits and some water. You could finish it standing up. All 12 people sat around the table at once. It was actually a bit crowded. Everyone didn't dare to move too much, for fear of squeezing the people next to them. But this meal was the happiest meal everyone had after taking refuge in this tunnel. Before midnight, some survivors turned on their mobile phones, and didn't care about consuming the last bit of power. They set an alarm on their mobile phones, and counted down for 1 minute, with the people next to them. Next to the fire next to the armored vehicle. The team members also looked at their watches together, counting down the last minute of the year. When the new year came, the alarms of mobile phones rang in several places in the tunnel. The sounds of the alarms gathered together, like the bells welcoming the new year. Many people closed their eyes in such sounds, and made sincere wishes, hoping to be reunited with their families in the new year, to go to a safe city, to have a house that can shelter from the wind and rain, and to eat hot meals every meal. I don't know if there are too many people making wishes, but on the morning of the first day of the new year, the storm that had been like a high-pressure water gun for several days finally subsided, and the thunderstorm stopped completely. Although the rain did not stop, it was not a problem to move on foot with this level of rainfall. However, not everyone in the team had rain gear. Even if some of the wounded women and children were put on the armored vehicles, half of the remaining people did not have rain gear. In the past few days, they had studied the nearby map over and over again for a long time. This place was close to the Insha River. The area was remote. The mountain road was narrow. There was a steep and bare rock wall on one side, and a cliff slope on the other side. Except for Wei County, there was no other county nearby, and there was no rescue point. After looking around, the nearest rescue station is still the one we planned before. To get there, you have to cross the bridge. In addition to the collapsed bridge 30 kilometers away, the nearest bridge is 50 kilometers away. That bridge is more solid and should not be damaged in the previous disaster. But you need to go back, and after crossing the river, you will be farther away from the rescue station. In total, you have to walk more than 100 kilometers. Before the rain stopped today, everyone else assumed that this route was the fastest way to get out of trouble. But after finding that the rain had stopped today, I always felt that walking more than 100 kilometers on foot would take too much time. I was afraid that the weather would suddenly turn bad halfway, and there would be no place to hide. Can't we send a car to explore the way? This way, we can call for help directly, and maybe even bring back supplies. Someone in the rescue team raised an opinion. Not enough fuel. Once the car goes there, it can't come back. And we don't know the situation of the rescue point yet. If there is no fuel, there is no food. What about calling for drone rescue like before? If it's just a lack of fuel, it's certainly possible with the current weather conditions. But what we lack now is a car. On Lan's side, they had also thought about calling for help. But to solve their problem now, Drones alone are not enough, unless several manned helicopters are sent to take people away directly. However, at the current stage, Shizhou province is too busy to take care of itself. After the satellite call was made, the other party clearly stated that if they wanted to mobilize manned helicopters from Shizhou province, they would have to wait at least half a month. In the current weather, drones for airdropping supplies can be arranged. As long as the weather conditions do not deteriorate, they can be dispatched within 48 hours. But these 48 hours are too long. This is a canyon mountain road, and next to it is the Insha River. Although the current rainfall will not cause the water level to rise to flood the mountain road, it is hard to say if they stay there any longer, and it starts to rain heavily again. A distance of more than 100 kilometers. A normal person can walk to it in about 24 hours. But if they continue to wait in the tunnel for 48 hours, if the weather is bad again, the drone cannot come. And 2 days later, if they want to move again, they may be so hungry that they don't even have the strength to walk. It's different now. They just found supplies yesterday, and they all had a full meal. The rain is not too heavy, so it's a good time to move. Moreover, there are places to shelter from the wind and rain along the way. This area is all mountainous. After turning on the way, they will pass through 2 shorter tunnels, and the bridge hole across the mountain road. These places can be used as their resting places. The normal walking speed of humans is 5 kilometers per hour. As long as the weather does not deteriorate, they will reach the bridge after nightfall today. If they want to rest for a night, there are also houses, like rest houses for staff or distribution rooms near the bridge. They can always find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. After successfully crossing the river the next morning and reaching the Southwest Highlands, the transfer was halfway completed. In addition, they had checked before that the rock wall on one side of the mountain road was bare and barren. So at least they didn't have to worry about disasters such as mudslides. And they wouldn't encounter chain disasters if they moved on foot. The area on the other side was slightly higher in altitude, with a flat and gentle terrain. There were also other county towns and villages near the rescue station. When they arrived at the rescue station on the other side, they could usually find some supplies. Even if the situation there was so bad that there was no food at all, they could always find some cars and fuel. And they could send a car to the nearby county to look for them. If there is really nothing, then just wait for the airdrop supplies. In short, going there is better than staying in this mountain tunnel with nothing. One choice is a predetermined outcome, and the other choice still has 50% hope. For the people in Chengyu team, no one will choose to sit and wait for death. Captain, they are right. It is too passive to continue waiting here. While everyone has the strength to walk now, we should set off immediately. A female member of the rescue team spoke up. The voice sounded familiar. Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyan both looked at her for a second, and found that she was the one who stayed behind when everyone evacuated the clinic building and bandaged Winru's wounds without panic. She left a deep impression on Xu Fu. She could endure the injury and shoot accurately. And she could calm down and treat the injured team members when everyone fled in panic. She was brave and resourceful. Very smart and powerful. Captain, when he is right, even if you want to wait for drones to drop supplies, you can go to the rescue station on the other side and wait. It's also a small county town. At least everyone can solve the problem of living there. There must be hospitals and clinics there. The equipment should be there. Xiaofeng and the other 2 can't wait any longer. The Xiaofeng mentioned by the teammate was the 2 people who were injured when the supply warehouse was robbed. The leader of the rescue team looked at his teammates, then looked back at the ambulance, and nodded to Chengyu and the others. Agreed to move immediately. We agree too. On the other side, the 4 remaining members of the rescue station also nodded. Okay, each of you notify the people in your team, and leave in 15 minutes. The survivors in the tunnel did not have much supplies with them, and they packed up in a few minutes. Their current fuel basically came from the previous supply of Chengyu's team, so when driving a few cars on the road, the survivors had no say in who could get on the car. It was precisely because of the lack of all kinds of messy noises that Lu Shuang and Han Lan completed the arrangements quickly and orderly within 5 minutes. The entire team had 5 people under the age of 14 and over the age of 60. 2 people who were seriously injured and unconscious. 1 person who was seriously injured and in the recovery period. And 11 people who were slightly injured and in the recovery period. These people squeezed together, and both the rear compartment of the ambulance and the armored vehicle could sit. Next were Chengyu and Wenro. Both of them had not recovered from their injuries, and there were seats in the driving area, so there was no need to walk in the rain. When Ro entered the rear compartment of the armored vehicle and coordinated the discipline in the compartment, An and Chungyu entered the driving area. An's leg injury was almost healed, and there was no problem driving, and he was familiar with the car, and he was the most stable driver in the team. The other team arranged 2 people in the ambulance driving area, so there were about 30 people left who needed to walk. The total number of rain gears for everyone was about 20, which was definitely not enough, but Lu Shuang and Han Lan did not force the rain gear to be given to the weaker people. Basically, it was a voluntary principle. If you have rain gear, wear it. If you are willing to let others give way, if you are not willing, don't give way. The same is true for the team members. Just because someone is a rescuer or a member of the army, they don't have to make sacrifices. Now everyone is trapped here, everyone is a survivor, and their own life is the same. You must save yourself first before you can continue to save others. But fortunately, the temperature has risen in the past few days. At the moment, the temperature outside is about 13 to 15 degrees. It's a little cold, but it's not freezing cold after all. Many people's clothes are waterproof. Pull up the hood, and it will pass if you endure it. Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyan also planned to do so. They had taken out a lot of things from their backpacks recently, so it was not suitable to take out a full set of raincoats and rain pants. But the jackets and pants they were wearing were given by Chungyu before. They were large in size, had a large hood, and were very waterproof. In addition, ski goggles could also keep out rain, and snow gaiters could be worn from boots to knees. Originally, they were used to keep out snow, but now they are also used to keep out rain. 15 minutes later, the 2 teams were ready to set off. The ambulance drove in the front. If they crossed the river smoothly, they would speed up to the rescue point county first, find a hospital or clinic first, and place the seriously injured in the car. The people walking walked in the middle, and the armored vehicles followed behind. Before the car started, Chungyu got out of the passenger seat and asked Chikai to get in. Chikai was good at computers, and his physical strength was the weakest in the team. Chungyu pulled up the hood of his jacket and walked 2 steps behind Xu Fu. Behind him, Han Lan, who was walking next to Lu Shuang, said, "Why did he let Chikai get in the car? If he really cared about her, he should let the little girl get in the car." Lu Shuang gave him a look that said you know nothing and didn't even bother to speak. Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyan carried their waterproof backpacks in front of them, so that they could take things out at any time. However, although their backpacks looked big, they actually didn't have anything heavy in them, so they didn't feel tired carrying them. As the ambulance slowly drove out, everyone stepped out of the tunnel where they had been hiding for many days. 3 consecutive days of heavy rain had changed the world outside. When all the survivors came, it was still a cold winter with ice and snow outside. But now it was a world of water. On the rock wall on one side of the mountain road, there were several streams of water rushing down. They were all rainwater that had not been drained away in the mountains above. Like a waterfall, it flowed down the bare rock wall, passed through the mountain road where they were, and headed towards the cliff slope on the other side. Under the cliff slope, the water level of the Insha River, which was originally very low, also rose several meters. Even if you don't stick your head out, you can see the surging river water rushing from the northwest. The sound of rain and water flow is everywhere, and it is noisy. They are heading north, heading to the upper reaches of the Insha River. This is a long transfer road, and it is still raining, so everyone is walking very hard. But for Xu Fu, walking is much safer than taking a car. The Insha River is the boundary between the 3 regions, separating Shizhou Province, Xiangzhou Province, and the Southwest Plateau. She didn't know where her boundary was, and she had been guessing what kind of task the last 5% of the progress bar would present. During the days, she was stuck in the tunnel, because she was with Lu Shuang and Han Lan day and night. She saw the other party's white light bar flash twice. The progress was not fast. Lu Shuang still had a quarter to go, and Han Lan still had a third. Xu Fu analyzed the difference between the 2 of them, and Yao Ruoyun, and the other 2, and felt that the white light bar should be related to the trust value in her. After all, they are warriors, soldiers. It is impossible to gain their 100% trust as easily as Chen Fa, Lu Zheng, and Yao Ruoyun. Moreover, before they awaken and reveal their positions, she cannot treat them without reservation. In the past, Lu Zheng, Chen Fa, and Yao Ruoyun might not care about this kind of reservation, or even not notice it at all. But they are different. Their intuition is sharper. Therefore, It is a paradox to have to be reserved and to make the other party's white light bar fill up quickly. Fortunately, Xu Fu was not in a hurry. She knew very well that the only important thing at present was to upgrade the raft to level 5 as soon as possible. She had a hunch that when the raft was upgraded to level 5, everything would undergo a qualitative leap. More than an hour later, the people who had been trekking in the rain passed the fork in the road leading to the provincial road in Weixian, and continued to move forward along the winding canyon mountain road. Xu Fu used the backpack to cover up and took a look at the map. This fork in the road should be the only one near this mountain road. The next closest intersection was the river bridge 50 kilometers away. 2 hours later, they successfully reached the first bridge hole, rested for 20 minutes, ate some compressed biscuits and drank some water. And then, they were on the road again. The afternoon journey was a bit difficult, because the rain became heavier and the wind became stronger. The rain hit everyone in waves, not just their bodies, which were soaked anyway, but their faces. They walked in the direction of the wind, and the rain blurred their vision and poured into their mouths and noses, making them unable to see the road ahead clearly. An hour later, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. Gao Shan, the short team member walking in front of the survivors, turned back to cheer everyone up. Behind him, the walking members of Cheng Yu's team all responded loudly. In fact, the members of the Weixian rescue team and the survivors knew that if it weren't for them, even if the other elite team lost a car, the remaining armored vehicle would be enough to carry all their members and the 2 girls on the road easily. If they didn't want to, they didn't have to pay any attention to this old and weak army. They distributed food to everyone, and they also shared fuel, even though the indifferent female captain reminded them again and again before departure. Everyone was a survivor, and no rescuer or military personnel had the obligation to make sacrifices and dedication, and let everyone save themselves first. But she also did not get into the armored vehicle, but like the other team members, she gave her seat to the wounded. They knew very well in their hearts that they were the burden on this team, and the other team was sacrificing themselves to save their lives. Thank you. In the wind and rain, someone spoke with a choked voice. There was the first one, and then the second one. Soon, the voices of the survivors became louder. Some said thank you, and some cheered each other up. In the voices of mutual encouragement, they were once again full of fighting spirit, and tried to speed up their pace. Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun were actually very tired. However, this is not the peaceful era after all. In the past year, they have experienced and grown. They soon readjusted their breathing and pace with the encouragement of the people around them. It will take more than an hour to reach the next rest point. Cheng Yu, who was walking 2 steps behind Xu Fu, said. Xu Fu looked back at him. Although he rarely spoke to her since they set out, he was always within her sight. It seemed that as long as she needed it, he could always reach out and give it to her. Xu Fu pointed at his arm. Is the injury okay? It's been fine for a long time. He smiled. The last armored vehicle in the team suddenly stopped. Winry got off the vehicle and drove another team member who was walking at the end onto the vehicle. Soon, several more people got off the vehicle. All of them were injured, including members of the rescue team and ordinary survivors. They gave up their seats and let the survivors who were walking at the end, who were heavy-footed and exhausted, get on the vehicle. The panting survivors were confused. Our injuries are not that serious. Let's walk for a while. After a while, when you have rested, come down and take our place. Chi Kai and An also got out of the car. They originally wanted Cheng Yu and Xu Fu to get in the car. Cheng Yu finally asked Lu Xuan to drive, and Xu Fu asked Yao Ruoyun to sit in the passenger seat for a while. Senior sister Yao Ruoyun refused. Xu Fu pushed her indirectly. You sit. I can walk. It's not that she didn't want to take a ride, but she didn't want to disappear in front of Lu Xuan and Cheng Yu. There was only one mountain road in the canyon. If she was stuck in a wall in the car, and suddenly appeared on the mountain road behind the team, the scene was indescribable just thinking about it. The ambulance in front also stopped, and the only slightly injured survivor in the back car got out of the car, and another slightly injured team member in the passenger seat also got out of the car, and let the 2 people with wet clothes and pale faces get in. These people may have been strangers to each other, may have complained and blamed each other during the disaster period, but at least they did not cross their bottom line in the difficult situation, and did not go down a road of no return like others. On this road, they experienced freezing rain, snowstorms, extremely low temperatures, avalanches, hail, trapped in buildings by several meters of snow, trapped in tunnels under the attack of freezing rain and huge hail, experienced several attacks by gangsters and food crisis. Everyone stumbled together, accompanied and relied on each other in the difficult situation. To this day, they have already developed a revolutionary friendship. Because of this bond, they paid more and more attention to the people around them. They hoped that all of them could transfer smoothly together, and did not want anyone to be left behind. More than an hour later, they arrived at the second rest point, a tunnel where you can see the other end from one end. This time, they only rested for 15 minutes, and then they were on the road again. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still about 20 kilometers of road waiting for them ahead. If everything went well, they would arrive in 4 hours. They wanted to reach the overnight stop before it got completely dark. In the following days, everyone still took turns to rest and ride in the car. Because of the good coordination, the walking speed was even faster than in the morning. But they walked faster, but still couldn't catch up with the speed of darkness. It was a gloomy rainy day, but at 5 or 6 in the afternoon, it was completely dark around, the rain was getting heavier, and the surroundings were full of noisy water sounds, and everyone could hardly hear the voices of the people next to them. The streetlights in this area had been off for a long time. It was not known whether it was because of a power outage, or the lights themselves were broken. The light on the mountain road was dim. The ambulance and the armored vehicle quickly turned on their lights. The ambulance turned on the high beam, to help the pedestrians behind it to find the way. The armored vehicle only turned on the basic lights to prevent the light from being too dazzling to the people in front. But even with the lights on, it became more and more difficult for everyone to walk. The rain had already turned into a torrential rain. Rain was constantly flowing down from the mountain wall on the side, as if countless streams were falling from their side. Even the mountain road they were walking on had formed clusters of flowing water, making it slippery everywhere. Someone slipped and fell on the mountain road. He was swept to the side by the current for a distance. Fortunately, a team member on the other side grabbed him. The other people hurriedly helped the man up. After he stood up, his feet were still shaking. It was not known whether he fell or was afraid. This mountain road was not wide. Most sections did not even have guardrails. If he was pushed forward by the current a little more, he might have been washed directly down the cliff. There was Insha River below. Even if the water level was high now, he might not fall to his death. But his swimming skills were SOSO. The current of Insha River was so fast that he would probably die if he went down. Several people turned around and wanted to continue walking, and wanted to walk closer to the mountain wall on the inner side of the mountain road. But the female team member who first grabbed him took 2 steps in the opposite direction. She looked out towards the river water under the cliff, but turned her head in the direction they came from. The man who fell naturally knew this female team member. Her name was Wen-yi, from the rescue team. He asked her what happened. Wen-yi maintained that posture, motionless, and even took off the hood of her jacket after a while, as if she wanted to hear some sound more clearly. She quickly took out the flashlight and shone it towards the river. Several people nearby were just walking back. They all saw the water surface illuminated by the flashlight and exclaimed, "Oh my God! When did the water level become so high?" At first, the river surface was about 20 meters away from the mountain road on the cliff slope. After a few days of heavy rain, the water level rose when they set out this morning. But it was still more than 10 meters away, about the height of 3 or 4 floors. But now, there is only 2 or 3 meters left, and the entire sloping cliff slope is almost gone. The movement of the few people soon made the other walkers stop. And finally, the 2 cars also stopped one after another. Han Lan was close, and was the first to walk to the cliff slope, and he also noticed the water level. But Wen-yi, who first noticed something wrong, spoke up at this time. "The river water is wrong. It's wrong. The water level is rising so fast." Someone next to him replied, "No." Han Lan reacted, "This is Insha River. It should have flowed from northwest to southeast, which is the opposite of the direction we are walking. But now, the river is flowing in the same direction as we are walking. This river is flowing backwards." Chapter 117 Wei County. Is the Insha River flowing backwards? Behind them, Lu Shuang and Cheng Yu spoke almost at the same time. The next moment, Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyan followed Cheng Yu and the others, and ran quickly towards the cliff. How is this possible? The others on the side got goosebumps immediately. Such a big river, how could it suddenly flow backwards? The flow of river water is affected by many factors, including terrain, water flow speed and water level, and reverse flow may occur under certain conditions. For example, Heavy rain caused floods. Not only heavy rain, but also the continuous snowstorms for more than half a month, which accumulated a large amount of solid water, ice and snow, on the mountains and land. After that, the temperature rose too quickly, and the ice and snow layer melted within a day, and the solid water returned to liquid water, coupled with the heavy rain for several consecutive days. If the entire northern hemisphere was like this, the amount of water pouring into the flood zone and low-altitude areas at the same time would reach an astronomical figure, which would eventually cause an unprecedented flood. Flood! Several voices sounded at the same time. Yes, is it the flood from downstream? When saying this, everyone had the same panic and doubt in their hearts. What kind of flood would it be to make the water of the Insha River flow backwards? Everyone looked at the other side of the river. It was pitch black over there. Nothing could be seen. All around were the noisy sounds of rain and water. It was impossible to tell with the naked eye whether the flood was coming towards them. But even if the flood had not yet arrived, according to the current rate of increase in the river water level, the narrow mountain road where they were would soon be submerged by the rising water level of the Insha River. There was a cliff on the other side of the mountain road, which was impossible to climb. They were like trapped animals on a long island. No matter whether they ran back or continued to run forward, they were always in the flooded area of the river and could not run out. What should we do? Don't be stunned. Get in the car. Drive away from this mountain road. Everyone should get in the car. But the problem now is that there are not enough cars. This is really terrible. It's so dark above the river that you can't see anything. Run. How to run? This mountain road is so long. What's the point of running? It doesn't matter where you run to. Then climb up. How to climb? This mountain wall is so steep. Let alone us, even that elite team can't climb up. Stop talking. The more you talk, the more confused I get. Amid the panicked voices of the crowd, a dazzling red arc of light appeared on the dark water, heading in the direction they came from, and passing through the air above the water. That was a signal flare from a gun. Chung Yu retracted his hand, loaded another one into the gun, then raised his hand again, and shot in a higher direction. Two signal flares appeared in the heavy rain in the night sky. Affected by the bad weather, the light arc of the signal flare flickered, and was not as bright as on a clear night, but it was enough to illuminate the dark waters, so that the survivor standing on the cliff road could see the scene on the water surface over there. The whole wide Insha River was still surging and rushing as they had seen when they set out in the morning, but the flow direction had completely changed, and waves were coming from the other end of the river, from the downstream direction. The reverse water flow was like a wave, completely overwhelmed the original river surface. The waves in the distance were stacked one after another. Wherever the waves passed, the water level rose rapidly. The waves merged into the river, abnormally changing the original flow of the river, and then it repeated. In the distance, there were more waves coming in layers. That was a flood that could cause rivers and lakes to flow backwards. Such a scene showed that the water level in the entire downstream area was already far higher than the area where they were. From the time they first realized something was wrong to the moment, the water level under the cliff seemed to have risen a little bit, and the speed of increase was completely visible to the naked eye. Almost everyone standing on the cliff side subconsciously took a few steps back. They had already come here, and it seemed that they were only a little distance away from crossing the river to the other side. But was this the only way they could go? The light of the two flares gradually dimmed. Everyone stared at the little bit of light that was dissipating, as if they saw their own life gradually fading. Just as the starlight was about to dissipate, another ray of light swept across the dark night sky and fell on the surging river surface. In the crowd, someone fired another flare. The flashing method of the flare was slightly different from the previous one. It was a hand-pulled flare specially used for asking for help. Some of the material packages airdropped to the disaster area have such flares. At this moment, many people in the team also have them in their backpacks. It is one of the essential materials they carry for a long time. However, many people have made a wish that they would not use this flare before reaching the safe zone of Shizhou province. Firing this flare means that they are in a dangerous situation where they cannot save themselves and can only hope for the arrival of rescuers. But now, members of the rescue team, members of the army, and even members of another elite team are all around them. In this situation, who else can they ask for help? They suddenly felt desperate. Would they really draw lots to decide who can live, who gets on the bus, and who leaves? Let's draw lots. Those who can escape are those who can escape. Someone suddenly spoke up. But more people were resisting, and shaking their heads. What's the point of surviving like this? Even if they escape death this time, they will remember for the rest of their lives that their lives were exchanged for the lives of other companions. While most of the survivors were desperate and confused under the impact of life and death, a small number of survivors and rescuers had already followed the elite team to take action. They came to the rock wall on the other side of the mountain road, thinking about the possibility of climbing up from here. As long as one person can climb up and fix the rope, then everyone else below can climb up. But the problem is that the rock wall on this side is not only almost straight, but also bare and slippery, and rain is still flowing down. Among all the people, Winru, who has the strongest rock climbing ability and experience, tried to climb, but her shoulder injury had not healed, and she could not exert her full strength at all. She fell down after only 2 steps, and was caught by several team members. Winru shook her head. If the climbing equipment was there, I could bolt it up. But her climbing equipment was all in the off-road vehicle. She left everything behind when she was in a hurry to escape from Wei County. Thinking of this, Winru blamed herself so much that she hit herself twice. Try again. Find something to replace the bolts. Changyu strode over. He had asked An to drive the armored vehicle to the rock wall in front. He threw his backpack into the driver's seat, put on his tactical gloves again, and prepared to climb up along the edge of the armored vehicle's door. The armored vehicle was several meters high, which could reduce some of the distance needed to climb. Winru had already climbed into the armored vehicle, first took a roll of rope and hung it on her body, and then began to look for anything that could replace bolts, rock spikes, and rock plugs. Lu Shuang also entered the vehicle, and asked Winru while searching. Outside the vehicle, Han Lan also began to prepare. He was also good at rock climbing, and more people trying could buy more time. Can your arms do it? He asked Changyu. Yes. Changyu was concise, and turned around inadvertently, and saw Xu Fu standing not far away. She stood in the rain, looking up, as if checking the mountain wall. The mountain wall was very high, at least 100 meters. If it wasn't raining, it would be possible to climb up. But now, Changyu saw her tightly locked brows. She didn't often show such an expression, solemn and silent, as if there were a lot of invisible weights pressing on her slender body. Wait a minute, he said to Han Lan. Turn around and strode toward Xu Fu. Xu Fu felt him approaching, and looked back at him. You want to climb up? This is the only way. No, there is another way. Xu Fu glanced at the armored vehicle, with a serious face. You can drive away. It doesn't matter how you sit at this time. You can squeeze more people into the car, and some people can climb onto the roof. In any case, at least the members of your team can leave alive, and you can save some people. The rest, they are not your responsibility. Didn't Sister Lu Shuang say that everyone is a survivor, and rescuers don't have to make sacrifices? You have to save yourself first. Then you can save others. Changyu didn't expect her to say so much at once. He looked at her, smiled, and put his hand on her hood. Don't worry. It's okay. It's not the last moment yet. Everyone is still working hard. We have to give it a try. On the other side, when Ro and Lu Shuang climbed out of the car, holding some ropes and tools on their bodies and hands. Captain! Coming! Changyu responded, rubbing her head with his big hand as if to comfort her, and then strode towards his teammates. We only found these. I can't guarantee that it will work. Let's try. Winru indicated. Okay. Let's try. Changyu took off his hood, stepped on the edge of the car door, and climbed onto the roof in a few steps. Winru and Lu Shuang also climbed up and began to prepare rock climbing equipment for Changyu and Han Lan. On the other side, the survivors on the cliff took out hand-pulled flares from their backpacks and pulled them one by one towards the night sky above the river. They knew that no one would come to rescue them, but they still held on to a tiny hope and sent out a distress signal. 1, 2, 4, 5. The entire dark surface of the Insha River suddenly seemed to be lit up by several fireworks. Red, blue, yellow, white. In the flashing lights, they once again saw the waves coming from the other side of the Insha River. The water level near them was higher than before, and there was only a drop of less than 2 meters from the cliff road where they were. The rain around them was very noisy, but they could still hear the roar of the rushing waves, which was the flood that was getting closer and closer to them. Yao Ruoyun stood by the cliff. She nervously grabbed the backpack in front of her, waiting. Xu Fu quickly came over shaking her head in the other's nervous and expectant eyes. The two of them met eyes, and communicated silently. They will not leave. They are soldiers, and will never run away from the battlefield. But, if they don't leave, even if they don't record me afterwards, there is no room for so many people on the raft deck. And the flood is too fast, the raft will be caught up soon. Right? Shu Fu looked at the river surface lit up by several flares, and said softly again, there is another way, but I have never tried it before. Or it has never been placed, so it is not certain how big it will be after it is placed, nor is it certain which areas are accessible. But thinking about it now, everything seemed to be destined. Above the river, the light of the last few flares gradually faded. Some people had already lost their temper, and sat down on the mountain road, hanging their heads in despair. But at the same moment, someone suddenly pointed at the river not far away and shouted, "Look! What is that?" "What?" Others were attracted by her shouting, and looked up at the river again. Someone, at this time, sent another flare, and on the river's surface, illuminated by the flare again, a large ship appeared. A house? A villa? The people who were still sitting on the ground stood up quickly, stretched their necks, and kept wiping the rain off their faces and eyes, wishing to grow 4 eyes, so that they could see the fast-moving thing clearly. It was not a boat. It was not a house either. It was a super-large raft with front and rear armor plates and a 3-story luxury villa. Half an hour later, when everyone boarded the raft, carefully and tentatively walked along the shiny new log-colored stairs from both sides of the deck behind the villa, and climbed onto the large glass terrace with sliding doors on the 3rd floor, I was still in a daze, suspecting that I was dreaming. No one knew when this strange big raft appeared, where it drifted from, why it accurately docked next to the cliff where they were with the rear deck facing backwards, and why it could travel so smoothly and quickly on the rough waves. They didn't even feel that they were on the water. Where is the cockpit? Where is the power? Where is the owner of the raft? Is this really the raft of the superpower in the rumors? Why is it completely different from what they have heard? They had too many questions. But no one spoke, because they knew that the others around them were also confused like them. Everyone was doubting that everything in front of them was just their fantasy. But on the rear deck under the stairs, their snow-beaten ambulance was still parked. And further back, the armored vehicle was parked. This wide rear deck is as big as half a basketball court, and it has an automatically retractable fence around it. The fence is made of wood and glass, about 1.5 meters high, with a rustic style, not like a modern electronic product. But when the first person who tried, when he walked down the cliff, approached the raft and wanted to directly climb over the fence on the rear deck, the wooden and glass fence on the side of the raft deck actually all automatically lowered and disappeared uniformly on the thin deck, and no one knew where it shrunk to. After that, the second, the third person, one after another, they stepped onto the raft tentatively. No matter how many people boarded, the raft always stayed there steadily, without shaking or moving, as if quietly waiting for everyone and the car to board. What happened here quickly attracted the attention of other team members on the mountain wall. When he, who was the first to board the raft, originally thought that the elite team would hesitate when they suddenly saw such a raft that went beyond the logic of reality, and at least make a decision whether to board after a little investigation. But their tall captain just stood on the cliff and stared at the raft for a few seconds, then turned back and gave orders, asking everyone to board the raft as quickly as possible. After that, all the survivors and team members went down the cliff one after another, and then the car slowly drove down the cliff, and actually drove up directly, until everyone and the car were all on the rear deck. The raft that was originally quietly moored suddenly started, and it began to move away from the flood, in the direction of the original upstream of the Insha River. The fence behind the deck rose up silently and automatically, and the entire rear deck became a safe space again. The rear deck was more than 100 square meters, but after 2 cars and more than 50 people came up, it still seemed a bit crowded. So someone took out a flashlight and began to check the raft. It was not known whether it was because it was dark, or the owner of the villa had locked all the doors and windows, or whether these doors and windows were all installed with one-way glass. In short, they could not see the scenery inside the villa through the glass walls and glass doors. They found that they could not get close to the door and eaves of the villa. There seemed to be an invisible and cold wall in the air, blocking their way. The decks on the left and right sides of the villa were very narrow, and they could not get to the front deck through the 2 sides. Finally, someone found the wooden stairs on both sides of the back deck leading to the top of the villa. This time, They successfully walked up. The entire glass terrace is about 70 to 80 square meters. The ground is a log-colored floor. The lower half of the surrounding area is a wooden fence inlaid with glass. The upper and top are fully enclosed glass walls. There is a glass sliding window above the front fence. Someone went forward to try it, and found that the window could be opened. They lay in front of the glass window, shining a flashlight on the front deck. They could see the balcony with wooden eaves and glass swimming pool on the second floor of the villa. The luxurious built-in sofa booth under the pure glass ceiling on the front deck. The infinity massage bath on the far left of the deck. The lounge chair. The rocking chair. Although it was dark everywhere, the flashlight could show the luxury and comfort of the entertainment area on the front deck. This didn't look like a raft at all. It was a luxurious villa floating on the water. Someone was brave enough to climb over the terrace and go down to the front deck through the balcony. But when the man finally climbed out of the glass window, he found himself hitting the air wall below. Just like in front of the back door of the villa, there was an invisible cold air wall that stopped his action. This strange and unreasonable scene made the man panic and turned back to the terrace. He failed to get down, but because the window was open, the heavy rain outside rushed in through the open window, wetting a large area of the floor. Under the condemning eyes of others, the man hurriedly closed the window again, retreated to the corner of the terrace, stopped making a fuss, and began to lie on the glass to watch the roaring water outside. The whole raft was luxurious and new, but it was also very strange. They didn't even know if there was anyone inside, but they understood from these many restrictions that they were just a group of uninvited guests. The other party asked them to board the raft and carried them upstream away from the flood. It did not mean that the whole villa was open to them, and they were welcomed as guests. It was simply to save their lives. But for the survivors, this alone was enough. The terrace was not empty. There were some wooden benches and long tables fixed in place. The shapes were very stylish and beautiful, very much like the public facilities in the park, and seemed to be provided for guests to sit. Someone sat down carefully and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that nothing unexpected happened. Although there were many people but few chairs, everyone did not dare to sit at the table. Finally, they found their own corners on the terrace, either standing or sitting on the ground. After their noisy heartbeats and breathing gradually calmed down, they began to communicate in low voices. The waves on the river outside were very fast. Occasionally, at the bends of the river, you could see whirlpools of waves from two different directions, forward and reverse, colliding with each other. But when the raft passed by, it always remained stable and moved forward very quickly. The flood did not catch up with them. Some people called the raft Noah's Ark, and some people opposed it, thinking that it was in Huagua, and it should not be named after a foreign myth. It would be more appropriate to call it Huagua No. 1, or use some names in myths and legends. For example, Yutu No. 1. Another example, Wukong No. 1. Next, Balian Lantern No. 1. Shu Fu, who was quietly leaning in the corner. Yao Ruoyu leaned close to Shu Fu's ear and whispered, "Senior sister, I think Balian Lantern No. 1 is not only nice to listen to, but also quite appropriate. Just think about it, getting bigger, getting smaller, getting prettier." She sang the last sentence subconsciously. Shu Fu, "Thank you," but declined. The two of them stood at the back of the terrace, and could see the situation on the rear deck through the glass. Several people from Chung Yu's team were helping the rescue team check the conditions of the 3 seriously injured people in the ambulance. Because the ambulance was temporarily turned off, they restarted the small generator inside, and used instruments to maintain the lives of the 2 seriously injured and unconscious team members. Lu Shuang stepped forward to inquire about the situation. When he got off the ambulance with a serious expression, the one who woke up took painkillers and slept for the time being. If the other 2 do not undergo a second operation within 48 hours, they may be in danger. Can we still go to that rescue station? Han Lan on the side was using a night vision telescope to check the situation on the other side. The terrain there is slightly higher than this side of the mountain road, but the terrain there is flat. If a flood comes, it may not only engulf the river bank, but also the land. No, it should have been flooded. Chung Yu, who was leaning against the wooden stairs, suddenly spoke up. He pointed in the direction. The rescue station is in the direction of the flood, but it's quite far from the river bank. Lu Shuang sighed. Even so, we can't go back. It's too risky. What's more, we can't decide when and where to go ashore. As she said, she looked at the dark luxury villa behind them. Chung Yu also turned around and looked at the back door of the villa. On the terrace, Shu Fu looked at the people on the deck, and suddenly found that Cheng Yu was leaning on the same position as the last time she saw him in the house. Two different forms of drifting island houses. Two completely different locations. But Cheng Yu at this moment unexpectedly overlapped with Cheng Yu last time. As if he had sensed her gaze, Cheng Yu, who was originally looking at the back door of the villa, slowly raised his head, and his eyes met hers on the glass terrace. Shu Fu praised him for being so sharp in her heart, but the corners of her lips immediately raised towards him, and she stretched out her hand and waved at him. The other party smiled back at her. Shu Fu sighed and found a new corner to sit on the ground, facing the fence, seemingly looking at the river outside, but in fact, with the cover of Yao Ruoyan beside her, she was checking the map panel in her hand. In Yao Ruoyan's eyes, she seemed to be drawing on the air in her palm. She guessed that she was operating her own panel, and suddenly became more cautious, using the action of holding her to completely cover her. On the map panel, the scope of the water area has expanded a lot since the last time it was checked, which means that the flood area has expanded, the water level has risen sharply, and a large section of the Insha River has disappeared. Currently, only the river channel at the junction of Shizhou Province and Xiangzhou Province is still clearly present. If the weather conditions had not become extremely bad, and the drift bottle shield had not been automatically triggered, and the raft could have carried these people upstream, she could actually send them directly to the border of Shizhou Province. The altitude there is higher, and the flood will not reach there, as long as they compare the map distributed by the rescue station before. Find the rescue station closest to Insha River in Shizhou Province, and then dock nearby. They can directly reach the rescue station in Shizhou Province. In one step, Shu Fu's thoughts turned quickly, and she soon found the rescue station. Dari County. Chapter 118 Wei County. The average altitude of Dari County is 3,500 meters, and the lowest altitude is above 2,800 meters. Even after the global flood, it is still a relatively safe county. As shown on the map, if the raft is moored on the river bank closest to Dari County, they will only need to walk about 10 kilometers from the shore to Dari County, and go up the mountain road. It is the border area between Shizhou Province and Xiangzhou Province. After landing on the west side of Insha River, it basically belongs to the territory of Shizhou Province. There are two other rescue stations to the southwest of Dari County, and the distance is not too far. Even if the situation in Dari County is not good, they need to wait for rescue, and they should get it soon. Finally, Dari County is about 400 kilometers west by land, where Xiqing is located. Yao Ruoyan's parents are there, and Zheng Feifei's family is there too. As long as the raft can land smoothly, everyone, including her, can land smoothly. Shu Fu made a quick decision, and directly set the river waters near Dari County as the destination. The route information came out. 621/07:45:04. The countdown started to go backwards normally, which means that the river waters from here to the destination can be driven normally, and there will be no waterways with high elevation that cannot be driven forward. Of course, it is also possible that because of the rainy season for more than a year, the areas with altitude differences have been flooded by the rising river water. It is now 6 o'clock in the evening. It is late at night when we arrive there, when the sky is the darkest. With the rain, the visibility will be worse, which is just right for the raft to quietly dock. Okay, let's sleep for a while. Shu Fu put away the panel, took out a stack of notes and a pen under the cover of the backpack, wrote the destination and arrival time on it, and let Yao Ruoyan read it before putting it away again. After that, the two of them changed directions together, and sat with their backs against the fence. All around, the survivors who were originally sitting stood up at this time. They held the front fence and looked at the water surface in the night through the glass window. There were traces of buildings in the water ahead. They couldn't help but let out a low cry. The steel pillars were very tall, and stood abruptly in the middle of the river. There seemed to be broken cables around them. They already knew what it was. This was the bridge. This was the bridge they had planned to reach after nightfall tonight. It had actually been submerged by the river. The survivors were very panicked at this moment. After all, the surrounding waters were too dark. No matter which floor of the villa the person driving the raft was on at the moment, it would be difficult not to make mistakes under such circumstances. They were afraid that the raft would hit the bridge pillars standing in the river, or be thrown by the still swinging suspension cables when passing by. But soon, the raft began to turn left and right, avoiding every possible obstacle with great flexibility. During the whole process, the raft did not even slow down. Everyone held on to the fence tightly, and as the raft turned, they occasionally let out a low cry. They felt like they were riding a bumper car in the park. It looked dangerous to turn around, but in fact, nothing happened. After a moment, the raft left the bridge area and moved forward quickly in a straight line again. Wow! It's amazing. Someone couldn't help but sigh. I also want to have such a raft. Others, TSK. Who wouldn't want it? But is it a question of whether you want it or not? Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at this extremely luxurious 3-story villa on the raft. Even in peacetime, it's not something that ordinary people can own. In a corner of the terrace, Shu Fu leaned against the fence. When she looked up, she could just see the glass ceiling of the terrace. She didn't expect that the first time she set up this classic S-level house, she wouldn't even have the chance to enter the house. Just now, she had also looked at the balcony from the front. The entire front deck area of this house seemed to be included in the protection scope of the drifting island house. Probably because there was a pure glass ceiling above the sofa booths, the infinity massage bathtub, and the lounge chairs, just like the front door eaves of the original house. But now, this eaves has become pure glass, and covers the entire front deck area, which is completely included in the protection scope. Shu Fu was actually itching to visit her new house, especially the infinity massage bathtub on the left side of the front deck. When the raft is drifting, what does it feel like to lie in it and take a bath? The wind and rain definitely couldn't reach the deck, but if the drift bottle shield was not opened, others should be able to see her in the bathtub at a glance. After all, the bathtub is boundless, and the left and front sides are glass walls, which are completely transparent. I don't know if it's because I'm on my own raft, or if I'm too tired after hiking all day. Shu Fu leaned against the balcony fence, and soon fell asleep with her thoughts turning. Yao Ruoyun carefully adjusted her posture, so that Shu Fu could lean against her more comfortably. On the day when the freezing rain stopped, when the two of them were waiting outside the tunnel for the team members to come back, Shu Fu told her something. Although it sounded incredible, she had also experienced incredible things, so she quickly accepted it. Only then did she know why Shu Fu had given her a large box filled with various cooked food, fruit, milk tea, and a small amount of daily necessities, and asked her to put it in her backpack before leaving the tea house. According to Shu Fu, if she could not go to the rescue site on the southwest plateau, she would also most likely not be able to go to Dari County on the border of Shizhou province. But now, she is not completely sure. If that is the case, this trip on the raft at this moment may be their last time together before they part. Even if it is just a hypothesis, Yao Ruoyun also feels a strong reluctance. She wants them to go to Dari County together, and then go to Xiqing together. She wants to take her to meet her parents, let her mother make her favorite bubble wontons, and let her see if there is a white light strip on her mother's head like hers. She also wants to go with her to meet her friends. It will be the spring festival in a month, and they may be able to set off fireworks together, even if it is just the smallest one. After that, she would bring her parents with her to Chama County to find Lu Zheng and the others. They all had rafts, and her father could grow some crops. The raft was so big that he could put a container on the deck for planting, put boxes of nutrient soil inside, and grow whatever he wanted to eat. Other people's rafts could also be equipped with containers, and then raise some small animals such as chickens and ducks, so that in addition to fish, they could also eat eggs and fried chicken. Then, before winter came again, they would take a raft to the waters of the southern hemisphere together. Yao Ruoyun looked forward to such a life, but somehow, she always had a bad feeling in her heart, as if the most desired and beautiful thing she had wanted since she was a child would never belong to her, because she was worried. She didn't feel sleepy at all during this trip. She kept her original posture and didn't move, so that Shu Fu could sleep more peacefully. At 2 o'clock in the morning, upstream of the Yinsha River, the night was as dark as ink. When the last survivor stepped off the deck and onto the land, the raft that had been quietly anchored there slowly turned around and sailed away along the rapid water flow of the Yinsha River, gradually blending into the dark night. This place is already above 2,800 meters above sea level. The waves that had been chasing the raft had disappeared at some point. The water of the Yinsha River flows normally in this area. The survivors were all very sleepy. Even though many of them kept reminding themselves to be alert and not sleep, they probably did so because the raft was traveling very smoothly, and they were not exposed to rain or wind on the glass balcony, or because they knew there was an elite team guarding the deck below. So in the end, many people still fell asleep. When they woke up again, the raft had already reached the shore. It was dark all around, and they could only hear the sound of rain falling on the river surface, mixed with the sound of water flowing. Everyone was a little panicked, and left the glass balcony one after another, and returned to the rear deck. The team members and some rescuers did not go to the balcony, but sat in the car on the deck to avoid the rain. When Xu Fu and Yao Ruoyun followed the survivors, Lu Shuang and Cheng Yu had already said Dari County, more than 10 kilometers away, as the destination through the navigation on the satellite phone, and planned the route there. The stop is a bit remote, and we have to take a detour. This time the ambulance will go first, and the other walkers will follow the armored vehicle. If everything goes well, we can reach the Dari County rescue station before dawn. If you have any questions, you can ask them now, Cheng Yu said as he put on his jacket and gloves again. After hearing this, everyone realized that they had arrived at the safe border of Shizhou province. The nearest rescue station was more than 10 kilometers away. How could they have any objections? They all shook their heads. Okay, let's go. Lu Shuang nodded and began to signal everyone to line up to land. On the other side, when he settled the 3 seriously injured people in the ambulance, got off the car and talked to the captain of the rescue team. She seemed to want to arrange for 2 more lightly injured people who were not convenient to walk to get on the ambulance, so that they could go to Dari County first. But the rescue team leader thought about it and signaled her to follow the car, because several medical staff in the team failed to escape, and she was the only one who knew how to rescue. If the condition of the seriously injured on the road changed, she could take action immediately. When he was about to nod, but in an instant, she felt like she was electrocuted and froze in place. The rescue team leader called her twice, and Xu Fu happened to be nearby. She subconsciously looked back and was also startled. The female rescue team member named when he actually had a white light bar on her head, and it was not still flickering like Lu Shuang and Han Lan, but completely stable. The value above is 29. This is a new type of value, which is higher than the several superpowers she had seen before, but not that high. She didn't know if Wen Yi was considered a related person in her mission. Compared with Zheng Feifei, Chen Fa and others, the other party seemed to be far less related to her. But the speed at which her superpower appeared, or the speed at which she awakened, was much faster than the people related to the mission. She and the other party had been in the same tunnel these days. She had seen the flashing light bars of Lu Shuang and Han Lan, but she had never seen the white light bar appear above Wen Yi's head. Today she saw it for the first time, and she had actually awakened. What was the difference? Xu Fu recalled what had happened before, and always felt that her previous limited guesses about the white light bar and the value would be overturned by herself. Wen Yi froze for a full minute. But she was smart, and did not rashly say anything or take any action because of the sudden change. She tried to suppress the shock in her heart, looked back at the rescue team leader who was questioning her, and then pulled the corners of her pale lips, saying that she felt a little uncomfortable just now, but now she is fine, and immediately went to follow the car. The rescue team leader gave her a few more instructions, and then handed her a walkie-talkie, saying that when they arrived later, they would call her in Dari County. When he took the intercom, put it into the waterproof backpack, and then turned around, followed the slowly moving ambulance, and got off the deck. Xu Fu could see that she was still a little confused and absent-minded, and she checked her left and right from time to time, as if she wanted to know if anyone was paying attention to her. Xu Fu quickly retracted her gaze. She guessed that the other party must have accidentally opened the panel just now, and then checked if others could see it. A very smart and lucky girl. She knew how to protect herself. Xu Fu did not observe her again. He followed Lu Shuang and the others, got off the raft, and after everyone landed, he took something out of his backpack in the corner and started the raft's automatic drifting mode on the map panel. Then, everyone saw the raft automatically leave the shore and blend into the night. It was not until they all left the river bank and walked a few dozen meters away that Xu Fu quietly touched the bracelet and took the raft back. The ambulance had already left first. The co-pilot team member held a map to ensure that the driving companion would not get lost. On the paper map, there was a mark that Wenru had just drawn. That was the route planned by Cheng Yu and Lu Shuang. The armored vehicle led the rest of the people on foot. This time, the vehicle led the way and turned on the lights to illuminate the road for the people behind. The survivors pulled up their hoods and moved their sword legs again, trying to keep up. Probably because the altitude here is relatively high. Not long after landing, They felt that walking was much more tiring than during the day, and they were panting a little, so they could only slow down their pace. Shu Fu's legs were also very sore, probably because she had slept for a while, and the sequelae of walking dozens of kilometers during the day appeared. At this moment, both legs did not feel like her own. However, when the front armored vehicle turned a mountain road, Shu Fu soon found that even if she wanted to continue walking, she could not go forward. The mountain road was not narrow, and there were gentle slopes on both sides. But whether it was the middle of the road or the slope, she could not move forward. The barrier was a long horizontal line, from north to south, parallel to the Insha River. She guessed that this was the real border between Xiangzhou Province and Shizhou Province. Senior sister Yao Ruoyun took her hand, turned around and looked at her, and when she met Shu Fu's eyes, she quickly understood. Her eyes instantly turned red. Although she knew this moment would come, she still couldn't accept it when she faced it. Hush. Shu Fu gently signaled, pulled the other person towards her, and then leaned over to hug her. Yao Ruoyun understood, and immediately shut up, holding back the words she wanted to say and the tears she wanted to shed. She just hugged her and nodded, saying yeah, indicating that she knew everything. Her parents were in Jiqing, and she had to go, so she wouldn't say that she wanted to stay with her. Shu Fu didn't take back the satellite phone that she had given her before, so they could keep in touch in the future. In addition to Shu Fu's number, the phone also had Lu Zheng and Zheng Feifei's numbers. When she arrived in Jiqing, she would find a way to contact Zheng Feifei. If she had a chance to meet her, she would give her the firework sticks that Shu Fu had put in her supply box, and tell her that she didn't mean to break the appointment. She remembered it, but it would take more time to meet. The two stood at the edge of the mountain road and hugged each other. Although other survivors looked sideways when they passed by, they just thought they were tired, and passed them after a few glances. Soon, the last survivor was already ahead of them. Yao Ruoyun could finally lower his voice and say a few words to her. Are you just going like this? Yes, there is a river over there, very convenient. But the mountain road is very dark. Don't worry, I'm not afraid. Remember, follow Lu Shuang and the others, don't fall behind. Shu Fu patted her arm. Go quickly. Yao Ruoyun shook her head. No, you go first, I'll watch you go. Shu Fu had no choice but to turn around first, but after walking a few steps, she heard a familiar voice coming from not far behind. You conscienceless little girl, you are planning to disappear quietly again. Shu Fu turned around suddenly, and Yao Ruoyun was also looking back with a shocked face. On the mountain road not far away, besides Han Lan who spoke, Lu Shuang was also there, and behind them, Cheng Yu was also walking slowly. Chapter 119 The Last 5%. Shu Fu did not move. In this situation, it seemed that nothing she said would be right. Lu Shuang was the first to walk up to her. In the dark rainy night, she looked at her with a little helplessness and sigh. I'm still thinking, even if you don't tell us the reason, you will at least say goodbye to us. Sister Lu Shuang. Shu Fu's throat was a little blocked. In fact, in the past few days, she had already felt something. Some things, she didn't say, but the other party didn't ask. She once thought they would always be like this, ignoring, and even when she had to leave, they still chose to be silent. But obviously, the other party didn't intend to do so. Seeing her opening her mouth as if to say something, Lu Shuang hurriedly held her shoulders. Don't say anything, just like before, you don't need to say anything, just say goodbye to us properly. After all, they are soldiers, this is their mission. If they ask, no, make it clear, even if they can't take her back, they will definitely record her in the register. So just like now, it's okay to keep it to each other. Don't expose it, don't ask proactively, just pretend you don't know anything. Then, when she is about to leave, say goodbye properly. Even though Lu Shuang didn't say the rest, Shu Fu understood everything from the look in her eyes. She felt sour in her heart, stepped forward, and hugged her. I'm sorry. I won't leave without saying goodbye like this again. You know how to apologize now? Han Zi is right. You are a heartless little girl. If we hadn't come, would you really have left like this? Lu Shuang hugged her and patted her back, speaking reproachfully, but in the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Cheng Yu, who walked a few steps to their side. She glanced at Cheng Yu, and after seeing his expression, she couldn't help but sigh. It was true. Even after all this, he still couldn't bear to blame her. Lu Shuang touched Shu Fu's head, and when he let her go, he changed his tone. Okay. I accept your apology. Silly girl. I am a soldier. But I am also your sister Lu Shuang. Remember? Remember. Shu Fu nodded obediently, pretending to be good again. Lu Shuang smiled. And at this moment, she once again felt that the person in front of her gave her a strong sense of déjà vu. They seemed to have had conflicts like this before. No. It seemed to be a more intense dispute than the two innocuous sentences just now. She seemed to be saying, no. I have to continue to change it. She definitely can't shoot it like this. What? Lu Shuang's consciousness froze for a moment. Less than 1 or 2 seconds. She seemed to be distracted for a short time, thinking of a vague scene in a dream. And then she woke up in an instant. She looked at Shu Fu again. Shu Fu was also looking at her. Or rather, Shu Fu was looking at the top of her head. Just now, the white light bar appeared again. But it was gone in a flash. It was still not full. And there was still 1/5 of progress. Lu Shuang patted Shu Fu, walked away a few steps, and left the space to Cheng Yu. Compared with Lu Shuang, Shu Fu always felt that Cheng Yu had guessed more. Facing him again, she was actually a little nervous. Along the way, he took care of her a lot. He might have known something a long time ago. So he took the decision of evacuating early on himself at that time. She turned back to save him at that time. Between worry and blame, she could feel that he was actually happy. He didn't often show his emotions. But that time, he couldn't control himself. And she felt it for real. She admitted that she knew very well that even if she left without saying goodbye again, he wouldn't be able to do anything to her the next time they met. She seemed to rely on his care for her. So when she had to leave, she chose to leave without saying goodbye without hesitation. It was as if she knew that at this moment, even if he stood in front of her with a cold face, he would not say anything to blame her. But she still felt uneasy, always feeling that she had let something down. Cheng Yu probably read her emotions from her expression at the moment. He reached out his hand and gently pressed the hood on her head again, just like every time in the past, and softened his tone and expression. Don't be afraid, it's okay. I just want to ask, next time, when can we meet again? He had too many questions in his heart, but he knew she didn't want to say it. Since she didn't want to say it, then he didn't ask anything. Cheng Yu didn't ask her if they could meet again, as if he was sure that even if she left alone, she would be able to appear in front of him again next time. He is a very gentle person. Shu Fu sighed softly, pulled down the big hand on her head, and gently held it with both hands. Cheng Yu. This was the first time she called him like this. Not Captain Cheng when she was serious. Not Uncle Cheng Yu when she was teasing. And not Brother Cheng Yu when she spoke in a soft tone. But simply and straightforwardly called his name. At this moment, she was not the Shu Fu who had just graduated and started working in this world, but the Shu Fu in her own world who had been in society for many years and had met all kinds of people. For some reason, even though she hadn't said anything yet, his heart shrank slightly, as if something sharp had pierced him, and the stinging pain spread out immediately. Shu Fu looked at his slightly furrowed brows, and realized that he seemed to have misunderstood what she was going to say. She took 2 steps towards him, one hand still holding his hand, and the other hand stretched upwards, tiptoeing to take the initiative to hold his neck and hug him. He was too tall, and it was a little difficult for her to hug him. She felt him leaning over slightly, cooperating with her movements, and holding her waist tightly with his other hand. I don't know when we'll meet next time. There are things I can't control, but I've been trying to make myself freer. Shu Fu put her chin on his shoulder, and said softly to him, You have my satellite phone number. You can send me a message at any time. She paused, then said, I'll reply. Instantly, she felt the arm around her waist tighten. She heard his low voice respond, Okay. When? We can meet again, I'll send you a message. Okay. Anything else you want to know? This time, he was silent for a long time, before slowly saying, No. I'll wait. Until we meet again. Shu Fu let go of her hand, looked up at him and smiled. Then you have to live well. This statement was very pointed, obviously referring to the previous incident in Wei County. He also smiled at her. I remember it. His smile moved his eyebrows, and his originally solemn expression suddenly became relaxed and bright. This was a rare expression. Shu Fu couldn't help but reach out and stroke the end of his narrow eye, and her fingertips brushed across the scar at the end of his eye. He looked down at her, without moving, allowing her to touch his scar. Shu Fu remembered something again. Took out a glass jar filled with colorful candies from her backpack. The glass jar was not big, and the candies inside were still from the same store as last time, but they were different styles. This time, they were all the same little stars, smaller than the flowers last time, and they also had various colors, and they looked crystal clear. She handed him the jar. "One a day, and we should be able to meet when you finish eating." Chungyu took the glass candy jar. "Okay." After all, the three of them still had an escort mission, and it was almost time. Han Lan also squeezed over, saying that he wanted to say goodbye, said he also wanted a hug, and asked for candies as a gift. "There are no more candies of the same kind," Shu Fu said, and went to search her backpack again, and finally took out a box of star lollipops, which contained 8 sticks. Lu Shuang came over and kicked Han Lan, and held Shu Fu's hand. "How dare you? A grown man ask a little girl for candy? Why are you only talking about me? I'm only 28. He's 30. No, he's 31 now. A typical old man." Chungyu, Yao Ruiyun, Shu Fu watched them quarreling, and finally stuffed the box of lollipops to Lu Shuang. "Eat one when you're tired." And she thought about the choice of words. "If anything happens in the future, if you have any questions or confusion, call me. Call my satellite phone." Then she turned to Han Lan. "I promise. If you call me, I will handle it as soon as possible." The handling, she said, was not just as simple as answering the phone. Their white light bars will be full sooner or later. And judging from the situation, the value should be very high. After awakening, they will also be different from ordinary psychics. The words she just said were also a promise to them. Perhaps they would not understand it now, but when they wake up, they will understand what she said today. If they had made a choice at that time, she would rush to it no matter how far away it was. The rain was still falling, but no one cared. Shu Fu waved to the 4 people, turned around and walked in the direction she came from. She knew that what was waiting for her ahead was loneliness. Every time she left, she was very sad. Although she wanted to stay with everyone, she knew very well that at this stage, everyone had their own way to go. Yao Ruiyun is going to Jiqing to reunite with her parents. Lu Shuang, Chungyu and Han Lan are also going to continue escorting the survivors to the rescue station. And there are still tasks for them to continue after that. No one can abandon everything willfully and recklessly. If a person abandons family affection and responsibility, even if they are reluctantly together, many things will deteriorate. Just like she said to Chungyu, she will work hard to make herself freer. She will solve the mystery of this world and find the answer she wants. I hope that next time we meet, they will become better people. On the rainy mountain road, the figure turned a corner and disappeared completely. "Let's go!" Chungyu pulled down the brim of his hood again, turned around first, and set foot on the mountain road in the opposite direction of Shu Fu. Half an hour later, Shu Fu leaned in the big bathtub with the tidal mode turned on, enjoying the warm water flowing in layer by layer, and had long forgotten the melancholy and loneliness she had felt earlier. This was the first time she used the tidal mode of this bathtub, because she had always been on the water when she was playing alone before, floating on the waves every day. So she preferred the hot spring mode, and had used the bubble bath mode many times. But people are like this, whenever they lack something, they will miss it. Although the time on land this time was not long, but they were trapped in a building by freezing rain and blizzards, which made Shu Fu, who had long been accustomed to drifting on endless waters, miss the sound of the tide. She started hiking in the rain yesterday morning. Although the jacket was waterproof, it would definitely get wet after walking for such a long time. After getting on the raft at night, there was no condition to change clothes, so she had to continue to sleep on the terrace for half a night wrapped in half-dry and half-wet clothes. Now that she was back at home, she could finally take off her heavy clothes and equipment and take a good bath. She reached out, took the instant noodles from the shelf, tore off the lid, and began to eat the most reassuring meal in recent days. In fact, she didn't eat instant noodles very often these days. She mostly ate dry food. Occasionally, she would make instant noodles to make up for the other team members. She and Yao Ruiyun only ate a little. Instant noodles, fried chicken wings, and a can of refreshing water. Shu Fu's tidal bath was unique in her style. Outside the French window where she was soaking in the tub, there was the Insha River and the flowing river water. The rain was heavier than before, and the rain hitting the glass made a fine rustling sound. The river upstream was not as wide as the river where they were hiking, but the current was very fast. So when she placed the raft, she chose the mooring mode, because she had to board the raft secretly. She did not walk from the place where she had landed before, nor did she directly place the classic S-level house model with great fanfare. Instead, she opened the drift bottle protection cover as usual, and then placed a small primitive house model in the woods beside the river, so that she could board the raft under the cover of the trees, so that it would not disappear out of thin air on the unobstructed shore. But strangely, although she was very curious about the S-Class house, and wanted to go up and equip the electric card, and visit the whole house from top to bottom, she still felt a strong sense of joy and belonging when she saw the familiar small raft and drifting island house. This feeling was far better than the feeling of seeing the S-Class house, as if this exquisite and small drifting island house was her real home. And the luxurious water villa was just like its name, just a luxurious holiday home. When she was exhausted physically and mentally, when she was surrounded by strong feelings of parting and loneliness, what she needed more was the hut that she had decorated bit by bit. It seemed that only here could she be healed. Half an hour later, Xu Fu put on clean and soft home clothes and hung the clothes in the 2 washing machines in the dryer. The raft did not enter the autonomous drifting mode, and she did not rush to set a destination, but just anchored in the waters where the raft was. She did this just in case. After all, there was still 5% left for the level 5 raft mission. Maybe the bracelet would go haywire and ask her to go back to Lu Shuangqing and meet them? Although the possibility of this was very low. The last percentage missions before upgrading the raft were all single-player mode, but the possibility of this could not be ruled out. In order to avoid running around like a lunatic again, she decided to stay still and stay near the Insha River for a few days. Anyway, the raft shield had accumulated a lot of time, so there was no need to worry about it being insufficient. When she came out of the bathroom, it was already 4:30 in the morning. She had slept for half the night and thought she would not be sleepy. However, she had just eaten something and washed herself thoroughly. She was in the constant temperature and dry room and began to feel sleepy. Xu Fu used the 1-button dust removal function on the function panel, then removed the power card and drew the floor-length curtains on both sides of the living room. She climbed onto the upper berth, set the satellite phone to vibrate mode and placed it on the bedside table, lifted the thin summer quilt, and got into her comfortable and warm bed. Then she fell asleep to the sound of the river flowing outside and the rhythmic sound of rain. This sleep, she slept until noon the next day. She rolled over on the bed, feeling like she was alive from body to heart. She took the satellite phone, first switched the vibration back to ringing, and then checked the messages. There were indeed unread messages, one from Yao Ruoyun and the other from Chengyu. Yao Ruoyun, we finally arrived in Ri County. Oh my god, I finally finished the journey. The situation here is not bad, although it is just a small county town, but many shelters were built later. Captain Lu said that this kind of house is warm in winter and cool in summer, and it is rainproof, moisture-proof and hail-proof. There are many such houses planned and built in cities and towns in Shizhou province to accommodate us migrants. Except that they are a little small, there are no other problems. The survivors have been officially handed over to the rescue station here, and I am one of them. Everyone will rest here for a day, then register personal information, and finally arrange seats according to different transfer directions. Captain Lu said that they are going to another rescue station to replenish supplies, which is closer to Jiqing, so they can take me there first, and then ask other teammates there to arrange for me to go to Jiqing. If everything goes well, I will be able to reach Jiqing in 3 days, and I will tell you then. Chengyu, everyone has arrived safely, and the seriously injured have also been scheduled for surgery. Take care of yourself. There is a signal in the county, and I have paid for your satellite phone, so you can use it with confidence. Looking at the link comparison of the 2 messages, Xu Fu couldn't help laughing. Chengyu still likes to do practical things as always, but he also did solve her worries. She replied to the 2 people separately. Be careful when you move alone. If you can charge the electric baton, charge it. Thank you. It's a pity that the satellite phone can only send text messages, and there are no emoticons. But now there are a few more people who can keep in touch with her for a long time. She will not be too lonely even if she has to stay alone in the future. After Xu Fu got up and washed up, she walked out of the front door and stretched under the eaves. It rained heavily today, and the wind was not strong. She sat under the eaves and drank a bowl of chicken and mushroom porridge she cooked herself, and a beef fried dumpling. And then hesitated for a moment between visiting the classic S-level super resort-style luxury villa and the 7 consecutive draws. In the end, she decided to visit the new house first, and then find the most comfortable place in the new house to do the 7 consecutive draws. Chapter 120, The Last 5%. This time, the light and shadow changed for a little longer, about 10 seconds, which was longer than the time she spent directly placing the holiday home through the drifting bottle, perhaps because she was in the drifting island house. The effect was similar to taking clothes directly from the drawer, and changing clothes, and putting on another one. Shu Fu felt a little dizzy because of the change of light and shadow, and subconsciously closed her eyes, and then opened them again. The surroundings had completely changed. The wide Isha River has enough water for this S-class raft house to stretch its wings comfortably. She should be standing in the large living room at the front of the villa. This is a rectangular living room with wide openings on both sides. Compared with the deck outside, it is still a compressed space. The area is about 70 to 80 square meters. The living room has a high ceiling, about 3 to 4 meters, with 2 walls. All the walls, doors and windows in the front and right sides have become large floor-to-ceiling glass, which makes the vision of the entire living room extremely wide. Even if you sit in the living room, you can see the scenery of the sky and water outside at a glance. The living room is made of log-colored floor, walls and ceilings are matched with smoky gray home furnishings as the main color, occasionally decorated with black and white. Although black and white and smoky gray are cold colors, the warm color base of log color dilutes this coldness, and it looks very high-end and elegant. The living room has all the furniture and furnishings it should have. Soft and large sofa sets, unique and practical coffee tables, soft and brand new long-haired carpets, compressed glass display cabinets, large bookcases with a small number of books, electronic fireplaces that simulate flames, fresh and soft electric floor-to-ceiling curtains, huge display screens that can connect to mobile phones and tablets, and various small spotlights on the top and walls in addition to floor lamps, chandeliers, and table lamps. Because she had already equipped the electric card before changing the house type, so after the house type was changed, all the lights were turned on by default. She had decorated her loft room in the original world, and knew very well that good lighting effects require professional design, warm light, and cold light with small spotlights with fine diamond effects, matched with glass or obsidian. Different colors and angles of light will bring completely different feelings. And now, the lighting in this living room is obviously the most expensive combination. Even though it was raining outside, and it was a cloudy day, the living room was exceptionally bright and clear because of the small spotlights that perfectly matched the angle and brightness. Although the surrounding furniture, appliances and home furnishings were all new. If you look closely, some of her commonly used items, such as power banks, books, snacks, trash cans, Bluetooth speakers, water dispensers, and even the coffee cup she had just finished drinking, all appeared in the right place where they should appear. The function panels originally located at the front door and the back door are now located on the left wall near the glass. She noticed something different and found that the panel could be taken down directly in this house. Originally, she wanted to operate some settings of the drifting island house, but she could only stand at the front door and the back door. Now she can hold the function panel and operate the whole house. Because the interior of this S-Class house is too large, there will be some adjustments and details soon. She found that the glass wall in front of the living room was an openable glass door. Each door has a fixed central axis, which can be adjusted from the horizontal splicing mode to the vertical opening mode. After opening them all, the glass wall in front of the entire living room becomes an open screen, which has a better visual effect. The door leading to the underwater glass bedroom was still in the same position as the living room. She went down to check it out. It was about twice as big as before. There was a bathing area in the corner near the glass wall. There was a beautiful four-corner bathtub and several glass cabinets. After the open-air bath, there was an underwater bathtub. Was this to allow her to enjoy the underwater world outside while taking a bath? The corridor leading to other rooms was located at the right rear of the living room. It continued the large glass wall on the right side of the living room. It was a wide corridor with full floor-to-ceiling glass. From front to back, there were 4 doors in the corridor, which were the bathroom, storage room, fitness room, and entertainment, reading and audiovisual room. The dining room and open kitchen are at the back of the villa. It is an integrated dining space with glass floor-to-ceiling walls on the left, right, and back sides. The kitchen is against the wall of the last entertainment and audiovisual room in the corridor. First, it is a Chinese kitchen with a sink, a kitchen counter and various built-in kitchen electronic products. There is also a double-door refrigerator and a freezer on the side. Opposite the Chinese kitchen is the island bar in the center of the dining space. This is a Western kitchen countertop, which also has a sink for washing and a built-in induction cooker. Here she saw the coffee machine and common kitchen utensils and spice jars that she had originally placed in the kitchen. Just like in the living room, they were automatically sorted into the cabinets or countertops where they were originally most suitable. There are several rotating high chairs on the back of the bar. She can eat directly on the island bar, or sit here to drink a cup of coffee and look at the surrounding scenery. The dining table is not too big. It is a rectangular wooden table with 6 seats and 6 chairs. I just don't know when guests will come to her drifting island house. The stairs to the upper floor are on the other side of the dining space, which is the left rear of the whole villa. It is an indoor wooden hollow staircase. The corridors on the left and right are the same, with full floor-to-ceiling glass. When you step on the stairs, you can also see the rooms with different functions below. The restrooms, storage rooms, fitness rooms, and entertainment rooms that were lined up in a row before are located on the left side of the villa. They are all located under the wooden stairs, because the viewing position of the glass wall on the left is needed. They are not closed. Of course, these functional rooms are equipped with electric floor-to-ceiling curtains and skylights. If a private small space is needed, the curtains and skylights can be completely closed. The second floor is even more luxurious. The space is divided into 2 here. Behind it is the bedroom and the restroom with bathroom. Whether it is the bedroom or the bathroom, all are large pure glass walls, and they are also equipped with electric curtains. During the day, she could open the curtains on all 4 sides, so that the walls of the bedroom were transparent, and she could see the scenery outside from all directions. She had seen the other half of the space on the front of the second floor when she was lying on the terrace on the 3rd floor. It was a super large balcony with a wooden eaves. The balcony was covered with wooden floors and a pure glass fence. The best part was that there was actually a large swimming pool here. The swimming pool was built on the front and right glass fences. The edges of the swimming pool on both sides were also the edges of the fences. If she lay on it and moved more vigorously, the water would overflow directly from the fence, then fall on the glass canopy on the deck, and then fall into the water outside the raft through the glass canopy. Shu Fu's mind paused for a moment, and she suddenly realized, why should she just look around like a guest visiting a model house? She has plenty of time now, and she can experience it in depth. So, 5 minutes later, Shu Fu, who tied her hair into a bun and changed into a swimsuit, plopped into the swimming pool on the balcony. The water quality of this swimming pool is very clear. There is a soft blue light at the bottom of the pool, which reflects the pure light blue of the whole pool. The water is constant temperature, so it is not cold at all when you go in, and the body feels very good. While she was wondering if the water in the pool was counted as part of her daily quota of purified water, she slowly swam to the fence. She lay there, stretched out her hand and gently waved it, and the water in the pool rippled out from the glass fence. As she expected, the water first fell on the glass skylight on the deck, then flowed out of the protective cover through the glass skylight and fell into the rainy river outside the raft. It felt like she had created a small waterfall. Shu Fu played up and down in the water for a while, then came to the right glass fence and lay down. Next to the glass fence on this side, there were several transparent round glass chairs inside the swimming pool, which could provide her with a temporary resting place while soaking in the water. Although the balcony on the second floor was also semi-open, it had a wooden eaves, so it was also included in the protection area of the drifting island house. Even if the protective cover was not opened, it was still constant temperature, exclusive, and disaster-resistant, which meant that other people could not enter the swimming pool. It's just that without the protective cover, the living room and bedroom with floor-to-ceiling glass walls cannot be seen by outsiders. But the balcony, swimming pool, front deck and other leisure and entertainment areas can be seen by others. I don't know if others will be so angry that they want to come up and chop her when she turns off the protective cover and drifts on the water and sees her lazy look that is ignorant of the sufferings of the world. Of course, this is just a thought. Being too high profile will not have a good result. Only by keeping a low profile can you survive. The glass skylight on the first floor deck was very smooth and clean. Lying down by the pool and looking down, you could clearly see every corner of the first floor deck. It was slightly smaller than the rear deck, but it was also about 70 or 80 square meters in size. The sofa booth area was actually sunken, probably because it was powered on. The infinity massage bath on the left front of the deck was bubbling automatically. Shu Fu thought for a moment, climbed out of the pool, sucked the water off her feet on the absorbent pad next to the lounge chair, wrapped herself in the prepared large bath towel, then went back downstairs through the bedroom, passed through the dining area, the corridor, passed through the living room, and came to the front deck. She threw the towel on the rocking chair beside her, and without hesitation, she plopped into the massage bathtub. The feeling inside was completely different from the balcony on the second floor, because the entire massage bathtub was sunken, and the bottom of the bathtub was much lower than the deck. The deck floating on the water was not thick to begin with, and the left side and the front of the bathtub were made of pure glass. So at this moment she felt like she was directly soaking in the river outside. She curiously stretched out her hand, and immediately touched the cold rain outside the protective cover. The rain was heavy, and it crackled on her hand, and she retracted her hand immediately. This area, even without the protective cover, has a different temperature from the outside. When she lay on the edge, it was as if there was an invisible glass, blocking the low temperature and catastrophic weather outside. Only the fine white noise of the rain came in lightly. The Insha River is famous for its majestic momentum. In this area upstream, the water is turbulent. The river is tortuous. The river is wide and majestic, and the mountains and forests on both sides are completely different from the feeling of drifting in the seawater. Shufu took out the map panel from the bracelet, casually set a destination not too far away in the waters of the Insha River, opened the flow rate of 20, and let it start drifting. She soaked in the massage bath, sometimes leaning or half lying, and occasionally studying the massage mode of the bath. When she felt a little hungry, she took out a box of washed fruits to eat a little. When she was thirsty, she took out a cup to drink some water. When she was greedy, she took out pearl milk tea to drink. She leaned on the side of the massage bath, looking at the gloomy sky outside the glass skylight, and felt that she was really degenerate. At this time yesterday, she was still wearing heavy winter clothes, walking with legs that seemed to be filled with lead, and walking hard in the wind and rain. How could she be so comfortable today? She needs to reflect. There is still 5% of the mission for the level 5 raft. She needs to be alert. It is not the time to completely relax and celebrate. While thinking this, she picked up the octopus balls next to her, forked one, and put it into her mouth. This kind of octopus ball should be swallowed one by one, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, plump and juicy, Q-elastic octopus meat with mustard cheese sauce, and bonito flakes, absolutely beautiful. 2 hours later, after playing in the jacuzzi and swimming pool, Shufu, who had studied every corner of the classic S-level ultra vacation-style luxury villa, changed into home clothes again, and sat at the dining table in the villa's dining space, prepared to make 7 consecutive draws here. Music, aromatherapy candles, and the fragrant Shufu, all in place. First turn, green second prize, raft extended use card, 1 week. When seeing the length of 1 week, Shufu's heart skipped a beat. I always felt that it was not a good thing to get this first. Second turn, red third prize, 50 caddies of rice x 100. Shufu was a little happy, although there was still a lot of rice in the space for takeout cooked food, but there was really not much bagged rice. Now it's good, I can directly replenish it to the top. Next time I want to send supplies to people, I don't have to worry about running out of supplies. However, 100 bags of rice are too much. It takes up a lot of space. It may not fit in. Just like the 100 barrels of 20L purified water before. She has not received the prize yet because it takes up space. After all, drinking water has a shelf life and is not suitable for being placed in a compressed display cabinet. She has to think of a way. It would be best to get a few containers. The containers are about the size of a motorhome. She can put all the unused tables, chairs and furniture in the space, and then put them all in the display cabinet. After all, containers are used to hold goods, and display cabinets should recognize containers filled with supplies. At that time, more space will be freed up to store drinking water that is easy to expire. Third turn, green second prize, 1-year electricity card. Good. Good. Fourth turn, blue second prize, compressed freezer, portable. 5 compartments. Shufu exclaimed softly. What is this new thing? Because he had the experience of drawing a compressed display cabinet, Shufu subconsciously thought of furniture space when he saw the words compressed and portable, and received it immediately. This compressed freezer, like the display cabinet, also has its own fixed location. It just so happened that she was sitting in the restaurant to draw the lottery this time. As soon as she looked up, she saw a narrow black metal cabinet next to the island kitchen in front of her. The cabinet has 5 compartments from top to bottom, a black metal shell, and the side facing outward is inlaid with glass, like the display cabinet. It cannot be opened directly by reaching out, but it can be stored when holding something close. She experimented with the previous method and soon came to the result. This is a space cabinet where time stops. Each compartment can store up to 100 supplies, and the size is less than 1 cubic meter, but they must be exactly the same. For example, boxed milk and bottled milk, both 500 milliliters, cannot be put together. You can't stack boxes. For example, if there are 12 boxes of milk in a box of milk, you can't put them in. You can only store them one by one, but the upper limit can be stacked up to 100. In addition, it is the same as the compressed display cabinet. After receiving it, it will be displayed as a refrigerator icon on the bracelet. You can directly take things without placing the raft. Shufu knew what to put in it. She opened the glass sliding door of the restaurant and went to the back deck. Then she received the 100 barrels of 20L pure water she had drawn on the back deck. Fortunately, the rear deck is more than 100 square meters, so much water can be placed at the same time. She immediately called out the projection of the compressed freezer on the bracelet, and then stored all 100 barrels of water in the first compressed freezer compartment. After that, 100 bags of 50 kilograms of rice were stored in the second compressed freezer compartment. Shufu returned to the restaurant and looked at the freezer next to the kitchen island, which had been filled with purified water and rice. She was very happy. The problem that she was worried about before was solved in an instant. However, if conditions permit, she still has to find a container. After all, she still has a lot of home furnishings in her space, which can indeed be put into the container and then put into the display cabinet to save more space. Fifth turn, red third prize, dessert gift pack X10. Shufu likes this kind of ready-made food the most. A dessert gift pack contains about a dozen flavors of cakes, puddings, mousses, basically all of her favorites: matcha millefeuille, durian millefeuille, marble cheese, Earl Grey millefeuille, tiramisu, red velvet cheese, caramel pudding, pearl bursting chocolate cake, cocoa pudding, original cheese, matcha mousse, chocolate towel roll. Each flavor is in an independent block. For pieces of each, there are about 50 to 60 pieces in a big gift pack. Each is packed in a transparent square box, neatly stacked. Just looking at it makes people happy. The sixth turn, blue first prize, upgrade set, planting. Another blue first prize. Shufu was a little excited. She quickly tried to swipe the card on the function screen. When she saw the same no medium is detected as last time, she was not unhappy, but felt relieved. If the use of this upgrade set is really the same as she guessed, then the planting that appeared this time also provided her with more information. The seventh turn, green second prize, wrapped extended use card, 1 week. Shufu was a little disappointed that she didn't get the gold in the last chance, but she was satisfied that she could get the new blue card and the compressed freezer in this draw. She put the new blue card into the glass storage box that was used to store such cards, and looked at the 2 green cards in her hand again, both of which were 1 week wrapped extended use cards. 2 weeks, 14 days, a total of 336 hours, which can provide the raft with 336 days of extended use. In the past, she complained that the delay card time was too short, and was always afraid that it would not be enough. She calculated the time every day, and had to spend as much time as possible on land to spend the time when she could not use the raft every day. But now, she has enough raft delay time. But she can't help but feel uneasy. After all, the prizes she draws are never useless or redundant. Seeing that she is only 5% away from the level 5 raft. There are so many raft delay times now. Does it mean that there is a problem with the last 5% of tasks? Or that after upgrading to level 5, there is still a problem with the use time of the raft? The raft drifted back and forth in the upper reaches of the Insha River in the form of an S-level villa for 3 or 4 days. The drifting in these days was mainly casual and aimless. She has been waiting for the last 5% of tasks to appear. But obviously, this annoying little goblin has started to make trouble again. In the past few days, Yao Ruoyun successfully arrived at Jiqing, met her parents, and contacted Zheng Feifei. However, the temperature in Jiqing is still below 0, and the ice and snow in many places in the city have not been completely cleared. There are various restrictions on the roads in the city, so they cannot meet for the time being. Shufu had reported to Zheng Feifei that she was safe when she connected to the internet a month ago. In fact, during the previous period of loss of contact, she could use a satellite phone to keep in touch with others. But because she could not explain her current situation every time she lost contact, She was also afraid that some contacts would affect the mission and cause a butterfly effect. So she only used a mobile phone. If she lost contact, she would just lose contact. And the same was true for Zheng Feifei. This time she asked Yao Ruoyun to contact Zheng Feifei, mainly for the fireworks appointment. At present, she did not know whether Zheng Feifei was her companion, nor did she know how long she would be blocked by this barrier. There were many things that could not be said or explained clearly, so she told Yao Ruoyun that she could not tell him about the satellite phone for the time being, and only said that she had asked him to report her safety and send a gift after they met by chance. Yao Ruoyun naturally listened to her in everything, but at the same time, she also clearly conveyed Zheng Feifei's current situation to her. She was fine. Although there were many survivors in Jiqing, their family went there very early, so it was easier to find a place to live or a job than now. In addition, the government provided many preferential policies at that time, except that their family lived in a smaller place, and they were not used to the climate and diet of Shizhou province at first. Everything else was fine. Afterwards, Yao Ruoyun mentioned her mother Hua Qiong, and said that she could not see if her mother was abnormal for the time being. After all, before awakening, she could not see whether there was a light bar on her mother's head. As for herself, she originally thought that she would tell her parents that she had become a superpower, and that she had a raft in a space, as soon as she saw them. But in the end, she actually held back very calmly, because they were in a safe city. They did not need a raft for the time being, and the resettlement house they were assigned to was also relatively small, and there was no way to place a raft. So she decided not to mention it for the time being, and just quietly put supplies into the backpack little by little. This is what she learned from Xu Fu: to keep a low profile, and to have long-term peace. Just because you have become a superpower, you can't rush to show off with space and rafts. After all, Xu Fu has such a large and luxurious raft. She used to hide in the tunnel with everyone and eat compressed biscuits. What can she show off? Yao Ruoyun also sent a message to Lu Zheng using a satellite phone, implying that she is a companion. Lu Zheng was very cautious, because Xu Fu had brought Yao Ruoyun with him during the mission period before, and did not mention Yao Ruoyun to them, so when he suddenly received the message, he did not reply at all. But Lu Zheng quickly called Xu Fu, saying that it was an important matter, and that it would be better to talk. He confirmed Yao Ruoyun's situation and satellite number from Xu Fu, and then saved Yao Ruoyun's satellite phone, so that the three parties were in contact. Yao Ruoyun still did not mention what happened in Wei County to Lu Zheng because of Xu Fu's previous instructions. Now that the mission in Wei County has come to an end, Xu Fu is not afraid to bring it up again. She was just afraid that after Lu Zheng knew her current drifting location, he would come with Chen Fa and others to accompany her. Although Chamu County and Dari County are almost separated by the entire Shizhou province, for some reason, she always felt that Lu Zheng could do it. She was only one step away from a level 5 raft. If the mission was like the last level 4 mission, the location might change at any time. So to be on the safe side, all reunions would have to wait until the raft reached level 5. Another week passed, and the last 5% of the mission never came. After waking up naturally this morning, Xu Fu decided to drift south along the Yinsha River, back to the vicinity of Wei County, to see if it was possible to trigger the mission there.